Wei Lai stumbled upon a system and established a cutting-edge technology company, embarking alongside the nation on a new era of exploration, conquering the myriad mysteries of the universe. The pangs of technological advancement and the relentless march of progress leave humanity pondering its future in an ever-evolving world. Witness how the protagonist steers the trajectory of civilization, becoming a favored child of the tides of time. Chapter 1. The Inception of Reforestation. In Kyoto, Earth, May 2020. Wei Lai, a 27-year-old man, stands at 180 centimeters and weighs 60 kilograms, burdened with a myopia of 400 degrees, adorned with black-framed spectacles, and single. There's no place like home. Self-driving trips are exhausting. The key issue is that I'm out here alone, which makes it rather dull. Rent is due in March. It's vexing. Should I return to my hometown? Much like the majority of ordinary office workers, Wei Lai hails from the ancient city of Qin, from a single-parent household due to his parents' divorce. He bears his mother's surname, Wei Jun, aged 50, a retired teacher who prefers to stay indoors, binge-watching dramas while allowing her son to navigate life independently, without any pressure for marriage. A graduate from a second-tier university, Wei Lai's life oscillates between 2 points in Kyoto. Unable to withstand the mounting pressure, he resigned from his job and embarked on a spontaneous journey, not merely prompted by the easing of the pandemic and the allure of affordable travel. While the adventure was exhilarating, driving alone to Chengdu and cruising along the 318 national route slowly transformed the thrill of the journey into weariness. I must be out of my mind to venture out alone. It's too lonely. At the very least, I need a co-driver. Upon arriving in Lhasa, Wei Lai first indulged in a full day of sleep, then explored a few attractions, and finally, in a moment of folly, collected several stones from the high plateau before hastily returning to Kyoto. Covering the difference in room costs, self-driving band, the initial sense of freedom. What did I actually gain from this trip? He mused. I even inexplicably picked up a few worthless stones, which I'll have to discard soon. It's a hassle, although I don't need to climb stairs to throw out the trash. I can't even dare to pound the desk beside my computer. Wei Lai glanced at the stones, preparing to tidy up the clutter on his desk, when he witnessed one of the stones undergo a transformation akin to fluidity, swiftly shifting from white to black. The irregularly shaped stone morphed into a tetrahedron, with a double helix structure resembling DNA embedded within it. Maintaining an outward calm, Wei Lai's inner thoughts raced as he pondered his next actions. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his ears, synthesized and electronic. Language has been converted. Detection of life signs initiated. Scanning civilization indicators of this world. Civilization subject, humanity. Civilization rating, 0.7. Civilization level, insufficient. Converting current civilization measurement units. No other civilized life within 3 meters. No other civilized life within 24 hours. Force binding successful. Initiating mimicry. Selecting form, chip skin. Complementary protective technology granted. Earth seed, desert type 1 not yet claimed. Insufficient energy. Calculating next communication time, 48 hours. In that fleeting moment, Wei Lai felt an unfamiliar presence at his left wrist, while his right hand clutched a black garbage bag, his body taut, and the hair on his arms standing on end. It was as if he had been frozen in time, immobile. 30 seconds passed, perhaps even longer. What the hell? He exclaimed. Is it possible for a non-orphan to receive protagonist treatment? Could someone truly possess a system? No way. After approximately 2 hours of mentally conjuring possibilities, another individual, discreetly and without disturbing others not wishing to be deemed insane, called out to the system in a variety of volumes and methods, from loud exclamations to silent thoughts. Upon realizing the system remained silent, they recalled that communication would only be possible after 48 hours. What is this? Wei Lai mumbled, his hands never ceasing their actions as he retrieved his phone. Hello, Mom, where are you? Oh, never mind, I'll hang up now. We'll talk later. I thought I had traversed dimensions. Nearly gave me a fright. If nothing has changed, he'll just wait 2 days. Wei Lai mused. He ate, bathed, slept, and played video games. The 2 days passed swiftly. Throughout that time, he found himself unconsciously picking at his hands, the peculiar sensation within his psyche perpetually unsettling him, yet revealing no visible signs, the sensation merely that of skin. After indulging in some gaming, just as he clicked next round, a cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind. System unlocking phase. Current civilization status, level 0.7. Predefined goal established, 100 billion RMB. Unlock reward for achieving the goal, Level 1 technology. Research points, 70. Resources, 0. Parts, 0. Money, 0. Please specify the source. Unlockable preliminary technology. Drone Center, 100 research points. Technology mastered by the host, 0. The voice was distinct from that which had initially manifested before the system was bound to him, leaving Wei Lai uncertain of its origin, as if it emanated directly from his consciousness. Isn't this a bit awkward? If someone had been beside me from the start, would the system have failed to activate? Being single does have its advantages. Is this a simulation management game? I've played plenty of those, but the requirement of 100 billion to start is certainly a different level of difficulty. Wei Lai mused. What does designate source mean? Is it a channel for funding? Commander, please specify the source of funds to complete the preliminary task and unlock permissions. Based on the current structure of civilization, it is advised to register a company, designating the source of funds as the company's available capital. Ah, I see. I thought it was about charging money to gain strength. However, whether I invest or not seems irrelevant. With just a few tens of thousands, I could probably only register a small company. Luckily, there's no need for capital verification. What comes after registering the company? There should be a technology protection period to utilize this for profit, right? 100 billion, who could possibly earn that alone? Wait, does the system's investment sponsorship count toward the goal? It meets the criteria. Investment sponsorship funds qualify as the company's available capital. The response is quite agile, and this mode of communication is impressively advanced. I wonder if the technology we receive is equally remarkable. The name seems rather ordinary, but I will only know once I accept it. Wei Lai mused about the reward, and the system promptly provided a prompt. Do you wish to claim the reward? Yes. A gentle warmth radiated from his wrist, and a green leaf-shaped graphic appeared, gradually fading away. Wei Lai felt a plethora of knowledge regarding desert reclamation and tree cultivation imprinted in his mind. Commander, you have now mastered the Earth-type seeds, Desert Type 1 ecosystem. The cultivation method for Desert Type 1 trees is patentable, and the attributes of Desert Type 1 trees are as follows. Survival temperature, 30 to 75 degrees Celsius. Suitable soil, arid, sandy, conventional soil. Effective thickness for afforestation, greater than 1 meter. Planting density, spacing of 4 meters between trees. Afforestation seasons, spring and autumn. Drought, flood, wind, and sand resistance. Moderate strong sandstorms. Precipitation requirement, low height, 1,015 meters. Growth cycle, 15 days. Lifespan, 5,070 years. Efficacy, soil improvement, wind and sand fixation. Cost, 10 yuan per gene. Can be purchased with money. Protection period bonus, 100 gene. Reflecting on the information just received, Wei Lai distilled his thoughts into 2 words. Impressive. It's time to name the company. This technology is too advanced, and I must develop it discreetly. Let's call it behind-scenes technology, which encapsulates the company's prowess while embodying sophistication. Perfect. In the following week, Wei Lai busied himself with moving and vacating his old residence, renting a small courtyard in the suburbs of Kyoto to serve as both the office and temporary living quarters. He opened a bank account and had a seal made, ultimately accomplishing the establishment of the company. The monetary circulation has been designated as the company's capital account, currently under verification. Target completion status updated, 25,000,100 billion. System, how can I acquire research points? How do I unlock new technologies? Insufficient permissions, please complete prerequisite objectives. At this point, it seems I cannot extract any further intelligence. I have merely 10,000 in personal assets left. I must carefully consider my next steps, or I may not be able to afford food before unlocking anything. Attracting investment is challenging without connections. Desert reclamation must follow governmental pathways. Who would tackle this individually? If this advanced technology continuously emerges, it will require strength to maintain it. It's daunting. I feel like I might be drawn into a precarious situation. In truth, I am managing decently ill. Just put out of my mind and get a good night's sleep. Amidst such musings, Wei Lai awoke the next day around noon. The temperatures at the end of May had become less forgiving, compelling him to turn on the air conditioning. After the initial shock had worn off, over half a month had passed. Speaking of which, how did I so readily accept the presence of this system? Wei Lai chastised himself lightly. Once he regained his composure, he conducted a brief assessment of his current situation. The primary objective was to generate income through various means to officially unlock the system. The technology within the protection period was already astonishing, igniting within him a flicker of anticipation for the formal unlocking of the system. Acquiring everyday necessities through technology far surpasses the mere act of afforestation. Without the right avenues, possessing talent feels utterly futile. Wei Lai pondered as he picked up his phone to order takeout. I nearly forgot how isolated I've become in this desolate place. I suppose I shall settle for a quick meal of baked flatbread. After hastily consuming his meal, Wei Lai retreated into his home, beginning to jot down his thoughts. It seems evident that accumulating data is paramount. Technological advancements are not mere rhetoric. Caution is imperative when promoting them, for the risks of mismanagement are ever present. While afforestation projects hold merit, their unpredictable applications are daunting. Environmental transformation often entails high costs with minimal returns, requiring extensive time, generally reserved for philanthropic endeavors akin to those of Masterma, which indeed exert significant societal impact. The notion of waiting 15 years for a single tree to mature is unnerving. I cannot afford to wait decades. Thus, it appears that social standing plays a crucial role, presenting considerable challenges. Chapter 2. Establishing the base. Wei Lai is a rational and composed individual. Possessing a system equates to embarking on entirely new life. Despite his grievances and apprehensions, he harbors immense expectations for the system. In his everyday existence, Wei Lai has indulged in countless novels, and after thorough contemplation, even the most stoic cannot help but feel exhilarated. To encapsulate Wei Lai's current state, one might envision his eyes transformed into currency. For him, the system signifies more than mere monetary gain. Liberated from a monotonous existence, he aspires to become a pioneer of technology not merely in a game, but in reality. This stark contrast promises profound satisfaction upon achieving success. According to my objectives, unlocking 100 billion is the goal. Currently, I possess merely over 20,000. The challenge is formidable, as amassing such a substantial fortune through conventional means is arduous. I must evaluate the feasibility of patents. Should I submit them to the government, my amateur status could expose me to vulnerabilities. While the state would compensate me with corresponding funds and status, it is improbable they would allocate 100 billion. Moreover, my educational background and societal standing are exceedingly ordinary, posing an excessive risk. Even if I apply for a patent, this technology may fall under confidential patent conditions, which would yield significant benefits for the state. Directly selling to oil-rich nations would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences for me. Specialization is key. Once I accumulate the necessary 100 billion, I shall submit my findings to the state to garner goodwill. They can manage the logistics thereafter. For now, I shall refrain from applying for a patent, as no one else can currently decipher this technology. Thus, it appears the route of patents is not viable. Wei Lai sat contemplating at his desk. Ultimately, I must devise a plan. 100 billion is no trivial sum. I wonder if acquiring a desert for development is feasible, especially since the government encourages afforestation. After transformation, I could profit from reselling, but I must secure a base for myself. If I can gather sufficient data points, the next unlock will be drones, necessitating my own factory. Yet, I return to the issue of insufficient funds. Perhaps I should check on my mother's financial situation. With that thought, Wei Lai called his mother. Hello, Mom. I've started a company and require investment. Can you really manage a company? Haven't you fallen victim to a pyramid scheme? The pressure in Kyoto is immense. Perhaps you should return home and seek a stable job. She chided. Wei Lai felt a mixture of gratitude and amusement. It's true. I registered a company just last week, named Behind the Scenes Technology Company Limited. You can look it up online. Your son is now a boss. Oh, you've made progress. How many employees do you have now? What industry are you in? I'm in the process of hiring. Wei Lai replied, somewhat awkwardly, falling silent. All right, I won't press you further. Your mother has saved up 200,000. I will transfer it to you shortly. Now I must get back to my drama series. Save some for yourself. Beep, beep, beep. Here we go again. You never let me finish, Wei Lai thought, dismissing any sentimentality. Both mother and son were pragmatic individuals, acutely aware of their circumstances. Before long, a notification of the transfer appeared on Wei Lai's phone. After a series of operations, he transferred the funds from his personal account into the company account, receiving real-time feedback from the system. Target updated. 225,000,100 billion. Impressive. You can even track how much money I have in my account. How about creating a global leaderboard for the wealthy? That would be far more engaging than this barren seed business, he mused. With the financial issue resolved, his focus turned to the development and management of the company. The term black technology signifies its ability to dominate an entire era. If one seeks rapid wealth accumulation, selling seeds would be a rather foolish endeavor. Despite contemplating submitting his patents to the state as a contribution to Earth's environmental efforts, Wei Lai muttered to himself, "Once I earn 100 billion, they'll hand them over." The growing season is in spring and autumn. There are still 3 months left. I must work diligently. A week later, in Kiel City, after expending 3,000 of his own funds for handling fees and investing 100,000 from the system, Wei Lai acquired 50 square kilometers of land in the southwestern region of the Desert Highway. Indeed, 50 square kilometers enough space for 500,000 houses of 100 square meters each, with a 7-year property right, 3 years of tax exemption, and potentially interest-free loans if well maintained, all supported by national policies advocating the reclamation of barren mountains and deserts. Of course, despite the vast expanse, the selected land had low vegetation coverage and scant rainfall, consisting predominantly of sand with no access roads. For others, acquiring such seemingly valueless land would be classified as a perplexing human behavior. No investor would choose to undertake the management of such terrain, save for the government's initiatives aimed at combating desertification. Even the local officials, while processing Wei Lai's paperwork, must have wondered if he was yet another affluent heir seeking to gild his image through environmental conservation. Upon receiving his documents, Wei Lai returned to his hotel in Kiel City, took a shower, and was preparing for rest when the system's voice echoed. Land use rights detected, scanning plot size, converted into system standard units, 50 grids, gifted prefabricated building, solar panel cost, 1 metal maintenance, 0.5 metal basic output, 2 electricity, generates power during the day, efficiency diminished by dust and sandstorm severity, occupied area, 3 squares, gifted unit, RC Command Vehicle Commander, unique, indestructible durability, 100, daily durability recovery, 1 terrain agnostic, contains a self-sustaining life support system, living quarters, command center, and supply storage area equipped with 4 drones, maximum drone capacity, 8 command range, 500 squares universal storage limit, 15 occupied area, 0.5. There's a peculiar feeling that this system does not wish to linger on Earth. It somewhat resembles the base vehicles from Red Alert. What more can I say about a vehicle occupying 0.5 square kilometers, but that it's impressive? Where's the squeezing of toothpaste in this? Perhaps they learned from the microfruit company. Couldn't everything be clarified at once? Insufficient permissions, formal unlocking for inquiries. Indeed, the restrictions are infuriating. Suddenly, I find my 50,000 properties less appealing, with a solar panel occupying 3 squares. After a brief slumber, Wei Lai eagerly sought a driver to take him to a gas station on the Desert Highway, procuring basic supplies for several days. Seizing the opportunity of solitude, he ventured deep into the desert. After walking for over an hour, Wei Lai addressed the system, claimed the gifted unit. Commander's position locked. Appearance mimicry. Environmental camouflage. Desert. Life support system self-check passed. Initiating deployment. Under the blazing sun, a sand wall materialized silently, stretching infinitely. Soon, a door measuring 5 meters in height and 3 meters in width opened on the wall, lowering a black flat escalator. What's with such grandeur? Is it to ensure everyone notices? Wei Lai hastened forward. The escalator swiftly retracted, revealing the interior with silver-white walls and corridors. Entering the vehicle, he had no time to explore or be awed as he followed the mental guidance towards the command center, inquiring, "How do I move?" A map appeared in his mind, divided into 50 squares. Without a second thought, he chose the central position and commanded the command vehicle to move. From the outside, it appeared as if a small dune was swiftly rolling towards the heart of Wei Lai's territory. It was at that moment that he took a proper look at the command center inside the vehicle, a rectangular room, approximately 100 square meters in size, with a circular platform of about 10 square meters in the center. A holographic projection displayed the conditions of various areas within the vehicle and the terrain surrounding it within a 10-kilometer radius. Wei Lai fell silent, pointing at the circular ring on the floor, asking, "What is this device called?" "This is a panoramic simulation scanner, a technology already present on Earth." Wei Lai felt rejuvenated. His understanding of this world was woefully limited. Living in an era of peaceful development and competition, with technology advancing at a breakneck pace, which nation could possibly lack hidden capabilities? Wei Lai profoundly sensed that if one wished to progress, to lead humanity towards a future of civilized technological advancement through the system, reliance on the system alone was insufficient. Knowledge, resources, and talent were imperative to expedite technological growth. Without diligent effort, Not only would the daunting sum of 100 billion be hard-earned, but one would also risk being outpaced by the tides of civilization. Chapter 3 Major Construction. Wei Lai did not want to be indistinguishable from the crowd. After nearly 30 years of living, the country likely had a lot of hidden treasures. Transitioning to civilian science and technology would probably need to be done smoothly to prevent issues. Technological maturity does not equate to application maturity, as it must also face societal scrutiny, or else it becomes challenging to resolve, much like online violence. Therefore, a change of mindset was necessary. Initially, he had hoped to develop discreetly. Now, he needed to gain national recognition quickly to secure more funding and attract talent. Otherwise, without money or prestige, development would surely be slow. The seeds must be planted as soon as possible, and after achieving results, he would contact the media for public reporting and then promote the company. At the same time, he needed to engage with inspection teams to attract attention, thus enabling cooperation with the state, as it is indeed easier to thrive under a big tree. Planning was essential, including interest-free loans, government subsidies, and social investments. The desert highway itself was also a tourist attraction, with hopes of turning it into a tourist destination, a pearl of the desert. The country had strong technology, and the system was even stronger. First, he needed to study the base vehicle thoroughly. Thinking about exposure was secondary. He had to take a good look at it quickly. The command vehicle was divided into 4 sections. The front was the command center, followed by the energy area, then the living area, and the rear was the supplies storage area, with a passage running straight to the back. The entire vehicle's area was divided in a ratio of 1:3:3:3. Wei Lai looked at the projection from the panoramic simulation scanner, with 4 unknown-sized tires driving the vehicle across the desert, slowly moving toward the center. Wei Lai stood up and walked to the metal door of the command center, where there were square indentations on the ground. After stepping onto it, a voice rang out from inside the vehicle. Permission granted, entry allowed. The metal door opened to both sides, leading into the passage, where the walls flickered with complex circuit connection markings, indicating that the vehicle was operational. Standing again in the square indentation, the voice for entry permission sounded, and the door automatically retracted to the sides, leading into the living area, directly facing the door to the supply storage area. There were also doors on both sides. Approaching the left side, the door opened automatically, revealing metal tables, chairs, and beds, with a small compartment for a bathroom. To the right was the kitchen. The living area was equipped with appliances such as a refrigerator, washing machine, television, and computer. Though small, it had everything necessary. Such an alien technology also used electricity? It had computers? If it truly replicated itself, that would be quite bizarre. There were no brand names visible, similar to a hotel, and the kitchen was empty. Thankfully, he had brought instant noodles. Wei Lai set down his bag and walked out towards the supply storage area. Upon entering, the left side was a general storage area, with a screen displaying storage conditions, 0:15. Upon opening, there were a total of 15 slots, all empty. The right side was a drone docking station, which he couldn't enter. The screen on the door displayed 48. After touring the vehicle, Wei Lai returned to the command center, where the panoramic simulation scanner showed the vehicle had stopped in the center of the desert, waiting for the next instruction. Wei Lai organized his thoughts, stepping out of the adventure state of exploring alien ruins. It turned out that having seen much made him less astonished. Now, his ability to engage with new things had significantly increased. Sitting in the command center chair, he silently asked the system, "How is the command vehicle's energy replenished?" This system is equipped with its own power system, which automatically charges. What can the drones do? Drones, semi-automated multifunctional vehicles, controlled by the command center and drone center, with functions including construction, collection, maintenance, transportation, terrain modification, and repair. Cost: 1 electronic component unit. It seems these 4 drones solved the problem of hiring workers. In this vast desert, I can temporarily put off road construction and first plan the sowing range. After all, it's all sandy land. I can live in the vehicle, but it would be unrealistic to green the area without a place to stay. Currently, the funds amount to 125,000. Starting from the roadside gas station on the desert highway, I'll set a lower standard for road construction, aiming for about 100 meters, which would cost around 30,000. I can't set up a company right next to a highway. That is not feasible, even though the desert highway isn't exactly a freeway. I also need a small truck, which would cost 20,000, and building a small courtyard would take at least 30,000. while a diesel generator and miscellaneous expenses would add another 30,000. That leaves me with about 10,000 to spare. As night fell, Wei Lai went to the living area, ate instant noodles, and went to bed early. The next morning, he controlled the vehicle to the gas station and returned to standby. Then walked for over an hour to reach the gas station, where he called for a vehicle to take him to the nearest city, Hyul. They say to escape the city and live the idyllic life you yearn for, having been away from the city for just a day. Wei Lai couldn't help but marvel at the breadth of urban life as he entered the city. Life needs a sense of ritual. After naming his place the behind-the-scenes technology Greenland cultivation experimental base, the grand construction career of the next 2 months was about to begin. Cement, sand, bricks, noise, dust, mixers, safety helmets, sweat. Under the blazing sun, Wei Lai witnessed the birth of it all day by day. The first time mixing cement, the first time laying bricks, the first time operating a roller, the first time installing a generator, the first time drilling a well, despite being nearly 30. All of this felt fulfilling and accomplished for a child raised in the city. On August 22, 2020, a barely noticeable fork in the road appeared on the desert highway. With poor conditions, potholes, 3 meters wide and 100 meters long. In fact, it was hard to call it a road, as the state did not allow private road construction on public land. At the end of the road stood a small courtyard made of bricks and tiles. It was not beautiful, but a small truck was parked in front, with a sign out front reading, "Behind-the-scenes Technology Greenland Cultivation Experimental Base." Wei Lai's company front was successfully established. The square kilometer behind the small courtyard was surrounded by a wooden fence. This rustic ambience, combined with the astonishing feeling of exploring the research command vehicle, created a unique experience for Wei Lai. It was a collision of futuristic technology and primitive survival. Upon arriving at the office, Wei Lai was focused on contacting the inspection team and the state, placing books related to desert management and plant cultivation like mountains and desert plants in Desert of China and its management in the office within the small courtyard. Once everything was in order, Wei Lai quietly returned to the command vehicle and instructed the 4 drones to plant the seeds. This was also the first time Wei Lai saw the drones. With a 4-meter-high body, the upper part was equipped with various mechanical arms, giving a sense of multifunctionality. The orderly arrangement was not chaotic, and the chassis was tire-based, causing no bumps as it moved through the desert. The efficiency of the drones was extremely high. Wei Lai took a nap inside the vehicle, and when he returned, the drones had already come back to the command vehicle. Back at the small courtyard, Wei Lai spent another day installing surveillance cameras to monitor the park. Over the next 15 days, he witnessed the miraculous emergence of life, which was incredible for this stage. Chapter 4: Awe-inspiring green. Yellow. On August 24th, the weather was clear. Wei Lai checked his balance, 53,781,000 billion. The pale number constantly reminded him that he needed to convert it into tangible assets quickly. Well, with 5,000, he could still buy 500 pounds of seeds. So he had to think of a way to promote it. With little funding, he registered a personal Weibo account and started posting photos or short videos daily, waiting for trolls and skeptics. If it gained traction, it could hit the news and provide free publicity. Wei Lai bought another 500 pounds of seeds, placed them in the storage room of the small courtyard, and headed to the planting area. The seeds were buried 12 meters deep in the soil, with a row spacing of 4 meters, evenly inserted into the planting area by the drones. The top layer of the soil was severely desertified, and looking around, it was all yellow. Wei Lai's small courtyard and the planting area are among the better conditions within the contracted land. At least there are no sand dunes formed yet. Deeper in lies an endless desert. He opened his phone and posted a Weibo message using his account as the boss of a behind-the-scenes technology company. 15 days to witness a miracle. The desert turns into an oasis. On the first day, as the wind and sand began to dazzle the eyes, he took a panoramic photo with the essential prop, the sign of the behind-the-scenes technology company's Greenland cultivation base, in the frame. The climate of the desert is dry and hot. The initial shock of seeing the desert gradually faded, replaced by a sense of loneliness. The desolate desert with mountains and seas makes one feel the harshness of nature. After leaving the park, Wei Lai drove a small truck. Spending his own money to buy a thermometer and hygrometer in the city, strolled around the supermarket, feeling less lonely. By evening, he drove back to the small courtyard. Facing the afterglow of the sunset, Wei Lai arrived at the entrance of the planting area, installed the thermometer and hygrometer next to the company sign, then went inside to grab a fan and a small stool, sitting near the seeds he planted, admiring the sunset scenery. Before long, he witnessed the miracle of life. With only one phrase left in his mind, breaking through the soil, he saw the surface soil slightly vibrating and sinking, as if something underground was struggling. Wei Lai quickly took out his phone, remembering to take photos and record material for Weibo, and saw a translucent green sprout breaking through the ground, touching the air and sunlight, visibly growing 3 to 4 centimeters in speed, the bright green slightly yellowing, with 3 slender leaves emerging. At that moment, the green leaves, yellow sand, and red sun formed a breathtaking picture. Wei Lai foolishly held his phone, took 2 more panoramic photos, quickly opened Weibo, shocked, and posted the green story of the desert on the first evening, uploading 3 photos, then sat in the sunset staring at the newly sprouted sapling until the sun set. He felt that the sapling had grown a little taller and didn't mind it anymore. Scrolling through his phone, he saw a comment from a user named Big Wealthy Family saying the scenery was nice. Noticing that no trolls were around, he packed up and went inside. The desert night was quite cold. Wei Lai didn't stay in the small courtyard at night. He went into the command vehicle where the temperature was suitable. After taking a shower, he walked to the command center and said, "Check the planting situation." The panoramic simulation scanner displayed that the underground roots were continuously growing, while the data beside it listed the temperature, humidity, soil moisture, soil improvement level, and growth progress of the plant area, showing a growth progress of 12. Wei Lai gasped, "Very good, very strong," and turned to go to sleep. On the second day, he took his daily photos and posted on Weibo, day 2 of the 15-day series, reporting the growth situation, noting that the sapling had grown quite a bit, with pale green leaves. On day 3, he noticed a drastic change. The sapling had reached about 1 meter in height, with a brown trunk and yellow-green mixed leaves. On day 4, it had grown to over 3 meters, predominantly green leaves with a few yellow ones. By day 5, the diameter of the tree was starting to expand. On the 6th day, the windbreak forest had taken initial shape. Although Wei Lai saw no significant changes, the park was lush and vibrant, giving a spring-like feeling. Scrolling through Weibo, he finally encountered a troll. "The photos are fake. Share the story you just made up." And he uniformly replied, "Don't believe it? Come see for yourself," with a smile appearing on his face. The user from the Big Wealthy Family who commented first also replied with a check-in, supporting him. On the 7th day, the branches and leaves were flourishing, and the cultivation of the new variety was very successful. Wei Lai started to get serious, sharing a sped-up clip of the 7-day surveillance footage, which caused the heat to soar. More netizens began to join in, debating with the trolls under the company's Weibo post, with comments like, "The video can't be real. It looks fake at first glance. Don't be fooled. Just eating melon." Facing these comments, Wei Lai adhered to a unified response policy. Turn right at the Desert Highway gas station, go 100 meters. Behind-the-scenes technology company Greenland Cultivation Base. If you don't believe it, come see. Welcome to visit. After another round of advertising, he happily returned to the small courtyard. On the 8th day, while pondering how to post today's Weibo, Wei Lai was in a daze in the small courtyard when a reporter came to interview him. But unfortunately, it wasn't a girl. He posted a Weibo saying, "Day 8, the reporter saw it. It's real, growing fast. Welcome to visit." He had gotten used to posting daily photos. On the 9th day, the air in the botanical garden felt much fresher, with noticeable dust reduction. And more insects appeared near the well in the small courtyard. No one visited today, but the online heat remained high, with more people joining the discussion about authenticity. Meanwhile, in the office of Huaxia Agricultural University, Lin Qing said, "Old Wang, have you seen Weibo? That boss planting trees in the desert?" Wang Chua replied, "I've seen it. I'm not old. Looking at the pictures, they are new varieties, but I don't know if it's real. Contact the investigation team there to check it out. If it's real, I'll hurry over to take a look." Lin Qing said, "Let us go together then." Wei Lai was unaware that his strategy had successfully caught the attention of 2 big shots. On the 10th day, Xinjiang Daily reported on his park. But it wasn't as he imagined. The headline read, "Desert Management Needs More Young People." Wei Lai, who considered himself part of the middle-aged generations, angrily quoted the newspaper headline directly in his Weibo content, then scrolled through the comments, where netizens commented a bunch of righteous remarks, and thus another day passed blandly. On the 11th day, the trees were 7 to 8 meters tall, with dense branches and leaves, filling the park with greenery, showcasing the strong vitality of the trees in the desert. In fact, the scene before Wei Lai made him lose interest in jokes and playfulness. The towering trees made Wei Lai call them monstrous, while also instilling a slight fear in him. In the afternoon, he received a call saying the windbreak and sand-fixing team would arrive soon. Wei Lai hurried outside, waiting 5 minutes at the courtyard gate when an off-road vehicle drove up. Two middle-aged men, clearly long-time locals, and a college student-looking guy, all wearing glasses and matching white short sleeves with black long pants, appeared energetic and capable. "Hello. We are from the windbreak and sand-fixing team. You contracted this desert 3 months ago. We're here to look at your development status, whether you've done any greening, if you have any difficulties, and what your needs are." The older middle-aged man spoke first, introducing himself. Wei Lai responded, "Hello, I am Wei Lai, the founder of the behind-the-scenes technology company, and also the person in charge of this desert. I'm Li Junin, just call me Li Gu. This is Chung Yuan. And this young guy is Lu Sha, a PhD, our assigned expert." The man who spoke first introduced. "Hello, Li Gu, Chung Gu, an expert, please come in." Wei Lai led the three into the office, explaining that he started this venture to cultivate new varieties for desert management. The three couldn't help but show respect. After a few pleasantries, Wei Lai followed the three to take equipment from the vehicle and led them into the park. Lu Sha carefully observed the characteristics of the trees, took notes, and measured many data points. Upon learning that the growth cycle of the tree species was only 15 days, all three were exceptionally shocked. Then they returned to the office, looking eagerly at Wei Lai, inquiring if there were any difficulties. Wei Lai was not polite and told the three. "First is the funding issue. All my initial investment has drained my savings, and I need more funds for turnover. Then there is the outcome. I plan to expand the planting area as much as possible. Also, does the government have any subsidies or anything like that?" Li Junin responded, "In your case, you can apply for an interest-free loan. As for expanding operations and subsidies, we need to report it. We have understood the points you raised, and we will contact you later. The technology you possess is very effective and has a huge impact on desert management. The application should go through without any problems, and you can come to the city to handle the relevant procedures then. We'll wait for your call." The three didn't say much. They were all action-oriented, quickly exchanging a few words before leaving. Without mentioning how much work the three did after leaving, Wei Lai felt a bit excited as he sent them off, thinking that he had finally taken the first step. On the 12th day, the leaves were gradually turning yellow, signaling that autumn was coming. A netizen commented, "Isn't September autumn?" On the 13th day, the tree trunk had thickened a bit more, and there were fewer green leaves. Wei Lai only posted a simple 2-character message 13 on Weibo, along with a picture, and then there was no further update. On the 14th day, he asked people to pay attention to the behind-the-scenes technology. On the 15th day, the leaves turned golden, and the desert transformed into an oasis. Please pay attention to the behind-the-scenes technology. On September 7th, 2020, the trees matured. The golden forest stood tall in the park, with sunlight shining on the golden leaves, which was breathtaking. Chapter 5: The Power and Influence of the State in the Office of Huaxia Agricultural University. Wang Qiwa, a 43-year-old male botanist and ecologist, is the head of the National Wind Prevention and Sand Fixation Team and an honorary professor at Huaxia Agricultural University. Wang Qiwa has made outstanding contributions to Huaxia's wind prevention and sand fixation efforts. At this moment, he quietly looked at the research report on desert management in Contract Area No. 73 in his hand and said to Lin Qing beside him, "The growth cycle is 15 days, which is true. From the report alone, we can only tell it is a new variety, likely a variant of the poplar. Other aspects need laboratory data for calculation." Lin Qing, a 41-year-old male ecologist and honorary professor at Huaxia Agricultural University, specializes in ecological environmental economic benefits. He plays an important role in improving desert ecology and economic development. He took over the conversation and said, "If they can start a company, they must have mastered the cultivation methods of new varieties. How's the soil improvement situation? Can it be promoted? I will check if there is a patent application. If it can be promoted, the development of desert land would be incredible." The two exchanged glances, both realizing the societal impact of this technology. Wang Qiwa said, "I will contact the Forestry Bureau and apply for an inspection team. I will send the report over." Lin Qing replied, "Okay, I will take a look at the report and study it." The report and application were quickly submitted, and the Forestry Bureau took it very seriously. The full name of the Forestry Bureau is the National Forestry and Grassland Administration of Huaxia, which is under the Ministry of Natural Resources. The director did not approve the report immediately, After reviewing it several times, he contacted the minister of the Ministry of Natural Resources and directly reached out to the office. The entire national institutional hierarchy is clearly defined and efficiently transmits information upwards. Wei Lai was unaware of the operations of government departments during this time. He had not been idle. While organizing materials, he was constantly thinking about how to quickly create high returns. The seeds and cultivation methods for desert management are invaluable to the country. Successfully managing land desertification can provide the country with a large amount of usable and developable land. On September 8th, it had been 6 days since the departure of the wind prevention and sand fixation team. Cheng Yuan and Li Junan visited, saying that a large inspection team would come here for research work in 3 days, and the surrounding security work would be taken over by the state. Wei Lai was startled and hurriedly asked, "Everything I have done is legal and compliant. I haven't done anything illegal." The two laughed heartily and said, "You are going to prosper. The state strongly supports desert management. If your new variety inspection passes, it will be a tremendous achievement." Wei Lai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, thinking he was scared to death, always feeling he would be taken for slice research. However, if slices were to be taken, it would be seeds, which had nothing to do with him. Regaining his composure, he replied, "That's good. I was thinking of contracting more land and then establishing my own research base." The two didn't say much more, saying he could raise any requests and then took their leave. In the 3 days that followed, Wei Lai calmed down and prepared for the reception of the inspection team. On September 11th, the inspection team appeared grandly before Wei Lai, led by Wang Qiwa and Lin Qing. Among the 40 to 50 people, Wei Lai only recognized Lu Sha. He did not know the others. Wang Qiwa approached and said, "Mr. Wei, hello, I'm Wang Qiwa, the head of this inspection team." Wei Lai led the team into the courtyard, and they introduced themselves to each other. The inspection team consisted of 10 from the Ministry of Science and Technology, 15 from the Ministry of Ecology and Environment, and 15 from the Ministry of Natural Resources. After greeting everyone, Lin Qing got straight to the point. "Mr. Wei, the last group said you cultivated a new variety. First, let's set up and debug our equipment, and then we can talk slowly. This is significant for the country. Additionally, if you have any needs, feel free to tell us directly." Wei Lai, being a straightforward person who had dealt with few people before, didn't think much and led the group to the park. Once at the park, Wang Qiwa and Lin Qing directed everyone to install and debug the equipment, arranging for Lu Sha to communicate and interact with Wei Lai. "What is the situation, Lu Gu?" Wei Lai asked. "Mr. Wei, just call me by my name. I submitted a report after returning, and they attached great importance to it. That's why the investigation team is here." Wei Lai had anticipated this situation. After returning to the office with Lu Sha, Wang Qiwa, and 2 staff members, Wang Qiwa said, "Mr. Wei, where are the other employees of the company?" Wei Lai felt a bit embarrassed and replied, "Well, I figured it out myself, set up a company, and when I had results, I would attract investment. Now that I have no money, I can't hire people." The 4 exchanged glances, looking at Wei Lai as if he were a curiosity. After a few seconds of silence, Wang Qiwa said, "Then what are Mr. Wei's plans? Does the company intend to continue operating?" Wei Lai knew the key moment had arrived. Without the system, his choice would definitely be to sell the patent for a large sum of money. However, with the system, Wei Lai had different choices and was also determined to continue running the company. "I need a lot of funds to recruit staff, expand the base, and it would be best to contract more desert land and develop the surrounding area to attract investment." Wang Qiwa said, "We have understood your situation, and we will report it as soon as possible. Specific staff will communicate with you." The staff recorded the situation and, after bidding farewell to Wei Lai, the 4 went to the park to conduct their inspection work. The non-drip irrigation system, relying solely on the underground water system and a small amount of rainwater, was indeed a miracle. Soil monitoring showed reduced desertification, solid fixation, and wind resistance at level 8. After 3 days of basic research, Wei Lai marked off another area next to the park and, together with the visiting experts, planted seeds for their research. After planting a dozen trees, the experts stayed for inspection, and Wei Lai returned to his office alone. In just 15 days, the experts experienced the miraculous power of life, just like Wei Lai. Suddenly, Wei Lai became wealthy. He never expected that completing the task would be so easy. As a reward for Wei Lai, he was awarded the National Technology Invention Award First Prize, a personal reward of 5 million renminbi, a contract to manage 330,000 square kilometers of the Taklamakan Desert, 300 billion in total, with an advance payment of 150 billion, and a contracted land operation license covering 50,000 square kilometers. Wei Lai couldn't have asked for more. Developing quietly was the rhythm he preferred. However, it was also true that the money went into the company account, and the huge sum was just a number. Coincidentally, he needed such a large number to unlock the system. Once the system was unlocked, even pigs could fly. Wei Lai was thinking, and a familiar cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Target completed. 150 billion, 100 billion commander permissions, officially unlocked Chapter 6 Technological Heritage pre-task completed. System permissions unlocked system carrier. Wei Lai, human, deconstructing social structure searching personal resources retrieval complete. System assistance form changed personal social universal resources. Currency, quantifiable, knowledge, non-quantifiable. Detected personal reward solar panels, not claimed civilization evolution route reset system corrected technological heritage model removed land parcel restrictions. Cancelled prefabricated building mechanism, reclaimed protection rewards opened free building mode, opened achievement evaluation system based on the development situation of civilization. Actions with significant impact will be recorded achievement, self-reliance, unlocked reward conversion completed, issued in the form of knowledge. Please claim as soon as possible. Wei Lai cast aside the distractions in his mind and silently called the system. His consciousness seemed to be pulled into a starry sky, where the stars flickered out. After turning to nothingness, two small light clusters appeared before him. Wei Lai reached out to touch them. The information from the left was knowledge inheritance, while the right was historical records. Steadying himself, Wei Lai understood that these were the two major sections of the system unlocked after completion. Knowledge inheritance referred to science and technology. So what was historical records? Curious. Wei Lai interacted with it, and the light cluster transformed into two options, achievements and historical records. Looking at achievements, a passage appeared, self-reliance, evaluation. The development of civilization lies in continuous correction. The existence of land parcels restricted the development of your civilization. By abandoning the land parcel model, you have gained more development space. Conditions met. Did not use land parcels to construct prefabricated buildings reward. Neural system enhancement technology. Wei Lai remained silent. This existence resembling a hidden task had too many traps. He inadvertently completed this achievement due to a lack of corresponding resources. Wei Lai pondered a lot. The technological rewards from the system should also be products of a certain civilization. If he followed the system's rewards without considering broader contexts, he might step by step reach a certain technological height. Could the development of civilization still be considered human civilization? The assimilation of technology was also the assimilation of civilization. Although some might say to use technology for improvement, they did not consider the extent to which advanced technology could crush inferior technology. The trajectory of civilization could only abandon the low level and embrace the high level. This weightiness of civilization clarified Wei Lai's goals: to leverage the system's power, accelerate the process of civilization development, and create technology that belonged to humanity, rather than simply copying everything. After much thought, Wei Lai looked at the newly unlocked historical records option, as if pressing the play button. The light cluster spread out into light and shadow, resembling a perspective from a camera installed at some location in the universe, showing an entire unknown star region. It zoomed in on a particular planet, which had unknown glowing plants, seemingly a self-sufficient life form. As the planet descended and turned into a meteorite, many plants died. The perspective drew closer, and Wei Lai saw a familiar image that only existed in science fiction films: insect eggs. There really were insectoids. Wei Lai stared intently at the image, watching as the meteorite gradually shrank while the insect eggs grew larger until they hatched, revealing their fierce appearance, sharp limbs, splitting, and devouring, leading to the extinction of the entire star region. The image playback ended, and slowly appeared the text: Devourer Civilization, Interstellar Destroyer. Will transform land parcels into resources for its evolution, then enter dormancy, waiting for prey signals. Mastered technology: ultra-fast adaptive evolution, ultra-fast cell division and regeneration, communication capture. Not usable. For historical records only. Observing the universe, one realizes their insignificance. Wei Lai felt a bit dazed. The overlap of science fiction and reality left him disoriented. Regaining his composure, he thought, with the system, he should have been prepared for this, but he still wanted to say, "Let us check my rewards." After saying so, he touched the knowledge inheritance light cluster, and the system displayed multifunctional unmanned robot technology, 1000 production and control of multifunctional drones, Applicable fields include construction, collection, transportation. Photovoltaic power generation optimization technology, 1000 preparation of new photovoltaic panels, conversion rate 72, neural system enhancement technology. Achievement reward biological agent synthesis methods and production. Used for enhancing human functions, physical strength, memory, intelligence improvement. Side effects: increased food consumption due to enhanced human functions. Room temperature superconducting material synthesis technology, conversion reward metal processing, and biological coating synthesis. Wei Lai frowned, closed his eyes, and the light and shadow flickered in his mind. Each piece of technology-related knowledge and theory flooded in, causing him to feel a ringing in his ears and a headache. Wei Lai drifted in and out of consciousness for 3 days. On the second day, Wang Chua accompanied Wei Lai to the city hospital for a checkup, where it was confirmed there was no major issue, just advised to rest more, as he had been overworked. "What are you working so hard for at your young age? Just take a good rest for a couple of days," Wang Chua said. Wei Lai felt awkward, thinking, "I haven't done anything, I'll be fine in a couple of days." But internally he was thinking, "Wow, this overwhelming influx of knowledge is too intense. I can't handle it. I hope I don't have to suffer like this every time. This system is too unconventional. Giving so much technology at once makes it feel much more difficult." However, it is indeed the case. Just storing this knowledge in my mind is overwhelming, let alone understanding it. There are also recycling rewards. What does that mean? So stingy. On the third day, experts began returning to work one after another. Wei Lai's spirits had improved significantly, and he returned to his small courtyard to organize the information obtained from the system and began planning the direction of his company's development. After learning about the threat of the devourer from the universe, he couldn't explain the truth to anyone. He believed no one could remain calm in the face of such a threat. The changes in the system were also enormous. What was initially a system for mining and manufacturing weapons had suddenly transformed into a research system where knowledge equates to power. With diverse technological knowledge at hand, Wei Lai's demeanor was slowly changing. Each infusion of knowledge filled him with a glimmer of hope for the future. Wei Lai recalled, "What does the 1000 behind technology mean?" The system replied, "Research points for unlocking the next stage of technology. Haven't I already mastered it? It's all in my head now. Current research points, 2000. How do I earn research points?" Research points are generated from relevant scientific research outputs. Currently, the host research points output is 1 per day achievement reward. Don't scientists conduct research daily? The research output of human civilization is calculated in an additive manner. The host does not currently possess a research base, so it is not counted. Wei Lai understood that to truly build his own company and team, he could not treat it with a gaming mindset. With substantial funds in hand, the company needed to set sail. Backed by the state and armed with technology, he was confident in creating a leading high-tech enterprise globally. Opening Weibo, the trending topics on behind-the-scenes technology held no appeal for Wei Lai. Those still gossiping were still gossiping. Wei Lai boarded a flight back to Beijing. Chapter 7 Behind the Scenes General Manager Wei Lai was a reserved person. He could hardly say a word to strangers, but he could speak at length with acquaintances, concealing a heart that loved to complain beneath a cold expression. The life of the wealthy was so simple, yet not dull. Especially when he stepped from the undeveloped wilderness into the bustling city, the first thing he wanted to do was consume. After all, he had been in the wild after making money. Wei Lai's consumption philosophy was also very straightforward. Spend what should be spent. After getting off the plane, he booked a high-end hotel he had previously hesitated to stay at and rushed to the mall, spending around 30,000 to outfit himself from head to toe. It wasn't an extravagant outfit of large gold chains and small watches, but rather everyday clothes along with a suit and leather shoes. The goods in large and small packages had dedicated personnel for pickup. Wei Lai, while marveling at the services of the wealthy, also sighed that it was truly delightful. After taking a taxi back to the hotel, he admired himself for a while before heading out. With the endorsement of luxury goods, Wei Lai's own temperament and image were significantly enhanced. In the evening, there were no extravagant lights or beautiful companions. Wei Lai casually found a quiet bar, ordered a beer, and sat there contemplating, actually daydreaming. Wei Lai was now also a well-off individual, possessing culture, but lacking a car and a house, with no flirting involved. He took another sip of his drink and quietly thought, the current company truly does not live up to its name. It feels more like a personal studio. The national tasks still weighed heavily on him. He initially thought that relying on the system and drones would quickly achieve greening, but it all got recycled. He really missed his base vehicle, a limited edition, not sure how long it had been since it was made. In fact, the system's land parcels and resources still held significant value, but now he felt completely lost. It seemed that the insect race had also obtained this system. He recalled it was mentioned that they could only consume resources within the land parcel range, indicating it was a powerful tool in the early stages, but a bottleneck later on. The origin of the system was also a story. It couldn't have been taken out by the insect race, could it? Wei Lai touched his wrist and continued to ponder. If the land quality is poor, improving it with trees would be good, but that means he first needs to build houses and establish a proper company facade. He set small goals one by one. Following the process, the first step is to renovate the company's facade. Based on the technology one currently possesses, a photovoltaic power generation system and a drone should qualify as primary technology. The remaining two are purely supplementary. This means I need to prioritize resolving energy and labor issues. I'm not the state. This is really troublesome. Regardless, I need to engage in engineering to build factories and procure raw materials. I need teams for environmental engineering and mechanical engineering. I should contact headhunting firms to recruit executives first. The glass was empty, and he settled the bill. Wei Lai returned to the hotel to wash up and rest. In the office, the leader put down the last document in hand and turned to the secretary. How is that tech company behind the scenes doing? It really has a strange name. After all, 150 billion was invested up front, a project approved by the leadership. Ignoring it would be too unrealistic. The company's accounts had not changed. Wei Lai had come to Kyoto today, supposedly to recruit talent. The inspection team had gradually returned to work. Professor Wang said that this new cultivation method has high research value. The secretary responded, no need to keep a constant watch. Just pay attention to the company's financial movements and avoid unnecessary spending. Let's call it a day? Yes, the secretary noted down in response. Spending money is also a skill. As the chairman and only employee of the company, there is an urgent need for personnel to build the company's framework. The company's development structure will continue to adjust and change with the scope and scale of operations. Wei Lai's primary goal is to find a general manager to be responsible for all aspects of the company's operations and execution. Gaokai Consulting, the top headhunting firm in China. Chen Xian, head of the headhunting division at Gaokai Consulting, 37 years old, has worked in the headhunting industry for over a decade. Wei Lai contacted Gaokai Consulting via phone and offered an annual salary of 5 million, while the average industry compensation ranges from 1 to 3 million. Chen Xian decided to take matters into his own hands. The two agreed to meet at a CAF. After confirming their identities, Wei Lai got straight to the point. Wei Lai from the tech company behind the scenes, nice to meet you. Chen Xian from Gaokai Consulting, nice to meet you. Mr. Wei. After their greetings, Chen Xian looked at the materials in his hand and said, Mr. Wei, excuse my bluntness, but our company has verified your company's qualifications. You have invested 100 billion, yet the office location is listed as an office building in the suburbs, and our people found no one there. What is the situation? Oh, that was a temporary office location. After hiring someone, I will choose a new office location in Kyoto. Currently, I'm the only one in the company. I'm primarily looking to recruit a general manager with an annual salary of 10 million. Chen Xian was a tactful person, adhering to professional ethics and basic respect for people, and continued to inquire, okay, does Mr. Wei have any specific requirements regarding gender, personality, or abilities? The materials indicate it's a high-tech enterprise. Do you have any industry requirements? After finishing his question, Chen Xian involuntarily twitched his lips, and his gaze toward Wei Lai also became strange. I have no specific requirements. Gender is not a concern. They must be reliable, hardworking, and must sign a confidentiality agreement. I have national projects. They should be able to accept business trips. As for the industry, there are no requirements, but they must have strong adaptability and open-minded thinking. My company is a technology-driven enterprise, preferably young people from the industry. Chen Xian's expression grew even stranger. Wei Lai sensed this and asked, is there anything else? Oh, Mr. Wei, when do you expect them to start? The sooner, the better. Okay, we've noted your requirements, and will quickly compile the information. If we find any suitable candidates, we will contact you immediately. After the meeting, Wei Lai was not idle. He continued to reach out to major office buildings regarding renting office space. 2 days later, Wei Lai received the personnel information sent over by Chen Xian. He marveled at the fact that it was indeed the top headhunting firm. Seriously reviewing the dozen or so profiles in his hand, and finally zeroed in on one. Su Qian, cold personality, extremely strong work capability, 27 years old. PhD from Kyoto University at 22, worked at Yuxing Technology Company for 3 years, was once considered the heir to Yuxing Technology, but resigned for unknown reasons. Later, he worked as an English teacher at Xining Education. A person with a story. Isn't this the protagonist template? Isn't this giving him a chance for a comeback? Yuxing Technology. I've heard of it. It's an industry leader. This is indeed a big deal. After communicating with Qin Xian, Wei Lai arranged to meet with Su Qian the next day. For Su Qian, the barbecue stall downstairs became a turning point in his life. At 6 in the evening, Su Qian finished work and took a shower. He received Qin Xian's invitation to go to the barbecue stall downstairs for dinner, and Wei Lai was introduced to Su Qian. The three of them drank quite a bit, discussing topics like ideals and change. The specific content was unknown, but they were very much like the brothers of the Peach Garden. 3 days after the drinking, Wei Lai invited Su Qian to meet. After their greetings, Wei Lai said directly, "Come work for my company. Annual salary of 10 million, as a general manager. Just helping a friend out. I know you have the capability." Su Qian looked puzzled, recalling that he could become close friends with this person on the day they drank together. "Are you kidding? I know you run a company, but don't joke around." After some understanding and conversation, Su Qian eventually accepted Wei Lai's invitation. Sometimes, straightforward conversations can be more persuasive, though they can also lead to misunderstandings. Fortunately, Wei Lai achieved a good outcome. Their general dialogue was, "Here's a protagonist template for you. Re-enter a small company, get promoted, and earn more. And surpass your former company. Are you in?" Sure. It was that simple and straightforward. Although they had only met once, Wei Lai needed talent. And Su Qian had his own goals. They hit it off perfectly. Su Qian's life was not going well either. The two invited Qin Xian to return to the barbecue stall. It was lively, eating and drinking, and the more indifferent a person appeared, the more they were often reserved in front of friends. When honest people get serious, their execution is indeed strong. Within a day, Su Qian resigned from his job, completed all the formalities, and called Wei Lai. "Where is the company?" "You pick an office building in a bustling area of Kyoto. Just rent a floor." "I've been searching for several days and Haven T found a suitable one." "Congratulations, the first employee of the tech company behind the scenes." "Is this how you run a company?" "I have money." Chapter 8. Company Structure October 1st. San Yuan Bridge, Tunglong Building, 32nd floor, tech company behind the scenes. A clean and tidy office environment, with office areas, rest areas, reception rooms, and meeting rooms all available. Wei Lai stood at the entrance of the office area, surveying his surroundings. "All right, Lao Su, this looks good. Let's air it out a bit. We'll have a meeting in a couple of days." Su Qian's indifferent face showed no emotion. "The venue is ready. What about the other people you've recruited? Starting anything is difficult." Wei Lai used various recruitment platforms and recommendations from Qin Xian to hire 2 female employees. On the 3rd day of the National Day holiday, Wei Lai scheduled a meeting at the office. He introduced the other 2 colleagues to Su Qian. Zhao Feiyun, female, 28, with short hair, spirited and capable. Highly sensitive to numbers, with 5 years of senior financial management experience. Yan Jiai, female, 26, gentle and generous, with excellent patience, accuracy, and efficiency, with 3 years of administrative management experience. Lao Su, you should get to know these 2. They're both beauties. Su Qian looked at Wei Lai with a puzzled expression. How about their abilities? Strong professionalism, and their resumes are good. As for whether they are truly capable, we'll find out through their work. Right now, it's easy to make changes with a small team. The 2 women exchanged glances, feeling a bit awkward, thinking, 2 straight men. Now that they had an office location, recruited staff, financial management, and coordination, they could hold a small meeting. Everyone has signed confidentiality agreements, so I'll share some company matters with you. I'm the chairman of the company behind the scenes, also involved in research. My academic qualifications aren't great, but I love to think things through myself. Recently, I developed a fast-growing tree species that is effective for desert reclamation. We have partnered with the government to undertake the greening project in the Taklamakan Desert. And the main goal of the company now is to complete the desert greening. The government has invested 150 billion, and we need to procure materials and cultivate plants ourselves. Based on the current needs of the company, we require a procurement department to buy vehicles and equipment. I personally have contracted 50,000 square kilometers of land. And my plan is to use 30,000 square kilometers as the company S-base, which will be the future headquarters. The remaining 20,000 square kilometers will be developed into a tourist city, requiring the establishment of a marketing department to attract foreign investment for development. This can be postponed. I will be in charge of the research and security departments, which need to be set up quickly. Right now, we have few people. So let us help each other and see if there are any flaws. After Wei Lai's description, the expressions of the three were quite interesting. If it weren't for the formal processes in place and the corresponding documentation, they might have thought they were on a pirate ship. So what exactly are the company's products? What is the research direction? What is the company's positioning? Su Qian asked. Currently, we are focusing on seeds. And I am developing new products in the fields of machinery and energy. All right, Su Qian replied. The company is technology-driven and needs a patent team. Whether selling technology or manufacturing products, this is essential. How will the company allocate its resources? What percentage of total income will be from research? Zhao Feiyan asked. Wei Lai thought for a moment. Research will account for 40% of the total. I want to build a leading global technology company. Yan Jiai pondered for a moment and said, I will coordinate with everyone to arrange the work. Wei Lai replied. Then I will arrange it like this. Yan Jiai will be the head of the administrative department, managing administrative patents and human resources. Zhao Feiyan will be the head of the finance department, managing daily asset scheduling and accounting. Su Qian will set up the business department, responsible for procurement and marketing. I will handle research and security, with Su Qian coordinating everything. Contact me anytime for special situations. If there is a need for manpower, go find it. Better to have fewer but capable elites. Confidentiality and reliability are a must. After leaving the conference room, Wei Lai took a deep breath. The first step for the company had just been taken, and the research base was the key to whether he could soar. The system provided various forms of technology, and Wei Lai needed high-precision mechanical engineering to create multifunctional laboratories adaptable to different types of technology, to meet the rapid development of the company and the unfolding of the technology tree. Without needing to elaborate, the finance and administration departments fully supported Su Qian in recruiting personnel and establishing the business department. Wei Lai visited the National Veteran Service Center to express his recruitment needs for veterans, giving them the company's address before leaving. Time did not stop its advance. The number of company employees increased day by day, and every day in the office, Wei Lai, Zhao Feiyun, and Yan Jiai could be seen busy. The three were outstanding, and the company's framework improved day by day. Wei Lai frequently traveled between Kyoto and the desert. The trees in the two planting areas stood tall, and the soil quality had noticeably improved, with a significant decrease in desertification and a small amount of lichen coverage appearing on the ground. The construction of the business department progressed gradually, with procurement of construction materials already sent to the cultivation base. Wei Lai contacted 2 construction teams to upgrade and renovate the original courtyard, which gradually took on the appearance of a 3-story building. And the surrounding garages and warehouses were also taking shape, resembling a cultivation base. Next to the cultivation base was another construction team, with a bustling construction scene, leveling the foundation and covering about 500 square meters with sand, as a small machinery manufacturing plant was rapidly being established. On New Year's Day, there was a day off. With the new year upon them, the pandemic had not yet been eradicated, lurking in the corners and ready to strike a heavy blow to human civilization. The country's vaccine research had made breakthrough progress and was about to be produced for public use. Wei Lai felt that everything was moving in a positive direction. Looking back over the past 6 months, it was due to tourism, the system's surprises, efforts for civilization, and the fulfillment that came from hard work. A new year brought new changes, and the behind-the-scenes technology company gradually transformed from a shell company into a small team of 50, showcasing the footprints it left as it began to walk. The company's development was both abnormal and fortunate. The support of 150 billion in funding and system technology allowed Wei Lai to grow smoothly. Outstanding individuals always stand out. The process of development is nothing more than discovering and solving problems. After 2 months, the company structure was adjusted to 6 major sections: administration, finance, legal, business, engineering, research, and security. Each department also had corresponding leaders: Wei Lai as chairman and RD director, Su Qian as general manager, Yan Jiai as administrative director, Zhao Feiyan as financial director, Chen Shui as legal director, Tang Mingjiang as business director, and Yu Zhuogong as engineering director, with Wang Yong as security supervisor. A male veteran aged 30. On January 2, 2021, just after New Year's Day, Wei Lai led the employees to the behind-the-scenes technology company Green Cultivation Base to assess and calculate the vehicles, equipment, and project teams needed for planting trees. Shortly after arriving at the cultivation base, someone reported that the wind and sand prevention team, Li Junan and Cheng Yuan, had come to visit. The receptionist guided them to Wei Lai's office. Li Ge, Cheng Ge, please take a seat. Li Junan looked around and said, the changes are quite significant. It finally looks like a company now. Good job. Wei Lai smiled, thanks to national support. The two went straight to the point, explaining their purpose and handing documents and materials to Wei Lai. It turned out that the government had planned and managed the desert areas over the past few months and required Wei Lai to carry out afforestation according to the plan. After all, with an area of 330,000 square kilometers, seed cultivation and planting would take time. According to the route planning, priority would be given to areas for planting to quickly establish a transportation network, with completion expected in 10 years. Wei Lai agreed but thought to himself, the initial time will definitely be long. The more seeds we cultivate, combined with my unmanned robots, the faster it will become. Chapter 9. Efficiency in Machines for a Company. Capital is the essential foundation for survival. Like the survival rules of most living organisms, the basic materials for life are water, oxygen, air, and food. For a company, it is capital. The growth and expansion of a company are akin to life itself. The demand for nutrients increases. Once there is a shortage in supply, the outcome for the company will be decline and extinction. The company staff is well prepared, waiting for Wei Lai's next plan. In Wei Lai's view, the afforestation project is not an isolated endeavor. If it is carried out using existing technology, it may take more than 10 years. Of course, to accelerate the progress of this project, it can only be done through increased investment, hiring more manpower, purchasing more equipment, and starting multiple threads simultaneously. One should not think that the country's money is easy to access. The afforestation project is not just about planting trees with limited land resources. Improving land resource utilization has always been an important direction for national development. Through afforestation, the ultimate goal is to eliminate deserts and make land usable. Large-scale planting, especially in desert terrains with harsh plant growth conditions and low survival rates, has been fundamentally addressed by Wei Lai through new varieties. The second issue with desert terrain is inconvenient transportation. Overcoming desert terrain for comprehensive afforestation requires road construction to connect transportation networks so that materials can be delivered to the appropriate locations. The transportation of seeds requires vehicles and roads, while road construction needs infrastructure materials like steel and concrete, and the synthesis of these materials requires various specialized equipment. The use of all these tools relies on people. The country invests $300 billion, and over 10 years, exchanges it for a significant amount of usable land and mature desert management technology. During this decade, material production and procurement, labor placement, and gradual environmental improvement will all be beneficial. For Wei Lai, the country's investment and support represent the unity of the company's and the country's interests, allowing the company to grow and develop from scratch while also placing shackles and limitations on its growth. In 10 years, if the company does not achieve technological breakthroughs and development, it will slowly transform into a plant cultivation company focused on greening, relying on a contracted area of 50,000 square kilometers, evolving into a national botanical garden. Growth is often accompanied by impulsiveness, having seen the vast starry sky. Wei Lai is not satisfied and will not willingly accept the country's long-term stable development plan. With ample funds available, a three-pronged approach can be pursued simultaneously, improving through photovoltaic power generation to provide energy, mass-producing drones to solve labor efficiency bottlenecks, and quickly completing the afforestation project while perfecting the production and manufacturing system. Wei Lai informs Su Qian to gather the senior management for the first formal company decision-making meeting, confirming the commencement of 3 major projects: expanding the machinery manufacturing factory, establishing Wei Lai's private laboratory, and discussing product functionalities. I already have mature theories and ideas for electric-driven unmanned machines, and I have a mature solution for the energy issue. I'll make a list shortly to prioritize setting up my laboratory. Once basic testing and verification are completed, we can go into production. Lao Yu, you are responsible for the expansion of the machinery factory. Purchase all the necessary equipment, enhance the first factory, and once the test results are out, start establishing production machines. Prepare the site and buildings for the second factory for product production. Su Qian replies, then I will handle the seed cultivation project. Can General Wei ensure the technical feasibility? Otherwise, discussing the product is meaningless. Wei Lai responds, Promoting the energy system is too troublesome. Prioritize self-use, mainly for machine-related product functionalities. Tang Mingjiang adds, relying on national projects. Prioritize developing planting robots for company use and sales, with applications that can be subdivided into customized agricultural sowing machines and tree planting. As for pricing, it will depend on production costs and machine efficiency. After detailed discussions, the company operates efficiently. On February 11th, New Year's Eve, Wei Lai informed his mother early that he was returning to his hometown, Chengdu. It was not the countryside, and the lack of firecrackers and fireworks made the festive atmosphere feel less vibrant, but the warmth of the occasion remained unchanged. He helped his mother paste couplets and clean the house, and during the New Year's Eve dinner, he shared his experiences and achievements with her. Wei Jun remarked, "Not bad. It's good to venture out. I'm not rushing you to get married, but when will you carry on the family line?" Wei Lai replied with confusion. The company had given him a 15-day holiday. Wei Lai switched to a leisurely mode, eating, sleeping, playing games on his phone, and after the Lantern Festival, he left Chengdu for the park. The laboratory and factory were gradually taking shape, but the harsh winter in the desert posed many challenges for construction. There are always various problems in the initial stages. A sudden heavy snowfall covered the Taklamakan Desert, a rare sight found in few deserts worldwide. The White Desert and the snow-clad park, after the snow melted and the sun shone down, made one marvel at the wonders of nature. The roads were closed, halting construction for 2 days. Wei Lai and everyone brainstormed together to prepare the planting equipment and seeds before the early spring in March, officially launching the afforestation project. Su Qian supervised the national project while Wei Lai worked alongside the project director, Yu Zhuagong, inspecting the equipment and factory and formulating factory regulations. On April 1st, the laboratory was officially completed. Wei Lai immersed himself in the laboratory, handing over the company's operations to Su Qian. China's manufacturing development is not leading compared to the world. To assess a country's manufacturing level, one looks at high-precision processing. Countries at the lower end of the industry can only become factories for raw material processing and do not receive much benefit. Wei Lai could not obtain high-precision facilities. The technological barriers between countries still constrain human development. In the somewhat rudimentary laboratory, there were basic manufacturing tools, and fortunately, for the technical components of unmanned machines, the existing functional requirements do not demand high precision. One of the major difficulties constraining unmanned machinery technology is the energy issue. A powerful energy supply is essential for achieving various functions. Solving the energy problem is crucial, as a machine that does not need to rest can significantly enhance efficiency. Wei Lai's knowledge base is sufficient for him to become a master of mechanical design, based on the inspiration from the contour planting technology of seeders and transplanting machines. After determining the functional modules of the robots, various parts in the laboratory were processed and formed through machine tools, assembled and installed, gradually revealing the appearance of the unmanned robots. Chapter 10. Handcrafted robots. A 3-meter-tall robot stood in the laboratory, its metal shell not yet covered, composed of a head, body, and limbs. Up close, it seemed like a pile of machine parts mixed with dense wires. The shapes of machines are diverse, compared to various robots designed for different situations. Humanoid robots do not have any advantages. However, within the structure of human social civilization, humanoid robots still hold significant meaning. For modern society, various machines and devices continue to emerge, and fixed mechanical technology has permeated people's lives. Large machinery can perform tasks that many humans cannot, but they also have inherent limitations due to terrain constraints. Machines are tools used to improve efficiency, serving as replacements for repetitive labor and calculations. The size of a machine is determined by its functions and uses. As a planting robot that requires rapid deployment and application, humanoid robots can conveniently carry other modules to execute planting tasks. The desert landscape is not simply flat ground, high ground, canyons, or dunes. The variety of terrains determines the size and weight of the machines. Such robots can be produced by any country, but they lack a control system. Unmanned operation does not literally mean no one is operating it. It generally refers to remote control and automatic operation. The planting robot lacks the installation of various systems. In other words, the large figure standing before Wei Lai is just a shell. To make the robot operational, a complete working system is necessary. The core of the system is the underlying logic of the robot, which is programming. Robot programming language is a type of programming description language that can succinctly describe the working environment and the actions of robots, allowing complex operations to be realized through as simple a program as possible. Like general programming languages, robot programming languages should also have characteristics such as clear structure, unified concepts, and ease of expansion. From a practical application perspective, in many cases, operators manipulate robots in real time. The system has provided Wei Lai with a legacy of knowledge, helping him solve the major challenges of programming. In programming, Wei Lai can be considered a beginner, but the system has given him a rather advanced machine language. Wei Lai does not fully realize what a treasure the programming knowledge he possesses is. At this stage, there is no one for Wei Lai to communicate with. The first installed system is the robot's working system, which automatically plants seeds in a desert terrain, where seeds need to root and sprout at a depth of 12 meters. In simple terms, the workflow involves moving, drilling holes, and placing seeds. The problem that needs to be solved has come to the control system. The electrically powered robot, with various electronic components, is restructured in Wei Lai's hands to form the core components for controlling the drone. This rectangular electronic component, the size of a drawer, controls the operation of the entire drone. This is the essence of the multifunctional unmanned robot technology provided by the system, true cutting-edge technology. By setting various parameters, it achieves interaction between the robot and the environment in the execution of commands. In simple terms, there are three main functions: environmental scanning, precise positioning, and movement control. Wei Lai installed it in the robot's head and named this system Sensation. Next is the energy conversion necessary for the machine's operation, the power system. If the machine's energy supply can only run for a few minutes, it is extremely unsuccessful as a mobile robot and as a fixed robot. Its efficiency cannot match existing factory mechanical processing. The disadvantage of humanoid robots lies here. Given the current energy storage systems and power generation efficiency, the size of a mobile robot is undoubtedly too large. By preparing photovoltaic panels, the system's optimization technology is utilized, discarding traditional generators, achieving miniaturization and energy upgrades. The movement of machines in the desert requires more energy. After a series of operations, the robot's power consumption for movement reached 3, while the power consumption in working status reached 5, with a movement speed of 100 km per hour and a maximum speed of 120 km per hour. Wei Lai looked at the robot he had created with satisfaction. A week later, at the behind-the-scenes technology greenfield cultivation base, Wei Lai, along with Su Qian and others, conducted the first practical application test. Everyone looked at the machine in front of them, and no one thought it would succeed. The robot in front of them had not yet been fitted with an outer shell, weighing 135 tons, constructed from wires and components, giving off a strong wasteland style. Yu Zhuogong thought to himself, I originally thought it was an all-terrain vehicle for planting, but it turned out to be a robot, without a powerful control system. Whether it can move is still uncertain. With this level of programming, what can't be done? Large manufacturing factories wouldn't dare directly engage in these unmanned robots, which is quite strange. Let us just watch for now. Unlike Yu Zhuogong's thoughts, Zhao Feiyun and Tang Mingjiang were deeply worried about the future. Although the public is not unfamiliar with robots, from a product perspective, if the product has a single function, its efficiency compared to other machines may not gain a competitive edge in the market, necessitating multiple versions for iteration and upgrade to enter the market. Market promotion and finances could severely hinder the company's development. Su Qian knew that Wei Lai intended to develop in cooperation with the state, taking a high-end development route. But he had never seen a company that had just received its first investment start building robots. He felt that Wei Lai was somewhat overambitious. Seeing the expressions of everyone, Wei Lai was just short of writing wait and see on his face, and quickly said, let us start testing. Yu Zhuogong hurriedly arranged for employees to record. Wei Lai asked someone to put seeds into the machine, started the machine, and set the planting range to 1 square kilometer. The machine quickly began to operate, inserting, pulling out, and moving to the next position in one go. Maximum seed carrying capacity, 50 gene. Seed sorting error, 13 seeds. Good turning, good terrain adaptability. Obstacle test passed. Full power consumption test passed. Continuous operation good. Planting speed constant. Planting time per square kilometer, 6 hours. Everyone watched in amazement. Su Qian was somewhat excited and asked, what's the cost? Can the functionality be further developed? Wei Lai scratched his head. I haven't calculated yet. I was too focused on manufacturing. Yu Zhuogong's eyes lit up. President Wei, do you have the data? Can I study it? Wei Lai replied, "Not for now. I still need to improve it. I'll give it to you when it's finalized." 4 engineering machinery designers, a brand new piece of mechanical equipment, especially a technological product that shouldn't appear at this stage, deeply stimulated Yu Zhuogong's research interest. Unconsciously, he also looked at Wei Lai with a hint of respect. Wei Lai joked, "Everyone has signed a confidentiality agreement. This is currently the company's top secret, so don't go posting it on social media, haha." The group had not been at the behind-the-scenes technology company for long, and now there was a sense of anticipation towards Wei Lai and the company. Su Qian noticed the change in everyone's mood and smiled slightly, thinking to himself, "Not all companies are like yours. Let us see the real deal." Another week passed, and Yin Jiai was busy working with the legal team, Qin Shui, on various patent applications and purchases. Zhao Feiyun was calculating the costs of materials and company expenditures. Everyone temporarily stayed at the desert base, waiting for the second test of the robot. The same robot had changed its appearance to silver white, made of aluminum alloy, and its weight had dropped to 16 tons, the weight of a small car. The change in appearance greatly enhanced the robot's aesthetics, while performance had not improved much. The results of power usage were also tested. It could run for 3 days at full power and 5 days of movement. Meanwhile, Wei Lai was working on building the production line, but the choice of power equipment left him in a dilemma. Wei Lai called Su Qian over, and after a moment of silence, said, "My drone uses new energy technology. If launched, it might have a significant impact." Su Qian asked, "How big?" Wei Lai fell silent again. "Maybe everyone won't need to buy electricity anymore." "How did you get the investment?" "Talk to the state." "Then that's it. You're running a company, doing not doing politics for people's livelihood. You can't think too much." Wei Lai suddenly realized. He was an observer while being confused as a participant. From obtaining the system to gradually influencing the world, he was afraid the state would find out. But at the same time, to achieve the first goal, he didn't want to make a fuss. His company was established based on the state's existence. What matter was reliant on the state. The development of technological civilization is not the effort of one person, but the progress of a generation. Chapter 11, Electric Energy Surge. On May 17, 2021, the company celebrated its first anniversary. Wei Lai solemnly contacted Professor Wang Chihua, asking him to help convey his intention to contact the leaders, saying there was a significant event to report. Wang Chihua, not understanding the details, looked at Wei Lai's serious expression and somewhat reluctantly contacted his superior, the Minister of the Ministry of Ecology and Environment. "I want to ask what it is specifically. Is it good or bad? I need to be mentally prepared," Wang Chihua said. Wei Lai gratefully replied, "It's a good thing, regarding the company's investment and development. After all, it's a national project. This isn't a special approval project, so I wouldn't dare to make decisions on my own. Thank you very much." The minister had a good impression of Wei Lai, as the Ministry of Ecology and Environment had long been in an awkward situation, having gone through a special period of pollution followed by governance. The SEED event has made significant breakthroughs and developments in environmental protection and resources, injecting a strong stimulus into sectors that have long been slow in terms of long-term capital returns. Additionally, since it is a project specially approved by high-level leaders, the minister reported upwards that Wei Lai needed a face-to-face meeting, and the secretary quickly conveyed this. Soon, the secretary's call reached Wei Lai's phone. "Mr. Wei, you have an hour at 3 o'clock this afternoon." "Okay, thank you." The existence of the state is essentially to serve humanity, providing a better living environment and more convenient life. If the application of technology is not well controlled, it may lead to wars and conflicts, shrinking the soil and environment for human survival. You are a person with a sense of social responsibility, a talent nurtured by the state, and you are part of the nation. Don't worry too much. China is vast and rich in resources, with a wealth of talented individuals. It can't be just you figuring out solutions. The state has always encouraged and supported the development and research of technology. You are a genius. You may feel that the national system and policies limit your capabilities, but at the same time, they also protect you, as interests can be very tempting. I've also been paying attention to greening efforts. What did you name the new variety you cultivated? I haven't named it yet. Then let's call it Hope. Wei Lai's conversation with the high-level leader went exceptionally smoothly, even surprisingly so. He did not expect that this meeting would not only grant him the identity of a scientist at the China Academy of Sciences, but also open up the eligibility for material procurement, prioritizing the supply of raw materials and industrial equipment for his personal use, which he could not obtain before. As for the company's product materials, they would still go through social channels. In other words, Wei Lai's private laboratory had already reached a national level. The secretary brought a large amount of data and documents to Wei Lai, along with access to the national database concerning laboratory-related confidentiality documents and authorizations. With his hand getting tired from signing. Achievement unlocked. Trust of the nation. Wei Lai was suddenly startled by the system's voice and quickly checked it. Trust of the nation. Evaluation. Trust is mutual. Your sense of responsibility towards society is also an acknowledgement of the current social status. The nation trusts you. And you decide to advance and retreat with the country. Conditions met. Recognition from national agencies. Reward, deep scanning technology. Correspondingly, a segment of historical footage was unlocked. In the starry sky, a massive interstellar fleet, various space stations, mining stations, running quietly, strangely devoid of any signs of life. Until the energy was exhausted, there was no more light. It looked terrifying. Did a virus cause extinction? Wei Lai pondered. On the flight back to the desert base, Wei Lai returned with Xiaoxin. And Xiaoxin, female, 25, the confidential secretary assigned to Wei Lai by the state, meticulous and decisive. If one were to ask about her appearance, she would undoubtedly be strikingly beautiful, with a graceful figure, a stunning woman. Acting as a bridge for communication between the state and Wei Lai, she was responsible for resource applications for Wei Lai's laboratory. Upon returning to the company, Wei Lai handed the robot's data to Yu Zhuogong and worked with him to set up the production line. Only by establishing the production line could mass production of the robots commence. The first robot was handcrafted by Wei Lai, and he did not intend to hire more workers. In Wei Lai's view, the development of robots would inevitably replace basic manual labor, and this time he aimed to create a fully automated unmanned production line. To establish a complete production line, the primary goal was to build machines that could produce other machines. Within Xiaoxin's procurement, a bunch of specialized equipment and high-precision machinery was acquired, and the machine tools for producing unmanned robots were quickly built. The head, body, limbs, sensory systems, power systems, and assembly systems constituted a complete production workshop. Next was another crucial energy factory, the photovoltaic panel production workshop. Photovoltaic panel components are devices that generate direct current electricity when exposed to sunlight, made up of solid photovoltaic cells primarily from semiconductor materials, such as silicon. Photovoltaic panels can be made in various shapes, and the components can be connected to generate more electricity. Rooftops and building surfaces can utilize photovoltaic panels, even being part of windows, skylights, or shading devices, which are typically referred to as building integrated photovoltaic systems. Modern society has matured significantly in photovoltaic power generation technology. The downside is that photovoltaic panels are not easily decomposed and have a short lifespan, with the efficiency of power generation being a critical flaw that requires more space to expand the panels for collection and generation. However, the system technology has increased the conversion efficiency of photovoltaic panels to 72, with a more mature lifespan of 10 years and easy decomposition. The concept of distributed photovoltaic power generation merging with the grid can also be realized. As a secondary energy source, electrical energy is convenient to convert, easy to control, and is one of civilization's rare core high-quality energy sources, yet the level of research on electrical energy is still far from its limits. The materials and equipment for photovoltaic power generation were transported to the desert base, quickly forming a new technology factory for photovoltaic panels. The areas involved by the behind-the-scenes technology company already encompassed three major aspects: energy, mechanical manufacturing, and environmental transformation. Achieving certain accomplishments in each field is by no means easy. With the system and technology, Wei Lai was able to rise rapidly across various fields. As the first batch of photovoltaic panels was produced, Wei Lai took the lead in upgrading the company's power system. Under the sunlight, deep blue photovoltaic panels spread across the power planning area, and Wei Lai seemed to see electric currents converging and weaving, creating a storm of power across the globe. Compared to the fleeting moment of the steam revolution, the era of the electrical revolution has not yet ended. Meanwhile, the seeds of a new industrial revolution have quietly broken ground, revealing their sprouts. Chapter 12, Preheating Energy Supply. Resource input, mechanical transmission, processing and synthesis, assembly of parts, and product output. This is the basic process of an unmanned automated production line. Unmanned automation technology is not artificial intelligence. Although many links are similar, the distinction lies in the machine's autonomous judgment. Similarly, machines make different judgments and execute commands based on calculations, but the application of machine autonomy remains a challenge in today's world. The problem facing Wei Lai is the productivity of seeds and machines. The area for planting seeds is calculated by square kilometers, with a single-season growth increasing by a factor of 2. This includes the research and reserve needs for new species. Although trees grow quickly, the mass cultivation of seeds still requires time. Even though the technology is provided by the system, it does not mean that the tree species do not have their disadvantages. A single tree's yield per season is only 1 seed. Wei Lai has about 400 gene of reserves, sufficient to plant only 4 square kilometers. For Wei Lai, who replaced manual labor with robots, insufficient yield hindered the company's progress. A simple calculation shows that 1 pound of seeds contains 600 seeds, with a spacing of 44 meters between plants. The theoretical planting quantity for 1 square kilometer is 500 trees. Excluding rocky and faulted land, there are approximately 560,000 trees in a square kilometer, consuming 100 gene of seeds. A single robot can plant 560,000 trees in 6 hours, which is an exaggerated figure. Of course, the current production robots can only carry 50 gene, requiring round trips for seed replenishment and power supply, which slows down efficiency. Even so, at a planting rate of 1 square kilometer per day, it would only be enough for 4 days' worth of planting. As a product, this robot is undoubtedly a failure, with Tang Mingjiang raising the issue of product iteration. The robots equipped for the unmanned automated production line only include the body and have not undergone module assembly for production. Tang Mingjiang proposed a modular approach to achieve multifunctionality for a mobile industrial robot. The company's main business focuses on selling and operating sensory systems and mechanical bodies as selling points, to facilitate adaptation and the development of module functions. A convenient operating system is essential to save costs on training and streamline operations, which Wei Lai also needs time to develop. As for the new photovoltaic panels, they require inspection and approval from national technicians before they can be marketed. Wei Lai is currently at a loss regarding the development of the operating system. Although the implementation methods and production techniques for the sensory system are etched in his mind, and he is clear about the data for setting various functional parameters, transforming this into a multifunctional adaptable system remains quite challenging. For example, there are machine languages, assembly languages, and high-level languages. To popularize production and bring it into the public eye, it is necessary to use the appropriate language to make the robot understand your thoughts. Once the operational technology is made public, the company will no longer need to rely on this business. Wei Lai is also learning about compilation. After leaving the laboratory, Wei Lai returned to the base dormitory, feeling overwhelmed. The high-tech elements in the novels seemed unreal, while starting a company and casually selling things turned out to be much more difficult. Currently, he couldn't sell a single product and was entirely dependent on the government's financial support. After mumbling a few words, Wei Lai remembered that he had not yet checked the new technology rewards, so he took the opportunity during his break to look it up. Deep scanning technology, achievement reward method for making an unlimited pulse detector, capable of producing a panoramic simulation scanner. Wei Lai was speechless. It was an old acquaintance. It seemed that achievement rewards were like a lottery, some good, some bad. The previous nerve enhancement looked impressive, and he planned to create one for himself someday. It felt odd. Initially, they were sending base vehicles to power stations, but now everything had to be manually made. It was just like a pay-to-win mobile game. First, you lose in a match, then you go home and start from scratch. On the television, the news broadcast reported, recently, scientists from the Huaxia Academy of Sciences have successfully cultivated a new fast-growing tree species named Hope Seed, which has taken root in China's Taklamakan Desert. Under the leadership of the Central Committee and the State Council, significant efforts are being made for desertification control and returning farmland to forest, making great strides in the protection of the natural ecology. The Green Planet Project has now officially launched a large-scale greening project in the Taklamakan Desert region. The state has started to report and generate buzz. For now, regardless of other matters, the tasks at hand require time to develop. However, the impact of the central media's report was enormous. In the information age, various self-media platforms are flooded with mixed information in people's lives, with a large volume of information, numerous channels, and fast transmission speeds, which were unimaginable compared to the past. Even so, the significance of central media is different. No matter how much useless information people filter out, reports from central media have their value, guiding the cultural and social direction of Huaxia. Major media outlets quickly followed up with reports, which was contrary to Wei Lai's original intention. In addition to his information being classified and unqueryable by the state, everything about the company was exposed to the public. Employee information, establishment date, including the company's registered capital going from 1 million, filled out by an agent, to 150 billion, was all uncovered. As for why the behind-the-scenes tech company was locked down so quickly, it was simply because it was the only company near the desert highway, or the behind-the-scenes tech company's green cultivation base. What kind of company is the behind-the-scenes tech company? How long does such a large-scale project take? What changes will it bring to the ecological environment of the Earth, and will the desert landscape disappear as a result? These questions became topics of conversation during meals. Previously, the boss of the behind-the-scenes tech company had tweeted that the desert would turn into an oasis in 15 days, which had even trended on social media. It turned out it was a government initiative. Surprised, people initially thought it was just a clickbait tactic for attention, but it turned out to be true. Those claiming it was fake were proven wrong. Setting aside the discussions on Weibo, Su Qian represented the company in an interview, discussing plant growth and cultivation, explaining that the company is a high-tech enterprise established in cooperation with national research institutions. A special report was made by the Walk into Science program, which explained meteorological precipitation. The formation of green ecology also disrupts the desert ecosystem, and animals like camels are likely to become extinct. Experts' analyses sparked a surge in desert tourism. Life remained plain yet busy, and no one noticed that the seeds in the desert plantation quietly mutated. Chapter 13. Green Crisis. The exact timing of the mutation of Hope seed is no longer verifiable. Wei Lai clearly remembers that on November 11, 2021, the area surrounding the company transformed into a sea of forests. The concrete and cement ground was spared, and the once ubiquitous sandy terrain turned into soil, with green lichens and moss covering the surrounding yellow desert. The desert environment of the plantation area completely vanished, and the trees reached heights of 9 stories. Back to the early days of the news release, Wei Lai was still working on creating a user-friendly control system. Although he had mastered machine language and knew how to design and apply various parameters, expanding the product's adaptability for global application was quite challenging. The future inevitably trends toward robots replacing human labor, liberating simple repetitive tasks. After manufacturing 10 planting robots, the company ceased production, keeping them as reserves for personal use. The yield of seeds was far lower than the speed of machine planting, so Wei Lai and the company did not need to waste resources and capacity in this area. The difficulty of compiling the sensory hardware system exceeded Wei Lai's expectations. He initially thought that relying on the relevant technology in his mind would quickly lead to the system's development, but in reality, the hardware system provided functional realization, while the software system could bring convenience. The software system is an important means to shorten human learning time costs. Without a software system, it would be like the use and popularization of computers. Human life is limited. If everyone had to learn for several years before being able to use a computer, it could be imagined that only a small portion of people would ever master it, potentially even giving rise to a profession of computer operators to assist others. The essence of robots is to replace humans in completing tasks and liberating labor. Training costs and time costs determine that the promotion of robots requires a user-friendly operating system. Wei Lai lacked knowledge in this area but also did not want to open source and expose core technologies to society, clearly holding the interests in his hands. Even for the advancement of human civilization, he had no intention of blindly handing over the benefits he had worked hard to obtain, especially since Wei Lai was diligently striving to usher in the age of robots. On a side note, the employees of the behind-the-scenes tech company currently have little personal life. After the company's establishment and recruitment, everyone spent little time in Kyoto, quickly transitioning to 2 locations, and now they are stationed at the desert base. Wei Lai asked Su Qian to resolve the employees' accommodation and promised that each employee would have their own set of housing. In other words, if you came to work, you would have a house in the current desert, which would become an oasis in the future, even if it holds no value now. The recruited personnel are all highly educated social elites with mature work experience. However, the emotional issues among the company's senior management are that they are all single, which is absolutely not Wei Lai's intention. After all, the recruitment criteria included acceptance of long-term business trips and remote work. In the rapid development phase of the startup, work often overshadowed personal matters, and compared to public affairs, personal matters were far less. The vast desert of the western region remained desolate, but the cultivation base now resembled a headquarters. The production department, machinery factory, office area, living quarters, cafeteria, and even small grocery stores and restaurants have started to open. Construction is still ongoing, and the silhouettes of high-rise buildings are beginning to emerge. The 100 meters of small road that branched off from the gas station on the desert highway has also been widened into a dual lane. Su Qian, in the office, looked out at the distant desert. And one could say that the current scene is also a desert wonder. The green hope tree seems to isolate a piece of heaven and earth, with one side being a sea of yellow sand, and the other side a towering cluster of buildings. The lush trees have become a new attraction on the desert highway. Compared to the vast poplar forests, the green cultivation base of the technology company is just a small player, merely an extension of the gas station's rest area. After the national news release, the number of visitors has greatly increased, bringing considerable popularity to the current township enterprises. This place has become a holy land for botanists and ecologists, where ancient species of plants are cultivated to beautify the environment, provide shade, adjust temperature, reduce wind speed, decrease noise, offer privacy, and prevent soil erosion. Humans are still striving to explore the mystery of photosynthesis, the most basic survival mechanism of plants. The growth cycle of new varieties is short, and their lifespan is long, but the investigation into new plants is still far from sufficient. Through comparative observation, experimental slice studies, changes in growth morphology, soil adaptability, and more information is still under investigation. The emergence of a new variety has an impact on all aspects. And in the laboratory of the green cultivation base of the technology company, experts from various fields are calculating various data. The seeds cannot adapt to polluted soil, and there is no change in seed morphology. The 377th experiment on soil pollution adaptability has failed. The indicators are normal. Call the assistant to dispose of this batch of seeds. This is a daily routine for a certain botanist's simulated experiment. What he does not know is that the seeds have been buried in the sand along with the garbage. 15 days later, a tree sprouted in the garbage burial area. And media reports marveled at the resilience of the hope tree. No one paid attention to such trivial matters. The media's excitement and skepticism did not affect the Green Planet project. Research indicated that the materials of the hope trees are excellent building materials and harmless to humans. Negotiations are underway with various countries regarding greening projects, as the degree of desertification abroad is not much different from that at home. The desert landscape of Earth accounts for 20 of the world's land, and the world's attention is focused on the Taklamakan Desert. There are many doubts on Weibo, and the vast majority of skepticism is about superficial projects. Feng Han, a prominent figure on Weibo and a senior of Su Qian, is the founder of Pre-Life Technology Company. No one knows his alternate account, and he questions on Weibo, with limited seed yield, why are seeds growing in the landfill? Such voices were quickly drowned out in the chaotic information. When Feng Han learned that Su Qian is the general manager of the technology company and that it is a high-tech enterprise, he began to pay formal attention to this company. No one wants to see a member they personally kicked out of the team rise in a competing company. After seeing that there was no negative impact on the technology company, Feng Han did not care, as public opinion stood on the side of the technology company. From the release of the national news in early June to the end of October, the daily changes seemed joyful to ordinary people, as the green lichens and moss quickly covered the area around the company. Tourists and self-media platforms continued to passionately discuss the coverage and novelty of the green area, while experts in government departments both domestically and internationally gradually fell silent, replaced by a huge panic. Chapter 14. Out of Control. The reason is still unclear and is under investigation. The scene cuts into 3 parts, and the same sentence appears in 3 different places, looking somewhat absurd from a bird's-eye view. In the office, the leaders are silent, investigating the cause and presenting different response plans. In the Forestry Bureau, the director and Wang Chua are puzzled about what is happening. Preliminary tests indicate increased soil moisture. The growth environment for moss requires high humidity, while that for lichen requires high air quality. However, what's bizarre is that the coverage is too fast. Laboratory data indicates that the new variety does have a certain effect on improving the ecological environment, but it is not as astonishing as it seems. The only certainty is that it is related to the new variety. In the laboratory of the green cultivation base of the technology company, Wei Lai greeted the experts, refrained from disturbing their work without finding out the reason, and urgently notified Su Qian and others to hold a meeting. Everyone's expression was serious. Wei Lai took the lead. Currently, the specific reason is unknown. The growth of lichen and moss has been too rapid. It is definitely related to the new variety. Let us wait for the latest results from the laboratory. What will happen if we continue on the current trajectory? Su Qian asked. According to the current situation, the desert greening project has basically advanced ahead of schedule. The survival environment required for lichen and moss is fresh and humid air. The biggest change might be the climate, with increased rainfall expected. Then we need to prepare for disaster prevention. Let us observe the changes. There is currently no better way to handle it, Su Qian responded. On October 20th, 2021, a formal research result was placed before the leaders. Soil eutrophication? High moisture content. That's in the desert area, not in fertile plains. The leader suppressed his anger, feeling he had been dealt with. Yes, experts have detected that the desert has completely turned to soil, and the land is nutrient-rich with high soil moisture. So, does this mean the change is a good thing? Experts predict a significant impact on future rainfall. With a high increase in rainfall, then prepare for natural disaster protection and check the national drainage system. This is something that should have been arranged anyway. So increase the priority. What exactly caused this? Currently unknown. Experts speculate that it's due to the regional coverage planting of the hope tree, which has a short growth cycle and the feedback from the hope tree on the soil. Due to the long-term lack of rainfall and being located in a desert area, the soil is undergoing rapid changes, leading to a significant increase in lichen and moss. Research more thoroughly to prevent such uncontrollable situations from occurring again. At this time, new changes appeared at the desert base, as mutated seeds broke through the soil and began a frenzied growth period of 15 days. The entire company fell into panic, and Wei Lai felt deep remorse, as he had only grasped the methods of plant cultivation and desertification control technology, but hastily promoted planting, which led to this green crisis. This incident was a fatal blow to the company, and the team simultaneously expressed great concern about the company's future development. Has the investigation result come out? Wei Lai asked anxiously. Su Qian replied, Not yet. Did you give all your cultivation methods to the country? Yes, I gave them all. Do you think others are fools? Can't a botanist tell if something is missing? Wei Lai took a deep breath, and the two fell silent. If the seeds named Hope do not stop spreading, they will soon spread globally, turning the entire planet into a sea of plants, and the problems that arise will not only be about the interaction between plants and humans. With plants covering the globe, animal populations will explode, global oxygen levels will rise, and humans and animals will need to adapt to the Earth's environment to maintain their population survival. While plants will greatly compress humans' living space, making everyone a lumberjack, fighting against nature once again. The state of oxygen saturation caused by increased oxygen levels can also be fatal, potentially shaking humanity's position as the planet's dominant species. Wei Lai reflected on himself, due to excessive reliance on the system, after obtaining the seeds. He considered himself half a botanist, the kind with severe specialization, lacking fundamental theoretical knowledge, which could lead to gaps in thinking about technology application. If not handled properly, it could lead to significant social changes. Wei Lai felt a deep sense of powerlessness, placing his hopes on numerous experts in the state. He resolved to fill his mind with a thirst for knowledge. Time marched mercilessly amid the anxious waiting of the crowd, and the leader arrived at the satellite observation base. The vegetation coverage of the Taklamakan Desert had reached 65, and from the satellite cloud map, it was still expanding. Have the experts analyzed the mutated tree species? Yes. Bring over the report. The leader flipped through it and asked, what is the specific situation? The seeds were contaminated by soil, resulting in mutations. Chapter 15. Humanity out of the game. On November 20th, there were only 3 days left until the official press conference held by Huaxia, and the green coverage area exceeded human imagination. Green covered 2/3 of the Taklamakan Desert, although most areas had not yet grown trees. Everyone knew that in just a few days, this green moss and lichen would be covered by hope trees, filling the green surface. The conspiracy theories from Western media surged, sweeping across the information world. The vast green desert, under satellite observation, resembled a guiding light, and the sharks, sensing blood, launched an attack. Huaxia may have leaked a large-scale bioweapon experiment. Huaxia attempts to challenge natural ecological laws. Hope is actually a virus carrier. And other reports emerged one after another. The pressure of public opinion fell back on Huaxia. The country remained silent, and the press conference 3 days later became crucial. All international cooperation plans for desert management were terminated, while domestic efforts continued to tackle challenges. The international situation suddenly became tense. Has the cause of the mutation been identified? The leader took a deep breath. It has been clarified that after the laboratory's seed contamination test failed, it underwent inactivation treatment, with no life signs observed. The source was a garbage disposal site. After 52 hours, the seeds showed signs of life again and began to grow. It must be said that it was truly a miracle of biology. Has the toxicity test passed? Is there any harm to humans? It has passed, showing no harm to humans. However, the experts appeared somewhat hesitant. Go ahead, leader, let's temporarily abandon this project. The mutated seeds can turn the desert into soil, with astonishing effects. It is expected that in another month, the Taklamakan Desert will disappear and the species of the desert ecosystem will face extinction. Moreover, the rapid expansion is also due to the seed's rapid division, quickly occupying large areas of the desert. The current consumption of underground water in the desert has surged, and the transformation of soil has been completed in a very short time. Microorganisms brought by air movement have been able to survive and develop, and air quality has significantly improved. The seeds, having originated from the laboratory and undergone various tests, went through a process of extermination that seems to have activated the seed's self-protection mechanisms, greatly enhancing their performance in purifying and transforming polluted soil. Rather than mutation, it could be said to be evolution. Among the experts, Wang Chiwa, who has studied wind prevention and sand control for many years, also spoke up. Temporarily stopping the execution of the plan is for better ecological circulation. The evolved seeds are highly invasive, but only towards sandy soil. Under the survival conditions of wetlands and soil, that is to say, after the transformation is complete, the evolved seeds will stop growing. This evolved plant is a natural soil-making machine. The key is that it has no natural enemies. The rapid growth rate and the aggressiveness of the species can easily spread globally. The massive extraction of underground water will inevitably create a new cycle of water, leading to global floods. I suggest sealing off the desert, building numerous logging fields, and deploying incendiary bombs. Too pessimistic. If we follow your approach, global warming and glacier melting will also lead to floods. What's the difference? Other experts countered. Humanity always portrays itself as a savior. But the reality is merely a group utilizing and transforming the environment for better survival. While the crowd debated endlessly, the silent desert seemed to have been brewing for a long time, releasing the accumulated power and sounding the horn of counterattack. This is the cruel law of nature, survival of the fittest. The underground rivers maintained the fragile balance of the desert, and as the seeds invaded the desert environment, this balance was disrupted. As the desert surface turned into soil and plants appeared, how could animals be absent? The living conditions in the desert are harsh. Yet some species managed to thrive. Ants, lizards, and scorpions formed a simple ecological cycle. In the desert environment, these three animals were merely supporting characters, with the vast yellow sands being the true heir to destiny, massive and invincible. Report, the vegetation coverage speed of the desert is slowing down. Humanity, as observers, was fortunate to witness this adjustment of natural laws. This battle between desert and greenery was initiated by Wei Lai, a grand stage for all of human civilization. As if the entire Taklamakan Desert had pressed the fast-forward button, with dense ants launching the first counterattack. Desert termites, of which we do not know the specific species, build their nests in the desert, and they rank first in the decomposition of wood structures. Among known species, termites are undoubtedly the archenemy of trees. After simply naming these ants adapted to such extreme growth environments, it became evident that the expansion of green territory had been significantly curtailed. The moist and rich soil not only brought forth a large number of plant communities, but also seemed to awaken a surge in termite populations, with billions of ants rushing toward this new forest land. Immediately, desert lizards also discovered an increase in food. The border between Greenland and the desert became their paradise, and their population began to surge. Lizards fed on ants, scorpions fed on lizards, and desert termites fed on young scorpions. An unexpected turn of events saw the Taklamakan Desert transformed into a patchwork of yellow and green, with the populations of these three species growing. While the explosive growth of hope trees was curbed, time seemed to have pressed the pause button, and a new balance emerged. Not only the employees of the behind-the-scenes technology company, but also national leaders and numerous experts felt a strange sense of relief. In retrospect, fear and shock swept over them. Throughout this war, humanity had no sense of participation, but had unknowingly initiated an epic battle, revering and utilizing nature. However, the aftermath of the war had not yet settled. The moisture content of the soil was the best observational measurement standard. The The forest areas of hope trees remained lush, but the moss and lichen slowly faded. The mass death of organisms made the air murky, and the underground water system began to gradually recover. Observing from satellites, what was once desert transformed into a buffer zone of mixed yellow sands and greenery, with large forests forming two opposing sides. On November 22nd, the day before the press conference, the leader ordered a reassessment of the project's feasibility and halted funding from the behind-the-scenes technology company. Wei Lai's private laboratory continued normal operations, and the experimental results must be submitted for national review before promotion and development could proceed. The country made every effort to maintain the existence of the behind-the-scenes technology company. The role of the behind-the-scenes technology company in the entire event was magnified infinitely. Between nations, the survival of the company became a bargaining chip in the struggle for supremacy. Meanwhile, among companies, the biotech industry giant, Xingsheng Technology, took the lead in attacking, guiding sharks both large and small, waiting to share the spoils. Wei Lai took a deep breath. Now was the real beginning. Chapter 16. The limitations of the company. Wei Lai's behind-the-scenes technology company became a victim of this event. But it cannot be said to be innocent. As the holder of seed cultivation technology, Wei Lai did not engage in deeper thinking regarding the application of science and technology. Particularly in the application of biotechnology, different varieties, different environments, and different adaptability bring about different changes. Just like the reflections brought to people by the movie Jurassic Park. Having a similar appearance does not mean being the same species. In a modern environment vastly different from that of hundreds of millions of years ago, are the restored dinosaurs still dinosaurs? The complexity of the ecosystem also determines its fragility. Any small change over time could lead to completely different outcomes. Although Wei Lai has repeatedly made careful judgments about the social impact of technology, he is even hesitant to promote the technology he possesses. However, without any exploration of the path forward, no one will know whether such impacts are good or bad. We can only respond based on relatively mature experiences. And Wei Lai still underestimates the influence of science and technology. The competition between nations provides strong support for Wei Lai and brings new attention to the behind-the-scenes tech companies. Ultimately, Wei Lai chose to hand over photovoltaic power generation technology to the state, which is both a means of self-preservation and a way to pave the road for better development for the company. He did not request state investment, nor did he ask for authorization fees or patent fees. What Wei Lai wanted was more technology and talent. The clamor online continues, and on the 23rd, the press conference was held as scheduled. Hua Xiao provided explanations for the event. TCH, it has been suppressed again, but Su Qian should be having a hard time. Feng Han turned off the live broadcast of the press conference, lay back in bed, and went back to sleep. Prelife Technology Company, Su Qian's former workplace, is an international biopharmaceutical company, a giant in the pharmaceutical industry, and a cutting-edge enterprise in biological research dedicated to studying various functions of the human body and living organisms. The brutal rules of competition in the company caught Wei Lai's attention from the moment he hoped to appear on Weibo. As the founder of the company, Feng Han also hoped to see technological breakthroughs that could bring more benefits and new research directions to the company. Conducting life research from plants is also a relatively basic experimental method. After the emergence of behind-the-scenes tech companies, Feng Han developed a great interest and hope. After some investigation, he coincidentally discovered that Su Qian was actually the general manager of behind-the-scenes technology, which gave Feng Han different thoughts. However, at present, Wei Lai is facing a break in the company's financial chain. The state has provided a basic explanation to the public. Behind-the-scenes technology. Zhao Feiyun looked at Wei Lai with some concern. The state's withdrawal of funds means that the company can only support its daily expenses for half a year. The company must quickly sell its products to return to the public eye. Wei Lai nodded to indicate he understood and called a meeting of the company's senior management. In the conference room, the senior executives of various departments looked serious. There were no melodramatic scenes of leaving the company or jumping ship. After all, the company possesses robotics technology and innovative power generation technology, and the prospects are still infinitely bright. At this stage, the company's predicament is not just a matter of raising funds. Product development has hit a bottleneck, and most critically, core technology needs to be recognized and approved by the state before products can be issued, which will severely hinder the company's technological development progress. The technology business is not easy. Without a system, I am still a struggling job seeker. Without the state, I would not have the wealth I have now. In fact, there are benefits. The application rate of technological achievements being reviewed first is not a bad thing. Better than investing money and setting up production lines only to be denied approval in the end. Now it has directly entered a special approval channel. Wei Lai contemplated the impact of this incident on the company. For the state, safety and stability are always the top priorities. The state's actions are justifiable from the perspective of social security, and Wei Lai has his own plans. Among the technologies he possesses, most belong to secret patents that require the state's protection. Since I cannot monopolize these technologies, I will have to share them for exchange. It's too unfair to be blamed for no reason. For Wei Lai, such restrictions limit the company's development. The channels for acquiring funds have shifted more towards self-production and operation, which has greatly impacted Wei Lai's fundraising efforts. More importantly, the sales of products, although avoiding more losses, may face serious delays in high-tech reviews, making the fast-paced future world that Wei Lai envisioned seem increasingly distant. The state has already done its utmost. The impact this time is too severe and poses a serious blow to the company. We must find a new way out for the company. I already have a simple idea. Behind-the-scenes technology must truly remain behind the scenes to avoid risks. The sale of products has already gone through approval, and I think it does not pose any harm to the company. Su Qian said, "We will turn the world's top scientists into our own, develop together, and explore higher-end scientific technology. How about that? Within the company structure, we will create a super international research institution." Chapter 17. Restarting unless you can unify the world. Su Qian mocked. Even after unification, there will still be contradictions between people and regions. Can everyone have the same resources? That's an unrealistic fantasy. The people present are also social elites, and Zhao Feiyun directly said, if scientists from two countries jointly research new technology and hand it over to their own country, and one of them uses the new technology to eliminate the other country first, will your company still exist? Yan Jiai couldn't help but retort. Unless faced with an extinction crisis for humanity, internal competition will always exist. Wei Lai did not expect that his proposal would be torn apart so thoroughly. Even his voice became quieter. I was just thinking that many technologies are undergoing redundant research. This is truly a waste of life. If we could come together for cutting-edge research, it would surely allow technology to develop rapidly. Su Qian said, "You have seen the dangers of technology. We are very fragile. If everyone masters the latest technology, just one person having a breakdown could cause great harm to society." Wei Lai suppressed his thoughts and said, "All right, I will think again. The afforestation project doesn't need our efforts for now. The company needs to adjust and develop more in the direction of people's livelihoods. The projects the company is currently involved in are too risky and need to be reconsidered." Wei Lai returned to his dormitory and reflected on the series of recent events. The emergence of seeds is not only a technological force promoting the development of civilization, he currently has too many shortcomings. Facing this situation is beyond Wei Lai's expectations. The advancement of science and technology driving the development of civilization is not as self-evident as he imagined. Competition between enterprises, the game between nations, and the fear of the devouring civilization have troubled Wei Lai immensely. This sense of loneliness, which no one shares, along with the team's lack of understanding and his overly idealistic judgments, led to a series of events. The shock of the seeds and the recognition from the state caused Wei Lai to unknowingly swell with pride. All the way, he smoothly established the company, promoted the seeds, and even received funding as if it fell from the sky, making Wei Lai realize his lack of capability. Firstly, in terms of technological research, obtaining a technology is akin to gathering materials and books. Suppose we divide the learning process into understanding, familiarization, mastery, and application. If we merely understand without even reaching the level of familiarity, and then attempt to apply one point of what we discovered, we don't consider the consequences or connections at all. Existing technology stands on the shoulders of predecessors, and it takes a long time of accumulation to bear fruit. His lack of deep and clear understanding of the rigor of science, combined with an eagerness to apply and use it, led him, despite being cautious, to test his gains while hastily sketching out his ideal vision, making urgent attempts at solar panels and robots that are not suitable for modern society. Secondly, in terms of business strategy, the distribution of profits is an eternal melody. The state sees promise in Wei Lai's development and existing achievements to invest, but Wei Lai has no funding channels or his own business projects. Wei Lai's initial goal was simply to start the company in a crude and straightforward way, following the system's advice to earn 100 billion. When asked how Wei Lai would earn such a massive amount of money, All he could think of was to engage in greening. Finally, it was a shift in mentality. In the immature biotechnology system of modern society, there is no plant that can grow into a towering tree in just 15 days. Ordinary people have gained the ability to change the world. And that sense of transcending the known has given Wei Lai a messianic mindset, believing he is destined to save the world and change the future, which has led to his complete inflation. Society did not revolve around him. After contemplating and summarizing some profound truths and recognizing his own shortcomings, Wei Lai set out to solve these problems. Discovering and solving problems has always been Wei Lai's guiding principle. Regarding his mindset adjustment, Wei Lai has thoroughly reoriented his position. Realizing that the existence of the system is still an important support for technological breakthroughs and development, he now has considerable technology at hand and should conduct thorough research. His daily work involves delving deeply into knowledge in the laboratory. Experiments require funding, and the company must quickly establish its own business to develop steadily over time. Although the government has withdrawn funding, the basic framework of the company has been established with the help of the state, and the materials and production lines for manufacturing robots are in place, with the solar panel project also running. The results are not as bad as expected. Wei Lai's primary concern is the company. From its establishment to now, he has been thinking about guiding the direction of human civilization and the transformation of the era. Yet he has not considered the company's strength, operations, and social influence, planning with the mindset of national or even human civilization development. The company's goals seem too distant and grandiose, leading to unrealistic expectations, what could be described as aiming too high. Unknowingly, he wanted to take a big leap, and he realized he had been naive. Wei Lai sorted out the technology he had at hand and made a firm decision to set sail again. For the technology company to develop, it must explore its own path. Wei Lai thought long and hard and first ruled out robots, as the systems required for robots were still unclear and their societal impact would be too great. Additionally, a lot of learning costs and coordination with other technologies would be needed. The robotic system remains a complex and massive system, and the cost-effectiveness of purely industrial robot production is somewhat low, mainly due to insufficient production materials and funding. The ecological transformation projects have all been halted, and what is needed now is long-term observation of seeds and analysis of new species to maintain a new desert ecological balance. Superconducting materials and neural enhancement technology are also epoch-making technologies, and Wei Lai has not deeply researched these two technologies. Materials and technologies related to the human body will inevitably not pass the government's short-term review, given the company's risk of bankruptcy in 6 months. These technologies do not suit the company's current situation. In a context of scarce funding, the only viable option, which is also Wei Lai's confidence, is photovoltaic power optimization technology. No longer considering the state perspective, the highly efficient conversion rate led to the birth of the company's flagship product, solar energy appliances. From a practical standpoint, electricity is the most widely used form of energy, being safe, efficient, and versatile, making it an excellent energy source. The home appliance industry offers a variety of product choices, with mature production lines and a broad market. Wei Lai not only aims to create energy charging modules for solar energy appliances, but also plans to get personally involved in building his own appliance brand. Chapter 18. The Vision and Discrepancy of Light. Despite the extravagant language, solar energy appliances remain a distant dream for Wei Lai. Humanity reveres and praises the sun, which is fundamentally a quest for light. Optics encompasses a wide range of fields, including spectroscopy, quantum optics, physical optics, geometric optics, and information optics, all applicable across various industries. Our understanding of light is both familiar and strange. The most well-known appliance that converts light into electricity is the solar water heater. Solar power generation technology involves both photovoltaic conversion and solar thermal conversion, with photovoltaic technology being the electrical conversion technology. To this day, electrical appliances permeate every aspect of people's lives, and electricity has become an indispensable part of our existence, with photovoltaic technology elevating the utilization of sunlight to a new level. It is not cutting-edge technology, but it is technology that humanity can accept. Without societal recognition, the advancement of technology will be slow and arduous, but it excels in safety. Despite inheriting a technological system, Wei Lai is still confused about the future direction of technological development, peering through a narrow lens. He imagines that if our understanding of light reaches a very high level, what daily life in human society would be like: light, electricity, and magnetism unified. with no wires and minimal energy loss, wherever light reaches within communication range. All solar energy appliances or energy devices would only need to be activated by the human biomagnetic field and could be used for a long time once started. The future is unpredictable, but Wei Lai is now ready to produce solar water heaters. With the current level of technology, Wei Lai has taken a solid step forward. The primary energy source for photovoltaic energy utilization comes from sunlight, the most widely used and durable energy source on Earth, a natural light source. Choosing which products to produce and utilize is what Wei Lai should focus on. The ideas are lofty, but what can be done is limited. Wei Lai plans to leverage the name of solar energy appliances to develop outdoor electrical products, utilizing high conversion rates to create a high-end brand for outdoor electricity. As for indoor appliances, he has not yet made any plans. The most common application for outdoor electricity is portable devices, with representative appliances being lamps. Wei Lai temporarily categorizes his products into lighting and power supply. For lighting, he considers street lights, garden lights, portable lamps, camping lights, climbing lights, fishing lights, black lights, latex lights, energy-saving lamps, and various custom lighting fixtures. As long as it is for lighting use, it is a direction he can produce. For power supply, he plans to focus on the photovoltaic transformation of RVs, power supply for agricultural greenhouses, and extending the range of electric vehicles. Establishing self-operated businesses will at least provide the company with a stable source of income. All technology is also laying the foundation for the future. Wei Lai can't help but complain. The company's size and influence are simply too small. He can't participate in aerospace power generation or space station construction. And he probably won't get a share of the communication power stations either. He can only create lamps to illuminate himself. By handing over the technology to the state, the government will inevitably promote and popularize the use of clean energy and reduce the consumption of fossil fuels. Wei Lai has clear expectations regarding this. For solar energy applications, the state's photovoltaic transformation projects must already be in preparation, involving aerospace and space station construction, communication relays, and power station establishment. Wei Lai can only watch as these lucrative projects are allocated to various infrastructure military units. If it weren't for the last incident being messed up, I wouldn't have ended up selling lamps. After realizing this, Wei Lai didn't complain too much. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. As a technology provider, talking to the leadership might at least allow him to secure a task for producing solar panels. 2 days after the company meeting, Wei Lai fell into a closed-door state, moving between the laboratory and dormitory every day, finally making up his mind. Upon arriving at the office, Wei Lai held a meeting with the company's senior management, announcing his entry into the clean lighting industry, focusing on producing lighting fixtures and modifying power supply systems for product operations. Each person had their responsibilities. Yu Zuogong was responsible for mold design, Su Qian managed daily affairs, Yin Jiai and Zhao Feiyan coordinated, and Tang Mingjiang handled marketing. During this meeting, Wei Lai made sure to greet in Xiaoxin and repeatedly emphasized his current situation of only being able to run a lamp factory, which amused everyone. And Xiaoxin was also at a loss for words and said to Wei Lai, "I understand. I will report this to the leadership." Everyone was aware of Wei Lai's little mood swing. After all, he had been on the verge of soaring high due to the Green Planet plan one moment. And the next he became a victim of national competition. Understanding is one thing. Anyone would feel upset in such a situation. Although the main reason for success or failure does not lie with Wei Lai, the responsibility still falls on him. Due to the emergence of seed cultivation, the country has formulated a complete set of engineering plans around new technology, which has also incurred significant losses. Even now, the Taklamakan Desert remains a paradise for ant lizards, scorpions, and hope trees, with very few human footprints. Tang Mingjiang also pointed out that the company needs to shake off the shadow of the green crisis and needs an image design. Asking, the company still doesn't have a formal one. Does General Wei have any thoughts? Wei Lai lowered his head in contemplation, his gaze sweeping over his wrist, where only he could see the slightly glowing pattern presented by the system, and said, "Green leaves, rotating gears, and open books. The green leaves are at the bottom, the gears on the left, and the books on the right, forming an inverted triangle." After the meeting, Wei Lai returned to his dormitory and quickly fell asleep. 2 days of reflection and the constraints of whether he could make choices bound Wei Lai. This constraint was not imposed by the state, but by responsibility and how to apply technology in a controllable manner. And Xiaoxin also fulfilled Wei Lai's wish by reporting his recent situation to the leadership. I haven't interacted much with him, but but I can sense he is a serious person. No one expected this accident. Some emotions are just human nature. The leader thought for a moment and then told Xiaoxin that for the optoelectronic transformation project, he wouldn't need to exert effort in producing the power boards. The company's operations required him to work hard, and the state would sponsor him with 100 million yuan for his private laboratory as his free research and development funds. The transformation of scientific research results is still very important. The next day, Xiaoxin conveyed the leader's words to Wei Lai and advised, the state recognizes your abilities. Don't rush for results. Scientific research cannot be taken lightly. This is my personal opinion. Wei Lai remained silent. He realized he had always had a problem. He did not have an accurate self-positioning. Wei Lai proclaimed himself the founder of the company, claiming that the purpose of starting the company was to make money. However, his initial motivation was to unlock the system and live a good life after unlocking the system. He considered himself a savior, eager to witness changes in people's lives, but after learning his lesson, he now seemed to have lost direction. After bidding farewell to Xiaoxin, Wei Lai fell back into a state of isolation. Chapter 19. The boss of the lighting factory. A week had passed since the press conference. November was over, and the last month of 2021 was about to arrive, yet Wei Lai still had not found the answers he sought. After washing his face, Wei Lai tidied up briefly and headed to the office area. At the desert base, for the sake of the company's development, employees lived together in a communal living area, which did not classify them into different social classes. Everyone understood that the temporary dormitory conditions were already a display of the boss's wealth, as Wei Lai was responsible for a land area of 50,000 square kilometers. It started to rain, but Wei Lai didn't pay much attention, lost in thought. On the way, he encountered Yin Jia, who noticed that Wei Lai seemed to be in low spirits and silently held up an umbrella for him. She greeted him, General Wei, how about organizing a dinner tonight? The conditions are a bit simple, but it's been a while, and we should have some team building. Wei Lai thought for a moment and said, then you arrange it. Let's have barbecue tonight, and take a day off tomorrow. It's just right for me to think about other arrangements. Yin Jia agreed and added, the company is now on the right track, so you should be a bit happier. Wei Lai realized that she had seen through his concerns, so he awkwardly said, it's nothing, just my personal matters. Yin Jia didn't ask further, although she was a bit curious and gossipy. No employee would chase after the boss to ask. The company colleagues usually engaged in activities within the living and office areas, as the surrounding development level was still at a rural level. And the relationships between neighbors were quite good. Upon arriving at the office, Wei Lai first spoke to Zhao Feiyan, asking her to bring over the company's financial report, as he needed to prepare the annual summary. Zhao Feiyan quickly delivered the financial report, noting that the income was primarily from state investments, while the main expenses were on raw materials and equipment procurement. After glancing at it, Wei Lai asked, how much mobilizable funds do we currently have? Zhao Feiyan replied, we have no excess mobilizable funds left. The total funds on the company's books are 76 million yuan, which is enough for the company's daily expenses for the next 6 months, mainly for employee salaries. Wei Lai provided benefits and salaries far above the average level. When the company was founded, he offered high salaries to recruit the elite team he has now, as the company's precondition was the infrastructure development in the western part of the country. Without mentioning vague benefits like company shares or housing, the current salary was the most recognized direct benefit by the people. With the development and utilization of more resources and the invention of technology, the procurement prices for non-scarce resources have also been decreasing year by year, while corresponding labor costs have been rising. As living standards improve and prices rise, the operating costs of enterprises regarding human resources are also increasing. Wei Lai's company structure leans more towards traditional industries. It's not that he doesn't want to embrace the internet, but from various mechanical equipment to production departments and the ensuing engineering plans. The target group of the company still does not include the general public. The company's website is simply a brief introduction of the company. Wei Lai actually wasn't short on money, but one must always have a sense of crisis. Wei Lai never thought about disbanding the company, so the first task at hand was to make money. Zhao Fei noticed Wei Lai was lost in thought for a few minutes without replying and asked, General Wei, what are your plans? It's nothing. Did Yin Jia tell you about dinner tonight? Wei Lai snapped back to reality and hurriedly inquired. Zhao Feiyan looked at him with slight curiosity and said, Jia mentioned it. General Wei, don't stress too much. If there's nothing else, I'll step out. After Zhao Feiyan left, Wei Lai couldn't help but doubt himself, mumbling, am I really under too much pressure? Everyone keeps telling me that. Reflecting on the company's development over the past year, Wei Lai realized that only he had changed. He obtained the system, started a company. No longer just a small employee, didn't he have to organize data daily, planted some trees, and became an inventor. Acquired a fortune that freed him from worrying about living expenses, and yet seemingly nothing else had changed. The system had been quiet for a long time. Only when he wanted to see it, the symbols of green leaves, gears, and books slowly emerged, calming him down. Having glimpsed a corner of the future's mysterious veil, Wei Lai felt even more confused about what lay ahead. Wei Lai thought being the boss of a lighting factory was also good. At least he could do something useful by producing products belonging to his company. Since the application and promotion of technology have so many limitations, then let my company always remain in the background. The products will be the main performers in the foreground. I will apply everything to my own company. And when the time is right, I can promote it. The rain hadn't stopped. Wei Lai and the employees set up a large shed together, rather than team building. It felt more like a company gathering, where drinking and eating meat became the main theme. Over the course of more than a year, the back and forth between the capital and the base had allowed the company's employees to build good friendships with each other. Wei Lai, inspired by the alcohol, thought of the sci-fi themed base he was about to create and said, having lived in the base for so long, I've decided to give it a name, Future Base. Su Qian remarked, simple and crude, and quite narcissistic. Everyone laughed, and Wei Lai explained, it's the future, not Wei Lai. Su Qian then said, why didn't you call the company Future Technology Company back then? Wei Lai laughed, I was afraid it would be seen as too narcissistic. A group of young middle-aged individuals on the verge of turning 30 seemed to return to their youthful college days. Although not everyone was aware of the company's financial withdrawal situation, there were still many rumors. After this gathering, the company's former vitality seemed to have been restored. A day's rest quickly passed, and the lamp factory owner began a new day of life. Wei Lai had Su Qian recruit a lighting designer, responsible only for the appearance design, while the core of Wei Lai's lamp factory was produced by fully automated robots. The process was not complicated, but it had incomparable advantages over other lamp factories. Based on a high conversion rate, the outdoor lighting series crushed similar products in terms of brightness and charging efficiency. Wei Lai only needed to focus on the design to seize the market. For simple street lamps, Wei Lai targeted various tourist attractions and remote areas, whereas solar street lamps had advantages such as low cost, no wiring, easy installation, fast charging, and high brightness. After greeting in Shaoxing, Wei Lai asked Tang Mingjiang to handle sales matters while he and Old Yu were responsible for the renovation of the robot factory. With the company's capabilities and technological level, the lamps were officially put into production within a month. A new year brought new changes, and thanks to the outstanding quality and performance of the products, along with Tang Mingjiang's marketing strategy, orders poured in like snowflakes, and the regular operations of the lamp factory also started functioning normally, without the troubles of management. Wei Lai's gaze turned to the future base, officially planning to establish it. Looking at the rain outside the window, Wei Lai self-deprecatingly remarked, the life of a lamp factory owner is quite comfortable. 2022 was also the year when the behind-the-scenes technology company officially took the stage. Chapter 20. Future Base. Many people dream of owning their own building. To say building is not accurate. It should be said owning their own land. Wei Lai also fantasized about what it would be like to have Stark Industries. In reality, he was submissive, but in his imagination, he struck with a heavy fist. With the system in place, the spark he secretly hoped for began to ignite. The planning for the future base was not complicated. Wei Lai already had a mature plan in mind. After all, it wasn't about building a shelter. In Wei Lai's plan, residential, commercial, industrial, and ecological zones surrounded the company, with the company itself encompassing energy, research, office, and exhibition areas. The landmark tower building at the center of the plot would serve as the energy and research center of the entire area. Of course, the whole building would also include a secret underground studio, which would belong solely to Wei Lai. Influenced by the flamboyant Stark Industries for movies, Wei Lai was particularly attentive to his own company, so he wasn't sure how large the company's body would be. But it had to be tall enough to place the company's logo atop the building. In terms of building design, Wei Lai could only think of so many solutions. While traffic planning, floor distribution, and water and electricity layout would need the help of others, the limit Wei Lai could imagine was a super-large urban structure radiating outward from his company as the core. It must be said that the 50,000 square kilometers of contracted land, although currently quite barren and requiring immense funds and time for transformation, offered Wei Lai unlimited development possibilities, as the country was very generous in granting him contracted land equivalent to the size of 3 provinces. Wei Lai showed Su Qian his extremely unprofessional concept drawing. Su Qian looked at the striking concept drawing, where Wei Lai had annotated various data about the building, a footprint of 0.5 square kilometers, which meant a single floor area of 500,000 square meters, a height of 35 meters per floor, a total of 128 floors, and a thickness of 0.5 meters between each floor, with an expected height of 512 meters. Is this what you referred to when you talked about the base during dinner? Or is it excluding the residential, commercial, industrial, and ecological areas? Don't be nervous. This is just a plan. Isn't it just imagination? First, build the first floor, placing the residential, commercial, industrial, and ecological areas on the first floor, which doesn't mean it has to be done by tomorrow. Wei Lai rolled his eyes, revealing that he knew he didn't have the ability to build this. Then you would have to run a company much larger than this. Even the current pharmaceutical giant Yixing technology company wouldn't waste resources like this. Such a large building would probably require the company to have 100 times the size of Yixing technology, with millions of employees, before needing such a large place. Do you think we can't do it? Su Qian was quite speechless. I've seen your robots. They aren't as useful as you think. You don't really believe that with the company's technology level we can develop to that extent, do you? Every country's cutting-edge technology can build it, but there's just no need for it. Wei Lai said, I need a larger research team. This building isn't meant to be constructed right now. The area is something I calculated in detail. I want to move my laboratory here as a foundation. This is the final design, which will evolve as the company continues to grow. If I didn't have that capability, why would I waste resources and labor? The current company doesn't look much like a company, although the basic supplies and living materials are sufficient. Do you want to continue being the general manager of a remote town enterprise? The speed at which the future arrives is much faster than we imagine. In a few decades, or to exaggerate a bit, in a few years, you might see the full picture of the future base. Wei Lai successfully convinced Su Qian. The procurement of construction materials and the relocation of the laboratory were also put on the company's agenda. Wei Lai had not yet figured out how to reasonably showcase the technology he possessed and share it with everyone. For a long time, he would have to rack his brains to find reasons for the world to accept that what the company developed wasn't something that could be produced in a day or two, which was the real purpose of Wei Lai relocating the laboratory to build an underground secret base. Building a single floor wasn't difficult. The company no longer had financial worries. The company by the roadside of the desert highway remained unchanged for now, but a 3-kilometer road was repaired. And Wei Lai built the foundation here to avoid prying eyes. Water and electricity were quickly laid out, and the laboratory equipment and simple living supplies were already in place. And Wei Lai began to execute his plan next steps. The core of the entire base plan was the construction robots. Starting from January 1st, 2021. No employees of the company knew what Wei Lai was doing in the empty laboratory. It was currently Wei Lai's private space. There were still many matters within the company, and no employees were free enough to visit the laboratory 3 kilometers away. The company's higher-ups knew that Wei Lai had procured a large amount of material for experiments, but they were unclear about the specific experimental projects. Wei Lai did not go through the company's accounts and invested all of the 100 million yuan of free funds given by the state into the construction of the base and secret studio. After handing the list of materials needed for procurement and the funds to Zhao Feiyun, truckloads of materials were continuously delivered to the vicinity of the new base. Various metals, concrete, ceramics, wood, paint, and so on were placed at designated locations, unattended. Truck drivers might have wondered about the massive transfer of materials without seeing any buildings nearby, thinking it was a transfer station for the company's materials. The powerful technology of multifunctional unmanned robots finally showcased its proper role. Wei Lai prioritized the procurement of various metals, and hundreds of construction robots were quickly manufactured by Wei Lai using existing equipment. It must be said that the panoramic simulation scanner helped Wei Lai tremendously, not only in scanning and planning the entire building structure, but also in providing an intuitive and clear division of his private space. On February 1st, 2022, Wei Lai, after checking the national database, obtained relevant information regarding the construction of the underground shelter project. With all preparations ready, the underground project officially began construction. In just 1 month, the construction robots built a 3-meter-high, 27-layer underground space, with a thickness of 1 meter between each layer, totaling 108 meters. Wei Lai planned to bury his private studio deep underground, prohibiting any personnel from entering from the 28th layer onward. The entire underground space was equipped with air circulation and waterproof systems, with a 72-meter gap between the 28th and 27th layers, meaning Wei Lai's underground studio was located 180 meters underground. The construction of the studio was constrained by the working environment. Finally, on February 12th, the general-purpose workshop, a 45-meter-high underground space with 3 floors, each 15 meters tall, was completed. The equipment for the above-ground laboratory could not be moved down, and everything needed to be repurchased or manufactured by Wei Lai. After witnessing the power of unmanned robots in a true sense, Wei Lai lost interest in equipment procurement. He planned to recreate the equipment and machinery for his private studio to achieve higher precision and stronger performance. The new year arrived amidst the busy construction work. On New Year's Eve, Wei Lai did not return home, but hurried back to his hometown on the first day of the new year. The heavy snowfall did not dampen his enthusiasm to return home. Chapter 21. Underground Studio. The Spring Festival was still lively yet quiet. Most shops on the streets had closed, with only a few small convenience stores still open. The normally bustling streets now saw only a few cars passing by. His mother had already tidied up the house inside and out by herself. Looking at the vibrant window decorations and spring couplets, Wei Lai felt a twinge of guilt. He had been away from home for an entire year and had hardly made a few calls to his mother. "Let us eat. I thought you weren't coming back this year, so I made an extra trip to buy some meat," Wei Jun said with a smile as she looked at her son. "Of course, I had to come back. Can you just work and not celebrate the new year?" "I'm not in a frontline position," Wei Lai replied obediently, sitting at the dining table with his mother. "I saw online that people were talking about your company. I didn't ask too much because I was afraid it would affect you. What is going on? If it doesn't work out, you can always come back and run a convenience store or something. That is all nonsense. Our hard work has confidentiality agreements with the country. The project is ahead of schedule now," Wei Lai said, not wanting to elaborate further. Wei Jun, seeing that Wei Lai didn't want to discuss it, advised, "Just be careful. The environment can change suddenly. This year, the rain hasn't stopped, and many places are flooding. It really is a year of disasters." The mother and son chatted about everyday life, and then Wei Lai told his mother about his company selling solar lamps and how well it was going, mentioning that he had built a building there, albeit only 1 floor. His mother just smiled at him. "Mom, since you're not busy, why not come with me to see the company? It's doing well now, and I plan to settle in the border area in the future." "Why would I go? I'd just be a nuisance. You've just started developing. I don't want to cause any trouble. Besides, it's not like you'll have time to accompany me. Your old mom knows how to surf the internet." Wei Lai fell silent and then said, "I might have to go over earlier this year. I plan to leave on the 5th day of the new year. Don't worry about me. You're the boss now. I'll visit once your building is finished. You're not a kid anymore. Be careful." Wei Lai was eager to apply the existing technology in his laboratory. Early on the 5th day, he packed the food and clothes his mother prepared and set off back to the base. He gave his employees a holiday until the 15th day of the new year. And upon his return, Wei Lai dove straight into his underground laboratory. The laboratory was still somewhat empty, with only 300 construction robots parked in the northwest corner. Wei Lai prioritized modifying the construction robots. This work could only be done by Wei Lai himself, bit by bit. He had some knowledge in mechanical engineering design. After all, he had been exposed to multifunctional unmanned robot technology from the beginning. Without artificial intelligence, the commands for welding, die casting, cutting, and assembly still had to be assigned and modified by Wei Lai for each robot. Compared to the unified commands for construction robots, this was still a massive project for him. Through the modifications, Wei Lai aimed to create the first room in the laboratory, the equipment manufacturing workshop. The process of going from 0 to 1 was slow and challenging. On March 15th, after nearly a month, Wei Lai finally completed the modifications to the robots and began the construction of the equipment manufacturing workshop. Compared to the equipment manufacturing room in the above-ground laboratory, the workshop was finally built through the repeated precision production and polishing of the robots, creating this extremely ordinary, yet indispensable factory. The importance of the equipment manufacturing workshop is self-evident. It enables the production of tools, diverse equipment customization and modification in the manufacturing of robots, achieving efficiency and semi-automation through the workshop. To Wei Lai, the robots he manufactured couldn't really be called robots. They were more akin to engineering machinery. The complex command design mainly helped Wei Lai reduce labor costs. Taking the construction robots used for fixing the base as an example, their sensory systems effectively implemented terrain, movement, and positioning systems. With the help of panoramic simulation scanners and the National Database S blueprints, the commands were input into the robots all at once, allowing for the construction of underground projects. As for any safety hazards or mistakes, Wei Lai was unsure. His cleverness lay in the fact that the blueprints included in the national database had undergone extensive design optimization over a long time. So following the blueprints would generally not lead to issues. Wei Lai was envious and looked forward to the system providing technology related to artificial intelligence. Just like in science fiction movies or literary works, where humans only need to think a little and the entire process of scheme design, resource operation, and production manufacturing is laid out before them, convenient and fast, without manual intervention, safe and discreet. The other equipment in the laboratory had not yet been installed. They all required energy, and currently, the entire underground project was temporarily using the energy from the above-ground laboratory. Underground, there was no sunlight to provide such good natural resources. Wei Lai's upcoming work became much easier. All his energy was spent on modifying the robots. Wei Lai made machines, machines made robots, and robots made more machines. As for the number of robots, Wei Lai did not have much demand. After the underground facilities were completed, there was no need to build more robots, as it would waste resources. While Wei Lai was busy, others were not idle either. After the 15th day, the country took the lead in launching clean energy transformations, with distributed photovoltaic power generation being implemented nationwide. Led by the state grid, they began network integration. Su Qian, seizing the national transformation policy and the wave of renovation, promoted clean and efficient technologies, expanding the outdoor lighting production line, and signed contracts with multiple cities to create streetlights with different city styles. The emergence of Su Qian's lighting technology marked the company's return to the public eye. Netizens remained as cheerful as ever, with no one caring whether Su Qian's company and the lighting technology played a significant role in the green crisis. The comm network and world were shattered by a news article from Yuxing Technology Company. The cryogenic hibernation technology was officially put into use by Yuxing Technology Company. This was reported by Yuxing Technology's own news outlet. It was as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, and a flood of news followed, along with various clickbait headlines. Yuxing Technology announced that a press conference would be held next month to detail the mature application of this technology. Wei Lai suddenly remembered that one of his subordinates had been a former employee of Yuxing and hurriedly asked Su Qian, "Your old company is amazing. They developed this black technology. Do you know anything about it?" Su Qian fell silent, and then said, "This project existed before I joined. Fenghan's main research direction was the preservation and recovery of activity in cryogenic hibernation technology. Why not tell your story? You've left the company anyway. As long as it doesn't involve company secrets, go ahead. It's all in the past. It has nothing to do with us. Don't think too much." Wei Lai urged. "Fenghan won't let me off easily," Su Qian said, somewhat conflicted. After a moment, he continued, "He'll definitely know I joined your company. Your Su Technology Company is also his target." Wei Lai was puzzled. What kind of grudge? This is different from what I thought. How did you offend a big shot? Su Qian replied, "I discovered his secret experiments." Wei Lai was speechless. That's quite vengeful. Su Qian added, "Human experiments, it ended very badly." Wei Lai, although he had never been exposed to related knowledge, understood the seriousness of human experimentation. He then asked, "Is it not voluntary?" Su Qian nodded. "Then it shouldn't be targeted like this upon discovery. You're still a senior executive at Yuxing, one of your own. I relied on the board to stop his project." Well, cutting off someone's financial resources. Chapter 22. Technical Cultivation. Su Qian briefly recounted his story. It was basically about the death of the sect leader, the eldest disciple inheriting the position, and the youngest disciple assisting the eldest, only to discover that the eldest was practicing evil techniques. As a leading company in the biopharmaceutical industry, Yuxing Technology had a vast interest group, and what people pursued was nothing but money, life, and power. Su Qian could stop the founder Fenghan's project because some people chose to give up when they saw no potential returns from the project. In Wei Lai's view, Su Qian's conflict with Fenghan was merely a difference in philosophy, without much hatred, but resolving the conflict was difficult. Personal relationships shouldn't escalate to the company level. He wouldn't need to eliminate us little shrimp. Once you bring out the seeds, it will be different. I originally planned to help you run the company and then resign. But now even if I leave, you will still be his target. The characteristic of a short growth cycle for hope should greatly aid in awakening from dormancy. I'm not sure if he has solved this problem. It depends on the press conference. I haven't done research in this area since the teacher passed away. You know this technology? Are you the hidden big shot? No, my doctoral research direction is in biological nutrition. Moreover, I only know about the projects in my advisor's hands. But I haven't participated. Wei Lai thought for a moment and asked, aren't you a management student in a combined bachelor's and master's program? How did you become a biology PhD? Su Qian smiled, just across discipline. I didn't want to be urged to marry, so I continued studying. What kind of person is he? A genius in biology. Wei Lai was somewhat speechless, and seeing that Su Qian was unwilling to say more, he patted his shoulder and said, then you should manage it well. I'm going to do research. Wei Lai was not too affected. There were always too many unknowns on the road ahead, and it was unnecessary to expend energy on Su Qian and Yuxing Technology's story. The technology he had mastered was far more powerful than Yuxing Technology, and it was better to keep a low profile and cultivate himself. Wei Lai turned back to continue perfecting his laboratory. The technology he held had not yet been fully revealed. The types of science and technology were complex. But the one Wei Lai valued most was a specific one: room temperature superconducting materials. Breakthroughs in material science were foundational breakthroughs. If robots brought the most intuitive breakthrough in industrial automation, the relevance of materials to life was far greater than robotic technology. Even the comprehensive functionality and performance improvements of robots were based on materials. If materials were foundational, then the realization of a new generation of machines and complex engineering required powerful computing capabilities. Therefore, Wei Lai's goal was to use new materials to create a supercomputer that belonged solely to him, to be placed in his underground studio. With the assistance of a computer, the efficiency of the entire laboratory's processes and equipment manufacturing and installation would see a significant breakthrough, bringing him closer to artificial intelligence. What he mastered was merely the preparation methods for new materials. As for the components of the computer, Wei Lai could not manufacture them. Wei Lai's current state was akin to a humanoid treasure chest. He first needed to learn how to open the treasure chest. The equipment manufacturing room finally came into play. Everything started from simulation and analysis. Wei Lai had more knowledge about engineering machinery, while his understanding of electrical architecture and instruction sets came from his sensory and depth scanning technologies. The functionality of electronic components was determined by the instruction set, which defined the architecture of the electronic components. With the help of sensory systems and depth scanning technologies, the first instrument simulator from the equipment manufacturing room made its grand debut. There were intricacies in creating such a simulator. The purpose of the simulator, as its name suggests, was to model the target object, scan its internal structure, analyze its components, and simulate production functions. Through the simulator, he could analyze the target object more intuitively, allowing him to manufacture similar products and optimize them. At first glance, the functionality seemed powerful, but in reality, it only filled the gaps in Wei Lai's current personal research. The analyzed data was merely basic data: weight, size, composition, elements, and so on. Without the corresponding knowledge level, one would still be clueless about the design philosophy and functions of the target object. In fact, the simulator's usefulness was limited. First, you needed a target sample, and only after obtaining the sample could you analyze and deconstruct it. For many research institutions, the best functionality of such a device was performance testing and simulation production. From individual research achievements to the output of entire research products, the role of a team was immensely significant. In scientific research, being a polymath meant higher learning costs, time costs, and more funding investments. Yet, for Wei Lai, the simulator was an indispensable part of his work. What he precisely needed were the functionalities that other research institutions found unappetizing and regrettable: basic data analysis functions. Of course, systematic technology was not without merit. At least its 3D imaging and panoramic restoration functions were superior to those of other research devices. With the simulator, the next task was to purchase electronic components, circuit switches, circuit boards, and more complex and precise ones. Wei Lai obtained a wealth of analytical data and materials. While researching, he also procured a supercomputer through the state. Although it wasn't very powerful, after all, it was a supercomputer. Even if its computing power wasn't particularly strong or top-notch, it was still sufficient for Wei Lai at that moment. In a month, Wei Lai immersed himself in the ocean of knowledge in electronic engineering. With the opening of the national database and the comparison of analytical data, his daily life revolved around learning, and understanding new knowledge. The company's profitability was exceptionally good. The promotion by the national power grid and the company's production capacity was gradually nearing saturation. Wei Lai and Su Qian discussed the expansion of the production line in less than a few minutes and decided to maintain the existing market without further expansion. The technology had already been promoted by the state, and it was anticipated that within 3 years, the advantages of the lighting factory would vanish. What lay before the company was innovation and the optimization of products and after-sales maintenance. The purpose of starting a company is not just to make lamps. Wei Lai confidently said, "How's your retreat in the lab going?" Within 3 years, the company's profits should no longer fill the bottomless pit of research. Su Qian hesitated and added, "It might not even take 3 years. Yuxing might come looking for you. The company's operations are temporarily under your control. I will spend most of my time and energy in the lab. If all goes well, I will launch a new product by the end of this year." Su Qian was somewhat speechless. "What exactly is your major? You inexplicably came up with a seed, then created a robot, and now you're stuck in the lab every day. I really don't know how your mind works." Wei Lai awkwardly smiled. "I have the nickname Inventor. I just like to mess around." Returning to the lab again. While Wei Lai was in seclusion for cultivation, he couldn't help but think about Su Qian's question. Having gained so much knowledge for no apparent reason was starting to raise suspicions among others. And he needed to think of a way to conceal the brilliance of his technology. Chapter 23, Self-Understanding. Wei Lai needed to resolve the source of his technology. Reflecting on his life, he realized that he had not been particularly outstanding. Everyone has a few good friends, but after leaving his hometown and starting work, he gradually lost contact with them. Childhood friends had already married and started families, and communication had become even more sparse. As for what kind of person Wei Lai was as a child, he might not be able to articulate it. But one thing he was clear about was that he did not belong to someone else's family. People inevitably change. Wei Lai believes that on one hand, he needs to improve his knowledge level, and on the other hand, he should work on his identity. Thinking from the perspectives of not enjoying socializing and being a homebody, it may be a good choice to shape himself into a hidden yet passionate researcher among the masses, perhaps even a grassroots scientific leader. However, human energy is limited, and it is impossible to explain various scientific technologies and research achievements in multiple directions. Wei Lai also has to prepare for the responses after each of his company's products is released. Wei Lai decided to approach this from 2 directions. One is to use the name of artificial intelligence to assist himself in developing various types of technology, and the other requires a large research team, which is also the core team of the company's plans that consumes the most money and is crucial for the transformation of technology into results. When it comes to recruiting the research team, Wei Lai has always been extremely cautious. If his technology were to be leaked or stolen, he could not predict the future direction of development, nor could he foresee whether immature applications of technology or the creation of war machines might lead to war. This is also the reason why Wei Lai has not recruited a core team for so long. Wei Lai is also aware that he embodies the typical concerns of a small citizen. People are always fearful when faced with the unknown, afraid of the uncontrollable, and afraid of losing. He is neither selfless nor overly paranoid, but for Wei Lai, gaining the system also means possessing the world's greatest secret, driving him to engage in activities that are originally unrelated to his life. Wei Lai is considering the safety issues of the company and himself. Strictly speaking, as the company has developed to this point, Wei Lai does not know whether it is a state-owned enterprise or a private enterprise. Before the state withdrew funds, the company's financial sources, apart from Wei Lai's personal investment of over 200,000, were all covered by the state. Born in China, he deeply loves and cherishes the country that raised him, influenced by thousands of years of historical culture. This sense of personal interest and love led Wei Lai to make a decision, to negotiate with the state. Entrusting his fate to others is something Wei Lai despises. The system brings not only a better life, but also a heavy burden of responsibility. Wei Lai needs others to share this responsibility and pressure, and the soil that nurtured him is his first choice. This choice is not surprising. On a larger scale, Wei Lai needs a group of people to help achieve his goal of leading technological breakthroughs, and on a smaller scale, he needs more research talents. What organization can produce talents as comprehensively as the state? When a person clearly understands how colorful the broader world is, the expansion of vision makes Wei Lai less concerned about the struggles between nations and the minor commercial competition. Even if he takes a step back, it is impossible for Wei Lai to explain the fact that he possesses the system. If negotiations with the state fail, he is not antisocial. He can just close the door and play by himself slowly, and the worst outcome is just that the state controls the company. During the long process of time and development to achieve results, the young mentality eager for change led Wei Lai to bet on the state. With a backup plan and a decision, Wei Lai also found his lifelong goal and direction of struggle within the identity issue, to explore the boundaries of technology. Indistinct clues seemed to become clear in Wei Lai's eyes. He wanted to be a scientist, an inventor. The company is a bridge for him to communicate with the people. The products are vehicles crossing the bridge. The state is the bridge pier representing the trust of the public. And he bears the mission of the state and the future of the people as he moves forward and explores. Wei Lai earnestly entrusted in Xiaoxin, stating that he needs the state's help. Wei Lai always felt that contacting the leaders was so convenient. But this also precisely represented the state's level of attention to Wei Lai. And Xiaoxin's deployment was enough to indicate many issues. Wei Lai arrived in Kyoto for a secret meeting. He hoped that the value of the seed was much greater than he imagined. While Wei Lai was working towards breakthroughs in the company and technology, other research institutions were not idle either. It can be said that Wei Lai's accidental breakthrough in technology contributed immensely to the state's research in life sciences. He chatted amicably with the leaders. But some chaotic and dangerous thoughts flashed through Wei Lai's mind. With a nervous heart, he met the leaders. Before the leaders could speak, Wei Lai nervously introduced himself. I have developed a new material. The leaders exchanged glances, disregarding pleasantries, and asked in unison, what material? Wei Lai hesitated for a moment. But before he could speak, the leader said sternly, sit down and explain clearly. It's a room temperature superconducting material. There was no particularly shocking reaction. The leaders pointed out the core issues directly. What about production capacity? What about cost? From the perspective of researchers, breakthroughs in new technologies are worthy of astonishment and joy. But for the state, the application of technology is more important. The state has countless technological projects that have achieved global leadership, and room temperature superconducting materials are among the state's research projects. Although the breakthrough from 0 to 1 is commendable in the eyes of the leaders, Wei Lai was a talent they had discovered. Smiling, the leader said to Wei Lai, it's fine, take your time. There won't be any uncontrollable situations, right? You do have a history. Wei Lai glanced awkwardly at the two leaders. The production capacity hasn't been tested yet, but the cost isn't high, and it can be prepared in large quantities. Another leader, who was serious and earnest, asked again, is the technology mature? Wei Lai answered seriously, the technology is mature and easy to operate. Then what is your purpose in coming here? You don't lack state rewards. Last time you were reluctant to appear in public. Wei Lai took a deep breath and said, I want to cooperate with the state. I need a large number of researchers from various departments to fill my laboratory and establish a truly future-oriented technology research department. Ambitious, huh? The Huazhong Science and Technology Institute won't be able to satisfy you, right? Besides, your qualifications aren't enough for the Huazhong Science and Technology Institute, the leader said. The research projects and results of the laboratory I envision need absolute confidentiality and security, and at the same time, require substantial financial support. The leaders did not agree but only asked Wei Lai to wait for the results. On May 1, 2022, the Future Technology Research Center was officially established. Belonging to the behind-the-scenes technology company, 10,000 scientists from various fields were selected to join the Future Technology Research Center. And Wei Lai was appointed as the General Director of the Future Technology Research Center. His identity verification authority was set by the state as a top secret. And the state sponsored the Future Technology Research Center with $3 billion as startup capital, with future profits and losses to be borne by the center itself. This was an attempt by the state for breakthroughs in human technology. The establishment of the research center is comparable to giants like the Chinese Academy of Sciences. And the state also wants to see what kind of development the research center will have under the promotion of Wei Lai and the private system. Wei Lai solved the issues of identity and talent, but new problems emerged. The expenses of the large research team would be self-sustained by the company. Currently, there is an urgent need to solve the company's profitability issue to pay scientists' salaries and ensure the company operates normally. The development of new products was prioritized. For 10,000 people, even at an average monthly income of 10,000, the monthly labor cost for the research center would require 100 million in funds. The state's investment of 3 billion would only last for 30 months. Not to mention that the salaries for research talents would need to be higher than the average level. This $3 billion would barely cover around 2 years of research and labor expenses. Meanwhile, the press conference for Yuxing Technology was also officially held. Chapter 24. The Open Conspiracy of Yuxing Technology. Open attacks are easy to dodge, but hidden arrows are hard to defend against. With the support of the state and the talents, while Wei Lai was still considering the work distribution for scientists and new products for the company, Yuxing Technology Company had already brazenly made its move. On May 1st, after receiving an accurate response from the state, Wei Lai had not yet had the chance to feel excited before he was stunned by the shamelessness of Yuxing Technology Company. Wei Lai, who chose not to take a holiday break, watched the live broadcast of the press conference on cryogenic hibernation technology, which has captivated the entire nation. Out of curiosity for technological breakthroughs and a principle of respecting competitors, Preborn Technology Company announced that its cryogenic chamber has been put into use and is open for public inspection, allowing the human body to enter a deep hibernation state where vital signs stop without death, solving the technical problem of major diseases having no cure. The only thing left to do is wait for awakening, and its applications extend to interstellar travel, where the long journey can be spent in the hibernation chamber. However, the application of this new technology still carries risks and drawbacks. The awakening from the hibernation chamber, which involves the restoration of cellular activity, has been claimed by Preborn Technology to have a success rate of up to 100, requiring 3 to 5 years to awaken the living being. Although the long awakening time has its drawbacks and may pose several negative risks, it is still a great technology, marking another small step for humanity in overcoming time. Wei Lai had not expressed much yet when he found his company mentioned. Mr. Feng Han, the founder of Preborn Technology and the star of the conference, unabashedly expressed his envy towards the behind-the-scenes technology companies during the globally watched event. Based on cryogenic hibernation technology, we are acutely aware of the flaws in our cryogenic chamber products. A 3 to 5 year awakening period feels like an eternity for us, but I believe breakthroughs will come soon. Feng Han continued his presentation with a smile while Wei Lai felt bewildered. After hibernation, due to cellular stagnation, restoring activity requires a large amount of nutrients for cellular repair. Setting the recovery period at 3 to 5 years is also to ensure better recovery of various physiological functions. And the emergence of hope is a significant reason for us to announce this product early. After all, time waits for no one. And delays mean more people may die from major diseases. Is it possible that the delay is due to a decrease in customers? Wei Lai thought maliciously. Mainly due to the slowdown in population growth and the common phenomenon of aging populations in various countries, especially since his company was specifically mentioned. We have obtained various data of hope, and I must say, the behind-the-scenes technology company has not been established for long. Yet it has developed such powerful plant life with an ultra-short growth cycle, which has significant research and reference value for cellular activity recovery. Our company has also formally sought to acquire the patent technology from the behind-the-scenes technology company to further improve the cryogenic chamber, which aligns with our direction of developing cryogenic hibernation technology aimed at prolonging human life. That is the mission of Preborn Technology. Thunderous applause marked the end of the press conference. Wei Lai knew that soon, major media outlets would praise and report extensively on this globally. The troubling question was, where should he go from here? This was a blatant scheme aimed solely at the behind-the-scenes technology company. It also reflected the confidence of industry giants. The breakthrough new product placed Preborn Technology in an absolutely leading position in the emerging product market, setting the stage for further breakthroughs. Many companies or research institutions would strive to shorten the awakening time, and Preborn Technology pointed out the breakthrough for the next generation of products. But this did not affect the sales of the initial product. The sales of the cryogenic chamber are based on the product's uniqueness. Preborn Technology has its perfect customer base, and just accepting reservations could bring in substantial profits. After all, who wouldn't want time to stand still? Rich and powerful, indeed. Wei Lai felt helpless. The mention at the press conference had placed his company at the center of controversy, entangled with public opinion, and selling the patent meant a leak of technology. After the Green Crisis event, Wei Lai dared not apply it to the public. If he refused, he would be burned alive by the boiling public sentiment. Large companies do not care about individuals' wishes, they only seek what they want. Wei Lai could imagine the situation if the patent transaction were blocked, at the very least. The labels of selfishness and greed for profit would be stuck to him and his company. Relying on the state for company development is not a long-term solution. But facing such a situation at this moment, Wei Lai had to say, the state is amazing. He urgently contacted in Shaoxing, feeling justified in passing the matter of preborn technology to the state. Being small with a big brother providing protection felt great. As for the composition and color of preborn technology, the state must have a clear understanding. This way, he only needed to focus on his own development. Feeling like being put on a barbecue rack was unpleasant, Wei Lai took a deep breath. The company needs to grow quickly. Su Qian hurriedly arrived at the office. And before he could speak, Wei Lai said, "It's resolved. Our goal now is not to wrestle with the big shots. We need to strengthen ourselves. The next product must be groundbreaking, and we need to become an industry leader." "Is that resolved?" Su Qian was dumbfounded. "Who is our big brother? Figure it out yourself." Wei Lai rolled his eyes and added, "But I have to mention, your senior brother is truly talented. It would probably be very difficult to take him down." "I never intended to take them down. I was just talking during meals, just don't like them. So, to forge ahead, we need to be strong ourselves. We won't follow your senior brother's path. There are plenty of secret experimental institutions and states that we can't manage." Not only did Wei Lai catch up with a good era, but it should also be said that organizations harboring scientific and technological breakthroughs come with a protective umbrella. The state's openness and strong support for the development of science and technology provided Wei Lai with a better living environment. A heavy stone had fallen from his heart, and he had passed the sudden crisis onto the state. Wei Lai returned to the laboratory with peace of mind, ready to recharge himself. Research points bonus unlocked. The system's voice suddenly rang out, startling him. The system, dormant for 2 years, once again asserted its presence. General research points. 1,403 daily research points output. 107 research points bonus. 7 project research points output. 0 currently no research. Wei Lai looked at the additional project research points and the bonus of 7. Feeling frustrated. Wasn't it supposed to exchange research points for technology? Do I have to do it myself? After a moment of self-comfort, Wei Lai suppressed his excitement. His technological explosion was coming. Chapter 25. Technological explosion. Wei Lai's primary task was to settle this batch of researchers. The first to arrive was a troop stationed in the northwest of the base. Without expanding or renovating the base, Wei Lai built a simple living area between the northwest of the base and the troop, utilizing robots to procure living supplies before the base was completed. In Wei Lai's view, the direction of technological breakthroughs lies primarily in the 4 fields of science: engineering, agriculture, and medicine. As for philosophical discussions and historical culture, his level is not yet sufficient to research and explore. Wei Lai did not intend to waste energy on cutting-edge technology, which here refers more to speculation and exploration, containing a significant amount of philosophical thought and deep reflection. While science and technology bring convenience to people, we have also gradually discovered the decline of theory, giving rise to cutting-edge technology. History serves as a teacher. Every development and breakthrough in cutting-edge technology is a shock to worldviews and a prospect for the universe. Countless scientists are still striving for new theories and speculations. Wei Lai understands that one day, he will join them, but not now. The treasures left by our predecessors still shine brightly. Throughout the development of civilization over thousands of years, the depth of human thought far exceeds its applications. Limited by various conditions and reasons, from the first industrial revolution to the information age, steam engines, electric lights, telephones, and computers have transformed a massive amount of scientific theories into technological achievements. Researchers are composed of 4 main fields: engineering, science, agriculture, and medicine. While looking to the future, Wei Lai needs to focus on establishing the foundation of the company. This is also the first time Wei Lai has held a conference for 10,000 researchers, marking his first public speech. Don't think that such a speech is unnecessary. Although the state has already conducted ideological training for this group of research teams and selected reliable talents, who isn't apprehensive when facing institutional changes and trials? The state can attempt different choices, but Wei Lai and the researchers cannot afford to fail. Special arrangements mean risks and opportunities. Wei Lai has the confidence brought by the system, but others do not. This invisible sacrifice is great for anyone. On the first floor of the future base, there is still only a lonely ground laboratory, a vast and empty indoor space, with a simple podium set up. Wei Lai slowly appears at the podium, gathering his scattered thoughts, facing 10,000 people. Without unnecessary words, Wei Lai showcases his most shocking technological achievement, a multifunctional unmanned robot. After a simple move from the entrance to the podium, it stands quietly. The establishment of the base, along with your housing, will be completed by them. There is silence. and Wei Lai feels somewhat awkward. It seems different from what he imagined. A few seconds later, Wei Lai forces himself to calm down and speaks again. I am Wei Lai, the head of the research center. This is the state's attempt, and it is also our opportunity. This is a paradise for technological exchange. Our current goal is to apply technology and expand. In the future, our goal will be exploration and innovation. The company's research tasks are your primary tasks. Everyone has their own research direction and goals. But those will come after the company's research tasks are completed. There will be detailed regulations regarding funding applications. The era of robots has arrived. Wei Lai hastily concludes his speech, wiping the sweat from his forehead. As he turns to leave the podium, thunderous applause erupts from the audience. It is indeed not an easy task. The densely packed crowd makes one feel uneasy. Only the prominent researchers in the front row show a smile at Wei Lai's somewhat awkward figure. Efficiency is paramount. After preparing the materials, Wei Lai distributes them to the corresponding responsible personnel, and the power of the team bursts forth. This rigorously selected, breakthrough-oriented research team reveals the fierce fangs of technology. The massive research team will inevitably bring improvements in efficiency and technological exchange. On May 17, 2022, the company's third anniversary, Wei Lai and Su Qian celebrate the company getting on track. After a simple gathering, they dive back into intense work. While Wei Lai continues to enrich his technology library, half of the 3 billion national sponsorship funds have already been spent. The entire ground laboratory of the future base is filled with various equipment. A dazzling array of laboratory classifications, presenting a chaotic scene on the first floor of the future base before Wei Lai's eyes. The first breakthroughs come from engineering experts, whose applications of the multifunctional unmanned robot astonish Wei Lai. The engineering team's approach, based on the absence of an integrated system, transforms multifunctionality into single functions, giving rise to the robot construction team. The combination of various tools births a team that, in Wei Lai's view, is a nemesis in the construction industry. From producing building resources to constructing houses and laying water and electricity, all tasks are completed by the construction team. While it is said to be a single function, it is not truly singular, as actions like bricklaying consist of at least 3 movements: picking up, moving, and placing. Having witnessed the original system robot, Wei Lai is certainly not satisfied with the existing robots. However, as a simple demonstration of achievements, the construction of the future base serves as an excellent showcase. This stage is referred to by Wei Lai as the integration of existing technology. However, with Wei Lai's enhancements, the laboratory has gradually begun to take on the flavor of a futuristic science fiction film. Wei Lai distributes the technology materials in his hands to various teams, keeping only the neural enhancement technology to himself. In the system technology library, the shadow cast by biological seeds still looms over Wei Lai, and he feels that the environmental changes have come to an abrupt halt. This is unscientific, as if brewing a greater crisis. Shaking this thought from his mind, the biological department's further work involves observing and testing plant life. From the 3 months following the anniversary celebration dinner, the results of technological integration gradually come into view for Wei Lai. This is a private kingdom of technology, a silver-white metal structure building standing prominently amidst green trees and yellow sand. The building from Wei Lai's conceptual fantasy has appeared in this world in less than a year. The research center and researchers have officially moved into the building, and the chaotic ground laboratory is no longer visible. From the 6th floor to the 30th floor is the area of the company's research center. The research area is also divided into 3 levels of access, with unauthorized personnel prohibited from entering. Dense robots are fully utilized in the laboratory, with various devices forming a massive and precise monitoring system known as the Observer, integrating system technology with existing technology. The entire Observer system is centered around a regular supercomputer, connecting various observation devices equipped with sensory systems to output 3-dimensional information through deep scanning technology. This is an observational system applied to environmental monitoring and the integration of various instrument data. Although its performance and precision may not meet higher standards, it possesses the most comprehensive data sample collection, environmental monitoring, and material simulation analysis capabilities. All research projects require the most basic observations, and such observers are fundamental for each laboratory. The research center has produced 4 observers placed on 4 floors. The various data in the laboratories are presented more clearly and intuitively to the researchers. As for material technology, The application and breakthrough of room-temperature superconducting materials are the next steps for Wei Lai, marking the beginning of high-speed iterations for all laboratory equipment. The widespread application of robots further solidifies Wei Lai's belief in the arrival of a new era. Now, Wei Lai needs a world-changing product. As the billion in state-sponsored research funding is running low, the company's office has yet to move to the base. The continuous rainfall and abnormal climate have diluted Wei Lai's firm step into the journey of technology. Chapter 26. It turns out I'm running a factory. The continuous rain casts a shadow over Wei Lai's heart. It's raining again. This year seems to be one of floods and inundation. Even a month after the rainy season has passed, it is still raining, which makes Wei Lai inexplicably uneasy. Now that the building is completed, he plans to take some time to bring his mother over. Wei Lai appears in the initial office, waiting for Su Qian's arrival. How's the company's performance? The research center is running out of money, Wei Lai directly states upon seeing Su Qian enter. Su Qian replies, speechless. Your research center started too high. Don't overestimate our company's profitability. True, and you all are moving over too, Wei Lai says with slight excitement. You see? The building is finished. Even a fool can see that. Built by robots? Is the engineering quality guaranteed? Better than the best construction teams. Su Qian sighs again. Sigh? Projects that can't make money, you excel at spending. Haven't you been following the news lately? The state seems to have helped you suppress the matter with Feng Han. And Xiao Xian told me that the state has given a 3-year deadline. After all, we share the same mother. When will your new product go into production? What type is it? How long have you kept this a secret? The company should prepare in advance. Market research, personnel recruitment, and cash flow all take time. Don't rush. The basic equipment isn't even yet. The country has given $1 billion, and we've just set up the research center. The current problem is that there's no money left. You're talking about starting with tens of billions, and hundreds of billions are needed to see results. For detailed financial reports, you can go to Zhao Feiyun. He has always been in charge of the budget. I hope this time you can come up with a profitable product. I feel like you're in a hurry. I happen to have something to discuss with you. I'll go organize some materials first. Are you free this afternoon? Wei Lai nodded and watched Su Qian leave. How can I not be anxious? I can't get this pile of things out, and it's making me uneasy. However, for the time being, Wei Lai really couldn't think of what kind of product would be revolutionary. The complete commercialization of humanoid robots can indeed be considered a groundbreaking product. But once it becomes civilian, especially construction robots, Wei Lai will face the siege of countless construction workers. The current company has completely become a mishmash. Wei Lai's reckless R&D investment has brought huge hidden dangers to the company. With the focus on creating epic-making products, Wei Lai has yet to realize the severity of the problem, while Su Qian has secretly become anxious. That afternoon, Wei Lai was analyzing the financial statements sent by Zhao Feiyun when Su Qian placed a pile of documents on the desk. What is going on? Wei Lai asked. What exactly do you want to do? Su Qian's tone was somewhat serious. Wei Lai looked at Su Qian and said, What happened? What is the situation? Don't you realize that the company is on the brink of collapse? There is only input with no output. The only assets of the infrastructure company are those fully automated lighting production lines and solar panel production lines. Currently, I don't see any direction for the company's advancement. What industry do you want to be in? At first, I thought you wanted to create a biotechnology company focused on greening and plant cultivation, but then you turned to designing and producing robots, and shortly after that, you got into energy. I thought you were planning to start your own industrial engineering company, but then you said you wanted to make lighting. Can't you stick to one goal? The company is like a naturally gifted child. The country is the elder, overly indulging and praising its strength. Wei Lai plays the role of the master, giving the child various powerful tools, but not teaching him how to use them. I know there are problems. I'm trying to find a solution, specifically the funding issue. It's not just a funding problem. Su Qian's words were a bit harsh. It's that the company fundamentally lacks a goal. You're at the research center every day, but scientific research results don't come out in a day or two. It's a bottomless pit. Wei Lai didn't speak, signaling him to continue. All right, I'll say this. I admit you're a research genius with all sorts of brilliant ideas, but don't you need financial support? First, tell me, why did you start the company? Wei Lai was stumped by the question, recalling that the initial purpose of starting the company had been fulfilled, as suggested by the system. He also wanted funding to drive world change, but ultimately still aimed to develop new technologies. After a long silence, Wei Lai said, to make money, then conduct research, then produce new products to make money. So isn't it still about making money? That is true. But what I want to create are all epic-making product inventions. What industry? All industries. Do you think others are fools? Su Qian mocked. My technology is better than theirs. Wei Lai looked at Su Qian, his emotions rising, and became serious. Yes, leading technology is an advantage, but does that mean others will never catch up? The way you're talking makes you sound foolish. Before Wei Lai could respond, Su Qian asked again, you want to create a technology-driven high-tech industry, not dabble in all industries. Su Qian picked up one of the reports on the desk and handed it to Wei Lai. The research center is something you established with the state. But the company is the one bleeding money. If the company can't develop, you can still thrive in the limelight. To be honest, you are the most irresponsible and disorganized founder I have ever seen. Whatever technology you have, just make products accordingly. You haven't even mastered a single industry. I guess you must be busy researching other technologies now. Although I don't know if it's truly epic-making as you say. I only know that investing more in the research center is a sure path to failure. Su Qian looked at Wei Lai and asked again, I don't know what you're anxious about. The company has only been developing for 3 years. From my perspective, there's no need for production lines. Why can't you seek cooperation for the production of core technological components and other projects? Wei Lai looked at Su Qian. Technology is a double-edged sword. You know what happened last time. How can I carelessly let them research? Besides, I have a strong premonition that the last incident isn't over yet. Su Qian disagreed with Wei Lai's viewpoint, saying that technology is a double-edged sword. But to achieve epic-making products, more is needed: collaboration among various industries. No company can operate without support from other industries. The pie is too big for us to consume alone. We need cooperation, holding the head and tail of the technology chain, distributing the profit segments in between so the company can grow better. Otherwise, you will be surrounded by enemies and unable to move forward. Today you're researching plants, tomorrow you're making robots, and the day after that you're building rockets. You can't even manage the investment in basic industries. You need to gain current growth and benefits through sharing and cooperation. Think about it carefully. Launch new products as soon as possible. You are the decision maker of the company, and I am responsible for management. After saying this, Su Qian left. Wei Lai sat in his chair, pondering the problems at hand. The industrial upgrade revolution is not singular, but a parallel blooming of various sectors, driven by core technology, undergoing continuous development and improvement. For Wei Lai, in the wave of industrial revolution, as the initiator, he has a natural competitive advantage. Pursuing the rightful benefits is the correct choice, not closing the door and working in isolation. Always living in fear and hesitating, Wei Lai chuckled bitterly. He has realized and leveraged the power of the state to promote technological development, yet he is timid and overly cautious about the company's growth. The financial and time costs required to establish basic industries and popularize products globally are quite challenging for any company or country. Make products according to the technology available. I'm really being foolish. This isn't ancient times when there was nothing. It's a pity not to utilize the modern society's well-established basic industrial system. Always thinking of doing everything in one go, I keep saying I stand on the shoulders of giants, but in reality, I'm just staring at the air next to the giant. However, the necessary infrastructure must be in place, and it will be fine to take it slow. Without stubbornly building my own technology empire, Wei Lai held a senior management meeting to clarify that the company, as a technology-driven enterprise, should grasp core technology and build its own technology chain, positioning itself as a technology company rather than a factory. To see the big picture from the small. Taking streetlights and lighting as an example, with the help of robots, from the lamp poles, external coatings, fixing facilities, to solar panels and energy storage modules. From raw material procurement to the complete formation of streetlights, direct and indirect relationships have already been established with various manufacturers. It turns out I was running a factory. Wei Lai made a simple and blunt summary of the company's first 3 years. The official relocation of the company is set for New Year's Day 2023. After discussing with Su Qian, the company's adjustments are proceeding as planned. Every time he enters the research center at the base, Wei Lai always feels a sense of disconnection between reality and the future. Various instruments and robots can be seen moving around at different workstations, conducting scanning, analysis, testing, and monitoring tasks. It's just a pity that without artificial intelligence, these robots with fixed routes and functions seem destined for obsolescence after upgrades. Exploring the application directions and potential of existing technologies is what Wei Lai is currently doing. And it's also a readjustment of the research direction for the current scientific research team. The manufacturing of the observer system has exhausted the funds sponsored by the state, and the development of 4 observers has also fallen into a stalemate. For the research center, robots are the eyes of the observer, and when they arrived at the monitoring center, Wei Lai felt a sense of being behind the scenes. The first product on the agenda is a drone developed based on sensory systems. The application prospects for drones are also extremely broad, covering film and television, agriculture, real estate, news, firefighting, rescue, energy, remote sensing and surveying, wildlife protection, and military industries. With the advancement of modern society and the efforts of industry giants like Dayu Technology, consumer-grade drones have entered people's sight. With the endurance provided by photovoltaic panels, environmental sensing from sensory systems, and future upgrades with room temperature superconducting materials, Wei Lai is confident in taking drone development to new heights and is also confident in competing with DJI, which has mature technology. The change brought by technology is slowly happening and evolving, while Wei Lai is striving for various new directions. The state grid's photovoltaic power generation grid connection plan has already begun to emerge, saving a significant amount of coal fossil energy consumption through the use of clean energy. And the public's widespread transformation has sparked heated discussions. Chapter 27. Consumer-level drone design due to recent weather impacts. China's photovoltaic power generation industry reform has faced its first severe test. The solar power generation model is still constrained by climate factors, and coal, thermal, and hydroelectric power remain essential components of China's energy mix. Solar power generation is still in a period of rapid development, and the new photovoltaic power generation technology developed by Chinese scientists has been successfully applied in major industrial systems, increasing the national clean energy proportion and making significant contributions to sustainable development. Turning off the news notifications on his phone, Wei Lai began designing his company's consumer-grade drones. Making consumer-grade drones the company's first product was a decision based on Wei Lai's own considerations. Drones appeared as early as the 1920s, and after long-term development, military applications have become widespread, while civilian applications have gradually emerged, especially in filming and agriculture. As a company with multifunctional unmanned robot technology, entering the market with drones as consumer products is a good choice. Wei Lai directly set his sights on industry giant Dayu Technology, which has over 70% market share and is the undisputed leader in the drone field. Wei Lai also wants Dayu Technology to see what true leadership and a genuine robotics technology company look like. Nothing is more convenient and quick than comparing finished products. Before defeating and surpassing your competitors, they are always the best learning subjects. Wei Lai took the delivered Dayu drone back to the research center. First, Wei Lai clearly positioned his product as consumer-grade. Military drones are far more advanced and complex than those seen on the market, with various types and sizes. One issue is precision. Higher precision means higher costs. The other is wireless transmission. Military-grade drones are supported by satellite systems with global coverage. These 2 points determine that his drones are merely consumer products, and cooperation with military enterprises is more about customizing core modules. The market prospects for drones as consumer products are vast, with significant room for exploration. Analyzing the data report of the competitor's product, Wei Lai saw only 2 words: comprehensive. For ordinary people, it satisfies the experience of observing the world from different perspectives. For industries, it improves work efficiency and mitigates risks. When Wei Lai informed Su Qian that the company's first product would be a drone, research on the drone market had already begun. There are no perfect products from the start, nor are there innovations on existing drones. Wei Lai chose the safest and most common similar competing products. The first task of the research center is to miniaturize the sensory system. His own robot is at least 2 meters tall, and the core module is the size of a drawer, which is definitely not suitable for mounting on a drone. With the efforts of researchers and a 67% reduction in sensory system performance, the research center successfully shrank the sensor to the size of a thumb. Compared to competitor drones, Wei Lai places more emphasis on automated control, with the help of sensors, in terms of automatic obstacle avoidance and precise positioning. Wei Lai is confident that even in a stripped-down version, it is still significantly more powerful than the Dayu drone. This is the eye of his flying machine. Wei Lai's goal is to leverage strengths while avoiding weaknesses. Compared to the competitor's drone, the primary directions of his first-generation product are ultra-simple control and portability. The body adopts a quadcopter structure design, and the size of the body determines the number of functions that can be realized. The miniaturized design makes it convenient for people to use while traveling, and Wei Lai limited the size to that of a palm and the weight to under 7 kilograms, classifying it as a microdrone. This combination of a camera and a flying machine undoubtedly places great demands on the camera's weight. The miniaturized finished product requires higher precision. But due to the technical barriers of photolithography technology, Wei Lai, confident in his own technology, did not purchase advanced photolithography equipment. The precision level of the electronic components in his own equipment is not leading, but it has also surpassed the micron level. This is also a necessary condition for the sensor to be the size of a thumb. As a qualified small flying machine, the importance of the flight control system goes without saying. Maintaining stable flight in complex and variable environments, reducing energy consumption, and ensuring the machine operates well is not easy. Especially for smaller flying machines, they are more easily affected by wind and temperature changes, which can adversely affect sensitive electronic components. This is the most critical component of the entire drone. Manufacturing processors is Wei Lai's weak point, but relying on a large research team, it is still possible to custom develop a flight control system suitable for their own use. Leveraging mature drone technology, Wei Lai has outperformed competitors in areas like noise reduction, vibration damping, gimbals, and remote control. Notably, improvements in power generation and motor reconstruction are areas the company excels in. The application of power supplies compatible with drones and optimized photovoltaic generation technology has greatly enhanced drone endurance. Ultimately, the software engineering aspect, which is the company's most challenging shortcoming, cannot be overlooked. To achieve excellent image transmission and a well-functioning software system is essential for a successful product. Dayu Technology's image transmission technology is at the leading level in the industry, and it is the result of tens of millions in research funding. Clearer image quality and lower latency are crucial weapons for market dominance. Humans are visual animals. Clear image quality and low latency are the most intuitive indicators of whether a drone can sell well, reflecting the user experience through hardware. If your product performs well in every aspect but presents mosaic-quality images and choppy visuals to users, then I believe this product can basically be classified as garbage. This is also the self-research project Wei Lai aims to undertake. Image transmission technology. Deep scanning technology has provided significant inspiration to the research team's scientific efforts, shortening latency and creating better data transmission pathways, which are benchmark technologies for products aimed at users. Next comes the operating system aspect, which needs to interface with major platforms for information transmission and ease of use. Developing such a software platform is no small challenge. With a team in place, the work efficiency is indeed remarkable. While Wei Lai is working hard on the drone product, a disaster is brewing. After a day of discussions on drone design, Wei Lai returned to his office, and Xiao Xian emotionlessly came to Wei Lai's office and knocked on the door. What is the matter? The leader is looking for you. There's a task. Chapter 28. A seemingly easy task. This is the meteorological and hydrological observation data from the past year. The last crisis has not yet ended. The leader's expression was serious as he spoke to Wei Lai. It has been a year since the last incident. The country has dispatched a large number of personnel for on-site investigations and research. The ecological balance has been maintained well, but climate change and rainfall distribution have still had a significant impact. The most direct impact is certainly the increase in rainfall. The Northwest region has seen much more rainfall than before, but it should not be a major problem. Wei Lai said nervously, "It's not a small problem. Meteorological disasters are the most common natural disasters in our country. You were born in the Northwest and have never witnessed the disaster of floods. The North has more sandstorms, while the South has more floods. We cannot worsen the flood damage while trying to solve the sandstorm problem. The current data in hand is insufficient to indicate any issues, but the country needs to do a good job in disaster prevention and control. Do you have any new discoveries or progress regarding the mutated varieties?" Not yet. The existing observational data is still insufficient to judge the impact of this climate, but we are preparing. You should cooperate with the Meteorological Bureau to carry out climate observations. We need to analyze specific issues specifically. The main reason for calling you here is to ask about your research team. Wei Lai then felt relieved and assured. The situation is quite good. Each research team has its own corresponding projects and directions, and the company's new products are about to hit the market and are being developed intensively. I hope that such private enterprises can bring a different path to scientific and technological innovation. Although the permissions for private operations have been opened, we must not lose ourselves in the pursuit of profits. After Wei Lai left, the leader pondered silently. Regarding Wei Lai, the leader did not explicitly state the seriousness of the situation, as he did not want to dampen Wei Lai's enthusiasm. After all, the cause of the incident was the oversight of the national research team, and then, under pressure from various countries, the behind-the-scenes technology companies became victims of political contention. This is a war without gunpowder. Changes in the natural environment are more likely to attract the attention of various countries. The Earth is the soil for human survival, and the improvement of deserts and arid areas is an invisible wealth for every country. In other words, at the same time as the announcement of the Green Planet Plan, various countries have already begun using various means to obtain seeds. Despite strict protective measures, over time, samples have already appeared in the laboratories of major countries. The mutual competition between countries is also unwilling to see the success of Huaxia. At the first sign of trouble, the leaders of various countries forced the leader to terminate the plan and to expedite various research tests. However, research on new species is extraordinarily complex. The nature of biology determines the complexity of the research, requiring a lot of time for observation. The country's research on seeds is still in its early stages, and Huaxia is currently the only country that has mastered the cultivation method of hope. After the apparent financial support was withdrawn, the country's compensation followed suit. The arrival of a 10,000-person research team at Wei Lai's company was not a random arrangement or personnel transfer. It was a form of implicit funding. The country has high hopes for Wei Lai, and the Huaxia Academy of Sciences has a stronger academic atmosphere and talent cultivation, while Wei Lai's research team leans more towards applied technology. Back at the base, the research center's personnel were conducting various research designs, analyzing mechanics, establishing mathematical models, performing structural analysis, determining the sizes of various components, developing communication ports, flight control systems, data links, ground station programs, and the cooperative operation of electrical components. Over time, the drone's flight component gradually took shape. Without time for aircraft testing, Wei Lai welcomed the cooperation observation team sent by the country. The reason for using the term team is that the country has directly stationed a new unit. It seems not as easy as the leader said, Wei Lai thought. Receiving news of heavy rainfall from various places every day, Wei Lai also had a bad feeling. The deployment of troops further confirmed his suspicions. Observing the officer in front of him, Wei Lai extended his hand to introduce himself. I am Wei Lai, the owner of the behind-the-scenes technology company. Ling Guang. Just call me Commander Ling. I know you. There is your information with the leader. With a square face and a tall stature of nearly 2 meters. Wei Lai secretly thought, he looks just like a soldier, truly fitting. After a simple greeting, Commander Ling commanded the troops to change defense with the unit stationed in the northeast corner of the base, then returned to the future base to discuss observation matters with Wei Lai. Commander Ling, what specific arrangements do you have? We will cooperate with the company. The task is severe. The National Meteorological Bureau and hydrological observation stations express concerns about climate change. Coupled with continuous rainfall, it is easy to form larger-scale flood disasters. I had some expectations, but has it already reached such a serious level? Continuous rainfall, through satellite observation, has already formed lakes in some low-lying areas of the desert, said a researcher next to Ling Guang. Then let's set up the observation station as soon as possible. Commander Ling, has your change of defense mission been completed? Will you be stationed here for a long time? Yes, our unit's mission is to patrol, observe, ensure the safety of the observation station, and undertake rescue tasks in case of natural disasters. After a few exchanges, Ling Guang and the observation team quickly entered work mode to establish the observation station, which was built next to the station. Wei Lai witnessed the arrival of the new troops and the establishment of the observation station. All he could do was cooperate. After thinking for a while, Wei Lai felt that he could no longer remain passive. He needed to clarify the specific situation. Leaving the office, Wei Lai pondered what he could do in such a situation. On October 11th at 10 o'clock, the Central Meteorological Station continued to issue a yellow alert for heavy rain. It is expected that from 1400 hours on October 11th to 14:00 on October 12th, there will be heavy to torrential rain in some areas of northwest China, with certain regions in Xinjiang and Gansu experiencing heavy rain, 100 to 200 millimeters. The Sanchin region will experience short-term heavy rainfall, maximum hourly rainfall of 30 to 50 millimeters, with local areas exceeding 70 millimeters. And there will be strong convective weather such as thunderstorms and strong winds in some areas. Rainy weather is expected nationwide. Citizens are advised to take safety precautions and dress warmly. After turning off the news, Wei Lai thought for a while and realized that the observers in his research center could be useful. He quickly contacted in Shaoxin, found the leader, and explained that his research center had a new type of observation equipment that needed to be connected to the satellite system to contribute to meteorological and hydrological observations, sharing data in real time with the observation station. Taking advantage of this observation task, Wei Lai applied for the satellite usage permit. The observer connected to the satellite system seemed to have opened up a new channel, providing a wealth of data analysis feedback. Wei Lai looked at the report in front of him, and the shocking calculation results were presented before his eyes. Analysis result. Based on the current rainfall and water level analysis, flooding is expected to occur in 5 to 6 days. Chapter 29. The silent disappearance of disaster. The inference about the flood was derived from continuous rainfall without intervention. After precise calculations by meteorological and hydrological departments, considering more factors, the possibility of the flood breaching the dam was established to be zero. More focus was placed on disaster prevention for small and medium rivers. The country has never neglected disaster prevention work. Strong execution and mobilization capabilities have given us more initiative in the face of disaster. Identifying and solving problems is crucial. In many news reports, the so-called flooding news images we see are often taken in riverbank parks and waterfront platforms, where a small number of trees have been transplanted. These areas are designated for public leisure and walking when there are no flood disasters, and they are inherently within the permissible flood range. The comprehensiveness of the observer system has also been recognized by the country, although the results did not match the observers' expectations. They provided detailed data analysis rapidly and accurately based on the absence of human intervention. It must be mentioned that the data access from satellite systems has qualitatively improved the impact on observers. What observers can do is merely analyze and compute data samples. While meteorological observation satellite systems are the greatest contributors to this event, one should not underestimate the knowledge of meteorology from the perspective of the long-term development of human civilization. The study of cosmic meteorology is a lifeline for cosmic exploration. Starting with meteorological satellites, their work involves launching and receiving various raw data through various instruments. After the ground station receives the raw data, it processes it to produce satellite cloud maps. Meteorological satellites do not represent the meteorological satellite observation system. More of the work is done at the ground station. It is through the raw data and the data mapped out by the meteorological satellite observation system that observers find their utility for analysis and simulation. The objective accuracy of intelligence is a prerequisite for adopting different response measures and methods. With a wealth of intelligence, the nation can quickly deploy strategic responses. This is also the reason why Wei Lai is envious of the satellite system. The current shortcoming of observers lies in the observation range. Limited by supercomputing power and product accuracy, that cannot obtain more data samples and information, leading to corresponding errors or inaccuracies in the conclusions drawn. The research and development of drones has not fallen behind either. The system's development is becoming increasingly mature, and solving the camera scheme has become a major challenge for drone applications. Collaborating with established large companies for customization is Wei Lai's only option. From hardware to software, Wei Lai has pulled in all projects that can be self-developed. It is not as severe as Su Qian said. In just 1 year, the company's lighting and solar power generation technology has already captured half of the solar appliance market share, bringing in $1.3 billion in profit. As the owner of a lighting company, he is undoubtedly a model of success. This also gives Wei Lai more confidence to engage in self-research and technology reserves. However, for optical lenses, as a complete outsider, seeking customized collaboration is the only way to meet product performance requirements. Finding camera customization manufacturers did not take much time and effort for Wei Lai. Collaborating with Sony for joint development of imaging systems still requires time. This has significantly impacted the product's birth, and the development of multiple models has also been affected. At the beginning of December, this year's weather is exceptionally cold, and snowflakes have begun to fall near the base, office area, and conference room. The system's development has entered its final stages. What about the imaging system developed in collaboration with Sony? When can it be put into use? Wei Lai asked Su Qian. It will take at least another 5 months to enter the testing phase. In fact, due to the high difficulty of the research and development work, it took 10 months for the imaging system to be officially completed. Speaking of electronic devices, one cannot help but mention the production and manufacturing of chips and various electronic components. The company's self-research system functionality still relies on various chips and the craftsmanship level of the chips limits their design ideas. The company has not mastered a complete chip manufacturing process. The entire assembly production of the drone is provided by 37 component manufacturers supplying different electronic components and chips, along with the jointly developed imaging system and the company's own developed flight control and overall operating system. A good harvest is heralded by a timely snowfall. Wei Lai prayed in the office. The winter scenery of nature unfolds its magnificent beauty in this once desert area. Besides the beautiful scenery, there is also a deep crisis lurking beneath it. While heavy snow brings beautiful views, it also causes inconvenience for travel, and snow removal and de-icing work are gradually being carried out in various regions. The new year has arrived under the pressure of various work demands. This year, Wei Lai does not have time to go home and accompany his mother. Taking advantage of the rare downtime, Wei Lai brought his mother to the base. The building is really tall. Of course, it's built by robots, high-tech. Is it safe? Robots can't build it worse than humans. Absolutely safe. The machines were built according to human blueprints. After chatting about family matters, Wei Lai said, "Since you're here, don't leave. Anyway, everything is available here now. Just take it easy and watch the changes at the base. You can binge watch your shows at home. That won't do. No one will take care of the house. You can stay here with me." Wei Jun fell silent for a moment and agreed. The rainy weather lasted throughout the spring, and anxious days passed day by day. Other than work, Wei Lai's main concern every day was the weather forecast. Due to the early arrival of this year's rainy season in China, there has been an increase in precipitation nationwide, urging citizens to wear rain gear and prepare for flood prevention. As time passed, various departments' flood prevention work was in full swing, including road repairs, drainage inspections, leak sealing, dam reinforcement, flood diversion, flood prevention material procurement, and potential incident prevention, all orderly. The predicted day finally arrived: heavy rain. People on Weibo continued to act as onlookers, watching the main actors perform diligently. Affected by the rainy weather, pedestrians hurried on the road, and vehicles were still stuck in traffic. Thanks to the efforts of various national departments, a disaster was thus nipped in the bud, silently and without a trace. After the rain, the sky cleared, and rainbows appeared in various places, sweeping away the long-standing gloom of rainy weather, as if the whole world had come alive again. The long-lost voice of the system rang out again. The event has ended. Chapter 30. Late Settlement Rewards. The world-ending crisis has been resolved. Green Crisis Event. Settlement is in progress. Evaluation. Your influence is negligible. Reward. Record Clue 1. Only then did Wei Lai understand where his long-standing worries came from. Since the onset of plant mutations, the ecological circle of Earth had undergone tremendous changes. Under nature's rapid self-regulation, a new fragile dynamic balance was formed. It is precisely because of this rapid adjustment that new crises followed, with the evident impact being increased precipitation. If the government had not implemented flow restrictions and prevention measures, and allowed rainwater to drift and accumulate with the monsoons, the entire Earth would have faced greater climate storms. With global warming leading to rising sea levels and increased precipitation due to rapid environmental recovery, the broken balance would cause the entire planet to surge. Nature's self-regulation has restrained the comprehensive release of underground water systems. Although humanity has been striving to control weather changes, there are limits to what can be accomplished. Through the use and diversion of water resources, the water cycle has returned to calmness. More questions surged in Wei Lai's mind. The system seems like a recording instrument, coldly observing the evolution of civilization. From the time Wei Lai obtained seed technology to the emergence of the crisis, there was no prompt information. With questions in mind, Wei Lai immersed himself in the system and opened the new record Clue 1. In the void of space, a light sphere gradually revealed the appearance of an unknown organism, an arclit, glowing sphere. Wei Lai hesitated, looking at the glowing sphere in front of him, pondering whether what he was seeing was a life form when unknown symbols began to float on the surface of the sphere. Meanwhile, he received the following information in his mind. Hello, lucky owner of the cosmic wonder, unknown new civilization. By the time you read this record, my civilization has already been destroyed, and I too will become dust in the universe. In the vast universe, we have never encountered any civilization. In the record of cosmic wonders, I have seen life forms that are different from ours. We failed to break through the limitations of star regions, and our energy is exhausted. As a soon-to-be extinct civilization, I am unwilling and do not know if the cosmic wonder will record my words. The message abruptly ended. What's the point? Wei Lai thought, feeling a bit dazed. What kind of civilization is this? One that plays with technology or one that uses magic? What kind of reward is this? It's like saying nothing at all. Wei Lai couldn't help but complain a little and summarize the information given by the clues. First, the light sphere is a life form, a civilization, and can explore and survive in interstellar space, but it's unclear what unit dimension star regions are divided by. Second, the energy is depleted, the civilization is extinct, and no other civilizations have been seen. Third, according to the light sphere civilization's terminology, the system is referred to as a cosmic wonder, which has the function of recording information from different civilizations. Fourth, where there is one clue, there is another. This light sphere civilization takes a long time to get to the point. Wei Lai felt a bit disappointed that the system did not provide any technological advancements. Such a clue, however, brought Wei Lai greater confusion and sparked his longing for exploration of the universe. In the eyes of the light sphere civilization, what form does the system exist in? What are the rules for releasing system information? In Wei Lai's perspective, the system is merely a tool to assist civilization development, requiring research points for technological breakthroughs. However, in the eyes of the light sphere civilization, its functions seem more like an information recorder. Is it because the technological level is insufficient to unlock new information? Or is it continuously releasing signals that we cannot understand? Or is the system also a type of life form, feeding on information from different civilizations? Calling it a cosmic wonder is not wrong. After contemplating for a long time, Wei Lai realized that this is still far from him. He hasn't even developed a drone or built a robot yet. Back to reality, after 10 months of joint development, the imaging system co-developed with Sony was officially completed. There were no new breakthroughs in technology. The same 1-inch sensor, 20 million effective pixels, 78-degree field of view, f2, 811 aperture, and automatic focus. In terms of the structure of the aircraft, it was significantly different from competitors. While Wei Lai had no advantage in the camera aspect to defeat competitors, he was confident in crushing them all in the aircraft. The brand-new flight control system, convenient operation, and palm-sized design resembled a foolproof aerial photography camera. The drone sample finally arrived in Wei Lai's hands. The machine's 4 wings closed, palm-sized, with the blades retracted into the side wings of the fuselage, eliminating the installation and disassembly process. The front of the fuselage and the 2 wings were covered with a thin layer of solar panels, with a total weight of 400 grams. Standing on the shoulders of giants to forge a path forward, there was no need to reiterate the same data for comparison. The focus was on the differences in power endurance, gimbal, and hovering precision. The battery design allowed for a flight time of 60 minutes, and with solar charging technology. In outdoor applications, the self-safety charging cycle enabled the endurance to reach 3 hours of use. Utilizing the sensory system, the drone's automatic obstacle avoidance and perception system achieved an error margin of 0.1 meters, unaffected by environmental conditions. Precision hovering was controlled within 0.01 meters. The expansion of the drone market was also constrained by piloting skills. The risk of crashing reduced the number of drone buyers. And spending 1,000 yuan to watch fireworks was one of the least desired situations for drone users. Through the sensory system's environmental scanning, precise obstacle avoidance was achieved. And with powerful performance, the drone could still operate well in level 7 winds. In the absence of signals, the drone would automatically return along the flight path, minimizing the risk of crashing to the utmost. The automatic obstacle avoidance system technology, supported by the sensory system, greatly enhanced the drone's safety. With the support of multifunctional drone robot technology, the silent operation and gimbal balance were superior to competitors' products. Regarding the operating system, Wei Lai made some trade-offs. The first-generation drone leaned toward fully automated operation, targeting users who wanted to purchase drones and those needing a more convenient shooting method. The self-developed system was simpler and more straightforward to operate, with various built-in preset conditions, making it easier to expand the user base of the drone. Performance test data reports were already presented to Wei Lai. With multiple data crushing the aircraft, hardware device comparisons did not fall behind. Wei Lai also anticipated dissatisfaction from users regarding the fully automated mode. From the perspective of professional pilots, this entry-level product could not meet their expectations. This was due to the trade-offs in product characteristics. There had to be compromises between the professional crowd and the broader user base. This was also the company's next goal and plan, followed by the launch event and evaluation phase. Whether it could withstand market testing depended on whether the public would reach into their pockets for cash. Chapter 31. Decay Drone Unknowingly. It had been more than 3 years since the company's establishment. Su Qian brought a thick stack of materials to Wei Lai's desk. Have you thought of a product name? How about Juke? I'm not good at naming. Why don't you refer to Lao Tang's opinion? The marketing department is responsible for the promotion work. It's settled then. Has the patent been approved? It's already approved. Let's hold a meeting to prepare for the promotional warm-up. You should also prepare the press release. Then run through the launch event process. I'm not hosting the launch event. I was so awkward when I spoke in front of the research team last time. Wei Lai said, conflicted. You can skip future launch events, but this is the company's first one. You are a manager, not just an engineer or researcher. Su Qian took a deep breath and added, you must quickly shift your mindset. Your more important identity is the core of the entire company. If you want to develop a larger team and elevate the company, skills in public speaking and presentation are essential. We can't have new employees not knowing who their boss is. Wei Lai fell silent for a moment and said, I'll practice privately. Do you have a speech draft? Su Qian pulled out a few sheets of paper from the thick file. Take a look. Let's hold the meeting. The executives from various departments arrived as scheduled. In the meeting room, Wei Lai first announced the name of the new drone product, Juke. Fei Yun, could you please discuss the company's current financial situation? The company's funds are running smoothly, with a net profit of 1.7 billion from lighting and 1 billion from solar panel production. After deducting the daily maintenance and production costs, there are 2 billion in available funds on the company's accounts. Although Wei Lai had heard this data before, he was still shocked by the high profits each time. The performance of solar-powered lighting had crushed a large number of solar lighting manufacturers, and the exclusive use of power generation technology provided ample growth space for the behind-the-scenes technology company. Compared to the government's emphasis on the promotion of photovoltaic power generation technology, which focused more on state-owned enterprises and energy sector layouts, behind-the-scenes technology surged into the ocean of new technology power generation like a giant whale, with no natural enemies. What about the company's employee situation? Yin Jiayi responded, the number of formal employees has reached 778, and we are still in the process of hiring. Labor costs are also rising rapidly. Currently, there are 362 in the administrative department, 102 in the marketing team, and 314 in the engineering team. The marketing team needs to continue expanding. You all have seen the detailed information about Shke. Lao Tang should quickly develop a promotional strategy. By the way, Wei, your confidentiality work has been too good. You didn't even give us a physical machine. Just let me see the data. It's probably hard to formulate a promotional strategy. Tang Mingjiang complained slightly. Wei Lai chuckled. The machine is too powerful. I'm afraid you can't resist posting on Weibo or social media. But now I'll give each of you one. You can promote it freely. How is the setup of the production line? What is the production capacity like? The daily output of a single production line can reach 3,000 units. The company can quickly set up 3 production lines. Are we fully stocked? Can the production capacity still be expanded? If it expands further, the cost-performance ratio will drop, and the assembly of components may not keep up, mainly with the camera system. Yu Zhuogong hesitated for a moment and then said, Mr. Wei, we signed a 2-year contract with Sony. If the drone sells well, we may face huge costs for custom camera optical components. I have my concerns as well, but there are only a few strong players in optical components. Our technological level still needs improvement. We have invested a total of 300 million in R&D this time, with 100 million being the cost of joint research with Sony. The camera system is not much better than the market, it's just on par with competitors. What do you think about the product pricing? The selling price is set at 4,999 yuan. Our production cost per unit has reached 1,200 yuan, with the main expense being the procurement of chips, which accounts for half of the production cost, Tang Mingjiang said. There's no way around it. Our manufacturing precision has just entered the nano level, while the Western giants are already advancing towards 5. We need to speed up the development of various models. Our company's drone series can not only have this one product. The promotion work has been so rapid and sudden. With the development of social media, discussions on Weibo quickly caught the attention of Dayu Technology. Behind-the-scenes tech companies are entering the drone field, with drone performance surpassing Dayu Technology. A new breakthrough in drones. Fully automatic ultra-precision obstacle avoidance system. Dayu Technology's dominance in the drone market is facing a challenge. A new drone is about to be released, and the press conference is coming soon. With the help of the editor, the drone's promotional strategy targeted a large number of public account self-media platforms. Tang Mingjiang accidentally uploaded an incomplete performance comparison document along with a blurry shot of the drone online and the name of the new product, Juke drone, also leaked out. The behind-the-scenes tech company has been immersed in its R&D phase, with its more well-known products being solar lighting fixtures. Except for the initial greening plan and Feng Han's efforts, which brought the company 2 waves of heat in this highly dense and complex information era. It has blended into the vast sea like a splash of water. The reemergence of the behind-the-scenes tech company points directly to the drone field, with Daewoo Technology being the most concerned. The information circulating online quickly sparked discussions among Daewoo employees. Isn't the behind-the-scenes tech company into solar energy? Is the credibility of the product data circulating online high? It doesn't look too big. In the drone market, coming in at this time also has its own abilities. Let's wait for the opponent's move. Right now, it's all about their promotional tactics. The more we respond, the more exposure we give them. The attention on the behind-the-scenes tech company is not just limited to Daewoo Technology. Have they been developing drone technology in silence for 2 years? I wonder what phase their research on seeds is at. Are they not planning to go down the biotechnology research route? Feng Han murmured. A month of continuous promotional bombardment has also sparked broader discussions on drone applications. Whether it was due to the power of netizens, or because company employees accidentally leaked product photos, the full appearance of the Zhuke drone was officially presented to netizens. And cleverly, there were only 3 days left until the scheduled press conference. At the same time, the official website of the behind-the-scenes tech company and various media release channels announced that a press conference would be held in Kyoto 3 days later. With significant investment from the R&D team and the joint efforts of all employees, carrying a nearly 270,000 units inventory build up over a month on June 13th. The behind-the-scenes tech company held its product launch conference. Chapter 32, The Tiger Invades the Airspace. Kyoto, at the launch event. With a month of preheating. Leveraging Daewoo Technology's heat in the drone field, the invitation work from major media went smoothly. The audience was small, about 300 people. Mostly media personnel and people from the drone sector. For a company that has never ventured into the drone field, lacking a fan base. Holding a large press conference is unrealistic. Most attention still comes from industries with high drone application levels, including many staff from Daewoo Technology. The press conference is an important channel for product promotion. For tech companies at different stages and in different industries, press conferences also have different focal points. Taking advantage of the convenience of existing media information dissemination, the behind-the-scenes tech company has indeed put in a lot of effort into online promotion. While large companies release new products on exclusive platforms, small companies pay to promote new products across all platforms. Although the behind-the-scenes tech company has become a giant in the solar lighting industry, relative to the upcoming drone products, it cannot rank within the framework of robotics technology companies. Netizens' attention is still quite strong, although drones are not a necessity of life. The bright application prospects of drones and the promotional strategy aimed at challenging the dominance of the drone industry has led more onlookers to flock to the live stream. Promoting products and increasing sales is the purpose of the press conference. Therefore, the audience faced by the press conference is not peers, but users. What users care about is not long data or the manufacturing process, but the technology content of the product can be summarized as powerful performance, precision manufacturing, and the latest technology. Once the target user group is locked in, the title must be eye-catching. And the big screen prominently displays the new generation drone product launch conference of the behind-the-scenes tech company. All departments are ready, and the press conference begins. Wei Lai took a deep breath to relieve some tension and walked to the stage. I am Wei Lai, the founder of the behind-the-scenes tech company. The behind-the-scenes tech company is a robotics technology company. Although the company's current most profitable project is solar-powered lamps. A friendly laugh erupted in the audience, and Wei Lai slowly got into the groove. Without further ado, there is a lot of information circulating online. Let us get straight to the point, Wei said. The only star of this press conference, and the first high-tech product released by the company, the Zhuke drone. The pace of the press conference was quite fast. With data displays quickly passing by, the focus was on usage and price. Wei Lai's performance this time was very good. He had practiced. Convenient and simple. 2 operating modes, remote indoor control and remote outdoor control. Supports 460 recording, 20 million pixels. Fully automatic mode, automatic obstacle avoidance. Locks onto people and scenery, worry-free shooting. When the signal is weak, it automatically cruises, and the body's power provides a 7-level wind resistance, with the risk of crashing being virtually zero, unless you deliberately crash into the aircraft. The big screen quickly moved to the next page. Ultra-long endurance, 3 hours of endurance, 1 hour of indoor endurance, giving you more time for composition and shooting. As the press conference approached its end, netizen discussions continued one after another, and Daewoo Technology's expression grew increasingly serious. As the full appearance of the Zhuke drone was now before the world, now it was all about the price. At this moment, everyone's thoughts were in sync, and it was the question people cared about the most. For 1,999 yuan, the official purchasing channel will be available 3 days later. Please recognize the official website of the behind-the-scenes tech company. Our next plan will be to launch more models to meet the needs of different users. Thank you all for your support. The press conference concluded, and thunderous applause erupted in the room. Meanwhile, the online dissemination was just beginning. How was that? Not bad, right? Pretty good performance. Now let us see the sales figures. Su Qian focused more on the direction of online public opinion. Immediately, a netizen posted a comparison of the configurations of the behind-the-scenes tech company's drone and Daewoo Technology's drone. The same shooting quality, performance endurance is much stronger than Daewoo's, and the automatic obstacle avoidance completely crushes them. Exactly, every time I fly a drone, I waste so much time looking for shooting angles. This endurance is impressive. I, a clumsy person, fully support this. I've always wanted to buy one, but I'm afraid of setting off fireworks. The professionals look down on it. It's just an automatic toy. Haha, if I buy one that doesn't explode, aren't you worried every time you fly it that it won't come back? Bringing 3 to 5 of them when you go out is really convenient. Being able to buy 3 to 5 is also a sign of wealth. The topics of discussion among netizens are always unpredictable, with sudden debates arising over the pros and cons of manual versus automatic operation. Su Qian is both amused and helpless. Looking at the trending topics on Weibo, he suddenly found this piece of information. Automation has made it easier for users. But here's the question. If everyone has one while traveling, with hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of drones in the air, how can we take pictures? It would look awful. The use of new products often comes with more problems. Su Qian urgently discussed this with Wei Lai, but Wei Lai said, I've already considered this. Each drone will be registered under real names and in non-restricted flight zones, especially in tourist areas. Flights will be scheduled to ensure it doesn't affect other visitors. I've already talked to Shaoxin about this, and the government will soon introduce corresponding drone control management regulations. Due to the varying flight control policies in different countries, Wei Lai chose to sell domestically and not venture into overseas markets for now. The powerful performance has made overseas netizens excited, all asking how to purchase. And they lamented, China's robotics technology is becoming more mature, and the drone market will be completely monopolized by Chinese companies. The official website of the tech company behind the drones also faced a significant surge in traffic for the first time. The site contains more detailed flight control management and usage instructions. They are indeed quite confident, even implementing flight reservations. Do they really think they can sell out? Those who look down on fully automatic and easy operations have also started arguing on Weibo. Don't you understand the importance of being prepared? Given the current level of technological development, private airspace will eventually become an invisible asset, and the country will surely improve relevant laws and regulations. Before the trolls could strike again, the national team announced new regulations for drone use. A special report on drones, quite impressive. Wei Lai was genuinely happy. The day before the official sale, the government announced the existing regulations for drone usage applications and invited experts to educate the public about drone applications and discussions. The world's attention was focused on the drone sales tomorrow, with fast capital firmly locking onto the brand new blank personal space domain, private airspace. Chapter 33, Netizen Reviews at 1 p.m. on June 16th. The official website of the tech company opened the purchasing channel for drones. It wasn't exaggerated to the point of selling out in an instant. After 27 minutes of sales, 270,000 drones were sold out. Wei Lai and the company's executives breathed a sigh of relief. Having invested billions, if the product didn't sell, it would be a nightmare for the company's development. It seems that netizens have a good recognition of our product, Wei Lai said with a smile. The company's employees seemed to have taken a reassuring pill. At least their efforts were not in vain. In just 27 minutes, the sales data on the screen rose sharply at first, then quickly dropped, and finally rose slowly, reflecting the fluctuations in the employees' moods. Finally, it was time for the netizens to showcase their reviews of the devices. After completing the routine inspection of the production department, Wei Lai secretly opened the website during a busy moment. He wanted to see if any influencers had uploaded comparison videos. The more free promotion, the better. Opening a small video site, he found that netizens had already uploaded their unboxing videos. He prepared some snacks and opened the bullet comments. Clicking on the most viewed video titled Future Technology Factory Director, unsure if it was made by a professional reviewer. With the help of a buddy, I successfully grabbed the latest product from the tech company, the Decay drone. Seeing the familiar barrage of comments that seemed to catch him off guard, Wei Lai chuckled. The packaging was still quite exquisite. Let's see what's inside. Poor packaging won't help the price go up. It lacks class, Wei Lai sighed, adopting the demeanor of an old capitalist. The video thoughtfully labeled the charger, drone body, spare propellers, 2 batteries, remote control, instruction manual, and storage bag, providing a comprehensive display of the items inside the box. The unboxing was complete, and now it was time for the review segment. The appearance was quite decent, with a blue and white body, but only this color available. Who knows if they will release other colors in the future? Only one color? I won't buy it. There's no colorful black. Bad review. A slew of comments floated by. I also want to make colorful black, but the solar panel color is blue, unless a new paint is developed. Wei Lai also criticized his own product. Now let's see the automatic obstacle avoidance and foolproof operation that Director Wei bragged about at the press conference. The selling point of the Decay drone was precisely what was showcased in the video: automatic obstacle avoidance and foolproof operation. The Future Technology Factory Director skillfully took out his phone to activate it. The activation registration prompt from the Huaxia Drone Flight Management Bureau stated, "To ensure the personal privacy and safety of Huaxia citizens, please register with your ID when flying, and do not lend it to others casually." This is the new regulation from the news report, directly applied. The tech company must have some undisclosed secrets with the government. Actually, it's quite good. If we think about it, if drones are flying everywhere, and each tourist spot has 1 drone per person, it would be absurd to see drones instead of the scenery. The comments were all supportive, and the Future Technology Factory Director quickly completed the registration step and began indoor testing. The drone's precise hovering and automatic obstacle avoidance features were showcased vividly. When it was about 0.3 meters from the wall and chandelier, no matter how he operated the remote control, giving incorrect commands, the drone would detect its surroundings and adjust its position without crashing into the wall or chandelier. Okay. Just for the fact that it won't crash no matter how you operate it is pretty awesome. It is said that there is still a possibility of collision with moving objects, but generally, no one flies them to set off fireworks, right? Watching the barrage of 666 scrolling by, Wei Lai also became happy. Alright, we'll stop here for this video. With such an obstacle avoidance feature, I think it's worth the price. This is also the main selling point of the tech company's drone. The photography function is basically no different from that of the great domain technology company, so you can buy it with confidence. In the next video, I will introduce the new regulations for drones in detail, so remember to give a 3-part support. Fortunately, I was thoughtful and early on discussed the drone issue within Xiaoxin. The application of drones still requires national control. It can't be chaotic. During the week after the product launch, as review videos continued to emerge, the pre-order volume skyrocketed, reaching 500,000 units. Even with 3 production lines fully operational, it would take nearly 2 months of continuous production to catch up. We are getting closer to the goal of breaking 1 million in sales. Wei Lai urgently called a meeting with employees to analyze the market capacity for drones and study the issue of expanding production scale. Right now, our order delivery time has piled up to 2 months, which is related to us launching the product too early. Now we need to discuss whether to expand the production lines. The market capacity is larger than we expected, and the more convenient operation has led more users to choose us. We have also expanded the user base for drones. We must add 2 more production lines. And users are patient, Tang Mingjiang said. Initially, we thought the rental market in the drone field was quite popular since people usually don't use them, but unexpectedly, more people are willing to buy their own. With the 2 production lines already being our limit, the assembly of parts is lagging behind. We can't produce chips. Su Qian also shared his views. After some discussion, Wei Lai decided to add 2 production lines, increasing the daily production capacity to a maximum of 15,000 units. Due to the delivery constraints of various components, the production volume has basically maintained above 12,000 units. The more widely discussed topic on Weibo is no longer the Decay drone, but rather the almost stringent drone flight control regulations. The flight restrictions are too strict, basically. As long as it's within urban areas, applications must be submitted for all major attractions, which is not free at all. Drones are so small, and make little noise. Would you be happy if they flew outside your window every day? Want to take a sneak peek? Who would fly into residential areas for no reason? That is just ridiculous. With a vast forest, there are all kinds of birds. This is a new thing, and it is being managed more strictly. But it is expected to improve in the future. It may even become stricter. I somewhat regret buying it, as I just wanted to use it as a selfie tool. But now I have to apply for permission to fly anywhere. It's still manageable with fewer users now, but what about when more people start using it? That would mean waiting for appointments every day. It's not too much. It's just like the protection and flow limitation of scenic areas, just added one more requirement. The discussions among netizens have also raised concerns for Wei Lai about sales and more issues in the space sector that have emerged. In the conference hall, the country is also exploring the expansion and improvement of laws and regulations related to private airspace. Truly an unruly character, always coming up with new things. The leaders silently think. Meanwhile, Wei Lai and Su Qian are discussing a reorganization of the company. Behind-the-scenes technology is no longer a small company of dozens of people. It needs a better management model. Chapter 34. Company reform. Behind-the-scenes technology has never been ordinary from the start. Confused and unsure, Wei Lai has walked this path without fully understanding the status of his company, feeling a sense of detachment due to the state's investment and withdrawal of funds. Just when he thought the state would abandon him to fend for himself, a large research team was dispatched. Nevertheless, the company is still his wholly owned enterprise. Wei Lai has considered it clearly, with numerous technologies and the ability for independent innovation, as long as he does not take big strides. Ensures the stability of the company's cash flow, and behaves like a good citizen of the country, he can continue to move forward smoothly and quickly. With no urgent need for external funding, the state is his strong backing. 3 years of experiences, passed through with little danger, have allowed Wei Lai to grow quickly. Setbacks and crises are the best and cruelest teachers. The emergence of the system has shown Wei Lai the path of scientific exploration, and he has become engrossed in research and experiments. However, Su Qian's theory of company crisis has sounded the alarm for Wei Lai. He is not only a technology owner, but also a manager and operator of the company. A tall building built on shaky ground will inevitably collapse. Wei Lai has timely adjusted his approach, refraining from further technological research expansion and immediately consolidating the soil needed for research, which is also the lifeblood of the company. Financial issues. The complex relationship with the state, along with the advancement and potential dangers of various technologies, means that behind-the-scenes technology does not fit the structure of ordinary commercial companies. This has always been a consideration for Wei Lai, how to position his company. When a company masters advanced technologies related to energy, machinery, and materials, and even involves military technology development, there are natural conflicts and cooperation spaces with the state. From the perspective of historical development, every industrial revolution brings technological breakthroughs that facilitate people's lives, while also triggering numerous social problems in unseen corners that the state does not wish to see. Although the tide of technological development is unstoppable, how to transition smoothly is a key factor for the state to consider. As a company, if research outcomes cannot be transformed, it will be unable to operate and survive, lacking the funds and soil necessary for existence, leading to a dead end. This is the critical conflict of interest that needs to be pushed forward with time and corresponding policy guidelines. Companies need profits to survive, while the state needs stable development. At first glance, they seem not to conflict, but one cannot overlook the influence of time. Capital seeks profit, as the moment when profit growth slows gradually approaches. This fragile balance will be broken. The application of high-tech military industry is also an unavoidable hurdle. The journey that humanity faces is bound to be vast like the stars and the sea, and how the organizational forms of the state and companies will change remains unclear to anyone. Before adjusting the company structure, Wei Lai had a secret communication with the leaders. When Wei Lai returned to the company, he brought a new identity, a higher level of confidentiality, and greater access to the national database. The company has established a large organizational structure, divided into an internal and external dual-layer structure. Internally, there are now Administrative Department, Technology Department, Exploration Department, Application Department, Finance Department, Security Department, and Training Department, all managing internal and external data. Internal staff is set up in a 5-level structure, consisting of chairman, general manager, department head, supervisor, and team leader. The external departments are Finance Department, Administrative Department, Customer Service Department, Legal Department, Business Department, Engineering Department, and Security Department, also structured in 5 levels, with level 5 being the highest and level 1 the lowest. Existing employees will not be changed, and promotions for internal staff require review. Su Qian temporarily serves as the head of the application department, while the personnel and other departments are still in the vacancy phase. The external finance department and administrative department do not overlap with the internal finance and administrative departments and are only responsible for the company's daily operational maintenance. After this mechanism reform, only the application department serves as the important link for internal and external communication, while other departments belong to the company's confidential departments. The overall company organizational structure publicly claims only the peripheral departments, application department, and research center. The technology department, which is the research center, has different levels of classification. Researchers enter the technology department after being trained and reviewed by the training department. Level 13 researchers belong to peripheral researchers, while level 49 researchers belong to the technology department. Peripheral researchers mainly focus on civilian technology and corporate profit, while the research range of the technology department is unrestricted. Building a large technology commercial company does not happen overnight. With a large talent gap, Wei Lai must prepare for a new round of company expansion, but this time there is no precedent to follow. Behind-the-scenes technology has engaged in deep cooperation with the state, obtaining the title of national-level high-tech enterprise. In terms of identity, Wei Lai is not just a researcher and company leader, but also the commander of the newly established Xinghan secret unit by the state. The company reform has not caused significant changes. To outsiders, it merely appears as a change in department names. There has been no rush to recruit and expand personnel, and the announcement of company departments and levels has not affected the enthusiasm of company employees. Drone sales continue to grow rapidly, and researchers are diligently working on design and functional expansion around industry application models. Wei Lai is also striving to promote the integrated development of industry, academia, and research. The combination of industry, academia, and research is a collaboration and integration of the different social divisions of labor in terms of functionality and resource advantages. It is the docking and coupling of technological innovation in upstream, midstream, and downstream. As a high-tech enterprise, research output, talent cultivation, and achievement transformation are necessary paths for the company's development. This is also the reason for the complete internal and external differentiation of the company, largely eliminating the influence of capital while retaining the transfer of interests, self-production, self-research, developing high-tech, and promoting social development. This has also granted Wei Lai more autonomy. And the abundant cash flow brought by drones has further expanded the potential development of various technologies. In just 17 days, drone sales exceeded 1 million, with sales revenue reaching a staggering 5 billion RMB, of course. This includes both pre-ordered quantities and already sold quantities, minus the cost of 200 renminbi, resulting in a net profit of 3.8 billion renminbi. This is simply indescribable. Wei Lai experienced the power of the technology printing press for the first time, as if the allure of money had suddenly vanished. Looking at the financial report in his hands, Wei Lai knew that the widespread adoption of robots was not that far off. The next 3 months, after acquiring the drones, would be a crucial time to test whether the legal regulations and drones could truly capture the market. The entire company's employees were observing the new regulations and the changes that drones would bring to society. Chapter 35. Technology changes life. The lives of the wealthy are so simple and unadorned, yet monotonous. Behind the scenes, tech companies injected a shot of adrenaline into the drone market. The entire market's hotspots boiled over again, and the financial markets related to the concept became increasingly heated. Functionally, the decay drone, designed for a broader user base, enabled more novice users to enter the drone market, further bridging the gap between machines and people. Due to the unique nature of space, drones have a vast and bright application prospect in various industries, but the constraints on the technological level of drones are not just related to technology itself. The power of capital had long set its sights on this cake. When Daewoo Technology capitalized on the concept of drones combined with photography, the force of capital had already begun to lay out its plans. However, as time went on, the issue of drone endurance suppressed the ambitions of capital. To solve the endurance issue, the energy problem must be addressed. More efficient and smaller energy sources are necessary to make the drone market a normalized and popular market. Although the endurance time is continuously increasing, the slow growth has gradually caused capital to withdraw its attention. Simply put, the cost effectiveness is becoming lower and lower. Wei Lai did not solve the problem of energy miniaturization either. He only made a small step forward in endurance. While the main technological showcase still belonged to the environmental monitoring and obstacle avoidance technology provided by sensory and deep scanning technologies. In comparison, the environmental monitoring and obstacle avoidance system and the endurance issue belong to the energy problem. While the privacy issues and differing policies in various countries triggered by drones are the real reasons preventing the formation of a popular market. People's understanding of private airspace is still weak, but the concept of personal privacy has become a social hot topic with various discussions and explorations. No one wants drones flying past their windows. The expansion of the drone market will inevitably spark debates about privacy in space. Daewoo Technology Company, Office Building. Kong Zhenglei of Daewoo Technology did two things: research and observation. Research involved studying the automatic obstacle avoidance system of the Zhuke drone and identifying areas where it outperformed the current products of Daewoo Technology, examining whether they could imitate and modify it without infringing on patents from structural, system, and architectural perspectives. Observation involved monitoring market reactions. Whether behind-the-scenes tech companies could become industry leaders was not just something Daewoo Technology was waiting for. Companies at the forefront of the drone industry were also waiting. Growing the cake benefits all companies, and Wei Lai could not consume the entire market in one bite. If he failed to break through the existing market constraints, he would face a joint strangulation from the leading drone industry. In commercial competition, no one is willing to share their profits. If the market can grow, everyone is happy. And competition within the industry showcases different talents. Before Wei Lai could engage in tedious thinking and research for the next steps, the hot sales eventually ignited the market. According to online data observations, affluent travel enthusiasts were the strongest purchasing group. Various scenic photos and the magnificent natural landscapes of Huaxia became the new hot topics for online discussions. Convenient, blockbuster level. Mom, I no longer have to worry about setting off fireworks. The student crowd shed tears of envy. The overtime crowd also shed tears of envy. The first wave of online public opinion could be described as overwhelmingly positive. Zhuke sparked a tourism boom. The flourishing tourism industry also drove a new wave of sales. But with it came countless problems and worries. Some scenic spots reached full reservation capacity. I bought tickets, but can't use them. The reservation time conflicts with my vacation. I've been scrambling all year for tickets and discounts. Now I have to scramble for flying reservations. I went to a remote mountain to avoid ticket scrambling just to take good photos, and almost had an accident. This application process is a bit strict. I've been rejected several times. In the Magic City, many places don't allow flying. The urban restrictions are too great. Is it only for tourism use? I can't just buy one and fly it indoors every day. It will just gather dust. Anyway, I think it's pretty good for making a shooting record. The space at home is large, but indoor endurance feels insufficient. Upstairs, it's time for your medication. I wonder if friends living in the community have noticed someone flying a drone outside their window. I live near a shopping mall, and I have to draw the curtains every day. It's a bit annoying. A buddy of mine went to see a drone and crashed it. Wei Lai found himself struggling against the tide of public opinion, with various self-destructive small-time players surfacing one after another. Fortunately, the most frequent feedback from online public opinion was not about the product's quality, but rather the various changes it brought to life. The flight application reservation system was the most concentrated point of complaint among netizens, with the rest categorized as safety and privacy issues. Wei Lai understood this. More importantly, he conveyed through the media that the intention was to protect the privacy of the public and ensure orderly use, as the carrying capacity of scenic spots is limited, allowing more people to see natural landscapes rather than a sky full of small drones. Understanding aside, it indeed brought inconvenience. And more people gradually became accustomed to the sight of drones appearing everywhere. Under the calm and legal constraints, behind-the-scenes tech companies and the drone industry gradually relaxed. However, the essence of aerial photography drones is that they are movable cameras in the sky, with the corresponding legal restrictions in place. There will always be those who want to break free from the constraints. In early September, news began to circulate online that the Zhuke system had been hacked. By mid-September, Wei Lai, unaware of this, was discussing the release of new models with engineers. An article titled Deep Reflection, Millions of Cameras Watching Us from Above quickly ignited the internet. Although Wei Lai and the engineers promptly repaired the system and pushed a mandatory update to all users, declaring that hacking the system was a violation of relevant laws and regulations, The media coverage and aerial surveillance from cameras still dealt a heavy blow to Wei Lai. Sporadic hacks continued, and on one hand, they were constantly outsmarting users who were privately hacking the system, while on the other, the company was caught in a whirlwind of public opinion, and the production of other models came to a standstill. Although the vast majority of people were more repulsed by the hacking behavior, the swift actions of the Huaxia authorities, the capture of the hacking group, and the improvement of relevant policies slightly alleviated citizens' concerns. However, exaggerated articles from self-media sparked further reflection. Wei Lai deeply realized that technological advancements in software engineering must be accelerated, and the shortcomings of the operating system must be addressed. The next generation of models must use a self-developed system to make hacking unprofitable, which is the fundamental way to restrict software hacking. After the storm passed, although drones had entered people's lives, hidden dangers still lurked in the shadows. Chapter 36, Core and Materials. The emergence of hacking systems brought new problems. When a new product appears on the market, the countdown to hacking and conquering begins, making it nearly impossible to eradicate such incidents. The only way to limit the hacking of one's products is to make hacking unprofitable, along with relevant laws and regulations. The constraints of laws and regulations bind order and morality, and figuring out how to make hacking unprofitable is the company's responsibility. Complexity and secrecy are methods to increase hacking costs. Flies don't buzz around seamless eggs. From a hardware perspective, Wei Lai needs a more complete production chain to maximize the confidentiality of the entire product manufacturing process. From a software perspective, it requires a brand new universal operating system platform. Similar to Apple, the difficulty of cracking the system is high, and cracked systems often have various issues, making them unfriendly to users. The integration of hardware recognition and adaptation with the software system must be viewed as a unified whole. Complex engineering and advanced technology inherently provide confidentiality. Software engineering development is based on hardware architecture. Wei Lai's primary goal is to improve the production chain to break free from manufacturing limitations. Aside from sourcing basic components, the honorable yet challenging task falls on the chips. Chips generally refer to the carriers of integrated circuits, which are the results of design, manufacturing, packaging, and testing, typically forming an immediately usable independent entity. In modern society, electronic products permeate every corner of life. We refer to devices powered by electricity as electronic products, which consist of various electronic components, with the core part being the circuit board. Circuit boards are made up of various chips, which are key components for functionality and performance enhancement. Chips can be classified in different ways, the most common being precision classification and functional classification. Though both may refer to the same type of chip, precision classification, for example, includes 7 chips, while functional classification divides them by function into categories such as graphics processors and central processing units. In short, a chip represents a complete semiconductor industry chain. From design to manufacturing to packaging, each step aggregates a large amount of advanced technology. Building an integrated high-tech production chain from chips to operating systems, unaffected by external factors, is also a fundamental demand to ensure the company's interests. Wei Lai's vision cannot be limited to drones alone. It is more about preparing for long-term planning. The establishment of an intelligent social structure requires support from a universal operating system platform, extending from drones to appliances to robots. This poses a significant challenge for Wei Lai, as the black technology, chips, and operating systems it possesses have little relevance to each other. The development of science and technology is also a gradual process. It cannot be achieved simply by desire. The various robots and drones produced by Wei Lai have also been developed under conditions where the requirements for chips are not high. The sensory systems strictly belong to mechanical chips, with more technological content and design, while the precision requirements are not particularly demanding. The functionality of construction robots is also realized through different types of chips, with extensive research into multifunctional drone technology focusing more on power structure and noise reduction. The preparation of chips is not something that can be completed in just a year or two. The universal operating platform also requires a long time and adjustments based on the company's production status. Currently, the only thing Wei Lai can do is continuously build technical reserves and research existing technologies and foundational sciences, making breakthroughs in performance from the most basic materials. Recently, Wei Lai has been particularly focused on the operations personnel at the research center, who are constantly engaging in a battle of wits with hackers. These researchers, or more accurately, programmers, are repairing while simultaneously improving and supplementing the decay operating system and accumulating corresponding technical reserves. Wei Lai has not forgotten about the increased access to the national database. The daily workload includes company affairs while continuously learning and progressing. It is not that Wei Lai has become smarter, but rather that understanding one principle leads to understanding many. Science and technology do not exist independently. For Wei Lai, the inheritance of system technology and related technological projects can be well understood and learned, but when encountering less relevant disciplines, there is no desire to learn. Simply put, it is incomprehensible. This situation causes Wei Lai great distress. The pain of thirsting for knowledge yet being unable to absorb it is a significant blow. Therefore, to develop artificial intelligence, it is essential to simplify processes and eliminate learning steps, making it the best auxiliary tool. Speaking of the national database, one cannot help but mention the three major technologies hailed as the most likely to achieve breakthroughs in the 21st century: nanotechnology, artificial intelligence, and genetic engineering. Within the national database, various research attempts are clearly documented. Wei Lai attempts to review information related to artificial intelligence, but the abundance of technical terms and jargon feels like a foreign language regarding the future. It is confirmed, I am indeed academically challenged. However, I do have a grasp of the methods for preparing room temperature superconducting materials. Since I cannot solve the semiconductor industry problem, I will first tackle materials and create a new generation of supercomputers, Wei Lai mutters to himself. Returning to the research center, after verifying and learning about the relevant technical information on superconducting materials from the national database alongside his own technology, Wei Lai convenes the team to officially tackle the room temperature superconducting materials project. Superconductors possess many unique properties, the most prominent being that below a critical temperature, their resistance drops to zero, allowing electric current to flow through them without generating heat, thus eliminating energy loss. This high current carrying capacity and zero resistance characteristic enable superconductors to store large amounts of electrical energy without loss for extended periods, due to temperature requirements and limitations. Room temperature superconducting materials do not currently exist, and efforts are being made to break through these temperature constraints to apply superconducting technology to various devices. The development of room temperature superconducting materials brings limitless possibilities to Wei Lai. The magnetic resistance of superconductors is also a necessary condition for the magnetic levitation technology depicted in science fiction films. The application of superconductors belongs to the realm of material science. When breakthroughs in material science are achieved, meeting the conditions for mass production and reducing costs will change everything around us, ushering in the next era. If Wei Lai does not obtain this technology, then in the following years, improving systems, developing new models, and continuously investing in scientific research and innovation will be the company's only path forward. The successful transformation of room temperature superconducting technology will determine the company's fate. Perfected synthesis technology for room temperature superconducting materials means reduced trial and error costs, eliminating a lot of wasted effort. However, to truly develop, reduce costs, and bring it to market, the collaborative efforts of Wei Lai and the researchers are essential. Chapter 37. Superconducting State and Material Processes, Seeking Recommendations and Collections. The preparation of room temperature superconducting materials is not as simple as Wei Lai told the leadership. The discovery of superconductors dates back to 1911 when Dutch scientist Heike Kamerlingh-Onnes cooled mercury with liquid helium, and when the temperature dropped to 4.2 K minus 268. 95 C, the resistance of mercury completely disappeared, a phenomenon known as superconductivity, marking the discovery of superconducting phenomena. Superconductors can be classified by material into Type 1 and Type 2 superconductors, by theoretical explanation into conventional and non-conventional superconductors, by critical temperature into high temperature and low temperature superconductors, and by material into chemical material superconductors and organic superconductors. Over a century of development, we have continuously refreshed and broken through the critical temperatures of high temperature superconductors, and theories have effectively explained the superconducting phenomena of conventional superconductors. The superconducting phenomenon is a broad concept. To determine whether a material is a superconductor, it must simultaneously exhibit zero resistance and complete diamagnetism. If the resistance does not drop to zero, or if the diamagnetism is poor, it cannot be definitively classified as a superconductor. Superconductivity means that below a certain temperature, resistance disappears, and magnetic fields are expelled from the superconductor. Temperature is a key factor in the formation of superconductors. Each substance has a specific temperature above which, regardless of how much pressure is applied, gaseous substances will not liquefy. This temperature is the critical temperature. Compared to the original temperature requirement for the mercury superconducting state, the 4.2K condition imposes significant limitations on our usage. The broad application prospects of zero resistance and geomagnetism have led people to explore high-temperature superconductivity. Here, high temperature is relative to absolute zero, which is 0 Kelvin or minus 273.15 degrees Celsius. The importance of materials science is self-evident. Normal temperature and pressure conditions are prerequisites for various materials to meet application goals. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Just as ancient humans obtained roasted meat from fire gifted by lightning before they knew how to use fire, Wei Lai discovered a method for preparing room temperature superconducting materials. Without a corresponding theoretical foundation, the expansion of related theories and the difficulty of preparation far exceeded Wei Lai's imagination. However, the application of these properties has still brought immense value to the construction of theoretical foundations. The maintenance of superconducting states at room temperature and pressure has led to the development of unconventional superconductors under such conditions. The birth of superconducting materials did not come from thin air. Rather, it involved using technical means to utilize and maintain superconducting substances at room temperature and pressure. All materials with superconducting properties are referred to as superconducting materials, which also provided Wei Lai and the research team with more experimental directions. Wei Lai's preparation method synthesized different metals with bio-based coatings, using catalysts and specific temperatures and pressures to produce superconducting alloys at room temperature and pressure. The entire research team remained puzzled. Due to the confusion and incompleteness of superconducting theory, the application of such new alloys was even more elusive. Wei Lai led this specialized research team to undertake a great deal of work. Without any theoretical support, everything had to be synthesized in the mind before a superconducting alloy could be produced and analyzed. The research team first procured and modified equipment, then melted the purchased metal raw materials with bio-based coatings cultivated in biological culture equipment in proportion, inputting specific temperatures and pressures to produce the first batch of superconducting alloys. Next came the study and observation of the properties of this batch of superconducting alloys. We also know that merely having zero resistance is not enough to qualify as a superconductor. First, the superconducting properties of the alloy must be verified. After various experimental observations, the research team confirmed the superconductivity of the alloy. The next step was to observe the environmental adaptability of the alloy's superconductivity and whether any new changes would occur. For example, in the sky, on the ground, and in water, humid and dry environments impose different constraints on the existence and application of materials. The entire research team conducted comprehensive tests on superconducting properties, primarily aimed at observing the degree of application of superconductivity in different environments and whether it would vanish under specific conditions. A large number of experiments on the superconducting properties of the superconducting alloy have already consumed substantial energy and time from Wei Lai and the research team. And the team's personnel were clearly insufficient. A lot of basic and theoretical research had to be prioritized. More researchers joined the foundational research work on the new alloy, accumulating vast amounts of data daily on quality, density, temperature, properties, and material identification at the research center. The study of materials science is extremely tedious and requires a lot of time for testing. From macro to micro perspectives, the research progress on superconducting alloys is continuously advancing. With ready reference points, the completion of superconducting theory is like adding wings to a tiger. Various ideas, existing questions, and current theories are constantly being overturned, rebuilt, and refined. Regardless, the excellent performance of superconducting alloys has been confirmed. While researchers delve into theoretical work and material property studies, cost reduction and the expansion of preparation technologies have also officially begun. Cost has always been a significant factor constraining the development of new technologies. The production of superconducting alloys is not cheap, requiring entirely new production lines. Representing a different emerging superconducting industry chain with vast market prospects, trillions in market potential, spanning various industries such as bio-based coating cultivation, metals, catalysts, and more. The application scenarios for a single type of material remain limited. Applying superconducting materials in different industries requires different material properties. The emergence of superconducting alloys signifies the correctness of the direction, and the research team also needs to derive more synthesis methods for superconducting materials, including iron-based and carbon-based superconductors. Just as the production of rigid and flexible materials is necessary for true commercial operation, the real application of superconducting materials could even lead to breakthroughs in nuclear fusion technology. In existing industries, nuclear magnetic resonance is the most widely used application of superconducting properties. The popularization of superconducting materials will undoubtedly lead to significant improvements in medical conditions. Countries around the world have their own research projects in the field of superconductivity. For instance, China, as a construction powerhouse, has been researching high-temperature superconducting maglev train technology for nearly 20 years. The room-temperature superconducting technology brought by Wei Lai is about to showcase its dominance as a new type of technology standing at the pinnacle of the world for the first time. A new era is approaching, and what Wei Lai did not expect is that the comprehensive application of the robot era he envisioned has not yet arrived. The era of superconducting technology has already arrived on Earth. The promotion and popularization of applicable technologies have touched too many interests. And this new revolutionary wave began first in the academic community. Chapter 38, Preparing for Rainy Days, Seeking Recommendations and Collections. Before the soldiers move, the supplies must be ready. Although the cost of superconducting alloys remains high, the significance of room-temperature superconductors to the entire world is different. Time waits for no one. As various research on superconducting alloys progresses, China is also undertaking various preparations. This is a proactive measure dictated by complex international relations and is a necessary preparation for China. The complexity of human society makes internal competition particularly fierce. This is not determined by any single factor. Various reasons, including different classes, ideologies, national powers, technological levels, and cultural atmospheres, have formed a unified yet decentralized human civilization. Intense internal competition can easily lead to vicious competition. The complex international relations between East and West also complicate technological competition with more interests involved. For China, the existence of the Wassenaar Arrangement greatly hinders the progress of scientific and technological development. However, technological blockades do not equate to scientific blockades. Scientific blockades are, in themselves, a false proposition. After investing more time and effort, China has worked hard to keep pace with global technological development. But technological blockades have given the Western world a significant lead. The competition between nations is not only reflected in the development of military strength. Military power is the most direct manifestation of national strength. For China to achieve a leapfrog development, it must not only break through in science and technology, but also possess the corresponding strength to protect its research achievements. Behind-the-scenes technology companies were immediately protected, and large military factories were rapidly constructed in the northwest of the future base in the former Taklamakan Desert. A larger research and construction team was formed by a combination of behind-the-scenes technology company research centers, the Chinese military, and the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Utilizing the basic characteristics of superconducting alloys, small-scale military manufacturing and equipment research began without regard for cost. More large-scale equipment and militarized applications are being rapidly developed, with the entire department characterized by speed and concentration. First, a large number of manufacturing equipment production lines were established, providing a continuous supply of superconducting alloys to research departments without cost considerations. The Chinese Academy of Sciences and Research Centers worked on perfecting the theoretical foundation, while researchers from other research centers and military departments optimized and constructed the preparation process. The rapid development and application of research results have led to significant improvements in the performance of electronic devices due to material upgrades. The primary application scenario in modern warfare is information warfare. In today's world, where electronic devices possess powerful detection and control capabilities on the battlefield, the level of a country's military strength is also determined by its technological advancements. Military and space systems have high demands for electronic devices, components, and systems, and the underlying replacement of superconducting alloy materials allows military electronic devices to achieve ultra-low transmission losses. For superconductors, the realization of high speed, low noise, and low power in reconnaissance has completely broken the constraints of existing technology, leading to new performance breakthroughs with a combination of various military equipment, mature manufacturing technologies, and new materials. Furthermore, in terms of signal transmission, superconductors can achieve low loss or even lossless signal transmission, enabling faster signal processing, lower power consumption, and stronger computational power. Superconducting signal processing and transmission devices that perfectly solve heat dissipation issues are a tremendous advantage. However, there are currently no applicable devices available, and the military sector is accelerating research and development. Additionally, high-power devices utilizing superconducting alloys to generate high critical magnetic fields with high current density offer broad solutions for energy storage, acceleration, and launching. The application of superconducting alloys is destined to elevate China's military strength, with time being the only missing element. Countries prioritize the application of new technologies in their respective industries. The cost-agnostic application of military power and research sectors also lays a solid foundation for technological breakthroughs. Practical experience leads to knowledge. As various research efforts progress alongside military equipment upgrades, richer research data and reports show that China's technological reserves related to superconductors have far surpassed the rest of the world. As the owner of the technology and the founder of the behind-the-scenes technology company, the company is experiencing significant personnel growth and changes. Regardless of Wei Lai's opinions, foreign forces had already viewed the behind-the-scenes technology company as a high-tech production and research unit supported by China long before hope emerged. The alignment of interests with the state has also allowed behind-the-scenes technology to profit immensely from this superconducting alloy revolution. The sales of the Zhuke drone remain strong. And in the public's world, apart from the omnipresent drones and an increasing number of solar power devices, internet users continue to discuss major events in the entertainment industry. Vehicles are still flowing steadily on the highways, while abroad, the situation is dire. Foreign netizens are complaining about when drones will be sold globally, as everything seems unchanged. Apart from the vigilant defense of the behind-the-scenes technology company and the Superconducting Military Research Institute, the entire year of 2024 is calm. All researchers spent the whole year at research centers and institutes. Personnel dispatched by the Chinese Academy of Sciences also stayed at the research center, publicly announcing that drone development faced difficulties and that they were working hard to overcome them. In January 2025, several research papers on superconductors co-signed by Wei Lai, the Future-Based Research Center, and the Chinese Academy of Sciences officially ignited the entire academic circle. In a modern society where information transmission speeds are highly developed, all countries immediately focused their attention on the superconducting-related papers. Thus began the battle in the academic community. With significant breakthroughs in technology, China officially published multiple research papers on superconducting materials, ushering in the superconducting industrial era. With media coverage, the entire month was filled with debates and validations in the academic community, with scientists from various countries concentrating their research directions on breakthroughs in material science. Science knows no borders, but scientists do have nationalities. The impact generated in the academic circle initially stemmed from mutual verification and discussion as a pure academic competition. Scientists from different countries initially engaged in research and questioning of superconducting theories published in various academic journals, as well as conducting various tests. As time progressed, the theories published in journals were continuously validated, leading to an awkward situation. Scientists were extremely optimistic and stubborn about their research fields and development directions. The emergence of new materials replaced some theories and achievements that were already being researched, as scientists involved in related material research became immersed in disappointment. The emergence of erroneous directions and research conclusions brought them not only heavy blows, but also losses in interests. As the leader of the Western world, the lighthouse country stepped forward at such a moment. Chapter 39. Criticism, Seeking Recommendations and Collections. This academic conflict carries different meanings. Academic debate is an important part of invigorating the academic atmosphere and promoting scientific prosperity, discerning truth from falsehood, and is also an internationally recognized fair method of academic judgment and evaluation. For scientific research, it can be said that academic debate is often the key to opening the door to original innovation. Academic debates should be a pure and pristine space. However, the influence of political games cannot be underestimated. From the perspective of the breakthrough results in superconducting materials, Wei Lai and the Research Institute were not foolish enough to disclose everything. They proposed and refined superconducting theories while refuting many misconceptions in the superconducting field. In the absence of room temperature superconducting materials in other countries, validating the relevant papers published by China became quite challenging. More laboratories and scientists could only verify and simulate based on existing superconducting phenomena. All theoretical foundations were established on publicly demonstrated superconducting alloys. And a small portion of scientific theories has garnered recognition from many scientists, explaining the chaotic state of superconducting theory and more phenomena. However, theoretical foundations do not arise from thin air. Leaders of various countries are not naive. From theoretical speculation, it is clear that China must have discovered and realized room temperature superconductors. Otherwise, they would not have published related papers. The debate in the academic community continues, and the process of discerning truth from falsehood is gradually changing. This brings us to the relationship between mathematics and physics. The discovery and verification of each natural phenomenon are entirely different concepts. One of the goals of physics is to understand new natural phenomena. When superconducting alloys appeared before physicists, if they lacked the corresponding mathematical tools for derivation, that is precisely where the difficulty of theoretical development lies. New symbols and formulas, along with extensive proofs, are crucial for establishing theoretical foundations. The superconducting properties we can utilize mostly pertain to zero resistance and diamagnetism, while superconducting alloys also possess quantum characteristics, such as flux quantization and the Josephson effect. The publication of related papers lacks mathematical proof, focusing more on macro descriptions of superconducting phenomena and data measurements. Such papers claiming the discovery of new materials are most likely to provoke controversy, yet as a new type of national material technology. They represent a new generation of energy structures and are a vital cornerstone for enhancing national strength. More information cannot be elaborated on, and criticism begins here. In the lighthouse country, the National Laboratory's head, Remy Wall, received a political task from higher authorities. There are two aspects on one hand: to quickly conduct research and validation of the content involved in China's papers, on the other hand, to generate more doubts and disputes externally. This is a deeper level of political game, where scientists are mutually verifying and refuting new discoveries and technological breakthroughs. And the lack of mathematical theory and tools makes it difficult to prove room temperature superconductors, affecting everything from the mathematical domain to physical phenomena and even impacting the theoretical content of quantum physics. Unrelated to academic disputes. If the discovery of superconducting alloys has allowed China to leap to the forefront of the world in this field, then a perfected preparation method signifies a century of advancement. One cannot ignore the special nature of superconducting properties, which are related to energy. Superconducting alloys with excellent performance in energy transmission and storage will enable China to further grasp the global energy discourse. Energy is the lifeblood of economic development and the foundation of modern industrial composition. In the era of new energy transformation, China's energy discourse has been continuously strengthening. It is both a major energy exporting country and a significant energy consuming country. However, we still lack dominant power in energy pricing. Energy affects all aspects of life. Just looking at the oil crisis and wars initiated by world powers, as well as the wealth of the Middle East, one can understand the importance of energy. This is also why Remy Wool needs to conduct technological verification and research while simultaneously refuting the papers published by Huaxia. Huaxia's confidentiality work is excellent, and there is significant controversy about the existence of room temperature superconducting materials. The emergence of superconducting alloys has dealt a huge blow to departments and research institutes studying alternatives to superconducting materials, leading to political guidance, project suspensions, and funding being redirected to other research directions. Angry scientists, under Remy Wool's guidance, began to fiercely criticize the content published by Huaxia in various journals. After all, there are vested interests involved, and regarding the elusive room temperature superconducting materials, the scientists' outrage is evident, although they do not realize this is a conspiracy from the government. Meanwhile, the Lighthouse Nation secretly established a new superconducting materials research program based on papers released by Huaxia, with the intervention of the National Energy Department for research. The reason is simple: to buy time and compete for the narrative of new energy. If the papers are falsified or deemed invalid, then the Lighthouse Nation has the opportunity to accelerate research based on the existing published content, gaining more support and recognition from the international community while mastering the technology. The publication of papers by Huaxia is also based on this purpose, regardless of which country wants to control the pricing power of new energy. it must first gain international recognition from a scientific and technological standpoint. Energy security is a multifaceted issue that involves national security and foreign strategies, as well as international energy supply and energy geopolitics. Energy security is a global issue, and every country has the right to reasonably utilize energy resources to promote its own development. The vast majority of countries cannot achieve energy security without international cooperation. Scientists have also provided ample arguments and pointed out ambiguities in the papers, demanding explanations and more clarifications from Huaxia. This is, in fact, a blatant act of plunder, making it difficult to determine whether it is the scientists' thoughts or the ideas of behind-the-scenes politicians. The academic debate gradually faded into the background. Without more theoretical support and detailed data explanations, authoritative certification bodies can only conclude that the papers on room temperature superconducting materials belong to conjecture and are invalid papers. This is Huaxia's first test, and the Huaxia Academy of Sciences is well prepared for it. A large number of verifications and papers that do not involve confidential and core technologies are published again, and this academic dispute will last for a long time. Where there are opponents, there are supporters and more observers. Countries on the European continent do not firmly stand on the side of the lighthouse nation. Led by Britain, some countries choose to observe, while many German scientists stand on the side of Huaxia. Once the big brother, now the bear country also chooses to observe. The public opinion storm in the academic community has no winners. Both Huaxia and the lighthouse nation are intensively conducting technological research, and the world has fallen into an unexpectedly calm state. In early 2026, this year-long academic storm continues to affect many scientists. In other fields, superconducting materials are gradually fading away as more of a topic for casual conversation. In February, the lighthouse nation announced military exercises and dispatched a carrier fleet into our South China Sea region. Chapter 40, Technological Exchange, Seeking Recommendations and Collections. Huaxia's confidence is so strong that the continuous publication of papers itself represents the confidence of a great nation unafraid of conspiracies. Besides the time and controversy required for the establishment and application of corresponding mathematical models, Huaxia is already leading the world in research on superconducting-related theoretical papers. The storm in the academic community gradually subsides, and the choice of reasoning is more about temporarily shelving the issue and waiting for verification. The event quickly disappears from the public's view, followed by a secret technological exchange. After several failed applications and invalid certifications, Huaxia itself is also under considerable public opinion pressure. Although discussions on Weibo are quite heated, a small number of followers still discuss. Why are they still working on this paper when it has been deemed invalid? They should study it thoroughly before publishing. Stop thinking about fame and awards every day. They keep doing these flashy things, always wanting to achieve success overnight. Prioritizing solving people's livelihood issues is the hard truth. Just like that pre-birth technology and behind-the-scenes technology, they held a press conference that was thunderous. But nothing has happened for years. The drone system should be cracked by now, but it's still being repaired, and updates are too frequent. That cryogenic hibernation technology is also put into commercial use, but it's of no use. Pre-birth technology and behind-the-scenes technology are also helplessly caught in the crossfire. Guoqiuan, the technical representative sent by the Huaxia Academy of Sciences, met with Bruno Bowie, the head of the Huaxia side in the laboratory, to discuss this incident and the technological exchange. Let us get straight to the point, Guoqiuan said with a smile. With a slightly serious expression, Bowie said solemnly, "We need your latest research results on room temperature superconducting technology. We are also making efforts to try." Guoqiuan laughed, not responding directly. The lighthouse nation does not have relevant evidence and intelligence. Everything is based on speculation and Huaxia's unusual style, which challenges the lighthouse nation's leading position in technology. However, Huaxia has always been refreshing various world records as a challenger. Bruno Bowie is familiar with Huaxia. He is not purely a researcher, but also possesses the cunning of a politician. Sipping his tea, he said, "Huaxia has always been a nation of etiquette. Representative Guo is being modest. We are always cautious in scientific research." Guoqiuan replied with a hint of implication. "We have always upheld the purpose of maintaining world peace and ensuring the human living environment. Unity and cooperation for mutual benefit is the basis for our technological exchange," Bo said with righteous fervor. Guoqiuan thought to himself, "I talk about interests, and you talk about righteousness." He did not show weakness and replied, "Huaxia has come a long way through wind and rain. This is the hard work of our researchers, and we cannot just exchange it easily. Seeing that the other party was unmoved, Bowie had no choice but to retreat and said, I hope your side will consider it carefully. We have shown our sincerity. Guoqiuan was not convinced and said seriously, we will think about it. Let us leave it here for today. We must be cautious about the technological exchange. Seeing no results, Bowie had to give up and return to his resting place. The lighthouse country is unwilling to waste too much time on technology exchange. Time is always on the side of Huaxia. If breakthroughs in technological research and development are achieved again, the lighthouse country will be completely left behind in the field of superconductivity, a situation they do not wish to see. The next day, Bowie hurriedly arranged another meeting with Guoqiuan and his team to discuss the second round of technology exchange. This time, Bowie was even more direct, presenting a list of 150 technical documents to Guoqiuan. Guoqiuan and his team carefully reviewed the technologies listed on the technical document, noting that the lighthouse country had added 13 new aerospace technologies on top of the previous offerings. We are very sincere, Bowie said with increasing urgency. In principle, we agree to this transaction, but there are still specific aspects we need to discuss, Guoqiuan replied, easing his tone but not giving Bowie a chance to speak further. He continued, we still need to learn from you regarding the technology. Please give us some time, as we need to verify the feasibility of the relevant technologies. These are already realized technologies, not conceptual ones. Bowie's expression clearly showed displeasure, but his urgent negotiation tactics made Guoqiuan feel a bit suspicious. Being cautious, he interrupted the meeting, as he believed the lighthouse country's urgent demand for technology exchange seemed overly pressing, likely indicating that there were traps involved. Although time was on Huaxia's side, the technologies listed could significantly shorten Huaxia's research time in certain industries and accelerate research progress. Guoqiuan speculated that the other party might be trying to exploit missing or faulty data for exchange, eagerly wanting to obtain superconductivity technology. This was also why Bowie appeared so impatient. Both sides were confident in their research capabilities, and reaching an exchange sooner under conditions of minor errors or missing data would greatly benefit both parties in validating and filling gaps in their technologies. Soon, Guoqiuan negotiated with Bowie again, but he still had his additional conditions. Chapter 41. Breaking the embargo and technological constraints. Guoqiuan's goal was the Wassenaar Arrangement. The Wassenaar Arrangement, formerly known as the Wassenaar Arrangement on Export Controls for Conventional Arms and Dual-Use Goods and Technologies, severely impacted Huaxia's semiconductor industry. Under the new conditions of technology exchange, the Wassenaar Arrangement's embargo against Huaxia had become nominal. The lighthouse country's export controls on technology to Huaxia and the establishment of the Wassenaar Arrangement significantly hindered Huaxia's entry into the global production system. The essence of the global production system is that production activities are no longer limited to the layout of individual enterprises across borders, but rather involve the global integration of production and operational behaviors among multiple enterprises. The global production system reduces production and transaction costs, benefiting world economic development. For various countries, participating in the global production system can bring two major benefits. First, entering the world market and participating in the process of economic globalization. Second, achieving an upgrade in economic levels. For most developing countries, these are also the two main challenges they face in participating in the global production system. Enterprises involved in the global production system need to establish connections in two aspects: product marketing and product research and design. In these two areas, especially regarding technology and information, developed countries hold the dominant position. Simply exchanging relevant technologies rendered the arrangement nominal. The arrangement could no longer constrain Huaxia's development of high-tech innovations. Bowie and the lighthouse country were well aware of this. In fact, in the 21st century, where the economies and social developments of various countries are interdependent, this arrangement had lost much of its practical significance in the context of Huaxia's rapid economic development. The negotiations went smoothly. The previously confrontational international situation was resolved, and the lighthouse country successfully obtained a wealth of related technological documents on room temperature superconducting materials. While Huaxia received 150 advanced technological innovations and became a member of the Wassenaar Arrangement. The arrangement involved nuclear technology, new materials technology, materials processing technology, electronics technology, computer technology, telecommunications and information security technology, sensing and laser technology, ship technology, propulsion systems, and spacecraft technology, all included in the technology exchange, breaking the embargo and technological constraints. As the owner of room-temperature superconducting material synthesis technology and a significant contributor to materials science, Wei Lai could not walk away empty-handed. The state rewarded Wei Lai and the technology companies behind him in three aspects: funding, technology, and talent. This was indeed a generous return. Wei Lai became more determined to move forward hand in hand with the state, seeing the country as the protective umbrella for the company, which would serve as the driving force behind Huaxia becoming a superpower. Of course, the state's rewards were not meant for Wei Lai to squander at will. Given the breakthroughs and applications in new materials, the allocation of state funds was crucial. Thus, the financial reward was relatively modest, symbolically set at 1 billion renminbi. How could 1 billion suddenly feel less appealing? Wei Lai couldn't help but sigh, reflecting that 6 years ago, he would never have imagined he would have such a nonchalant attitude toward money. All the technical documents obtained from the transaction were promptly handed over to Wei Lai and a new batch of researchers. Wei Lai clearly remembered the leader waving his hand and smiling at him, saying, "You are a great contributor to the nation. The funding, technology, and talent. The country will provide all of it. Work hard." This is the first-hand data acquired from the transaction. The state will select another group of researchers to join your research center. Make sure to see if there are any issues. The new researchers will be entrusted to you. You must train them well. Wei Lai's expression turned peculiar as he shook his head, pushing away the dangerous thought that he was merely a high-level tool for the state. Before he could respond, the leader cheerfully asked, "What's the matter? Do you have any difficulties?" "No, it's just that transforming technical achievements may cause social issues. The state stands behind you." With his blood boiling, Wei Lai turned and immersed himself in the application of the new technology. The lifting of the embargo on photolithography machines and more advanced technologies meant that the construction of superconducting computers had finally entered the research and development phase. Over the course of 2 years, not only did the political and academic landscapes change between countries, but no enterprise stopped its progress. Yuxing Technology Company finally realized its long-desired acquisition of seed cultivation technology by 2025, focusing on breakthroughs in dormant freezing and awakening technologies. Dayu Technology also delved deeply into the drone market, researching automatic obstacle avoidance systems. Not to mention that numerous national infrastructure groups and companies, big and small, were striving for the advancement of science and technology. From the synthesis of room-temperature superconducting materials to collaboration with Huaxia Academy of Sciences and the military, Wei Lai spent more time in the company, knowing that those who do not want to be left behind by the times must keep running. Wei Lai did not participate in the theoretical research and development of superconducting alloys. He knew very well what he was capable of. Academic paper publications had always been just a name attached, merely because he was the owner of the technology. Wei Lai placed greater importance on the application of superconducting alloys in his own products. With better transmission and higher performance storage, based on the superior properties of the alloys, Wei Lai comprehensively upgraded his company's power generation panels. The photovoltaic power generation technology rewarded by the system had not yet reached its limit. Over 2 years, the application of new materials led to a new breakthrough in the conversion rate of power generation panel preparation technology, increasing from 72 to 83. The higher conversion rate further reduced the area of the power generation panels, expanding their applicable range once again. Based on superconducting alloys, Wei Lai also began to apply new materials for energy storage devices, and the combination of batteries with superconducting alloys provided the company with a brand new direction in the energy sector. In the field of solar energy appliances, Wei Lai, known as the boss of a lighting factory, has not made any new breakthroughs. There is a huge gap between solar energy acquisition under indoor and outdoor conditions, and Wei Lai remains perplexed. The idea of realizing high-end appliances through photovoltaic conversion technology is still a long way off. There have been more breakthroughs in the research and development of drones and robots. The application of ultra-low-content superconducting alloys can greatly enhance the endurance of drones. As a revolutionary material, superconducting alloys truly live up to their name. Wei Lai's vision is not limited to existing system technologies. There is a large number of advanced Western technologies and the 3 cutting-edge technologies of the 21st century: nanomaterials, artificial intelligence, and genetic engineering, waiting for him to pursue and explore. A new wave of infrastructure development is about to arrive for the next decade. Each year will present a completely new world for Wei Lai. In 2026, at the age of 33, Wei Lai and his country opened the door to a new world. Chapter 42. The ultimate evolution of infrastructure maniac. The infrastructure maniac is indeed an infrastructure maniac. Power outages? Non-existent. Wei Lai looked at the news on his phone and silently sighed. The overwhelming number of photovoltaic panels has entered countless homes. In just 5 years, the state grid, in collaboration with the National Infrastructure Army, has extensively laid and established distributed photovoltaic power generation systems in both urban and rural areas, marking the official entry into the first phase of the national grid transformation. The integration and layout of the grid may be the least noticeable change in people's lives. If it weren't for official news reports, no one would even know about the commendable workers silently contributing to electricity. The completion of the first phase of the grid project covers the entire Huaxia region. The construction and inspection of basic infrastructure cables are foundational to the entire grid. Although solar photovoltaic technology has been developed, establishing the grid still requires long cables for the entire power system. Workers performing high-altitude tasks in deep mountains and cliffs are still the most admirable group for maintaining the modern power grid. I really didn't notice until it was reported. I just felt that my electricity bill has been decreasing every year. I even thought I was using less electricity. I didn't notice it either. I felt that our neighborhood used to have power outages every year, but since the year before last, there haven't been any outages. I'm from a small county. The official video released on the grid's progress shows more residential homes and skyscrapers adorned with the shimmering light reflected from blue crystalline panels. In many unseen corners, people in various positions within the power industry work hard, making significant contributions to the electricity project. It's quite touching. Netizens gave more support and respect to them. Technology changes lives. Wei Lai not only wants to utilize solar energy in every corner of the country, but also hopes that these workers will be completely unemployed. When will wireless transmission be possible? That way, there won't be so many cables to lay. Thoughts like these flashed through his mind as he put down his phone and started a new day's work. The first phase of the grid project has basically completed the restructuring of clean energy. More coal-fired power generation is now applied in areas that require high power, such as industrial aerospace, and the peak load of the grid has been effectively improved. As for the achievements of the first phase, the significantly reduced electricity bills and the near elimination of power outages are enough to illustrate the issue. This is inseparable from Huaxia's relatively complete industrial system, reflecting its strong infrastructure capabilities. Building bridges and roads, there is no limit. As an infrastructure maniac, Huaxia's strong construction ability is beyond doubt. A complete industrial system is the cornerstone that ensures its development is not constrained and allows for rapid innovation. Defining a complete industrial system is quite challenging. In Western industrial systems, especially in developed countries, a process of deindustrialization has begun, leading many to believe that a complete industrial system is unnecessary and that more resources should be concentrated on developing high-tech industries. However, deindustrialization does not mean it cannot or should not happen. High costs have led developed countries to eliminate corresponding industrial sectors and transition to higher-end industrial fields. In other words, under conditions of relatively complete infrastructure, developed countries no longer need to develop related industries on a large scale, shifting resources to more beneficial industries. This reflects the differences between great powers and strong nations. Industrial production remains extremely significant for Huaxia. In a certain sense, following a repetitive path and constructing secondary industrial chain frameworks is a waste of resources. In the era of global industrialization, building a complete industrial system is fraught with challenges. Fortunately, Huaxia has basically completed the construction of a complete industrial system. Comprehensiveness does not necessarily mean better. Having a complete industrial system means that any required components or technologies in the industrial sector can still be utilized even if the country's technology and production capabilities are not optimal. A large labor force and abundant natural resources are also necessary conditions for the existence of a complete industrial system, providing a foundation for national defense technology and industrial systems. However, precisely because of the relatively complete industrial system, under the breakthroughs in superconducting materials and the support of numerous high technologies, the infrastructure maniac has begun a new evolution. From the industrial age brought by support from older brothers, currently in the industrial 2.0 era, to the fully unrestrained 3.0 era and the upcoming 4.0 era of comprehensive application of superconducting alloys, a complete industrial system can achieve the fastest degree of overtaking and vigorous development. The storm in the semiconductor industry has yet to arrive. The first industry to welcome breakthroughs is precision machinery. With more advanced technological support, Huaxia's manufacturing precision has stepped up another level. The precision manufacturing industry provides key components for the manufacturing sector and is the pinnacle and most profitable core part of the industry. The entire semiconductor industry is constructed around manufacturing precision, which is also the reason for the high profits of chips. Huaxia's manufacturing precision is limited by technology on one hand and by costs on the other. It is not that high-precision manufacturing cannot be achieved, but it cannot be produced in bulk to generate profits. It can be said that all high-end technologies have certain requirements for precision, and technological exchange fills a crucial gap in Huaxia's precision machinery manufacturing, having extraordinary significance for the reform of the entire industrial system, including Wei Lai's behind-the-scenes technology company. Some minor issues with the exchange technical data were quickly overcome by researchers, and Huaxia itself has a corresponding research foundation. Core technologies have also been cracked at the fastest pace. Wei Lai can imagine that the ultimate evolution of the infrastructure maniac will bring unprecedented changes to society, with a large number of factories and equipment being upgraded and replaced, leading to qualitative changes through continuous quantitative changes. The behind-the-scenes technology company is directly procuring and preparing to produce its own photolithography equipment. The combination of ultra-precision manufacturing and superconducting materials will lead to wonderful changes and performance breakthroughs, resulting in exponential improvements. As the second-generation decay drone is about to be released, the concept for the third-generation drone is gradually taking shape. If the second-generation drone is an enhancement in endurance, the third generation will be an all-around upgrade from the inside out, with a broader market for industrial drone applications that Wei Lai is keenly preparing to enter. In 2027, after New Year's Day, the Zhuke second-generation drone from the behind-the-scenes technology company, after a 3-year hiatus, is back. However, this is an extremely bland press conference. Wei Lai did not even attend. The conference hosted by Su Qian detailed the performance upgrades and endurance improvements of the drone, achieving 2 hours indoors and 5 hours outdoors. But there were no new breakthroughs, still relying on the weekly maintenance system, and even the appearance had not changed at all. In summary, the Zhuke second-generation drone is merely a replacement for the first-generation drone, and there was even a price increase, from 4,999 yuan to 5,999 yuan. Netizens timely expressed their dissatisfaction online. Is this it? After 3 years, this is what we get? There is no initial stunning impact. It is rather conventional. The upgrade in battery life continues the previous strengths. Product iteration is ruthless, and companies exist for profit, while adding a little more material and upgrading battery life. The first-generation Zhuke drone has also been announced as discontinued. Chapter 43. Ultra-Precision Machining, Seeking Recommendations and Collections. Wei Lai's thoughts have already shifted to the third-generation drone products and industry application drones. A large amount of advanced technology has led to a new breakthrough in the company's technical aspects. However, there is no permanent lead. China must expand its technology application across various industries, not only having research centers of behind-the-scenes technology companies, but also the Huaxia Academy of Sciences with diverse experimental centers. Wei Lai only has a time advantage, a strong and complete research team, and first-hand research data. The faster the research results are converted before technology spreads, the greater the profit from market exclusivity, which is a reward given by the state. Market competition has always been brutal, and industry giants in various fields are not oblivious. The improvement in the international situation and open policies have alerted them to an impending industry earthquake, prompting them to expand their R&D teams vigorously to pave the way for the introduction of high-tech. Time waits for no one. Wei Lai has divided the company's comprehensive upgrade project into 3 major sectors: research center, machine technology, and energy technology. A craftsman must first sharpen his tools. The equipment in the research center is the first to be upgraded. There is no immediate use of superconducting alloys, as the characteristics of superconducting alloys and many manufacturing processes are still under study, along with the cost issues of superconducting alloys. Once the groundwork is laid, funding needs to be used judiciously. Ultra-precision machining is the technology Wei Lai has chosen to break through and apply first. Precision machining technology, belonging to the manufacturing industry, is also a facade and foundation of high-tech. Higher precision and higher craftsmanship are required to produce higher quality components. Ultra-precision machining has made significant progress to date. It is no longer an isolated processing method or a simple technical issue, but a comprehensive system engineering covering everything from ultra-precision CNC machine tools, ultra-precision machining tools, ultra-precision machining processes, material selection, fixtures, error detection, and even ultra-precision machining environments to achieve more precise components. Different types of tools, abrasives, ultra-clean rooms, constant temperature rooms, and vibrations can all affect precision machining. The replacement of technology does not mean starting from scratch for China's ultra-precision machining industry. It is more about complementing technology and achieving mass production. Behind-the-scenes technology is developing ultra-precision CNC machine tools. Continuous funding is being invested in ultra-precision mechanical manufacturing, which is also a technology that behind-the-scenes technology companies must master. From upgrading existing research center equipment to the production of company products like power generation panels and drones, to the upcoming development of chips and the use of superconducting alloys, precision machining is a necessary precursor technology for behind-the-scenes technology. Not all components and processes require high precision. Parts that do not need high-precision machining, such as solar streetlights, do not require it. Wei Lai believes that the upgrade of precision machining technology is a fundamental upgrade, while the remanufacturing of superconducting alloys is a true epoch-making advancement. The research center has immediately cleared space to allow for precision manufacturing. This is a unique ultra-small production line belonging to the research center, a laboratory equipment manufacturing center. The Laboratory Equipment Manufacturing Center includes a complete set of precision manufacturing systems. Wei Lai quickly collaborated with the Research Center to create a full set of constant temperature ultra-clean rooms to manufacture more equipment. The mother machines in the equipment room apply the latest research results of superconducting alloys and perfected replacement technologies, including injection molding, stamping, cutting, and photolithography. Wei Lai is confident that the manufacturing level of the Laboratory Equipment Manufacturing Center in his research center is globally leading. However, the corresponding machine control systems are still outdated and cannot support mass production, having completed the prerequisite for the company's upgrade. The next step is to apply precision technology across various projects. The core of the research center is the observer system, which integrates observation, collection, simulation, and analysis. It is a powerful aid for rapid research and the reason for Wei Lai's fast research progress. More precise components provide the observer with quicker response times. Next is the simplification and reconstruction of the structure of the power generation panels, which represents the technological accumulation of the company's energy sector. Currently, the company relies more on solar power generation. More precise components lead to better structures and spaces, enhancing the performance of small solar power panels. Although the overall improvement is not significant, the most critical application of drone technology is its need for numerous functional modules and chips that require substantial support from high-precision technology. If the first-generation decay drone broke through automatic obstacle avoidance and battery life, and the second-generation extended battery life, then the third-generation drone is the real finished product. More comprehensive, the chip preparation for drones can finally be self-researched and manufactured, supported by photolithography technology and finer nanoprocessing. The threshold for the robust performance of self-developed chips has been reached, especially with the close research and application of superconducting alloys. Wei Lai predicts that within 3 years, the new generation of drone markets will undoubtedly be dominated by behind-the-scenes technology companies, becoming the undisputed industry leader. Not only is the R&D of the third-generation drone underway, but industry application drones are also being prepared at a rapid pace. More molds and conceptual designs have been basically completed. After discussions with the company's senior management, Wei Lai prioritized the plant protection drone market and the power inspection market, implementing multiple technological reforms for the agricultural and power industries, including new thermal imaging technology applications, terrain following, and agricultural engineering systems to safeguard entry into new markets. Better applications are actually found in the robots that the company has yet to release and has been continuously researching. To meet the conditions for robot sales, Wei Lai is focused more on the direction of intelligence, but the precision requirements for the components needed for robots are much higher. Not only smart computing, but the precision requirements of the machines themselves far exceed those of other devices to achieve more comprehensive functionality. Sales of the second-generation drones have not decreased much, as the first generation is no longer available. Only the second generation can be bought, and the market continues to expand. After the release of the second-generation drones, the precision machinery manufacturing industry began to transform. With the support of Huaxiao, industry reforms are underway, and a large number of existing precision machinery are being eliminated, leading to a significant improvement in industrial precision. Existing precision machining technology will become the general machining technology of the future. The once brilliant pearl of Western industrialization, the complete semiconductor industry, is about to lose its luster, as China is gradually moving toward becoming a superpower. Chapter 44. This is called Laser, seeking recommendations and collections, while Wei Lai is making precise modifications to his robots. Huaxiao's research on room temperature superconducting alloys has never stopped. The performance of room temperature superconducting alloys is constantly being explored. This mixture of multiple metals has limited plasticity. This places greater demands on the processing of materials. It is not that room temperature superconducting alloys always exist in a superconducting state. Rather, their superconducting characteristics can be stably exhibited at room temperature, fundamentally still belonging to alloys. Researchers have made tremendous efforts to attempt to extend plasticity by altering material ratios without losing their superconducting characteristics at room temperature. More types of room temperature superconducting materials are continuously being developed, among which the most rapidly progressing are iron-based superconductors and carbon-based superconductors. Both are the focus of research for most countries, and with comparison and observation objects, the prospects for more superconducting materials look promising. The cost of current room temperature superconducting alloy preparation technology is continuously decreasing, and applications have already begun in military, aerospace, and laboratory settings. Not far from the future base, the Luobupo military base is conducting research and development experiments on new material equipment at the Superconducting Military Research Institute, utilizing the transmission characteristics of room temperature superconducting alloys. The military is exploring superconducting propulsion systems, including superconducting electromagnetic propulsion and superconducting electric propulsion. The smaller power motors represent advancements in magnetic and electric propulsion using superconducting alloys. Superconducting motors not only possess the advantages of conventional electric propulsion systems, but also feature high capacity, high efficiency, low noise, and lightweight characteristics. In communication and reconnaissance, they exhibit significant advantages, achieving qualitative breakthroughs in demagnetization system applications with complete anti-magnetic performance. Magnetic field counter-reconnaissance means a more elusive military, which translates to greater aggressiveness. Filters are key components in electronic and communication systems, serving to extract, separate, or suppress electrical signals. Superconducting filters are important components in military equipment. In modern battlefields, where information warfare plays a more significant role, high-performance sensitivity, strong anti-jamming capabilities, extended early warning times, reduced launch power, improved guidance accuracy, and increased guidance range will shine in military applications. In comparison, a more intuitive perception can be seen in high-power energy storage devices, colloquially. The most representative term is laser cannon. Superconducting energy storage devices use superconducting coils to store electromagnetic energy directly, which can be returned to the grid or other loads when needed. The Superconducting Military Research Institute is experimenting with a new generation of superconducting laser cannons. The lossless characteristics of superconducting energy storage and the new superconducting energy storage module guide energy accumulation, which is then launched by the emitter, giving birth to laser weapons. The use of laser weapons in individual combat is a step closer to widespread application, with vast prospects in laser launching, particle emitters, and electromagnetic flow launchers. Weapons often speak through power, and the characteristics of lasers are high temperature, precision, and continuity. The Xinghan Special Forces are the first unit to experiment with new equipment. Don't forget that Wei Lai also has the identity of Commander Xinghan, utilizing his own products. At the Luobupo military base, in the testing ground, Assistant Chu Fan is responsible for this military equipment test. This test seems to involve small individual combat tools, specifically a shoulder-mounted high-temperature cutting laser cannon. Chu Fan personally executed the new weapons testing project, his tall and resolute figure positioned 500 meters from the target. The test target consists of steel plates of varying thickness. Report: test preparations are complete. After the countdown, the test begins. 3:21, test started. Chu Fan quickly set up the laser cannon, locking onto different targets with the help of a tactical sight. Each laser output lasted for 1 second. A series of fist-sized red lasers struck the various targets. with distorted air and a burnt smell lingering in the air. While the cannon barrel on Chu Fan's shoulder only slightly warmed up, no one would be foolish enough to touch the cannon's mouth after firing a laser, right? Data results are being calculated. More high-ranking officials are watching the experiment of the new equipment on the console, as the individual laser cannon seen in movies is gradually being realized in the real world. With 50 shots fired, all targets were hit. Chu is an excellent marksman. If it weren't for the new equipment being prepared for future space exploration, could I let him go? One high-ranking official said with dissatisfaction. Muzzle loss rate, 15. Energy consumption per shot, 2. The muzzle loss is still high. We need stronger metal performance. Let us look at the condition of the targets. Under 1 second of output. The results are as follows. 5 mm penetration, 1 cm penetration, 5 cm penetration, 7 cm penetration, 10 cm penetration, 15 cm not penetrated. Laser depth 113 cm. This is the performance a laser weapon should have. Another high-ranking official exclaimed in shock. Individual laser weapons have always been limited by high temperature endurance and high power firing issues, requiring longer times for better output. The military was thoroughly impressed by the powerful output capabilities achieved in a short time. 113 centimeters thick steel plates achieved such results with a 1-second output. And it was from a small laser launcher. Thus, the continuous output and penetration characteristics of laser weapons hold great potential. Room temperature superconducting alloys have shown the military the possibility of producing higher power laser launchers. The strategic significance of long-range laser weapons is exceptional. Issues with power switching, barrel materials, and superconducting laser energy blocks as ammunition need to be addressed. Ask Chu how he feels. Report, the new equipment is light, but the ammunition is a bit scarce. After firing, it can achieve rapid transfer. The power should be pretty good, but it's still a bit large. New training will be needed for deployment. Laser weapons still have various defects, but in terms of power and energy storage, they have made significant progress. This represents a major leap in national defense industrial technology. Whether in the preparation and application of military weapons or energy power systems and reconnaissance communication systems, the use of superconducting alloys plays an indispensable role. With room temperature superconducting alloys that do not require heat dissipation, the heating limitations in mechanical manufacturing will be completely eliminated, and temperature control will greatly enhance tool miniaturization and applicability. Aerospace technology gathers the most advanced technologies and the most complex systems of the nation. In the field of aerospace, breakthroughs in room temperature superconductors, combined with existing cutting-edge technologies, have sparked brilliant new ideas. It can be said that humanity is closer to the journey of space exploration. Chapter 45, The Ambition of the Stars. Please recommend and bookmark. The sky above people's heads, the observable galaxies, and the vast unknown space filled with uncertainties, as well as the monumental information of the universe presented by the system, have always inspired Wei Lai. Aerospace technology embodies the efforts of generations and the dreams of all humanity. Our pursuit of space has never stopped. Room temperature superconducting alloys provide a new foundation for aerospace technology, with the most significant impact being similar to that in the military field, the issue of energy loss. High power, low loss, or even lossless alloys mean more abundant energy and stronger equipment. Currently, the semi-finished experimental devices still require further research and development. Let's look at the changes brought by the new room temperature superconducting alloys from 3 aspects: energy propulsion, space communication detection, and aviation measurement. The importance of energy is self-evident. Room temperature superconducting alloys can enhance the 2 major research directions currently being explored worldwide: superconducting space batteries and superconducting boost launchers. In fact, the application of superconductors in aerospace was proposed as early as the 1980s, and superconducting space batteries and boost launchers have been continuously applied in the aerospace field. Superconductors are not a new concept. People have utilized liquid nitrogen cooling to maintain the superconducting state of materials to achieve the utilization of superconducting characteristics. However, the harsh usage conditions, temperature cooling, and maintenance of the superconducting state have always been challenges in the development of superconducting technology. The emergence of room temperature superconducting alloys has rapidly illuminated the technology tree of superconducting technology. Superconducting batteries, charged by solar panels, with internal coil structures allowing for zero-loss internal circulation, will greatly enhance the performance and functionality of satellites. There is no need to elaborate on propulsion. The the reduction in liquid nitrogen consumption. Coupled with the fully anti-magnetic performance of magnetic separation fuel preparation technology, further enhances rocket performance. The size and structure of space vehicles will also undergo significant changes. It can be said that energy storage and propulsion have ample room for development in all fields of aerospace. In terms of communication, the vast distances bring unavoidable issues, such as communication delays and even communication interruptions, especially in space exploration. The transmission and reception delays of equipment have always been one of the directions scientists are working to solve. By applying additional constraints on electrons using superconducting strong magnetic fields, the issue of communication interruptions has been thoroughly resolved. In aerospace engineering, the application of superconducting antennas has been further optimized, with high power consistently representing enhanced radiation efficiency. The superconducting antennas at the receiving end can significantly reduce signal noise, demonstrating excellent performance in both signal transmission and reception. In military and aerospace contexts, describing new applications as super radar is not an exaggeration. The application in aviation metrology is even more direct, as superconducting computers are part of aviation metrology. Superconducting gyroscopes are essential instruments for missile and satellite spatial positioning, requiring high precision and low drift rates. Superconducting gyroscopes feature stability, reliability, high precision, and low drift characteristics. They achieve magnetic levitation through complete diamagnetism, enabling high-speed operation under completely frictionless conditions. The breakthroughs in materials have always been comprehensive, with the key impact being cost savings, especially compared to today's more complex superconducting implementation technologies. The development of space technology has countless stories, from Yuri Gagarin's first manned space flight aboard Vostok 1 in 1961, to Neil Armstrong's successful moon landing with Apollo 11 in 1969. In less than a century, the rapid advancement of aviation has astonished everyone. However, the prospects for space travel still require step-by-step, grounded development. Materials, energy, communication, and completely different living environments impose heavy shackles on interstellar exploration. Space technology still resembles a child, absorbing nutrients and learning knowledge. The emergence of new materials is inseparable from the upgrades of cutting-edge experimental equipment. Room temperature superconducting alloys possess quantum properties, and the tokamak experimental device is the primary application target of superconducting alloys. This device, proposed by tokamak in 1955 to achieve controllable nuclear fusion, utilizes the complete demagnetism of superconductors to realize true magnetic confinement, holding immense research value. Cutting-edge experiments cannot do without large experimental devices, and more superconducting observation equipment has entered the design phase. Another large device, the particle accelerator, equally renowned as the tokamak, is also a priority target for upgrading equipment with superconducting alloys. In laboratories, the application of superconducting states has already been realized, but the stable maintenance of superconducting states has long been a problem that troubles many experiments. The properties at room temperature mean more convenient operation and cost savings. Alongside the growth of space technology is Wei Lai and his behind-the-scenes technology company. Grounded technological research and application are currently the most urgent tasks. Room temperature superconducting alloys have brought foresight and more possibilities, but specific work still requires substantial manpower and resources. Compared to research centers and national applications, Wei Lai's underground studio, having learned from past lessons, has cautiously pursued superconductivity. The combination of more precise manufacturing technology and superconducting technology, along with automatic obstacle avoidance and sensory systems, has led to a comprehensive upgrade of construction robots. Leveraging the characteristics of superconducting alloys and the magnetic levitation effect, enhancements in strength and silence have been achieved. Disassembled or modified, humanoid robots stand silently in the laboratory. Now, all that's missing is artificial intelligence. Only with true artificial intelligence can it be considered a complete robot. The development of superconducting chips is the focus. Stronger computing power support brings robots one step closer. The speed of superconducting chip development will be exceptionally fast. The mature application and development of the semiconductor industry have, to some extent, constrained the research and development of superconducting materials. However, once superconducting materials are truly presented, the former semiconductor industry will immediately transition into the superconducting industry. The dream of space is being realized step by step. before humanity conquers the Earth. Today's space technology will predominantly be applied on Earth, striving to expand human living space in the sky and oceans. The rapid development of science and technology means that today's space technology will become ordinary technology in the future. By 2028, the semi-finished products are still quietly waiting in the laboratory, while space beckons to us, and a more ruthless competition is about to arrive. The era of global commercial competition has begun. In the context of rapid diffusion of once cutting-edge technology, the power of capital has opened its jaws again, initiating a new round of technological competition. This is a true integration of technology with the international community, with superconducting technology becoming the pinnacle of global technological gems. China and the Western world have once again entered the same starting line, and the significant influence is first reflected in the semiconductor industry, starting with chips. Chapter 46. The Despairing Gap, Seeking Recommendations and Collections. The significant changes in the chip industry are underway as researchers are urgently developing new technologies. In the field of chip development and research, Wei Lai really struggles. As a former tech enthusiast, he can assemble computers effortlessly and can discuss graphics cards, memory, and hard drives in detail. With the help of the system, Wei Lai has also mastered the architecture and instruction set for sensory and deep scanning modules. But when it comes to designing new assembly languages and operating systems, he can only apologize for the disturbance. Before superconducting chips are developed, the company's progress has entered a stagnation phase. This stagnation does not refer to the sales issues of drones, power panels, or lamps. The company's profitable projects are still slowly growing. The core issue lies in the tilt and consumption of resources. The company has had national participation from the beginning, obtaining substantial resources in terms of personnel composition and funding support. The tilt of resources in China has allowed the company to grow rapidly. And had it not been for some unforeseen circumstances, the behind-the-scenes technology company might have become a new representative enterprise of the state, which could be seen as both unfortunate and fortunate. Unfortunately, without the support of national resources, the behind-the-scenes technology company needs to explore its own path, responsible for supporting its employees and a large number of researchers, with research funding now needing to be self-sustained, from raw materials to production. Without the characteristic of rapid resource concentration, everything now relies on their own efforts. But fortunately, having freed itself from the constraints of the national system, more possibilities are presented to Wei Lai, and it has also prevented the company from completely becoming a state-owned enterprise, giving it more vitality and operational space. Similarly, Wei Lai also possesses multiple secret identities, including those of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and Xinghan Commander, which in many ways represent the state's exploration of the future development of high-tech companies. This enterprise with a red background ensures competitiveness while receiving support for initial resources, also breaking free from the constraints of the system. Under the circumstance of the state withdrawing resource support, applying for sponsorship has become the only way to support the company. Although Wei Lai has perfectly resolved the research funding and operational costs of the company through the market dominance of drones without applying for more sponsorship. After the emergence of superconducting alloys, and Xiaoxin conveyed this message to Wei Lai, the company must operate stably. If there are issues, the state may not provide the level of sponsorship you need. What situation is this? I have contributed so much technology. Shouldn't my priority be the highest? Wei Lai said, somewhat dissatisfied. Superconducting alloys have considerable influence across the entire industry. The state's funding and support are more directed towards infrastructure. A new round of major infrastructure projects is about to commence, and Xiaoxin said calmly. Understanding is one thing, but saying it directly is still quite hurtful. However, Wei Lai's mindset is different. He doesn't dwell on these points. After experiencing unforeseen events, the success of drones has made Wei Lai realize the path he should take. After all, who is the tool user? The promotion of technology application has allowed me to acquire a significant amount of wealth at the first opportunity, which is inseparable from the country's support in terms of talent and funding. In turn, the country provided me with a second batch of researchers and technology obtained through exchange. At first glance, I appear to be just a worker, but in reality, I am merely a fortunate recipient of the system. As for superconducting alloys, am I not also utilizing the strength of the entire nation to develop myself? Wei Lai pondered silently that, from any perspective, he was the one reaping the greatest benefits, and he was willing to make his efforts to promote technological development and change the world. The system brought him unimaginable wealth and an interest in exploring the vast world. With better living conditions, Wei Lai had no further desires. The pursuit of power was neither his forte nor his need. What remained was the exploration of technology and the universe. Without a solid foundation, building a castle in the air would become rootless drifting. At the national level, the comprehensive upgrading of infrastructure is even more important. Wei Lai, along with the tech companies behind the scenes, needed to act as the sharpest spearhead to open new breakthroughs in cutting-edge technology. Thanks to the good operating conditions of the company, Wei Lai planned to make a move in the entire chip industry. This is one of the industries with the greatest gap between China and the Western world, representing a disparity in an entire complete ecosystem. Photolithography technology is just one part of this ecosystem, and it is also a fundamental part. The gap is so vast that it is despair-inducing. In the face of photolithography machinery manufacturing, China has already started to fall behind at the foundational level. Due to restrictions from arrangements, the lag in technology and machinery requires a significant amount of time, while competitors continue to develop and break through. The realization of high precision and mass production is entirely two different levels. This is merely one of the conditions for chip production. If the produced items are costly and subpar, the market will inevitably not recognize them, leading to a lack of investment in the industry and consequently slow development. However, this is only the basic production. Even more exaggerated is the complete ecosystem, including instruction set architecture, compilers, and the entire operating system down to various derived applications. The chip packaging architecture is dominated by two major players, and x86, which together occupy the basic market except for those requiring security and confidentiality. The instruction set architecture is the interface for interaction between hardware and software. Chip design cannot be separated from the instruction set architecture. The instruction set determines the architecture of the processor. To design a processor, one must first have the instruction set, which specifies the corresponding operations of the processor and controls it to achieve the desired functions. To facilitate more personnel in development work, different instruction set architectures correspond to different compilers, and it is through compilers that various functions can be better realized. This is assembly language. With better assembly language, after compilation, we can obtain an operating system, and beneath the operating system, we can create a multitude of endless applications and software that better meet our needs. This is a complete process from chip processors to operating systems to applications, from machine language to assembly language to high-level languages. This reflects the gap in the entire electronic engineering industry. If the gap in the semiconductor industry is stuck at the precision of manufacturing processes, then in the face of the entire software engineering ecosystem, the architectures of ARM and x86 have dominated the entire mobile phone market. The work Wei Lai is doing is not just about developing operating systems. What he desires is a cross-platform application operating system, not merely a cross-platform operating system, but a shared operating platform for the entire civilization. Wei Lai firmly believes that on the day of cosmic exploration, there will inevitably be an operating platform that comprehensively outperforms all operating systems in terms of performance, just as the Earth is an indispensable condition for human survival, becoming the choice for everyone. Chapter 47. The Tianhuang Project. Such a vision has not been without precedent. Global communication platforms and rapid information transmission have inspired Wei Lai to name his plan the Tianhuang Project. In the vision of the Tianhuang Project, the platform is referred to as Tianhuang. Tianhuang is the foundational layer of a brand new all-application platform, composed of different instruction set architectures and a new compiler that forms a new operating system. This is a complete ecological environment, and Wei Lai's plan is to leverage powerful new high-performance superconducting chips to construct such a comprehensive software ecosystem. The construction of the entire ecosystem relies on a vast number of applications, and the diverse functionality enables developers and ordinary users to continuously create value. From hardware to software, a complete ecological closed loop is formed. The implementation of this plan benefits from three conditions: industry maturity, different breakthrough points, and breakthroughs in superconducting technology. The mature industrial chain has been supplemented after technological exchanges, and what awaits the entire Chinese semiconductor industry is transformation and a meteoric rise in development. Under different platforms, leveraging the ultra-high market share and user base of the drone market, the plan gradually expands into other markets, with powerful computing power being a fundamental element supporting system operation. Chips are the crystallization of human wisdom, the brilliant gem on the crown of the semiconductor industry. Wei Lai's first step is to shorten the gap with the Western world in chip manufacturing. Otherwise, how can he talk about building a globally leading Tianwan platform? China's chip design and instruction set architecture construction are not inferior to others. The reason no one has done such a thing is due to market factors. This is a thankless choice. It is a compatibility issue. Although ARM and x86 are two different architectures, they have achieved compatibility in many functions. This is a compromise in facing the market. In the absence of significant performance differences, people will prioritize using the systems they are familiar with. The emergence of operating systems was initially diverse, but the ultimate choice of end users on mobile platforms is dominated by Android and Apple, with the market being overwhelmingly one-sided. The reason lies in better compatibility and a larger software market. An isolated system without substantial software support will not attract buyers. This is also why the update and iteration of chips have chosen to reconstruct architecture. After one generation, the chip industry has been pursuing precision with technology and machinery. The precision limitations of chips are no longer shackles for China's semiconductor industry or the new superconducting industry. Wei Lai does not intend to engage in a head-on confrontation with the Western world in the mobile phone market in the face of a vast user market. The massive application market is not built overnight. The lengthy time and countless developers who have jointly built the application market have become the biggest constraint on the popularization of the new operating system. Cultivating a complete application ecosystem is the second step of the Tianwan project. With a super high market share in the drone market, the platform Wei Lai chooses is his own drone operating system. In the future, the drone market will become even larger. Through the popularization of the drone operating system and the cultivation of the application market, it will gradually penetrate the mobile phone market to achieve the goal of promoting the operating system. The most critical and core part of the plan remains the breakthrough in superconducting technology. The release of technology does not equate to mature applications. Wei Lai expects that at the application level, he still holds an absolute advantage, leveraging at least 20 years of lead in superconducting technology to seize existing market shares through performance dominance. By capitalizing on performance superiority, he will cultivate developers for his own system and construct the entire operating system. The entire plan appears unremarkable. The only standout is the leading edge in hardware preparation, which is also the most fundamental lead. This gives Wei Lai confidence in implementing the plan. Without crushing level advantages, users will still choose familiar operating platforms. The importance of a universal operating platform is self-evident. It is the foundation of the entire company's future. From smart homes and digital lifestyles to mobile phones, drones, and various household appliances, a unified operating system and platform can significantly enhance user stickiness and is the most crucial link in connecting the virtual world with the real world. Only by thoroughly rolling out the Tianwan platform can the company secure an unassailable position and enable more plans to be implemented. This is also why Wei Lai plans to start with chips and redesign the instruction set architecture, along with a brand new compiler and a new operating system. This will be a battle for developers, facing not only established Western giants, but also emerging domestic enterprises. The veteran top-tier company, Weigua, and the domestic Huami, are both doing the same around their products, frequently promoting smart living and smart home initiatives. This is an inevitable path from the internet to the Internet of Things, where any breakthrough and application of cutting-edge technology will lead to tremendous benefits and enhancements in the interconnected application scenarios. On a smaller scale, Wei Lai also aims to enter the Internet of Things field. On a larger scale, every company is working on its own Skynet plan. This is an era of flourishing technological development, but ultimately there will be only one winner, as over 90% of market users will choose one operating platform, leading to the downfall of countless companies that will eventually compromise and join the platform at the top of the food chain. In the face of formidable opponents, Wei Lai is not afraid. After all, everyone is a leader in their own field. Although the behind-the-scenes tech company has been established for a relatively short time, it has already made a significant mark in robotics technology, dominating the aerial drone sector and squeezing competitors like Dayu Technology, firmly controlling more of the market with its machines. Wei Lai is confident that drone applications are not limited to aerial photography. He positions the drones produced by his company as life assistants. With powerful computing capabilities and big data support, his company is bound to reach new heights. Confidence aside, preparations cannot stop before everything happens. The complete realization of the Skynet plan is also a long-term, large-scale project. Research and development work only ensures relative leadership. More importantly, It involves nurturing the market and competing for developers. Wei Lai never thought that he could completely change the entire operating system ecosystem by his own strength. This is the result of long-term joint efforts by many people. More talents are Wei Lai's fundamental demand. While preparing for the fabrication of superconducting chips, nurturing and discovering talents is also a key focus for Wei Lai. The development of chips is still in preparation, but a fatal blow has already arrived. Under the pressure of superconducting technology, Wei Lai took the lead in making a move, and researchers found themselves in a tense and time-sensitive development situation. Chapter 48. The dumping of chips. This is a heavy blow. In today's fast-developing internet landscape, under the threat of superconducting technology, Wei Lai, as the global industry leader, made a decision that caught both Huaxia and Wei Lai off guard: chip dumping. This cannot be characterized merely as a competition for market share. It is an outright plunder. With lower prices, Wei Lai disregarded costs to suppress Huaxia's soon-to-soar semiconductor industry, or rather, the superconducting industry, rapidly selling large quantities of chips at extremely low prices worldwide, causing Wei Lai's losses to skyrocket. For Wei Lai, this is a highly clever decision. While unaware of the Skynet plan, the advent of superconducting technology has already alerted them to the scent of danger. The large-scale chip dumping not only cleared out excess inventory, but also further expanded their market share. Online discussions among netizens are fervent. Although they know it is a poison candy, this is precisely the terrifying aspect of a price war. Discussions about breakthroughs in superconducting technology have once again sparked related topics, and people are more actively exploring the potential impacts of new technology through various means. Has Wei Lai gone mad? Comprehensive price cuts, no longer making profits, and no more squeezing toothpaste. It's a nostalgic feeling. This is a dimensionality reduction attack. We don't even have a finished product yet, and they are already preparing for the next generation. Weren't we the first to publish a paper recently? How could they learn it so quickly? They are trying to completely choke our chip business. We haven't even started on lithography machines, and there's already a new technology breakthrough. Speaking of superconducting technology, isn't magnetic levitation trains about to be realized? I have to say, it's really appealing. I've just switched my phone and computer. The discussions among netizens also reflect recognition of Wei Lai and the impacts on Huaxia, the entire semiconductor industry, and Wei Lai's Skynet plan are significant to varying degrees. For Wei Lai, which has yet to enter the mobile phone market, the impact on the Skynet plan is minimal. The profits of the semiconductor industry have been further compressed. As a contract manufacturer for many large companies, the industry has suffered a heavy blow, and production has even come to a standstill at times. Related to this are many domestic mobile phones and manufacturers, with the price drop pushing domestic products and manufacturers to the brink of collapse. After all, the signed patent fees and contract licensing fees remain unchanged, leading to a sharp decline in domestic product sales. This competition for market users has always favored the West from the start. Huami has been hit hard, constantly under attack. The R&D funding they need has risen geometrically, and the impacts on sales and profits have also affected the company's research. Under the insistence on 5G technology, things are slightly better, but for many smaller companies, losses have become commonplace. Wei Lai's perspective is more focused on the operating system. If he cannot escape the ecosystem established by the other party's operating system, then the Skynet plan will be a joke, ultimately leading to a forced compromise and incorporation into the other party's ecological web. This also makes Wei Lai anxious. The considerations from the Huaxia side are more direct. The Huaxia Academy of Sciences has accelerated the research and development of superconducting technology, racing against time to help the semiconductor industry transition to the superconducting industry. The industry, which was teetering on the edge of a precipice, has just welcomed hope. But the opponent's heavy blow has plunged the entire industry into a downer. The opponent has struck. Passive resistance is not Wei Lai's style. The development of new products and operating platforms has entered an accelerated mode, and the company is actively recruiting more researchers with high salaries to speed things up. At this moment, Wei Lai feels the bottomless pit of research investment. The company has also held high-level meetings to discuss the situation. With a serious expression, Wei Lai said to Su Qian, "How are our current sales? We need to invest more in research and development. The chip development must accelerate. Increased investment will not significantly impact the company, but it may not necessarily speed up the R&D process. Then let us hire people, offer high salaries to attract talent." Wei Lai gestured to Yanjia. This will rapidly increase the company's labor costs, and with increased research and manpower investment, the company's funds will deplete quickly. There is no choice. Look at how much the other side is losing. It won't last much longer, but the sooner we complete the sooner we can end this passive situation. Right now, we have no countermeasures. This is truly the darkest moment. I don't want to watch helplessly as the other party slaps us in the face. Su Qian added. Weigua's actions must also be premeditated. At most, it will last 6 months. Weigua's profits will turn into losses. However, their current massive market share and cash flow can support their consumption. Over time, they will slowly turn profitable again through more market share. I want to give them that much time. Once the superconducting chips are out, it will be time to settle the score. If they don't make any new changes, what awaits them is only gradual erosion by us. Our lead is not just a year or two. The company collectively decided to increase personnel and research investment. At this moment, the situation at the research center is also exceptionally severe. The pressure has shifted to Luo Yu, the head of the operating system platform development at the behind-the-scenes tech company. As a genius in the computer industry, at just 27 years old, he holds dual PhDs in both hardware and software disciplines. The company's photolithography software system and drone system were developed by his team under his leadership. He also participated in chip design and is an outstanding talent at the Huaxiao Academy of Sciences. Now, a greater challenge lies ahead of him. Mr. Wei, this will take time. Luo Yu knows the significance of the new operating system for the company and the current situation, but he cannot guarantee success, as his responsibilities are primarily software-related. The chip design, on the other hand, is the domain of Sun Zheng, a prominent figure at the Huaxiao Academy of Sciences and a leading figure in computer science, just like Luo Yu. I know, I just wanted to say hello. I'll talk to Professor Sun, you carry on. Wei approached Sun Zheng directly. Professor Sun, you are aware of the situation with Weigua. Please let me know what other needs there are so I can prepare for this chip dumping. Sun Zheng, 46 years old, previously worked at Weigua, and returned to China at the age of 40 to conduct in-depth research on chip architecture at the Huaxiao Academy of Sciences. Due to funding constraints, he voluntarily joined the behind-the-scenes technology research team, and Wei entrusted him with the chip development work. Sun Zheng is a man of few words, a technical expert who has devoted his life to chip development. The chip designed by my team is about to take shape. Just give me another month. This was the best news Wei had heard in a month. In just 2 months, Weigua's market share in mobile phones skyrocketed from 51 to a shocking 63. An increase of 12, placing immense pressure on Wei. In 2029, with the chip dumping from Weigua, a new year began. Chapter 49, accumulating for a breakthrough. In 2029, it had been 4 years since the formal announcement of room temperature superconducting technology to the public, and 5 years since its inception. 5 years is merely a tiny segment of the journey in researching new materials, yet it has brought a wealth of theoretical support and new industry prospects. Thanks to the collective efforts of all researchers, including the behind-the-scenes technology company, Huaxiao finally achieved breakthroughs in the comprehensive application of superconducting technology. For Wei, during these 5 years, in a world where technology changes lives, he could only see 2 aspects of the changes he brought. Drones flew across major tourist attractions and the beautiful mountains of Huaxia, showcasing their presence. However, as aerial photography tools, their application was still limited by system constraints, and the industry was still dominated by DU technology. On the other hand, the widespread application of photovoltaic power generation technology was shining brightly across the land, with blue crystalline panels reflecting Huaxia's strength on rooftops and amidst mountains and rivers, adding a touch of color different from red bricks and white walls. What gave Wei a sense of accomplishment over the past 5 years was the basic production of lighting fixtures, with a large number of solar outdoor devices being used for exploration, rescue, and street lighting. The brightness outdoors provided Wei with some comfort. As people no longer had to worry about the dark mountain paths, Wei felt somewhat frustrated. It had been 9 years since he obtained the system, yet his impact on society remained minimal. His small personal efforts seemed to blend like ripples into the vast ocean of people's lives. The external dumping by Weigua continued, and the internal chip industry's predicament still constrained the company's development. However, everything changed in 2029, ushering in a new turning point, a true accumulation of strength for a breakthrough. All fields in Huaxia that could utilize superconducting technology erupted in a comprehensive manner. The technical reserves accumulated over 5 years provided ample impetus for this explosion. The Huaxiao Academy of Sciences collaborated with the behind-the-scenes technology company Research Center to achieve a breakthrough in processes, successfully preparing metal wire and superconducting cables while maintaining superconducting properties. With melting, forging, and various molds, superconducting technology shown in various fields, excluding high-security military aerospace applications. Thanks to the excellent performance of metals in the superconducting state, superconducting batteries, superconducting generators, superconducting chips, superconducting power drive controllers, and even superconducting machine tools emerged. Through 5 years of exploration and practice, various concept designs gradually advanced, transforming mere pieces of metal into machines with superconducting characteristics. The proposal of concepts, the manufacturing and polishing of materials, breakthroughs in processes and utilization, and finally production. All these efforts culminated silently, thanks to the combined efforts of hundreds of thousands of researchers, leading to the most crucial and valuable step, reducing costs. If costs could not be lowered, all equipment manufacturing would seem like castles in the air, applicable only in military aerospace and frontier technology exploration. And the birth of this groundbreaking plan would not have been possible. More directions would have turned to confidential research, and people's lives would not have seen significant changes. However, all of this was shattered on February 3, 2029. The stunning emergence of seeds breaking through the ground played out on the land of Huaxia. Huaxia responded immediately to Weigu's price war, providing subsidies to the chip industry on one hand and condemning the actions to the international community on the other. The domestic anti-dumping legislation also gave the chip industry a significant respite, but with global chips relying on advanced technology products from the West, they could only maintain subsidies for their own industry, feeling frustrated. On February 3rd, at the Superconducting Military Research Institute, the celebration erupted among personnel from the military, the Huaxia Academy of Sciences, and the behind-the-scenes technology company Research Center. After 5 years of joint efforts, they successfully reduced the cost of superconducting alloys to a level suitable for civilian consumption. Continuous breakthroughs in processes, optimization of production flows, rapid advancements in melting technology, and accelerated cultivation of biological coatings made superconducting alloys no longer expensive, at least relatively speaking. The mission of this research institute, which combined the research strengths of the 3 parties with the military factory, also came to an end. This also meant that the possibility of large-scale production had become a reality. At the same time, more good news arrived for the behind-the-scenes technology company. On February 5th, 2 days after the reduction in material costs, Sun Zheng informed Wei that the new generation of chips based on superconducting materials had been developed, featuring a brand new instruction set and architecture, with the compiler and subsequent work on operating system development to be handled by Luo Yu. Mr. Wei, please give the chip a name. This is not just the company's achievement, Professor Sunday. The naming rights for the new chip belong to you. This is your glory, Wei said solemnly to the professor who had dedicated his life to the chip industry. Kuanpun. Sun Zheng felt Wei's goodwill and respect and did not hesitate to express his vision for the soaring prospects of Huaxia's chips. The performance of the superconducting chip completely suppressed that of Weigu's chips, being 63 times more powerful than Weigu's latest generation chips, with faster computing speeds, lower power consumption, and extremely low heat dissipation, marking a significant breakthrough for the chip industry. The groundbreaking plan gradually surfaced, and the revolution in the chip industry had arrived. On March 5th, just a month later, with substantial preparations and technical support, Luo Yu built the first generation of the new operating platform. However, the current new platform could hardly be considered a finished product. It was merely a drone system. Wei met with the top leadership again, and with the chip and system in hand, he understood that it was time to take bold action. April 1st, April Fool's Day, Huaxia officially announced the groundbreaking plan, centered around the future base, to establish a new special economic zone named Hunyuan Valley, constructing a technology center and a business center to create a sci-fi new city. The semiconductor industry, which originated from chips, is among the first batch of enterprises to relocate, fully committed to creating a production chain for the new superconducting industry. To become rich, one must first build roads. The first major project of the groundbreaking plan is the laying of superconducting magnetic levitation train tracks, spanning east and west, constructing a route from Kyoto to Hunyuan Valley. The magnetic levitation train adopts room temperature superconducting technology with a single-track bidirectional passage. Without delay, the construction of the project officially began at the same time it was announced. Chapter 50. Kuanping, seeking recommendations and collections. It can be said that chips run through the entire application of superconductivity. This is also the cornerstone of the groundbreaking plan. with the excellent Kunpeng chip developed from superconducting alloys. With the strong support of the country, the transformation of the semiconductor industry has been vigorously launched. As contributors and inventors of the entire superconducting technology, Wei Lai and the behind-the-scenes technology company have stood at the pinnacle of the superconducting field. As the only company currently mastering the production of basic raw materials and the final results of chip manufacturing technology, they control both ends of the entire superconducting industry chain. Perhaps in the near future, the country will promote superconducting preparation technology, but chip technology still belongs exclusively to the behind-the-scenes technology company. This is an extraordinary lead. The behind-the-scenes technology company has guided the entire industry development direction, and the technological contributions have allowed Wei Lai to work hand in hand with the country to finally be at the forefront of the world. The guidance and training of the entire semiconductor industry unfolded under the guidance of national engineers, with the favorable support of national policies. A large number of superconducting manufacturing equipment were introduced by small, medium, and large enterprises in the semiconductor industry with designated technical guidance for training, although it was not free. This is a complete set of funding allocation for production links, policy support, and interest-free loans for equipment purchases, rapidly establishing the production chain of the superconducting industry. This 6-month training program is something only the country can accomplish. In terms of precision, the former semiconductor industry equipment also provided a wedding dress for the emerging superconducting industry, with photolithography equipment and technology making significant contributions to the birth of the Kunpeng chip. Materials and equipment are the backbone of the entire superconducting industry. In the superconducting industry, apart from the superconducting alloys produced by national military factories, the behind-the-scenes technology company is undoubtedly the dominant player. All superconducting material procurement supports the next processes in the entire industry. The behind-the-scenes technology company has also established a superconducting division specifically for raw material production, making it the largest raw material producer in the entire industry. Former discrete device manufacturers, integrated circuit manufacturers, sensor manufacturers, and optoelectronic device manufacturers in the semiconductor manufacturing sector have also undergone training to manufacture devices compatible with superconducting chip applications. The upgrade and transformation of the entire semiconductor industry will be completed at an extremely fast pace. Within about a year, the superconducting industry will completely engulf the entire semiconductor industry, and from then on, the production of semiconductor materials will belong to the byproducts of the superconducting industry. The Kunpeng chip has not yet been released to the market. After Huaxia announced the groundbreaking plan, key media outlets sensed a different meaning. Superconducting chips have always been one of the research directions for countries worldwide, and the magnetic levitation train project has sparked widespread discussion, indicating that Huaxia has a mature and complete set of superconducting technologies and industrial support. Among many netizens and media speculations, the discussion of whether Huaxia has already developed superconducting chips has become a hot topic of debate. Wei Lai and the behind-the-scenes technology company did not respond to this, as the new architecture and instruction set, which differ from market chips, are significant factors restricting market penetration, while outperforming competitor chips in performance. Different architectures and instruction sets represent a compatibility battle. A powerful software ecosystem gives the operating platform strong user stickiness, and incompatible systems mean that the competition with traditional operating platforms is a matter of life and death from the moment Kunpeng was born. Huaxia has also promptly supported the popularization of the new architecture instruction set, using the Kunpeng chip's architecture in the upcoming magnetic levitation rail transit system. This is also the most thorough countermeasure against the dumping of Western chips, with performance superiority giving Wei Lai and the country enough confidence. Now is far from the stage of releasing the Kunpeng chip. Wei Lai wants to promote the sale of the chip by binding it to the operating system, which is the only opportunity for his system to occupy the market. If it were not for the technological breakthroughs and external pressures, achieving a unified market would be difficult. Even a strong player like Microfruit only occupies 63% of the entire market share. Before the chip dumping, it took multiple generations of operating systems to break through the 50% market share in the mobile phone market. Wei Lai is not a philanthropist. The power of capital compels him to consider profitability for the company's development and the more than 10,000 employees in his research center. Cutting off other companies' reach for platform dominance is why Wei Lai is not in a hurry to release the chip, which is also the demand of the Skynet plan. Huaxia will stand on the side of the behind-the-scenes technology company. For domestic mobile phone manufacturers, Performance superiority leaves all manufacturers with no choice but to contribute their scientific research strength to the behind-the-scenes technology company to fill the vast secondary market application and improve the entire Skynet ecosystem. Silicon Valley, the gathering place of many world-renowned tech giants and the cradle of the high-tech industry, is also facing severe challenges. Here lies another tech giant from the Western world, Yuga Technology, which stands in opposition to Microfruit. Huasa's sci-fi new city plan unapologetically benchmarks Silicon Valley. Anyone can see that. As a representative of Silicon Valley, Yuga Technology has also increased its investment in artificial intelligence research and development. And they feel a deep sense of crisis despite being in a leading position. Evans, as the helm of Yuga Technology, has different opinions on Microfruit's madness. In his view, the realization of superconducting technology is a foregone conclusion. Both Yuga and Microfruit have received copies of the superconducting technology data exchanged with Huaxia. On a deeper level, Evans leans towards cooperation rather than restricting each other's development through price wars. Technological leadership will plunge Microfruit into an abyss, making different choices from Microfruit. Evans has intensified his company's high-tech research and development efforts, believing that only technological breakthroughs can bring new discourse power. The movements in Huaxia have also divided the Western world into two factions, the cooperation faction and the suppression faction. However, for major tech companies, in the competition between companies, both factions maintain a common stance of suppression while constantly sending people to Huaxia for discussions on technological cooperation, which is the survival strategy in corporate competition. After 6 months of price dumping, Microfruit quietly restored its original prices. After all, its strategy did not compel Huaxia to compromise. Rather, more information was revealed. The 6-month period significantly released Microfruit's inventory, and under the unified decision of the board, the price war was halted. This competition, which could even affect the industrial landscape, has left Microfruit without the fruits of victory and has finally faced the bitter consequences of its price war. The cornerstone of the superconducting industry is being built step by step, with track laying ongoing and chip production continuously expanding. Led by the behind-the-scenes company, Huaxia's entire superconducting industry serves as the backbone, and Microfruit is about to face an unexpected fate. All of which will begin with the behind-the-scenes technology company's chip release conference in early August. Chapter 51. Backlash from the industry as the world's largest processor chip manufacturer. Microfruit did not make a hasty decision to lower prices. After the technology exchange, Microfruit obtained relevant data on room temperature superconducting technology through continuous verification and research. They are well aware that the birth of superconducting processors will have a massive impact on the company's fundamental interests. It can be said that Microfruit Company's decision to lower prices has profound strategic significance, preparing for the impending arrival of superconducting processors. Capital seeks profit, and in the absence of any significant threats to the company's survival, Microfruit is itself a leader in the entire processor chip manufacturing industry. The price reduction seems irrational to many, viewed as a mad and erroneous decision, but in reality, it is not. For a chip company, Microfruit has been on the path of competition since its inception, with each generation of products breaking performance barriers that adhere to Moore's law, showing significant enhancements. This is not only a reflection of the law of technological development, but also a necessity for expansive market growth, carving a bloody path among countless manufacturers, enhancing performance, expanding the market, and earning more profits. The development of science and technology will inevitably face slow progress or stagnation one day, before new breakthroughs emerge. Microfruit has decisively chosen to squeeze toothpaste. Scientific development relies on substantial financial support, and maintaining an annual product update frequency is not an easy feat for businesses, especially when technological progress is slow. To bring more benefits to the company, they must focus on product performance. While consistently leading competitors, user demand has been increasing. And considering the financial and time demands of technological development, the performance breakthroughs of each generation of products have gradually slowed down. However, to meet market demands and ensure annual updates, this is an inevitable choice for the company. The impact and shock of superconducting technology is not limited to one country or one company, but rather affects the global scale. Through continual research and experimentation on room temperature superconducting technology, Microfruit has come to realize the upcoming chip revolution. If such a fundamental change in materials is not prepared in advance, Microfruit will face a difficult situation. With unanimous agreement from the board, the decision to engage in price dumping was born. The first task was to clear the backlog of inventory, the fundamental innovation of products rendered previous stockpile useless, before profits plummeted. Even a 50 price cut could yield considerable profits from old products. This move not only gained multiple benefits, but also further captured more market share. The chip industry itself operates on thin margins with high sales volumes and facing high production costs with a larger market. The rapidly growing market share provided Microfruit's leadership with the motivation to continue their plans. More industry impacts were felt in China, where widespread price reductions made survival difficult for lower-tier companies, while simultaneously providing ample cash flow for their own research, causing other companies eyeing the leading position to struggle, buying more time for breakthroughs in room temperature superconducting technology. This was not a decision-making error by Microfruit, but rather a consequence of information asymmetry. Although there were relatively certain speculations about China's ability to produce room temperature superconducting materials in the estimates of Microfruit and other countries, there was still a significant distance to mass production of new materials. Such estimates could not be deemed incorrect in the months leading up to the chip dumping. The chip industry represented by China had no means to fight back. If the cost of superconducting alloys did not decrease, then in chip design, the global semiconductor industry would still be Microfruit's processing plant, and the complete ecosystem remained a weapon in Microfruit's hands. The inventory dumping lasted for 6 months before stopping. Microfruit's stock of chips had been significantly released, and while offering discounts, the company gained sufficient funds to make various corporate decisions. However, the decision to lower prices was not without risks. The cessation of dumping was, on one hand, due to the clearing of backlog inventory, but more so due to the industry's backlash. From a pure inventory clearance perspective, if dumping had not stopped, Microfruit could have even engaged in pre-sales to continue maintaining the price reduction strategy. This would have been a thankless endeavor. The market has its saturation point, and if a price war does not achieve a complete victory, substantial losses would soon strike the company hard. Microfruit could only sustain a no-cost dumping period for a maximum of 6 months. Secondly, there was the industry's backlash. Microfruit held the richest profits and was at the top of the food chain in the industry. While Microfruit lowered its prices, it also continuously compressed profits for lower-tier and pillar industries, increasingly draining from the bottom industries, thus reducing its own costs. Before China announced its groundbreaking plan, due to concerns about superconducting technology, the entire industry cooperated with Microfruit to reduce production and cut costs. However, after the plan was announced, the industry was unwilling to cooperate. In hindsight, Microfruit's time gained was wasted. A large amount of capital fell into Microfruit's pockets, while the entire semiconductor industry's cooperation yielded no benefits. Various reasons such as electronic component production halts, supply shortages, and strikes emerged in resistance. Microfruit was also forced to address the industry's dissatisfaction, and the plan was thus halted. More information was disclosed through the media, and Microfruit's price reduction ultimately brought about adverse consequences. In early April, media reports revealed that Microfruit suppliers had halted production, marking the beginning of a siege. Continuous accusations from suppliers claimed that Microfruit suppressed the industry to maintain consumption while seizing market share. 10 days after the groundbreaking plan was announced, netizens discovered that Microfruit quietly restored product prices to their original levels, sparking even more discussions. Wow, I haven't bought yet. What a loss. I bought it. Haha. Looks like Microfruit can't hold on, sucking the blood of lower-tier industries to benefit everyone. I don't believe you haven't gone crazy. I really don't understand this operation. A sudden price cut, and then a sudden return to the original price. With such a market share, it's not like they need to go crazy. In mid-April, more semiconductor companies went on strike demanding compensation from Microfruit for their losses. And some companies even pursued legal sanctions against Microfruit for disrupting market order. Of course, the actual losses suffered by Microfruit were within its acceptable range. Under pressure from public opinion and the need to restore industry order, on May 1st, Microfruit announced a return to original prices due to insufficient production capacity and rising component costs, providing subsidies to suppliers as a form of appeasement. Under these circumstances, a counterattack from China was initiated by behind-the-scenes tech companies, marking the beginning of a second war in the chip market. Chapter 52. Entering chip manufacturing at the end of May, the aftershocks of chip dumping had not yet dissipated. Su Qian seized this opportunity to promote the behind-the-scenes tech company's entry into the chip manufacturing industry through the media. focusing on the development of new architectures and instruction sets based on a new superconducting alloy. In no time, the media and numerous tech companies turned their attention to the behind-the-scenes tech company. Major media quickly gathered around the company, and to avoid disrupting daily operations. Under Wei Lai's instructions, Su Qian contacted various media outlets to conduct a live QA session, whether regarding superconducting technology or chip manufacturing. In light of the recent popularization of concepts and the still ongoing microfruit chip controversy, the behind-the-scenes tech company's popularity soared to the top, with a flood of netizens pouring into the live stream to learn more. Our company will enter the chip manufacturing industry. Chips will be one of the core products of the behind-the-scenes tech company, Su Qian said during a media interview. Mr. Su, does your company's entry into the chip industry have anything to do with microfruit's price reduction? What is your view on this price reduction event? Does announcing this at this time hold any other significance? We do not agree with microfruit's approach, although it benefits more users. Using such competitive tactics to gain more market share is hugely damaging to the entire industry. However, this is unrelated to our entry into the chip industry. As is well known, our drone systems are developed from open-source systems, and the chips we use are products from Wei Lai Company. This price reduction also has certain benefits for our production. As for the announcement time, we have made significant technological breakthroughs in our chip self-research. Previously, you revealed superconducting alloys through Weibo. Is this the product of the much-discussed room temperature superconducting technology online? A few years ago, papers on room temperature superconducting technology were continuously published, and our company was the first to announce the use of superconducting alloys. What impact will this have on the chip industry? Our company is committed to changing lives through technology, and with strong support from the country, we have already developed mature superconducting alloy manufacturing technology, which is also our original intention to enter the chip industry. Regarding the topic of room temperature superconducting technology, Su Qian did not elaborate much, as the mention of superconducting alloys has already led netizens to speculate wildly. The viewers in the live stream are enthusiastically discussing, is this true or false? I thought it was just a lot of noise with little impact. Room temperature superconducting technology has been hyped for years without any progress. If there were really superconducting alloys, they would have already been applied. I suspect it's just hype, but for a company to enter the chip industry, it takes courage. Some are a bit annoyed, thinking this is just riding on Wei Lai's popularity. Do they really need to ride on Wei Lai's coattails? Wei Lai is close to killing the industry. Domestic companies are probably struggling even more. The company's background is unusual, have you noticed? Huntian Valley, the sci-fi new city. The destination of the first maglev train is where our company is located, and now we've come up with this superconducting alloy, understood? The person upstairs seems to know a lot. I bought the Wei Lai bundle recently. Are they coming out with something new again? It's too early to enter the chip industry. It's going to take at least 2 or 3 years to see results. The QA session continues, and Su Qian, as the former successor of the pre-birth technology company, handles it with ease. As you said, we all know that superconducting technology will greatly enhance performance. So what does the new architecture and instruction set represent? Is it incompatible with existing products on the market? Indeed, based on the new materials, to better adapt to and showcase the powerful performance of the new materials, we will completely overhaul the chips, which will differ from the existing architectures and instruction sets on the market, making them incompatible with current products. However, in light of the significant performance improvements, I recommend everyone upgrade their equipment. Without revealing more information, Su Qian concluded this media QA. The netizens exploded regarding the compatibility issue. Wow, incompatible? Excuse me, don't even think about it for the next 10 years. Want to compete with Wei Lai? They'll probably end up in a terrible situation. They are dealing with operating system incompatibilities and software incompatibilities. You're incompatible at the foundational level. I doubt any company would be willing to collaborate. It seems they will only use it in-house. Our company has dived headfirst into the drone market and seems to be focused solely on the production of drone chips, which is a pity for the superconducting alloy. It can't be that bad. They've developed superconducting alloys and announced their entry into the chip industry. It doesn't seem like they are limited to just the drone market. Why say so much? It's just a QA session. It'll be funny if they can't produce anything. I'm in the semiconductor industry. I'll let you in on a secret. The semiconductor industry is about to disappear. It will soon be called the superconducting industry. Is that true? It's still early. This is just the chip. Chips are used to create phones and computers. Who knows when that will happen? Talking about compatibility now is too premature. True. Without an operating system, what compatibility can you discuss? This path for our company seems narrow. Actually, it's not bad, rather than messing around with various things. It's better to focus on producing drones. The constant updates during each startup self-check are a bit annoying. I'm someone who uses it once or twice a month. It's exhausting. Fooling around, blaming hardware for the issues with their own drone systems? With this funding, they should invest all in system development. As the QA session ended, netizens were filled with skepticism. The criticism of the UK drone system has been ongoing, but no one expected our company to plan a renewed effort starting from chips. Many netizens felt there was no need for this. Wei Lai quietly observed the discussions among netizens, chuckling to himself, thinking, I'm all about hardware and software integration. What do you know? He silently reminded himself while accelerating the development of the first-generation operating system. The company's focus is partly on the development of the operating system, creating its own platform for drones, phones, and all system constructions. On the other hand, it is also building the production chain for the superconducting industry. As the only private enterprise capable of producing superconducting alloys and applying chips across various industries, we cannot let raw material production capacity hold us back. With the continuous expansion of the company's scale and business, Wei Lai also felt overwhelmed. The entire company has involved itself in energy, robotics, precision manufacturing, chips, software engineering, and plant cultivation, with countless research projects awaiting him. Without national support, the outcome of such sprawling projects is bound to be unfinished. Unbeknownst to them, our company has already gained a different level of industry influence. With limited energy, collaboration is the only choice. Chapter 53. The delayed press conference. Wei Lai conceived the idea of forming a business association. Once the development of science and technology is launched with extraordinary breakthroughs, it becomes challenging to stop before hitting another bottleneck. Wei Lai does not want his technology to benefit others. The company must move faster than others. A company can only cover a limited range of fields. Without the ability and energy, collaboration is the best choice, especially in the development of high-tech industries. It is inseparable from the support of various industries, from industrial raw materials to production technologies, product design, packaging, and testing, ultimately resulting in finished products presented to the public. Wei Lai's greatest advantage lies in mastering raw material production. In high-end fields, the Skynet continues to grow. To ensure the company's industry layout at both the top and bottom, the development of the operating system becomes even more crucial. Knowing one's own situation, deciding to use a completely new instruction set and architecture for the superconducting alloy means it will differ from existing machine language interfaces on the market. Standardization in the modern information industry is paramount. The instruction set serves as the interface with machine code. If it is incompatible with the existing market and uses a new set of standards, then once completed, they will have to develop their own motherboards to be compatible with their systems, and they will also need to create their own operating systems and applications. This has led the company to invest more in R&D for the operating system. Fortunately, the first-generation system chosen by our company is based on the relatively niche drone operating system compared to the phone industry, which has eased some pressure on Luoyu. In the face of the new instruction set and architecture, the Skynet 10 operating system is gradually taking shape. This all-platform application operating system has only made a small step forward, and the goal of unifying the mobile phone and market remains a distant dream. In the complex Skynet project, Wei Lai envisioned a grand scene from the beginning of chip design, but now he has only drawn a dot on the canvas. The comprehensive development of the Skynet system is a race against time, aiming to beat Western breakthroughs in superconducting technology. This will be the only opportunity for the Skynet system to compete with existing systems on the market. So far, the third generation of drones has met the conditions for release, with the new chips and operating systems endowing the drones with more functional capabilities. The transformation of the Zhuke third-generation drone is also basically complete, and the development journey of our company's third-generation drone, from its initial exposure to steady growth, has finally welcomed the third-generation perfected system. The widespread application of industry drones has also been realized, and at the upcoming Kunping chip launch event, Wei Lai will set industry standards for the entire drone market. The drone products to be unveiled at the press conference include the third-generation drone, agricultural drones, inspection drones, and rescue drones. This also marks the entry of Behind Technology Company into the industry drone sector, competing with numerous drone companies. On August 3rd, the new product launch event of Behind Technology Company began, with a large number of media arriving early. Unlike the previous small-scale launch, this event was much larger in scale, held in the exhibition hall of the Future Base, which will also serve as the venue for future product launches. The exhibition hall at the Future Base can accommodate 10,000 people, and the many attendees were amazed by the sci-fi feel of behind technology company's Future Base. This made Wei Lai feel a bit proud, as he said to Su Qian, "This building I built is not bad, right? It's pretty good. But after a while, it's just okay," Su Qian replied, shrugging. As the host of the event, he didn't have much time to chat with Wei Lai and turned to enter the control room to go over various precautions. TSK boring. Wei Lai focused more on the discussions among netizens, as the new generation of products still needed to be purchased by the vast number of online users. The press conference quickly began, and this event was also live-streamed across all platforms. Su Qian, dressed in a suit, slowly took the stage as the lights dimmed and the background quickly displayed the text, "Behind Technology Company New Product Launch." Behind Technology has been committed to the research and development of robotics technology. Back when the second generation decay was released, we had already begun applying superconducting technology, which allowed the second generation drones to perform better in terms of endurance. Next, we officially entered the core product of this press conference, the Kunping chip. The live chat room instantly exploded with disbelief from netizens. "I thought they were releasing drones, but it turned out to be a chip. Didn't they just announce their entry into the chip industry? This is too sudden. What's going on?" Before netizens could engage in deeper speculation and discussion, Su Qian presented the new chip during the press conference and revealed the performance data of the new generation superconducting processor, making a simple comparison with Microfruit Company. "We still have a long way to go in self-research on chips, but thanks to breakthroughs in materials and the utilization of superconducting alloys, Behind Technology has achieved global leadership. Of course, due to technical limitations, we had to completely restructure and rebuild the processor, which is not very compatible with products on the market." Su Qian told a lie without changing his expression. "The application prospects of the chip are still diverse, and we have made the following data comparisons showing our significant performance improvements. Compared to Microfruit Company's latest processor, our chip processor has exceeded the competitor's performance by 63 times. This is a huge leap. Regarding the chip, more research and development work is still ongoing, and next, we will showcase the company's core business drone products that utilize the latest superconducting processor." Only then did netizens realize. I said, it's a normal operation. Hype up their self-developed chip, then say it can only be used in drones. I got too excited, a 63 times performance boost. I thought they were going to dominate the global market, but in the end, it's back to drones. Didn't they say due to technical reasons they had to adopt a new architecture? If they had time, they would eventually unify the market. Thinking too much, different architectures. Not compatible with the current market, it's hard. Even if the performance improves, it doesn't mean much. There's already an oversupply of performance. I still don't know if the system issues have been resolved. Since the chip is out, I'm quite looking forward to the new drones. It feels like the focus of the press conference is on the chip. Drones are just aerial photography tools anyway. The chip is quite crucial. Microfruit Company's actions have a significant impact. I suspect if it weren't for this incident, Behind Technology wouldn't be in such a hurry to speak out. Just like in previous years when there was no movement, Wei Lai was also paying attention to netizens' discussions, as this also relates to the promotion of the Skynet platform. And the press conference continued. Chapter 54, Skynet Drone System. This time we are launching 4 drone products: agricultural drones, inspection drones, rescue drones, and the third generation decay drone. Su Qian did not introduce them one by one, but directly displayed all 4 drone models. This is also determined by the market, as the 3 industry drones are not suitable for ordinary users, and there is no such demand. Su Qian quickly introduced the 3 industry drones, covering their appearance, functions, and comparisons. These are common types of drones in the industry, and there were no new breakthroughs. The only difference is the performance dominance. Su Qian has a deep understanding of the performance of his company's drones, stating that there isn't a single comparable product in the current market. Next, the focus shifted to the upcoming highlight, the Skynet drone system. This is the first stroke in the grand plan of the Skynet project and the first small ink dot. From a performance perspective, we compared our drones with those on the market, and I read out the data, cough cough, pretending to cough a few times. The big screen displayed detailed data comparisons, lightening the atmosphere at the venue, while employees from other drone companies appeared somewhat embarrassed. How shameless. The faces of other manufacturers turned green. It's really a crushing victory. The application of drones is likely to become more widespread, completely overwhelming products of the same level. Wei Lai couldn't help but laugh backstage. Haha, indeed shameless. Next, let us focus on the Skynet drone management system developed in-house, based on the superconducting processor. Su Qian introduced Skynet in terms of functionality and scalability. Unlike previous operating systems, adhering to the consistent modular design concept, the Skynet drone management system is also composed of different modules, similar to various applications and the main operating system. The industry drones have also launched different industry applications based on the Skynet management system, enabling different functionalities. For the industry drones, a unified system and application program-style control methods make industry applications more convenient and better align with people's usage habits, reducing learning costs. In terms of performance, the industry drones are more prominent than the ordinary version, and the accessories are more complete. In other words, the Skynet drone management system allows industry drones to become modified versions of aerial photography drones, and the advantages of platformization have given birth to new industry standards. This is also Wei Lai's goal of laying out the Skynet system, starting from the unification of drone application scenarios, with application modules for various industries making modification and production models more convenient and faster. Netizens engaged in heated discussions, further recognizing the ambitions of behind technology company. What the heck? Just changing the parts makes it an industry drone. This is great. Buying one unit can allow for modifications with accessories. And you can just download an application for the system. Ordinary drones might not match the performance of industry drones, but they are easier for functional customization. So the application industries will be broader. If there are more applications in the future, drones can be played with in all sorts of ways. I agree. However, behind technology has quite big ambitions. If Skynet has the same old problems as previous systems, it might blow up. In the drone system within the system, will the updates be too large each time? I still don't know if it can communicate with the Zhuke third generation and industry-level systems. I suspect it's different. Su Qian further introduced the system under the dual-in dual system application model we have launched, which operates under the commonly used mobile control and remote control. Both functionalities are consistent. For applications across various industries, there aren't strict boundaries in many places, and the functional modules are easier for various industries to use. For the control end, we have comprehensively optimized the mobile control system, offering both a complete version and a standard version, addressing the needs of lightweight users and the realization of full functionality. The update of the operating system is a unified update across all platforms. In the future, the company will launch more modules and industry-specific models to meet the breakthroughs in drone applications. Lastly, we have the long-awaited third-generation Zhuke drone. Behind the scenes, the company has developed its own chips and systems for this purpose. The third-generation drone is different from previous models, with comprehensive improvements compared to the second generation. In terms of performance, the aerial photography drone maintains its high standards, and with the addition of the Kunping chip, the third-generation Zhuke drone has seen all-around enhancements. The same algorithms with different computing power result in significantly improved sensitivity and response speed for the drone. Due to limitations in radio transmission, the image transmission system and control distance have not seen significant increases, but in the face of powerful computing capabilities, a foundation for more intelligent applications has been established. First, there is automatic obstacle avoidance and precise hovering, which have always been the core functions of the company's drones. With the support of the chip, the control accuracy and obstacle scanning speed have been enhanced, allowing for ultra-fast calculations of environmental changes, making reconnaissance and operations more in line with user expectations. Secondly, the power control calculations have become more precise, optimizing the drone's endurance to reach 8 hours. With the support of superconducting technology, the dream of a 24-hour all-weather operational drone is no longer out of reach. The super-strong computing power brings about the most significant change: pre-calculation and route planning, with automatic mode performance continually improving, making it extremely convenient for the public to use. The built-in automatic scene, 360-degree shooting, and locked follow-up functions of the drone have achieved exquisite detail in data processing. For example, if a target disappears due to rapid movement, the drone can quickly monitor the surroundings and replan the route in a very short time after losing the locked target. At the end of the launch event, Su Qian shared insights into the new generation of drones. Compared to other machinery, the application field of our drones is still in its infancy. The constraints of endurance will soon be completely broken, and drones will truly enter households. Whether in agricultural applications, power inspections, urban patrols, or in the widely used fields of rescue and photography, drones will showcase a brand new look. We also look forward to more industries proposing their usage needs in drone technology, and we welcome more talents to join our application expansion and development efforts. More customized functional modules will undoubtedly make people's lives better. Technology changes lives, and our company is dedicated to research in robotics technology. For more information, please check our official website. The launch event concluded, and Wei Lai left the base, heading to Kyoto to prepare for upcoming industry collaborations. Chapter 55. 10 years and planning. Wei Lai wanted to see space. 10 years felt like a fleeting dream. Next year marks a decade, and I will be 37. The day after the launch event, Wei Lai woke up in a hotel in Kyoto, looking at himself in the mirror, as if he had accomplished something yet felt he had done nothing. The 6 technologies brought by the system had left Wei Lai exhausted. Seed cultivation, photovoltaic power generation, drone technology, deep scanning, superconducting alloys, and the neural enhancement technology he had yet to explore all seemed too immature compared to the unknown civilizations in the starry sky. The development of science and technology was not as rapidly popularized as Wei Lai had imagined, primarily due to constraints in basic industries. What may seem like advanced technology today is still insignificant in the vastness of the cosmos, making the slow pace of development more urgent for Wei Lai. He was unwilling to see himself, unable to witness the brilliance he hoped to bring to the world in a short lifetime. If glory arrives after he is aged, how will he face the new world? In 9 years, the curtain of the era has been drawn, and Wei Lai understood how fast the upcoming development speed and social changes could be, relying on cooperation between the country and more enterprises. Funding, technology, and manpower were the nutrients needed for Wei Lai's growth. However, the resources a single company could generate were far from sufficient to realize Wei Lai's vision. On Earth, the unsolved mysteries, the vastness of the sky and oceans, and humanity's understanding of them remained superficial and ignorant. Wei Lai needed more people to join in this tide of the era, not just passively accept it. Driven by this thought, the embryonic form of the Technology Union Chamber gradually appeared in Wei Lai's mind. Initially, Wei Lai thought that by deeply researching cutting-edge technologies and gathering top scientists from around the world to form such an organization, he could help advance technological development, illuminate the tech tree faster, and launch more epic-making products to lead world change. However, 9 years later, the dream of changing the world with products could be seen as both a success and a failure. The success was that drones had entered households, and photovoltaic panels had altered the application ratio of clean energy in China's power industry, undoubtedly a mark of technological progress. However, the expected rapid iteration from drones to robotic technology had not been as easy as Wei Lai had imagined. The uncontrolled changes in seeds revealed that technological development could also bring harm or even extinction, which gave Wei Lai a cold sweat. From then on, Wei Lai cautiously probed the boundaries of technology, slowly and gradually permeating and changing the entire world. The breakthroughs in technology were not as beautiful as Wei Lai had envisioned. The plethora of social issues encountered significant resistance and promotion. The laws and regulations for drones are still continuously being improved. For a company, 9 years of time, leveraging technological breakthroughs had allowed Wei Lai to position his company at the pinnacle of the robotics technology industry. However, regardless of how excellent a company is in the forefront, it is still just one leg of a journey requiring comprehensive support from foundational technologies. No wonder in movies, even Iron Man's technology is so advanced. The general public still sees little change, Wei Lai lamented. How many decades are there in life? Wei Lai did not know, nor could he be sure if technology would bring breakthroughs in lifespan. The time and energy consumed from technology acquisition to research result transformation and then to comprehensive promotion are burdens that Wei Lai and a single company cannot bear alone. For Wei Lai's upcoming business layout, it is essential to support the development of basic technologies to achieve the goal of benefiting the company. This also aligns with Wei Lai's vision for the chamber. If a single product has minimal impact on the world, then more industries and products should drive the development of the entire world. This does not conflict with the company's development. The earlier foundational technologies are complemented. The more the company's profits can expand, realizing more project operations, more people are willing to see changes and developments in the world, and Wei Lai is no exception. With aspirations to reach for space and explore the universe, he once again collaborated with Su Qian and others for comprehensive planning of the company. This time, the participants did not include external personnel. Over the past 9 years, the company has grown into a large enterprise with thousands of employees. However, the core team still consists of the original group: Wei Lai, Su Qian, Yin Jiai, Zhao Feiyan, Tang Mingjiang, and the representatives from the national departments. Yu Zhuogon and Deng Xiaoxin gathered at the Kyoto branch to strategize for the development of the company. With collective wisdom, Wei Lai first explained the company's development. Our company is now involved in numerous industries. Our only advantage is our technological edge, which is also the core of our high-tech industry. However, the transformation of technological achievements and research investment still require a significant amount of funding and time. And we must strategically position ourselves in the industry. My personal idea is to form a chamber of commerce, which can foster more collaboration driven by common interests and promote company development, Wei Lai said to his longtime partners. Su Qian pondered for a moment and replied, "The establishment of a chamber of commerce is inevitable. The company's technological level is sufficient to lead industry development and innovation, which also plays a significant role in promoting basic science and technology. The only downside is the distribution of profits. The technological guidance brings enormous profits to these industries, and if not managed well, they could be gradually swallowed by industry giants. No one can maintain a leading position forever. We not only need to form a chamber of commerce, but also need to expand our company's presence in other industries, linking the sectors we are currently involved in. If we can control both the upstream and downstream production chains in the chip industry, we must face the production chains controlled by other enterprises." Tang Mingjiang expressed his views on the market, stating that since the company has reached the leading field, to take it a step further and seek more industrial layout. Group formation and branches have become a necessary path. Wei Lai still felt somewhat confused about this. We can provide industry guidance through the Chamber of Commerce, and there is no need for further industry expansion, right? The company cannot absorb more market share and does not have the capacity to undertake more research projects. Su Qian pointed out Wei Lai's mistake sharply, stating that it is not about not being able to absorb more market, but rather that we must have our own industrial layout in the corresponding fields. Research projects are research projects, and at the forefront, in the direction of basic science and technology. We can let more enterprises join through acquisitions and technology investments with more mature technologies and numerous factories. We all want to see this new era with our own eyes. Not just you alone. Next year marks the company's 10th anniversary. The next decade must be our era, and we do not have much time to wait. Su Qian said to Wei Lai. Wei Lai looked at everyone gazing at him, setting aside his worries about continued expansion, and seriously said to Su Qian, "Share your thoughts." Chapter 56. Comprehensive layout. The next direction for the company, I suggest, is to focus on heavy industry. With national support, the broader our industry involvement, the greater our influence on the world. Su Qian clearly has a comprehensive plan for the company's development in mind. 9 years later, despite taking many detours, the company has developed under the sponsorship of national funds. Su Qian spoke eloquently, presenting his plan to everyone. I understand that the company is somewhat overwhelmed by the diverse industries it is currently involved in. Our first step is to reorganize the company. It is unrelated to internal and external departments. The company has now reached the maturity conditions for group formation. Time and the pace of scientific advancement do not allow us to pause. When superconducting technology emerged, I had already begun preparing for the company's group formation. No wonder he was once the future successor of preborn technology, Wei Lai thought to himself, feeling a bit pretentious. He quietly muttered a few words. Considering the company's development solely from the perspective of the external Chamber of Commerce, while he leaned more towards business contraction internally. Clearly, Su Qian did not think so. And Wei Lai did not interrupt him. Su Qian's voice echoed throughout the large conference room. From a product perspective, solar-powered appliances will gradually penetrate more electrical fields with the passage of time and breakthroughs in technology. Drones are currently the company's flagship product and the one we have invested the most effort in over the years, with future expansion focusing on the robotics sector, as well as energy and plants. These projects are part of my plan, and separate subsidiaries will be established to manage them. This is a separation of existing company operations, allowing product sales to operate independently, which is beneficial for the company's research and development. Wei Lai affirmed Su Qian's planning for the company and raised his doubts. I agree with your statement, but will separating products into different subsidiaries lead to chaos? Subsidiaries are not just about product distribution, they represent mass production. While the underlying technology is always responsible for producing and developing the most cutting-edge products. Moreover, subsidiaries are more involved in basic industries. which is also what I mean by expanding industrial layout, starting from the heavy industry sector. The entire company structure will have the parent company responsible for research and resource allocation, with subsidiaries handling product sales and industry layout. Currently, I suggest establishing 2 subsidiaries, behind-the-scenes finance and behind-the-scenes heavy industry. The influence of the financial sector goes without saying. It will mainly provide the company with mergers and acquisitions and venture capital, which is a department that needs to be established first, and potential industry layouts. Through mergers and acquisitions, we can penetrate the industry quickly, innovate, and thus influence the entire sector. Secondly, behind-the-scenes heavy industry is also what we need most at this stage. As both raw material production and infrastructure construction rely on heavy industry, which encompasses mining, chemical industry, and metal forming. Will the scale of such subsidiaries be too large? The influence of the parent company might weaken, leading to internal disputes. The more levels the company has, the greater the internal consumption. Wei Lai still felt that they were taking too big of a step. The reason I proposed to consolidate heavy industry into one part is due to the company's robotics technology, Su Qian confidently stated. Is it not the case that future infrastructure and raw material production are fully automated and controlled by systems? Wei Lai was amazed by Su Qian's imagination. He did not have that confidence himself, yet Su Qian was the first to propose such a concept. What about other areas? With the advancement of technology, high-end manufacturing sectors like chips will inevitably become new industry leaders. The prospects for robotics technology are also immensely promising. And exploration of new energy and application of biotechnology are directions we have always pursued. These are precisely the areas where we need to lay the groundwork in advance. Wei Lai took a deep breath. Are you planning to develop in all areas? The scale is too large. Su Qian, usually calm, seemed to have fallen into a frenzy. Completely constructing a massive entity that could not be called a company or a group in the planning of the entire company. This is a new era. Why can't we ride the waves of this era? Su Qian confidently stated. Wei Lai and everyone else quickly pondered the feasibility and operability of the plan. This is not nonsense. Rather, it is about making more future projections and plans based on the early stage of existing new technological developments, enabling us to ride the waves in the new era. The plan comprehensively lays out all the current technologies of the company. The required funding and manpower are massive, and such a plan cannot be completed in just a year or two. What we face is the prioritization of industry development. Does anyone have any additional input? The feasibility is very high. For us now, funding is not a major issue. What we lack is talent across various industries. Prioritizing the establishment of a financial company will be a very good choice, and acquiring and entering various industries to influence industry revolutions is indeed the best option. Tang Mingjiang strongly supported this plan and Su Qian's proposal, adding, moreover, the plan has a high degree of scalability and can be modified at any time, which also reduces pressure on the parent company. Wei Lai was more concerned about the selection of management for each subsidiary and agreed with the plan. The plan is great. But how do we choose the candidates for each subsidiary? This will require a complete talent training system, Su Qian said, gesturing for Wei Lai to ask Yin Jiai, who has always been responsible for personnel-related work in the company. Director Wei, you usually don't pay much attention to our department's work. We are not just responsible for payroll. You know, Yin Jiai said with a smile that the company has put a lot of effort into talent reserves and training. Don't underestimate the company's employees. They're all truly capable individuals, and there is definitely no problem with the selection. Over the past 9 years, the company has built a vast talent pool. So there is no need for General Manager Wei to personally scout for talent anymore. Wei Lai felt a bit awkward, as he had always focused more on research and development, finance, and products, and had little understanding of human resources. Fortunately, Yin Jiai is outstanding and has the coordination and support from various departments in Su Qian, which has ensured that the Human Resources Department's work has gone smoothly without any errors. So let's start from Honeyanggu and officially enter the next phase of the company's operations. Working together with the country to build a sci-fi new city, providing a perfect answer for the new era. I will continue to be responsible for research and development, with Su Qian coordinating with all departments for comprehensive development. Additionally, please provide me with a business association plan. Chapter 57. Xingyu United Business Association, whether it's Su Qian or Wei Lai. The business association plays an extremely important role in their plans and is a crucial part of both of their different strategies. Before discussing with industry leaders, Wei Lai was reviewing Su Qian's business association plan, which was quite different from what he had envisioned. The purpose of Wei Lai establishing the business association was simple. In the Skynet project, assuming that Wei Lai's behind-the-scenes technology company holds the ultimate authority over Skynet, it would need to expand countless subordinates to guard different territories, which correspond to different markets. A clearly defined hierarchical structure would keep the company invincible. What Wei Lai needed to do was make his system the focal point, with everything developing and changing around that point. Wei Lai also had a secret weapon specially prepared for the Skynet project. Su Qian's plan, on the other hand, was different. In Su Qian's plan, the business association serves as an industry guide, with its primary functions being the customization of industry standards and providing a platform for various collaborations. The two plans are not in conflict. Rather, they complement each other in a certain sense. This reflects their different original intentions for establishing the business association. But both require such an external organization to achieve their goals. As the customizer of industry standards, there must be corresponding entry thresholds. Su Qian's requirement is that members must be national-level enterprises or group-level enterprises. As a saying goes in the business world, first-class enterprises set standards, second-class enterprises build brands, and third-class enterprises produce products. The organization of the business association is loose yet tightly connected, and the entry standards ensure that it comprises the leaders of various industries, making it impossible for them to be entirely integrated. However, regarding the functions of the business association, utilizing available resources, mutual technical guidance, unified promotional strategies, and frequent information exchanges allow the association to merge into a cohesive unit. This is the business association that Wei Lai and Su Qian need, as well as what many industry leaders require. The list of companies that will be the first to join the business association was quickly drafted by Su Qian and Wei Lai, with the national team prominently included. Under the leadership's directive, Wei Lai submitted the application for the business association's registration, naming it the Xingyu United Business Association, a name with significant meaning. Wei Lai invited 12 industry leaders through national channels, making a total of 13 companies to discuss at the Kyoto-based technology subsidiary. The selection of these 12 companies was also deliberate, as each is among China's top comprehensive enterprises. First on the list is the China Academy of Sciences, which has maintained a good cooperative relationship with Wei Lai. As a research institution, it is the foremost organization in China's technological reserves and research capabilities. Not counted among the 12 companies, Guo Qiuwen is the best candidate to serve as the honorary president of the business association. General Manager Wei, I've long admired your name, Guo Qiuwen said with a smile, clearly pleased with Wei Lai. It was the room temperature superconducting technology that broke the blockade, and Guo Qiuwen was very curious about Wei Lai. Professor Guo, you are too kind. Wei Lai felt a strange sensation, thinking of the day when he too might be regarded with such admiration. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two took their seats, waiting for more leaders to arrive. Among the many leaders, others had varying degrees of business interactions. But the only one with whom Wei Lai had any connection was Feng Han from Yuxing Technology Company, who was the second to enter the meeting room. As one of the few giants in the biopharmaceutical industry, Yuxing Technology's strength should not be underestimated. Feng Han was dressed very formally, in a suit and leather shoes. With short black hair, looking sharp and capable. Upon seeing Wei Lai, his first words were, General Manager Wei, do you remember the account big family? I've been following you since the beginning, and I hope we can communicate more in the future. Wei Lai smiled in response. Thank you for your support. General Manager Feng. The two did not engage in lengthy conversation before 4 more individuals entered the meeting room, exuding a military air. They were representatives from the 4 major industries of the national team. Yu Dais from China Heavy Industry Group, Ji Xiangqian from China Energy Group, Ding Jinquan from China Aerospace Group, and Lu Zhengli from China Military Industry Group. From their strides, all 4 displayed a hint of military characteristics. After greeting Guo Qiuwen from the China Academy of Sciences, they turned to acknowledge Wei Lai and Feng Han before taking their seats in silence. Shortly after, the 3 giants of the internet industry entered. Wan Dongbo from Li Mao Group, focused on e-commerce, Zhu Xinyu from Penguin Group, centered on content creation, and Liao Jihu from Baixiong Group, specializing in information data services. The remainder included Guan Changfei from Gaoxin Technology and high-end manufacturing, Wang Yuyong from Yunta Technology in artificial intelligence, as well as Wu Hao from Huami Technology, which has a large user base leaning towards hardware manufacturing, and Wang Yun from Wandi Group in traditional industries. Thus, the industry leaders gathered together for the meeting. After some casual banter, The meeting began. The invitation clearly stated the purpose of the business association's formation and the list of participants. The industry leaders placed great importance on the establishment of this business association, with the first batch of member companies essentially encompassing those with significant international influence in China. With the participation of the state, no one looked down on Wei Lai, the newcomer. In the business realm, Wei Lai's behind-the-scenes technology company still did not match the scale of the other companies, but it was stepping into the realm of group standards. Guo Qiuwen directly stated, "The purpose of this meeting is very clear, as is the intention of the state. The business association will help in the customization of new standards for China, and all of you here are top players in your industries. I believe you all understand that such a union means more profit." After 9 years of steering the company, Wei Lai had transformed from a shy young man hesitant to speak publicly into a mature and composed middle-aged individual. Picking up the conversation, he said, "The purpose of the business association is to customize new industry standards. I'm sure everyone has heard of superconducting technology. We need to keep pace with the times." Wu Hao from Huami Technology, who had been significantly harmed by the dumping policies of Microfruit Company, was direct, asking, "Can superconducting chips be applied to phones and terminals?" Wei Lai secretly chuckled, thinking, "General Manager Wu, don't rush. Let us talk about the business association first." "Excuse me, please continue." Although no one laughed, serious expressions were displayed on their faces. Everyone was acutely aware that in the face of a company like Microfruit, whether they could withstand such catastrophic blows in the soft and hard technology fields was still uncertain, much like Huami Technology. The name Xingyu United Business Association also holds its own significance. Wei Lai formally began to provide a detailed explanation of the business association. Chapter 58. Establishment of the business association. Breaking in, Guo Qiuwen interjected, "The superconducting technology is a contribution from Wei Lai to the state. I hope everyone takes it seriously." This unexpected remark made many leaders understand Wei Lai's weight and position in the eyes of the state. Wu Hao from Huami Technology suddenly realized, exclaiming to himself, "No wonder. The younger generation is formidable." Guo Qiuwen's words provided a perfect answer to the doubts that industry giants had heard only rumors about in recent years regarding the rise of the behind-the-scenes technology company. Wei looked at the smiling Guo Qiuwen and silently complained in his heart, "You've already said it all. How can I still pretend?" After adjusting his mood, under the gazes of various big shots, Wei continued with the description of the Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce is essentially loose, but it must have a decent organizational structure. Professor Guo will serve as the honorary president. I believe no one has any objections. The honorary president's role is mainly to provide technical guidance and arrangement for various industries. Especially in the new era, I believe no one wants to be left behind. No objections? Great. I will discuss the president and personnel arrangements later. Everyone has the right to compete for the presidency. What I want to talk about now is the core functions and roles of the Chamber of Commerce, as well as its nature. First of all, the Chamber of Commerce is a free organization, and it has one requirement for everyone present. In the face of incidents similar to that of Wei Company, we must unite against external pressures. Secondly, there is internal competition within the Chamber of Commerce. Major groups share common business interests to varying degrees, so competition should be fair, relying on individual capabilities. The third point is what the Chamber of Commerce can offer everyone. It is well known that the Chamber can better allocate resources across various industries, and cooperation between companies is as common as daily meals. In my view, the functions provided by the Chamber can be mainly divided into 3 aspects: technical guidance, information exchange, and cooperative promotion. Technical guidance is the most critical aspect. Without tangible benefits, I understand I cannot persuade everyone. The promotion of superconducting technology cannot rely solely on behind-the-scenes technology. I will share superconducting technology with everyone, but it will be conditional. Each of you has valuable expertise. If both parties agree to exchange technology, we can learn and improve from each other, but sharing and trading technology with non-members of the Chamber is prohibited. As for the other 2 points, I don't need to elaborate much on cooperative promotion since we have 3 internet giants. I won't embarrass myself further. I will mainly explain the information exchange. In recent years, superconducting technology has been a hot topic, and information exchange is extremely important as it significantly impacts corporate decision-making. Eliminating outdated information helps us minimize losses for projects and industries that have been left behind by the times. Of course, such cooperation is beneficial for the healthy development of various industries and preparing for the future. All 12 big shots present who had all emerged from the treacherous and cunning world of commercial competition, couldn't help but admire Wei Lai's flawless rhetoric. From the perspective of the Chamber of Commerce, there are very few restrictions on companies, almost none, and it is more about encouraging each company to embrace the wave of the times and rapidly innovate and upgrade their industries. In terms of technology exchange, unless there are clear and enticing chips, no one will take the initiative to exchange, especially with the guarantee of the Huaxia Academy of Sciences, which ensures the recruitment and expansion of technical personnel for their own companies. For the country, the Huaxia Academy of Sciences can further facilitate the transformation of achievements among large groups and enterprises, producing more research outcomes that benefit the country and the people. Information exchange allows companies to grasp the direction of cutting-edge technology, and the importance of intelligence is beyond doubt. As for commercial promotion, more cooperation and coverage with internet giants can create tremendous power. The cautious giants did not agree immediately. They only saw the contributions from Wei Lai and did not recognize the demands of his behind-the-scenes technology company. What requirements does General Wei's behind-the-scenes technology company have? Those present were all perceptive individuals, so let's speak frankly. Feng Han, well aware of Su Qian's methods, did not believe that the Chamber's plan did not have Su Qian's influence. General Feng is straightforward. I invite everyone to join the Tianwang plan. Please elaborate. The one most interested in Tianwang is the Huaxia Military Industry Group. This was also the first time Guoqiuan had heard of such a plan, which piqued his interest further. We believe everyone is somewhat familiar with our chip performance. This plan is also aimed at finding a way out for our company's chips. The concept of the Internet of Everything is not new to everyone, and each company has made significant strides in this area. The Tianwang plan is the true Internet of Everything, based on superconducting technology, the Internet of Everything with superconducting chips. Compared to the West, our Internet technology still lags far behind. From chips to systems, we can say there isn't a single competitive solution. Since the establishment of the behind-the-scenes technology company, this has been the situation, and there has been little change. I'm not afraid of being laughed at. Let me raise the bar a bit higher. Where do you all think the future of human civilization lies? Guoqiuan directly responded, please continue. As one of the representatives of the Huaxia Academy of Sciences, Guoqiuan keenly sensed that the Tianwang plan had greater application prospects. We will definitely march into the galaxy in the era of superconductivity, Wei Lai declared resolutely. The room temperature superconducting technology provides us with a leading hardware foundation, which is our advantage. To turn this advantage into a winning position, we must start from the integration of software and hardware in the Internet, connecting everything. Tianwang is such a comprehensive application platform for the behind-the-scenes technology company. Chips are the core of the business, and the core of Tianwang is also chips. The application of a comprehensive platform cannot be separated from the support and market penetration of various industries. A standardized chip gives us an unbeatable position, which is also my goal. The behind-the-scenes technology company has designed the lowest-level chip architecture, and the construction of the platform requires everyone's joint efforts to improve it, so we can defeat Weigua in terms of system ecological environment. As for industry applications and data confidentiality, you needn't worry. The Tianwang platform is divided into 4 levels of databases: national, military, enterprise, and civilian, making management and application more convenient. General Wei is using us as a shield. Wan Donghua of the Li Cat Group pointed directly at the core. As an e-commerce platform company, Li Cat Group knows very well that once Tianwang is completed, the behind-the-scenes technology company will be, as Wei Lai said, in an unbeatable position. Wei Lai dares to propose this plan to industry leaders because he is not afraid of their disagreement. The Tianwang plan is like the builder of a stage. Once the stage is set, victory or defeat will depend on individual capabilities. To everyone, Tianwang seems to bring only benefits and no harm. Agreed. I agree too. After receiving everyone's affirmation, Wei Lai directly said, then the next step is for our chamber to work on joint research and the election of the president. Without any suspense, Wei Lai was elected as the first president of the Xingyu United Chamber of Commerce. As a newly emerging enterprise that masters superconducting technology and leads the Tianwang plan benefiting various industries, with the support of the national team, amidst the frictions between other companies, everyone entrusted the presidency to Wei Lai. As president, Wei Lai first proposed that major companies establish branches in Huntian Valley. Please support us in Huntian Valley. Right now, we are the only high-tech enterprise here, and the rest are all in the superconducting industry. Haha, let Su Qian know that we will move our headquarters there. Feng Han said directly. Chapter 59. The Distorted Technology Tree. Request for Recommendations and Collections. It has been 7 years since the last unlocking of system technology. It's not that Wei Lai doesn't want to use the system to unlock new technologies to accelerate the company's development. But he has found that the new technologies provided by the system are indeed disappointing and have a very low cost-effectiveness for the current status and utilization of the company's technology. On August 10th, after finishing his trip to Kyoto, Wei Lai returned to his base. Standing in his luxurious penthouse, looking out at the new natural scenery of the western regions through the floor-to-ceiling windows, he contemplated the issue of utilizing system technology. Check research points. Wei Lai silently said to himself. General research points. 1,434 daily research points output. 107 research points bonus. 7 project research points output. Electronic engineering direction. 6,774 mechanical manufacturing direction. 8,972 basic materials direction. 15786 if it weren't for occasionally checking the system and receiving corresponding responses. Wei Lai would have truly thought the system was just an illusion. However, the application of various technologies and the changes happening in the world constantly remind Wei Lai of the system's existence. The general research points are completely insufficient, which is really frustrating. Choosing the wrong technology tree is so rigid. It's truly a case of being too clever for one's own good. Wei Lai only realized in 2028 that his development path had gone awry, as the impact of room temperature superconducting materials on the entire world was too significant. In 2028, when the system's research points just reached 1,000, Wei Lai eagerly entered the system to check the next level of technology he could unlock. The new technology Wei Lai wanted was related to operating systems or artificial intelligence, but when he saw that the next level technology was holographic imaging technology, he felt a surge of blood rising. Following this, Wei Lai sensed something was wrong. After carefully reviewing the introduction provided by the system, he fully realized that he had taken a wrong turn. Holographic imaging technology, 1,000 required preceding technology, deep scanning technology, already inherited, can be used to manufacture panoramic simulation scanners. Project research point requirement, none. The introduction was so simple, and the repetitive explanation made Wei Lai have extremely bad predictions. Surely a single deep scan can't create a panoramic simulation scanner, so how could the system claim that the country can already produce it? This system is really a trap. It's too bizarre. The research points are increasing so slowly, and the technologies unlocked are too useless. Complaining aside, Wei Lai felt a sense of doubt. The system didn't seem to clearly provide a technology development route, and he needed to explore the direction and priority of technological advancement on his own. This feeling arose because of the slow progress of room temperature superconducting technology. Without basic technology, he unlocked room temperature superconducting materials, believing that materials are fundamental science. Breakthroughs in technology must come from material science. He prioritized material science for development and utilization without considering that a significant technological gap would extend the timeline so long. Upon careful reflection, Wei Lai realized that he only smoothly completed the research and utilization of photovoltaic technology. After sorting through the various technologies he possessed, Wei Lai found that he was still that naive young man. After cultivating the desert seeds, it was also the first time Wei Lai used the system to exert its influence on the entire world, but without more information and research data. The mutated seeds almost brought about a catastrophic disaster. Multifunctional robot technology, after Wei Lai made superficial modifications, could effectively allow robots to perform automated work, input data, and carry out various activities, but they couldn't make active judgments. Everything was done according to preset programs. However, this still represented a breakthrough in robotic technology for Earth. Recalling the base vehicle and robot given to him when he first obtained the system, his commands were extremely vague, yet the robots executed his orders well, which was a huge difference from the robots he had developed himself. Now it seemed that the issue wasn't just with artificial intelligence technology. As for deep scanning technology, its literal understanding involves deeper scanning. Wei Lai's use of it was mostly limited to assessing the surrounding environment. The automatic obstacle avoidance of drones was achieved by combining this system with the robot sensory system. Given that the system informed Wei Lai that the panoramic simulation scanner had already been produced by the country to avoid redundant research routes, more research direction should focus on how to improve the efficiency of environmental scanning and obtain more information. Now Wei Lai seriously suspected that the panoramic simulation scanner produced by the country and the one offered by the system, which combined at least two or more technologies, were two different things. Furthermore, he had never used the neural system enhancement technology. Wei Lai was reluctant to casually use biological agents and didn't want to be the first experimental subject for them. Without a comprehensive grasp of this biotechnology, the neural system enhancement technology had remained shelved. However, Wei Lai needed to rethink the planning of the technology development route, as biotechnology was also within his considerations. Finally, there was the room temperature superconducting material synthesis technology that Wei Lai prioritized for development. Materials are fundamental, and Wei Lai has always believed this and acted accordingly. It is well known that changes in the new era will inevitably lead to the emergence of new materials, just like plastic, a synthetic polymer material, which has indeed impacted the entire world, starting from seeds and photovoltaic technology. The behind-the-scenes technology company made Wei Lai realize that technology is a double-edged sword. Immature applications can bring destruction to the world. The rapid application of photovoltaic technology and various technologies, however, did not make Wei Lai realize the issue of prioritizing technology choices. This might truly be a misallocation of the technology tree. Knowing well the difficulties of going from 0 to 1, he should have researched other technologies first. The impact of materials on the world is too great. Wouldn't building a robot army be more appealing? The breakthrough development of material science has made other technologies pale in comparison. New materials and new properties, after cooperation with the country on room temperature superconducting technology, have made it impossible to stop its forward momentum. A more thorough update and upgrade have also meant that the application of other technologies needs to wait for the expansion of new materials before they can resume their progress. The system really gave too much at once. If it had said it was this development model earlier, I definitely would have considered it rather than expanding everything for development. But fortunately, I made it through my youth. Wei Lai temporarily did not unlock any technologies. After not obtaining the artificial intelligence-related technology he wanted, on one hand, he wanted to see if any other technologies appeared. On the other hand, he always felt that these technologies with prerequisites would be part of a whole technology chain. More crucially, the room temperature superconducting technology had already consumed too much energy from the company, Wei Lai, and the entire country. So he had no energy left to unlock new technologies. If it's gone awry, then so be it. The results acceptance period is coming soon. Chapter 60 New City Planning. Please recommend and collect. Almost forgot. Feng Han asked me to tell you that their headquarters is moving over soon. Leaving his mansion and arriving at the office, Wei Lai said to Su Qian, "He has his own sunny path, and I walk my own single log bridge. It doesn't matter." Su Qian said expressionlessly, "Our company is not a single log bridge." I thought he was doing well at the meeting. He didn't seem like someone who would stop at nothing. After seeing Feng Han in person, Wei Lai couldn't help but imagine a small junior brother and a senior brother's love-hate relationship. Government personnel have already started to settle in. This is the municipal planning map. They have requisitioned the land you contracted, but there's no demolition compensation and nothing to demolish. And Xiao Xin is looking for you to discuss land requisition compensation. Su Qian didn't respond, and after finishing speaking, he went out to work. Wei Lai didn't say more. Their grievances belong to business competition. Given the current scale of the company, although it is still less than pre-birth technology, it is not something just any company can shake, especially with a strong backing. Arriving at the secretary's office wherein Xiao Xin was, Wei Lai asked her, "What's the matter? Have you seen the municipal planning map?" The leader means to refer to your and the Huaxiao Academy of Sciences opinions. After all, it's a sci-fi new city and serves as a template for future urban development. We must make a good start. Let me take a look. I'm not very good at planning, but I can give some opinions on the functional areas reserved for relevant technologies. You take a look and give me your opinions within 3 days, and I will communicate with the government department. Also, the country has provided you with compensation for land requisition, but considering your economic situation, the leader said you can apply for compensation conditions yourself. Just let me know. Not rushing to demand his land requisition compensation, Wei Lai had long since detached himself from a material life limited by money, and he was more focused on policies or technologies, which he needed to consider carefully. Back in his office, he looked at the municipal planning map in front of him. I have to say that the country's high attention to the new city and the construction standards of the entire city far exceed those of existing international metropolises. The complexity of the building areas is truly dazzling for Wei Lai. This is also the first time Wei Lai has seen such detailed urban planning maps. The entire city planning map consists of 3 parts, dividing the entire project into early, middle, and late stages. In the early stage drawings, the detailed distribution of various functional areas can be clearly seen, with the entire city centered around the future base, radiating in a circular range, which aligns perfectly with Wei Lai's thoughts. The headquarters of municipal functional buildings, that is, the municipal departments, are concentrated on the west side of the future base, making them the closest municipal departments to the future base, including the Public Security Bureau, Fire Department, Hospital, Municipal Hall, Water and Electricity Departments, Gas Company, Shopping Mall, and the municipal government community, forming the first community of the new city. The entire planning map is divided into functional blocks, although there are many data points. From a broad perspective, the main divisions are still categorized into energy zones, commercial zones, industrial zones, and residential zones. The energy zone is listed separately due to considerations for building a technology city, and the designers have also noted their considerations, indicating that the demand for electricity is higher compared to traditional cities, as well as the convenience of concentrated construction of superconducting power equipment. Wei Lai could not find any flaws in the entire planning map. Even the drone airspace and the space for floating buildings are planned. And the underground also has plans from urban designers, with clear markings for shelters and parking lots. After looking through it all, Wei Lai ultimately abandoned his idea of technology guidance, feeling only 2 words in his heart: professionalism. Wei Lai, who had no thoughts on the planning, did have ideas about the city's style. A silver-white metal city that resembles a space station is Wei Lai's vision for the entire city. Though somewhat kitsch, it is also the closest scientific fantasy to Wei Lai, and there is a possibility of realization in his lifetime. Without considering whether a metal city might give people a cold and harsh or inconvenient living experience, Wei Lai simply chatted with Xiaoxin, expressing his hope that the new urban infrastructure would have more metallic textures. A huge metal city, a steel city, feels extraordinary, and at a glance, it has a strong sci-fi vibe. And Xiaoxin looked at Wei Lai with curiosity. As for the planning, isn't it more important to follow basic principles regarding city style? Just think about how high the costs of a metal city would be. Well, the planning is not bad. I quite like metal-style cities, so just mention it casually, as long as it is aesthetically pleasing. Okay, how about the compensation you are considering? I want to apply for satellite launch permissions and ask the leaders if I can establish a private satellite launch base. Your idea is still unique. I will explain it to the leaders. Wei Lai soon received a reply from the government and went back to Beijing. You want to launch satellites? Building a base by yourself is a waste of resources, isn't it? The leaders seemed confused. The application of commercial satellites is gradually becoming more common. But the request to build a satellite base seemed peculiar to the leader and needed careful consideration, especially regarding private access. I don't have any plans to launch satellites for now, but I want to reserve a spot. The development of technology is changing rapidly, or more accurately, it's about private space exploration bases. You can only become a partner of the state. The base can be built and can be of a private nature. But launch permits must be applied for, and the state will also send troops for management. Outer space law is something all countries must adhere to. Understood, understood. I don't know when it will be completed, but I will register first. There are still some overseas, and the company will develop in this direction in the future. Okay, then I will grant you private launch permission, allowing for commercial operations and base construction. However, for the land you contracted in the western region, we will requisition half of it. And regarding urban construction, you will also participate to speed up the construction progress. The leader patted Wei Lai with satisfaction. How do I participate? How your base building is constructed will be reflected in the urban construction. The state will fund it, and you won't spend a dime. The leader said meaningfully. Wei Lai returned to the base with a bitter face, unsure whether he had gained or lost. It seems the leader is also interested in unmanned robots, but I can't present half-finished products. I should let Xiaoxin explain it to the leader later. But I also don't know if the leader is prepared for the construction robots to make their debut. The compensation for land requisition is a preliminary layout for Wei Lai to step into space. But what needs to be done now is to cooperate with the infrastructure mania to complete the rapid construction of the city. And the construction robots are about to officially debut. Chapter 61. China Heavy Industry, seeking recommendations and collections. The bustling world seems to have returned to a quiet state. Without mentioning international cooperation projects between countries, with the chip dumping by Microfruit Company in China announcing groundbreaking plans. followed by the behind-the-scenes technology companies entering the chip industry and releasing the third generation of drones in just a few dozen days. Netizens' attention gradually shifted to the densely information-bombarded entertainment industry. In the national-level laboratory of the lighthouse country, although there has been significant progress in room-temperature superconducting technology, there remains a gap of nearly 20 years from the level that China is currently promoting and applying. It is hard to say who the loser is in this technology exchange deal, but at least China is not at a loss. The substantial aerospace technology and famous lithography technology obtained from the exchange have enabled China to achieve a leapfrog development in the chip manufacturing field, with lithography technology becoming part of the superconducting industry. Although there is still no complete application ecosystem in the entire electronic software engineering sector that can truly compete with Western industry giants, everything is developing in the direction that China desires. The new technology obtained from the exchange, combined with its own solid technology, has also gone through a 3-year adjustment and research and development period, from opening the door to a new world to recognizing the appearance of the world behind the door. It is not just the behind-the-scenes technology company moving forward. China heavy industry, under such circumstances, has shown Wei Lai a glimpse of its iceberg. The one who contacted Wei Lai was Yu Days, a representative of China heavy industry in the Xinyu United Chamber of Commerce. As one of the backbone forces in China's infrastructure mania legion, Yu Days felt somewhat unwilling upon learning from the leaders that they would cooperate with the behind-the-scenes technology on their most skilled infrastructure projects. Mr. Wei, without further ado, our equipment is already in place and is undergoing closed construction. Would you like to come for a visit? Yu Days said with a smile. Wei Lai was also curious about the infrastructure army. Since he could remember, China heavy industry has contributed its sweat and youth to the country's entire infrastructure project. They're a truly frontline team. With respect and curiosity, Wei Lai agreed, completely unaware of Yu Days' dissatisfaction. Compared to before, China heavy industry now has more advanced equipment and resources. The entire city's closed construction phase is filled with a sense of technology. Yu Days took Wei Lai to visit the material storage area and heavy machinery area, which are the foundation of the entire city. Under such tools and materials, the most basic foundations and roads of the city will gradually take shape on this land. In the material storage area, Yu Days, with a unique sense of pride, informed Wei Lai of various data about the basic materials. Hardness, density, seismic resistance level, and corrosion resistance level are the results of the continuous efforts of generations of researchers. It was also the first time Wei Lai learned about the origins of the road materials he commonly sees, compared to the unobtrusive basic materials. The heavy machinery area was strikingly impressive, bringing shock to Wei Lai. Unheard-of machinery appeared before him. This was a true mechanical kingdom. The cold metallic texture and enormous machines directly attracted Wei Lai's attention, and he quickly asked, "What are these used for?" Wei Lai knows that large-scale machinery commonly used in construction includes equipment like tower cranes. But the complexity of the current equipment far exceeds the scale and structure of tower cranes and is completely different from the tower crane system. From the appearance, Wei Lai also knows that there must be different functions. This is the latest integrated mixer, assembled and multifunctional, Yu Dazhong said. Entering the warehouse of heavy machinery, a dense array of equipment is displayed within, ranging from small to large and diverse in variety. This is precisely the various machinery produced by Huaxia Heavy Industry, which is also the core business of the entire group. For Yu Dazhong, this is a demonstration of Wei Lai's strength, essentially showing off. However, seeing that Wei Lai seemed to be unfamiliar with construction engineering and large machinery, Yu Dazhong gradually adopted a hint of arrogance and lost the previous enthusiasm. "Mr. Wei, it seems you are not very familiar with our industry," Yu Dazhong remarked. "That's true," Wei Lai replied. "So this is our plan. If Mr. Wei has no questions, we can start construction as soon as possible." Yu Dazhong handed the construction plan to Wei Lai, who quickly skimmed through it and asked, "What does our company need to do? The leadership told me to cooperate with your work. Can your company handle equipment maintenance? If not, we might as well take a look at it ourselves. Mr. Wei still has a lot to learn in this area." Wei Lai also detected the condescension in Yu Dazhong's words and immediately realized he was being underestimated. The strength of his own company was more evident in the areas of drones, small machinery, and electronic engineering, which Yu Dazhong only knew partially. As a core force of Huaxia Heavy Industry and the Huaxia Infrastructure Corps, Yu Dazhong had the capital to be proud, having always been at the forefront of the world in heavy machinery. Especially after the technological replacement, many technological advancements brought new breakthroughs to Huaxia Heavy Industry. with the design and manufacturing of new equipment and performance enhancements leaving countless competitors behind. The leadership's intention was to hope Wei Lai would collaborate with Huaxia Heavy Industry to shorten the construction cycle. Reflecting Wei Lai's lack of understanding of the industry before he showcased his construction robot team, which justified Yu Dazhong's contempt. In his eyes, Wei Lai was wasting the leadership's trust, sharing profits in urban construction, and as a military man, he particularly despised such people. Mr. Yu, you've misunderstood. Although I'm not very knowledgeable about the industry, I do have my technical engineering team. Wei Lai, though slightly displeased, understood that his performance was indeed lacking. He was not a young novice and had no impulsive thoughts of quitting. Since the other party underestimated him, he decided to let his construction team completely shatter their confidence. Wei Lai maliciously thought, they haven't even formally assembled yet, and I've sent myself to their door. Follow me, Wei Lai said as he took Yu Dazhong to the car, heading to the base of the behind-the-scenes technology company. On the way, the two remained silent for a while. Wei Lai gazed out the window at the building of the behind-the-scenes technology company and said to Yu Dazhong, "The future base is the name I gave to our company building. It was completely built by robots." Yu Dazhong was momentarily taken aback by the meaning of Wei Lai's words, turned to look out the window, and asked, "What did you say?" "I mean, the headquarters of the behind-the-scenes technology company you see is built by robots." "How is that possible?" "There is nothing impossible. Technology has been advancing," Wei Lai said as he got out of the car. "The future base has arrived. Mr. Yu, come along." Yu Dazhong hesitated slightly, more questions surfacing in his mind. If robots can build buildings, does that mean we have nothing to do with infrastructure projects? What do we need to do then? It sounds too real to be true. He had no reason to lie. I need to see it with my own eyes. After a flurry of thoughts, Yu Dazhong followed Wei Lai to the exhibition hall of the future base. This was also a venue prepared by Wei Lai for showcasing robot performance. And the only thing he could present in collaboration with the state-owned enterprise was robots. Moreover, the leadership had explicitly mentioned the technology for building. So it was essential to understand the use of robots, which was specifically prepared for Yu Dazhong and the engineers of Huaxia Heavy Industry. Upon entering the exhibition hall, Yu Dazhong's eyes immediately fell on the robot standing at the center. This robot was not the same as others. Over the 9 years, Wei Lai had continuously modified and experimented with the robot's functions. In his underground studio, Wei Lai, in his leisure time, had been trying to create various robots modeled after Transformers. Although compared to the Transformers in movies, the robots produced were of toy-level quality. The robot displayed before Yu Dazhong was more designed for construction. Based on Wei Lai's limited understanding, he had made several improvements to the previous construction robot. He still opted for a humanoid design, but added multiple mechanical arms, making it look like a multi-armed demon king. The head remained the core sensory system of the unmanned robot, but unlike before, the application of the Kuanping chip endowed it with stronger performance and was one of the conditions for carrying more mechanical arms to execute more complex computational commands. The joints utilized the properties of superconducting alloy magnetic levitation, achieving an extreme level of silent performance. The use of superconducting alloys upgraded the robot's working performance and power storage. Compared to the previous generation of construction robots that required multiple machines to cooperate, a single robot now could perform up to 5 functions simultaneously. Simply put, one robot could replace 5. After a basic introduction to the robot's performance, more of the usage tutorials would require the learning of the engineering team from Huaxia Heavy Industry. However, Yu Dazhong had a different view. Looking at the more sci-fi robot before him made him feel as if he had entered a true future world. Contrary to Wei Lai's expectations, Yu Dazhong did not express his opinion on the robot. What Wei Lai heard was Yu Dazhong involuntarily exclaiming 4 words, wasting valuable resources. Wei Lai stared at Yu Dazhong, not saying much. Anyone would feel angered when their hard work was belittled, and Wei Lai was now on the edge of fury, about to lose his rationality. Yu Dazhong came to his senses and apologetically said to Wei Lai, "Mr. Wei, I didn't mean it that way." Wei Lai said in a deep voice, "I need an explanation. The leadership's order is for the company to cooperate with you to complete urban construction quickly, not to be insulted by you." Yu Dazhong also knew he had misspoken and apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Wei. Your company's robot technology is admirable, but the development direction of humanoid robots is wrong." Wei Lai was puzzled. Why? Mr. Wei must have watched too many movies. With such technology, more applications should create different types of non-humanoid robots. For us at Huaxia Heavy Industry, with such technology, there is no large machinery we cannot produce. Let's not argue further with Mr. Wei. I will now gather the engineering team for further learning. After the two exchanged insights into each other's technological levels, they gained a better understanding of one another. Wei Lai realized Yu Dazhong's straightforwardness and decisiveness showcased more traits typical of a military person. Meanwhile, Yu Dazhong understood that Wei Lai was not there to meddle in the profit distribution of the infrastructure project, but was genuinely there to assist in construction, leading to a significant change in his attitude. The following time involved the coordination work between Yu Zhuogong and Huaxia Heavy Industry regarding robots, with the mechanical design team of the behind-the-scenes technology company participating as the technical guidance for urban construction. From Wei Lai's perspective, there is no need for further development of such robots. Without breakthroughs in artificial intelligence applications or more convenient data transformation, each use imposes extremely high requirements on the operator's drawing skills to maximize the robot's functionality. The ability to lay water and electricity and build walls in his own building was achieved precisely because a complete set of blueprints was comprehensively inputted into the national database. After a month of collaboration between the engineering team of Huaxia Heavy Industries and Yu Zhuogong and others, Huaxia Heavy Industries provided a robot modification plan, specifying different requirements in terms of functionality, shape, and size. Wei Lai urged the team to cooperate fully, and they promptly delivered the first batch of 1,000 Huaxia Heavy Industries version robots according to the company's requirements. The casual use of materials also greatly pleased Wei Lai and the engineering team, led by Yu Zhuogong. In early October, after the robot delivery was completed, Huaxia Heavy Industries fully demonstrated what it means to be a construction behemoth. The extent of the robot's application far exceeded Wei Lai's expectations. In the closed construction base, Yu Days once again invited Wei Lai to visit the modified robot construction site. "Mr. Wei, come and see our results and plans." Yu Days laughed heartily upon seeing Wei Lai, clearly very satisfied with the efficiency and quality of the robot construction. The construction site was filled with industrial waste and various raw materials, with muddy ground and silver-white irregularly shaped robots forming an automated construction assembly line. The collaboration of machines, large and small, brought a unique aesthetic. Unlike the assembly lines of mechanical production, outdoor automated operations visibly changed the surrounding environment, including terrain leveling, filling, and a series of work processes that were harmonious and beautiful. This made Wei Lai ponder. Is it really a mistake to develop humanoid robots? Large urban construction projects that should have taken at least 3 to 5 years to complete had gradually begun to take shape like a small town. Unlike the shoddy projects that rapid construction often yields, the combination of technology and the construction behemoth made the impossible possible. The ultimate evolution of the construction behemoth, having shed its arrogance and prejudice, had thoroughly completed its evolution. The swift delivery of the entire set of equipment and progress in construction made Yu Days extremely happy. "Mr. Wei, you won't miss out on the money. This set of equipment can serve as our group's new trump card. I want to conduct a technology exchange through the Chamber of Commerce." While some were happy, others were not. Wei Lai replied unhappily, "Core technology is not for exchange." Chapter 63. Tricks, Seeking Recommendations and Collections. One of the company's core businesses is robotics technology, which is a major source of profit for the company. Wei Lai could not possibly exchange that technology. Yu Days was merely teasing Wei Lai, saying they should cooperate more in the future. "If you have new applications, let us learn from them and create more practical ones. Humanoid robots are just a little more aesthetically pleasing, but they are not very useful," Wei Lai countered. "That's because your technical level is insufficient. Behind-the-scenes technology specializes in robotics." Yu Days shrugged and advised, "I don't see that day coming, Mr. Wei. Stay grounded. I think drones are quite good. Even if humanoid machines have their value, they are not what this era needs. As a leader in domestic robotics technology, I still admire you, Mr. Wei." Having been through it himself, Huaxia Heavy Industries has also taken many wrong turns. They started with manufacturing large heavy machinery, and Mr. Wei should have a sense of social responsibility, striving for the rise of China, and should not create flashy toys just to cater to the market. His words might have been a bit harsh. There are many types and forms of robots, so why should Mr. Wei be so fixated on humanoid ones? It is precisely because humans cannot do so many things that a variety of tools have been developed. Yu Days further explained related machinery to Wei Lai and said he would give Wei Lai more orders from Huaxia Heavy Industries in the future, hoping that Wei Lai's behind-the-scenes technology could provide them with more core components. Watching Wei Lai become dizzy from his words, Yu Days also revealed a sly smile. After being educated in science by Yu Days in a frustrating situation, Wei Lai returned home in a daze. Tools are still for human use. Humanoid machines using tools, doesn't that have value? He was truly confused. Yu Days had ulterior motives. Wei Lai then realized and inwardly cursed, looking all righteous. I almost got caught up in it. When did I become fixated on humanoid robots? And giving me large machinery orders, does he really think I'm just a processing plant? Indeed, these big shots have deep tricks, just like Feng Han from Yuxing Technology. None of them are good. After learning that Wei Lai would not sell robot technology, Yu Days began to set traps for Wei Lai, although he knew it was only a matter of time before Wei Lai reacted. Yu Days' main goal was the core components of the entire set of robot equipment. 4. Huaxia Heavy Industries. Behind-the-scenes technology is not merely a partner but also a strong competitor. The emergence of robots immediately made Yu Days think of their application in heavy industry. He did not believe that behind-the-scenes technology had no intention of venturing into heavy construction. From national construction and high-tech machinery manufacturing to scientific research and development, Huaxia Heavy Industries and behind-the-scenes technology have a partnership, but they also have different political tasks and a unified chamber of commerce organization. However, in market competition and product sales, they are natural competitors. The more market expansion derived from core business also serves as a source of motivation for mutual competition and progress within the group. This healthy competition is something Yu Days is happy to see, but it should not allow Wei Lai to develop too comfortably. It is uncertain when Mr. Wei will wake up to reality. It would be best if he could delve deeper into humanoid robots. Yu Days employed a simple provocation method. In his view, most successful individuals who can elevate their companies to new heights are often obsessive. His intentionally purposeful words would lead behind-the-scenes technology to two paths in the development of robotics, either deeply researching humanoid robots or abandoning humanoids to focus more on various other types of machines. Regardless of the situation, with the passage of time and technological advancement, behind-the-scenes technology will find its own path. Delaying Wei Lai's involvement in heavy industry will also give him more room for development. After this urban construction task concludes, he should return and study this set of robot equipment thoroughly. If behind-the-scenes technology could become the group's processing plant, that would be ideal, but unfortunately, what Yu Days does not understand is that behind-the-scenes technology is already planning to venture into the heavy industry sector soon. And Wei Lai quickly realized he had been set up by Yu Days. However, regarding Yu Days' statements about humanoid and irregular machines, Wei Lai clearly had deeper thoughts. Otherwise, he would not have been persuaded by him so quickly. The concept of robots has existed for a long time. The humanoids depicted in science fiction or fantasy films belong only to one branch of robotics. From ancient automatons to various modern automated machines, they are all considered robots. A robot is defined as a machine device that automatically performs work. Machines represent tools, while humans represent intelligence. The concept of robots is more about intelligent tools. Wei Lai continued to ponder. Until there are breakthroughs in intelligence, humanoid robots have significant disadvantages. The essence of robots is to replace humans in completing more tasks. While the entire ecological environment centered around human civilization is continually reducing labor, increasing productivity, and improving efficiency. Once upon a time, humanoid robots appeared in front of the public through various forms of artistic processing such as movies, comics, and novels, truly stunning the public's imagination of future technology. Wei Lai was also deeply influenced by this, and even once believed that only humanoid robots could be called robots, rather than machines that perform work in a broader sense. Wei Lai consulted more materials to understand the development history of robots. The technical level required for humanoid robots is extremely high, and their performance is vastly different from that of non-humanoid robots. Essentially, robots exist as tools, adopting a human form to achieve comprehensive functionality. At first glance, this seems highly feasible, but what humans need is a replacement for their work, not a replacement for themselves. Wei Lai needs to carefully consider the development direction of robot technology. At least one point in Days' words is correct. Humanoid robots, given the current social context, can only become toy-like existences. In terms of performance, isn't having a dozen hands better than just two? In terms of speed, wheeled forms are always faster than running on two legs. More forms give machines more possibilities and greater work efficiency. Yet, the research and development of humanoid robots still hold extraordinary significance. Regardless, civilization is named human civilization, which is precisely the core idea of human-centered thought in human civilization. Robots are designed and manufactured around human convenience and usability. Wei Lai firmly believes that the application prospects of humanoid robots will be more extensive than those of non-humanoid robots, becoming an indispensable part of human social life. Chapter 64. Machines, Humans, Seeking Recommendations and Collections. If non-humanoid robots represent a breakthrough in a certain aspect, then humanoid robots symbolize balance and comprehensiveness. In the context of human social survival, Wei Lai is not merely aiming to create the robot housekeepers that the public envisions. He is exploring more problems that robots can handle and solve. Imagine if humanoid robots were produced. Besides being able to help with cleaning and cooking, what else could such robots do? Is there really a need for such robots in daily life? Robots that simulate humans are among the types that require the highest technological demands and have the greatest commercial application difficulties. More companies are no longer optimistic about the development prospects of humanoid robots. Human society currently does not need humanoid robots, but no one knows whose direction is correct. In most cases, we metaphorically describe and explain that humans themselves are incredibly complex, ultra-precise machines. Robots mimic the characteristics of various animals for manufacturing and expansion, making the simulation of humans one of the inevitable choices. Wei Lai did not find outstanding points in the performance of humanoid robots, but discovered that humanoid robots are an indispensable part of the entire robot technology. The development of non-humanoid and humanoid robots should advance simultaneously. Throughout the long process of civilization development, the emergence of machines has facilitated people's lives, while humanoid robots also play an indispensable role in survival needs. Machines are tools and instruments. Humans are life and biology. Robots can replace humans in work, but cannot replace humans, yet they can serve as substitutes or enhancements for body parts. Combining biotechnology and bionics, the functionality of humanoid robots becomes an essential precursor technology for bionic organs. Firstly, humanoid robots can serve as backup replacements for body parts, requiring support from biotechnology. Secondly, human wearable equipment can achieve human-machine interoperability, eliminating the need to manufacture robots of various sizes. More adaptable scenarios can be produced according to human templates for unified enhancement between humans and humanoid robots. The simplest examples are powered exoskeletons and robotic arms. Robots can become the best assistants for humans to perform various complex tasks, and their performance can also be supplemented through different external modules, eliminating the need for additional development costs. Various human tool robots can be used without repeated learning. The advantages of non-humanoid robots also determine that they are not as adaptable and diverse as humanoid robots. As alternatives for human bodies, robots are only one of the backup options. Humanoid robots have not yet reached such heights. The significance of humanoid robots has thus become a research focus. This is one of the choices in the evolution of life. In terms of social significance, aside from the uncanny valley effect brought about by the development of different humanoid robot forms, more people can generally accept the forms of robots. The application of autonomous driving technology and robots as drivers under manual driving also carries different meanings. No tool can match humanoid robots in terms of comprehensive ability and adaptability to human cognitive biases. After all, robots are ultimately meant to enter thousands of households. People relatively understand what they can do, and when a humanoid robot stands before them, it requires little learning. They can use it based on their existing understanding of themselves. This is indeed an important issue in human-machine interaction. Human thinking, how to make machines adapt to humans rather than humans adapting to machines. The power of habit is strong. Only by adapting more to human living habits can machines better enter thousands of households. Service-oriented housekeeper robots can serve as backup replacements for body parts, medical assistants, and perhaps in the near future, butler-type robots will enter the lives of the general public. However, the higher priority robots are still in the industrial sector, even in the interstellar field. In terms of infrastructure, as Wei Lai has created construction robots, although their performance has been surpassed after being modified by Huaxia heavy industry, they still represent a direction. Robot construction legions can autonomously control various large machinery and manage various robots, faithfully executing company commands, reporting, recording data, and distributing commands to more basic secondary robots, which can conform to human sensory habits. It can be said that humanoid robots can fulfill all the functional fantasies of humans. Calm, rational, and devoid of emotions, these robots possess vast memory databases and, supported by big data, can perform better simulations and event judgments. Whether in heavy industry or the service industry, they can serve as managers or machine overseers for humans. In the construction of the robot world, humans are undoubtedly the highest command and rulers. Humanoid robots that conform to human appearance will be the management class, while powerful non-humanoid robots with various functions will be the foundation of the machine kingdom, serving the broader populace. Without deep thought, such a machine world form is also the most suitable for human application scenarios. Humanoid robots further provide more possibilities for bionics and human life evolution. From mechanical power arms to limb coordination and memory storage, offering humans a more reasonable evolutionary direction. Perhaps one day in the future, machines and humans will truly achieve a state of indistinguishability, mutually optimizing and storing biological states. After much consideration, Wei Lai did not immediately develop humanoid robots. His current technology is still too shallow and ignorant compared to the fantasies of the future world. The tasks of urban construction have also been largely completed, and the enclosed construction is about to conclude, which also means that the full set of Huaxia heavy industries robots will soon be unveiled. Meanwhile, the speed of laying magnetic levitation tracks is rapidly progressing from east to west, with trains from the western regions to Kyoto set to officially operate in 2030. The rapidly changing world seems to have suddenly arrived, yet only a few know how much effort has been expended behind these changes. The new year is approaching, and Wei Lai is also discussing with Su Qian about holding a special celebration for the company's 10th anniversary. However, before the 10th anniversary on May 17th, the priority is to address the construction of the power system for Hunyuan New City, specifically the construction of a superconducting power plant. Maglev trains, robots, superconducting power plants, and the open operation of the entire new urban area are the major planning tasks for the development direction of the company and the country in the first half of 2030. Wei Lai spent less and less time at the research center, increasingly observing the changes around him from his office, as if the world had pressed the fast-forward button for the public. Chapter 65. New Year, New City Landscape, Seeking Recommendations and Collections. On January 1st, 2030, New Year's Day, in the office of the technology company behind the scenes, employees were already on holiday, with only the executives still in a meeting preparing for the 10th anniversary celebration. Over the past decade, the work intensity of the company had been constantly increasing, and overtime pay had skyrocketed during special periods. While research and development were ongoing, the company's tens of thousands of employees were united in their dedication, developing a sense of identity with the company over 10 years. It was still the same group of people, with the two leading women executives, Zhao Feiyin and Yin Jiai. Zhao Feiyin was already married, leaving only the single ones Yin Jiai, Su Qian, and Wei Lai. However, in reality, Yin Jiai and Su Qian had been in a relationship for some time. Both being older singles, they decided to get married after the company's celebration, truly dedicating their youth to the company. Oblivious Wei Lai did not notice the change in their relationship. At work, the three were as steady as ever. After work, with more time for rest, Wei Lai spent more time tapping away in his underground studio or gazing at the starry sky from the top of the base. Having even fewer opportunities to interact with others, the executives were discussing the housing issues for employees. The new city was built around the base, meaning the previous employee housing could no longer be used and needed to be uniformly arranged and distributed in accordance with municipal planning. Over the decade, the company had grown from a small courtyard with life supplies relying on a gas station, from a group of 50 people to a company building with tens of thousands of employees, forming a small town-sized living area around the base. Looking down from the office, one could see the whole living area, shopping malls, roads, restaurants, bars, and buildings. Employees' leisure lives were quite rich and colorful, not resembling the living areas of urban villages. The environment around the base was relatively orderly. Although the living conditions in the West region were not bad, they still could not compare to the convenience of big city life, nor the urban cultural atmosphere. Employees, seeing each other daily, often spread good news less frequently than bad news, aside from a few young men who preferred to grab a drink after work. More employees were accustomed to staying in their dorms. For employees, without long holidays, going home remained inconvenient. Elites from all over the country gathered in the living area, and most discussions were still about work. Wei Lai promised to allocate housing for company employees, which was made easier by being located in the West region. Otherwise, the company's liquid assets might have to be significantly reduced. In this planning, we also need to address the employees' housing issues. You all have families. We need to build you formal housing as part of the future base, Wei Lai said to everyone. This is a good thing. But the problem is that the company now has over 10,000 employees. How will we allocate it? In the future, there will only be more employees, Yin Jia asked. Allocate based on rank, separating internal and external personnel. With about 6 months to the company's 10th anniversary, we should not hire new people during this time. After the 10th anniversary, employee accommodations will be more of a mobile dormitory, forming a new living area. Old employees will integrate into the new city as the first batch of urban residents. Of course, whether to transfer household registration should consult the employees' opinions. Housing and household registration are not linked, and more population settlement should still comply with national policy arrangements. Su Qian answered Yin Jia's question. After everyone's unanimous agreement, the company resolved the issues of relocating the living area and integrating employee housing into the new city, continuing to discuss preparations for the 10th anniversary event. Is President Wei going to launch a new product? I'm still considering it. There's no need for limited editions, which would waste energy, and the company doesn't lack this money. Currently, we are the industry leader in the drone market, occupying over 80% of the market. Before the operating system is perfected, we need to focus on our own territory. As for new products, I'll think it over. The 10th anniversary is a great promotional opportunity if we don't release limited edition products. Then my suggestion is to launch new products. We have elevated the drone market and applications to unprecedented heights, and everyone has high expectations of us. While we maintain a low profile in research and development, we need to keep a certain level of buzz for the company's operations to save a lot on publicity expenses. Tang Mingjiang interjected. I'll think about it carefully. Initially, I didn't plan for this. I intended to keep it internal. Old Tang is adding to my workload, Wei Lai said. Those capable are often busier, Tang Mingjiang laughed. The meeting quickly concluded. For internal employees, the 10th anniversary was a celebration. And with the relocation of the living area and resolution of housing issues, the remaining tasks for the company were merely to reward employees and hold recognition ceremonies. Yin Jia, who was in charge of human resources, would have to put in a lot of effort to coordinate with various departments for organization. However, if a large-scale event were to be held, the new product launch during the 10th anniversary would be the best choice. Wei Lai returned home, troubled and pondering what new products to launch, with only 5 months left to prepare for sales. Late at night at home, Wei Lai stood in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window, the starry sky above becoming less distinct under the surrounding light pollution. The nearby living area was still brightly lit. The bustling robot construction site a bit further away and in the distance. The silent shadows of trees in the deep desert made Wei Lai look forward to the new city's appearance tomorrow. Everyone at behind-the-scenes technology could feel the changes surrounding the company. The base and living area represented a modern world, while the area outside the living zone was still a wilderness. Now, the surroundings of the living area were covered with construction scenes visible everywhere. However, for employees of behind-the-scenes technology, robot construction had already become part of daily life. As a top drone manufacturing company in the market, all of this seemed very logical. Not far from the base, the construction of the superconducting power plant, as the energy center of the entire city, was underway. The superconducting industry companies had finally fully moved into Hunyuan New City in 2030, along with various companies from the Chamber of Commerce. Contrary to Wei Lai's expectations, all companies in the Chamber of Commerce were building their headquarters-level buildings on a larger scale. The efficiency of the infrastructure construction was astonishingly high. The superconducting industry cluster base. The new buildings of major companies in the West region and the future base were all connected at the fastest pace. The most direct changes were around the company. The previous agricultural market and tents had transformed into various small shops and bungalows in just a few days. As if the changes in the city were so rapid and direct, large fresh supermarkets and high-rise buildings would soon follow. Chapter 66. Energy Center. Seeking recommendations and collections, Wei Lai participated in the construction of the superconducting power plant. As the energy center of the entire city, it was not only to provide various energy supplies for the urban population, but also to attempt to break free from the constraints of fossil fuels and fully realize the use of clean energy. The power supply transmission for the entire city applied superconducting series products from inside to outside. The construction of the energy center was not simply about building a few power plants, but involved a complete power system. The difficulty in estimating the power consumption of the entire new city posed significant challenges for the establishment of the energy center. As a sci-fi new city, it was inevitable to apply high-tech products, with electricity demand rising year by year. The unpredictable power generation has led to differing opinions regarding land use for the construction of the entire power station. Questions arise about the size of the station upon completion, whether it can meet the demands of the city, whether it can radiate to surrounding areas, and whether it can be integrated into the national grid for revenue generation, which leaves the statistical assessment staff in distress. This is also China's first superconducting power station and a truly clean energy power station, an electromagnetic flow power station. The state has different demands and expectations for new power stations compared to other power stations. Firstly, there is the utilization of clean energy. With the entire city comprehensively adopting a clean energy power generation network, where photovoltaic power generation fully covers urban electricity supply, the entire power station's planning involves the establishment of giant multi-set superconducting generators by the Energy Center, integrated into the city's photovoltaic power generation network. The superconducting power generation utilizes electromagnetic flow power generation, which is a superconducting electromagnetic flow power generation device composed of a set of DC coils and output terminals connected to multiple sets of AC coils and output terminals, forming a hollow coil group with a square or other shape inner opening and a long strip-shaped superconducting magnet with a square or other shape cross-section inserted in the hollow cavity. The input end of the superconducting magnet is connected to a DC starting power supply switch into the output terminal of the DC coils, while the output end is equipped with a terminal connected to the load. When this device generates electricity, it is free from pollution, noise, energy consumption, and mechanical wear, making it the ideal energy device for humanity, capable of replacing all existing energy devices to provide permanent electrical power. The superconducting generator is a new type of motor in the field of electric machines, characterized by high power density, low synchronous reactance, high efficiency, and ease of maintenance. The advantages of the superconducting generator are attributed to the presence of superconducting magnets, and the normal operation of these magnets is a key factor determining the success of the superconducting generator. This is the power generation port of the superconducting generator, with more connections made using superconducting cables that achieve lossless transmission, allowing for the broader application of superconducting generators. As the first superconducting power plant in the country, its completion will have extraordinary significance for the national grid. Based on the various advantages of superconducting generators, as long as the manufacturing cost issue is resolved, the correspondingly high electricity costs will become a thing of the past. Additionally, it can increase the stability of the power network. The superconducting power generation system is more stable compared to traditional power generation. Most notably, it can be used at room temperature, eliminating the need for heat dissipation treatment or low-temperature superconducting, with stronger adaptability, making superconducting power generation a critical step forward for national power reform. It can be said that superconducting power generation is its core application. An excellent energy conversion device takes the application of electricity to a new level. In fact, superconducting generators are more applicable in miniaturized and diversified scenarios. They can serve as a new type of national-level power station, with a larger power supply range and a more centralized application of superconducting alloys, requiring reasonable estimates on the number of installed superconducting generator units. With superconducting generator units, there is also a superconducting power storage system, which connects the generator for energy storage, akin to a large battery, solving peak electricity problems. In case of insufficient power supply, the stored electrical energy in the battery will serve as the main output for emergency use and peak power consumption. From generation to storage and transmission, the entire power generation system employs the latest superconducting power generation equipment, complemented by a photovoltaic power generation system currently in auxiliary use, forming a comprehensive power supply for the entire city. Urban power supply is further subdivided into various industries and experimental power. On one hand, Wei Lai is upgrading and transforming his company's power system, while on the other hand, he is integrating the utilization of the company's power resources into the city, forming a dual circulation power supply system. This increases the complexity of the project, but through the dual energy system established by Wei Lai, it can be envisioned that in the future society, various companies and households will become small energy centers, similar to distributed photovoltaic power generation networks, providing energy output for the entire society. The size planning of the power plant seems overly conservative to Wei Lai. The state remains cautious and experimental in establishing a completely new power generation system. In the early stages of the city, when user electricity consumption is very low, More electricity demand comes from future bases and industrial and commercial electricity. In the planning, the energy center's planned land area reaches 3,000 square kilometers. But the construction of the power plant only occupies 1 square kilometer, covering the entire power system. However, do not underestimate the power plant occupying just 1 square kilometer. It can generate 5 billion kilowatt-hours annually, equivalent to the efficiency of the Three Gorges hydropower station. This is merely the preliminary planning, moreover. Once various superconducting motors are integrated into the grid, the generation efficiency will see even greater improvements. The state's experimental construction is not without reason. Energy security is the most critical aspect of society. For electromagnetic flow generation, like photovoltaic power generation, it is also a form of clean energy utilization. But electricity itself has inherent dangers, and storage devices are of utmost importance, as power leaks and mechanical explosions pose safety hazards. This is one of the reasons why the state has not fully popularized superconducting motors. This emerging technology has just begun to step out of the laboratory and still requires more time for validation. Planning is ultimately just planning. Everything depends on the overall development of the city, relative to the construction of the national power structure. What Wei Lai needs more is the upgrade and breakthrough of base power. Only with more abundant energy and higher power can Wei Lai explore more possibilities in the future laboratory of the base. Wei Lai's underground laboratory has limited space, requiring more compact energy solutions and even more efficient energy production than superconducting power generation. Currently, the construction progress in the western region is advancing steadily, while the eastern region's track laying has encountered more technical difficulties. Chapter 67. Superconducting magnetic levitation. To become wealthy, one must first build roads. This saying, passed down for many years, highlights the importance of transportation networks to the development of urban construction. In the national planning, Hunyuan City, or the entire Hunyuan Valley Economic Special Zone, is positioned as an interstellar metropolis. This high-tech research and development center city carries the hope of transformation for all of China. The construction of the city relies on vast resources and convenient transportation, and establishing an interstellar metropolis in the western region prioritizes the establishment of a transportation network. The entire transportation network consists of both passenger and freight transport, relying on existing technological levels, with a continuous flow of materials being supplied through air and land transport to support the construction of the new city with massive building materials. The development of the city cannot do without people, making passenger transport a constraint on the implementation of more policies in the new city, as the new city needs population resources to facilitate urban management and construction. The construction of the new city in early 2030 is in full swing, with the laying of traditional transport roads progressing rapidly, but more challenges arise in the application of new technologies. This is a magnetic levitation train track that spans east to west, measuring 26,001 kilometers in length. From Kyoto to Hunyuan Valley, it is expected that once operational, the average speed will be 1,000 kilometers per hour, allowing travel from Kyoto to the western region in just 26 hours. The entire track employs elevated structures, advancing in a straight line without adhering to the principles of road network construction, radiating to more cities, instead adopting a two-point linear structure that passes directly through grasslands, deserts, mountains, and canyons, allowing passengers to enjoy the beautiful scenery of the Earth's en route to Hunyuan Valley. Such route planning is determined by new technologies, and the country still needs time during the transition period between old and new technologies to welcome the arrival of the superconducting industrial revolution in a smoother manner. By covering multiple points, a smooth transition can minimize the upcoming social issues. Therefore, most of the chosen route lies in uninhabited areas, which increases construction difficulty but results in reduced demolition costs and less impact on the lives of the public. The establishment of the route planning represents the groundbreaking of the project, and prior to this planning, the superconducting magnetic levitation train was the result of countless researchers' efforts day and night in laboratories. With the accumulation of high-temperature superconducting technology and the research reserve of magnetic levitation technology, researchers have been studying and designing from the selection of basic rail materials, rail design, curvature design, train design, platform design, to the overall architecture of the magnetic levitation train system since the emergence of superconducting alloys. This is a credit to the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the largest research institution in China, where countless researchers have designed and researched new conceptual systems, far exceeding the number of participants at the Wei Lai Research Center. More innovative applications of superconductors have been born at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. And now these concepts are about to become reality. Problems that can be solved with money are not considered problems. Yet the construction of the entire superconducting magnetic levitation line still causes the state to feel financial pain. The mileage of 26,001 kilometers led leaders to consider planning the construction of the sci-fi new city closer to Kyoto, but ultimately, more safety hazards were taken into account, leading to new expansions in uninhabited areas of the western region, which are also areas of desert greening achievements. Construction costs not only include material expenses, but also substantial demolition compensation payments. Choosing large uninhabited areas also considers reducing demolition payments. To achieve a faster construction pace, the government promptly relocated various functional land along the route to make way for the entire groundbreaking plan. After compensation, the work of laying the track immediately commenced, with engineers facing the foundational construction of diverse terrains. The overall route, similar to high-speed rail, adopts an elevated structure, maximizing the avoidance of terrain limitations. The new track extending from Kyoto runs along the vast grasslands, through deserts, across canyons, and through mountain tunnels, into rarely visited gorges, making the entire route another miracle in human engineering history. Unlike high-speed rail routes, the entire track employs a single-track bidirectional operation model, which is also the technical difficulty of laying the track. The vehicles above the track and the vehicles below the track are realized through the quantum locking characteristics of superconducting alloys. However, the single-track bidirectional operation model poses significant challenges for tunnel construction. This also means that, unlike previous tunnels, larger and longer mountain tunnels require more complex calculations, higher demands on the mountain's load-bearing capacity, and the overall tunnel structure. The construction difficulty of large-scale projects has many more problems to solve compared to short-distance construction. But do not forget that China has mastered not only room-temperature superconducting technology. After a significant technological replacement, the entire country's infrastructure strength has also evolved and broken through. Thanks to technological advancements, the construction issues of tunnels stretching hundreds of kilometers will also be resolved. The pace of technology is far faster and more intense than people expect. By February 2030, the track construction progress had reached the vast grasslands, and people seemed indifferent to the progress of track laying. Before the line opens, there is a group of people silently dedicating their sweat to new infrastructure, as the infrastructure core wrestles with the construction of the magnetic levitation track. How to maintain the entire rail transit system after completion gradually becomes a new research topic. After the difficulties in the construction process are resolved one by one, the road maintenance project becomes extremely important. This is the only drawback of choosing to build in large, uninhabited areas: maintenance difficulty. If construction is the project's difficulty, then maintenance work is even more challenging, particularly concerning the sustainability of maintenance work. If a project heavily invested by the state has a short lifespan, it will have extremely adverse effects. It's not that the new road network made from superconducting alloys doesn't need maintenance. Regular inspections are essential to ensure safety before entering formal operation, which is responsible for the state, the project, and the people. The construction of the new road network is related to the development of the new city and is the first product combining breakthroughs in national new technologies. More successful experimental technology applications will also bring a new wave of infrastructure to China. This is the work of the state, and Wei Lai is always paying attention to the progress of road construction. However, he can only observe. Wei Lai does not have the energy or ability to manage such large-scale projects. And the urgent matter remains the conception of new products for the company's 10th anniversary celebration. The construction of national projects accompanies the process of corporate grouping, with the financial company under the behind-the-scenes technology group being established first, leveraging the company's strong financial resources to engage in a buying spree. Behind-the-scenes technology revealed its sharp fangs and began a rapid transformation. Chapter 68: Company Dynamics. Request for Recommendations and Collections. This year is not just about changes in one country, one company, or one person, but the entire world is undergoing drastic transformations. China is the initiator of the world's upheaval, while the behind-the-scenes technology company is the guide for this change. If China's changes occur on a monthly basis, with skyscrapers rising from the ground, then the company's comprehensive layout and grouping advance on a daily basis. The company's expansion officially commenced after the meeting on January 1st, starting with changes in employee levels. After grouping, the overall structure of the company became 3 levels: internal, external, and subsidiaries. However, the establishment of subsidiaries is merely for more convenient group management and distribution, with little difference from external personnel, as internal personnel still absolutely control the company's operational direction and interests. 10 years is a long time for employees, during which they have dedicated their youth to the company in the Western region. In a company where the boundaries between state-owned and private enterprises are overly vague, the absence of equity distribution and incentives has inevitably led some outstanding employees to choose to leave, while more remain to strive for the ideal of changing the world. Of course, the salaries offered by the company exceed the market average by double, and the generous treatment has retained more talent. Employees who joined after January 1st, 2030, no longer enjoy the benefit of company housing distribution. The only subsidiary that benefits from housing distribution is the financial subsidiary of the behind-the-scenes technology group, abbreviated as behind-the-scenes finance. Established in 2029, meaning that the employees of the financial company enjoyed this housing distribution benefit, while other subsidiaries will no longer benefit from the company's housing distribution policy. The establishment and acquisition of more subsidiaries are led by Su Qian, who has positioned the entire company's external departments as transfer stations for the group, providing employees with more freedom of choice. Applications for internal transfers within the large group are occurring frequently. You've brought me too much work recently. The number of internal transfer applications has been increasing, Yin Jiai said to Su Qian. Then you should prioritize filling the internal review positions, Su Qian responded. Grouping will inevitably lead to larger-scale expansion. The entire company will be very busy this year. Yeah, I really have dedicated my youth to the company. Do you think Wei knows about our relationship? It feels like he's quite oblivious when it comes to emotions, Yin Jiai sighed. He probably doesn't know. He always seems to be elusive, and after work, he hardly has any leisure activities. Su Qian rarely gossiped and exchanged a bit of gossip with Yin Jiai before they shifted the topic back to work. As the group led by Su Qian advances in its consolidation, the financial company has taken the lead in its acquisition actions, still prioritizing targets in heavy industry. It has reorganized various sectors such as machinery manufacturing, raw material production, metallurgy, and mineral mining, uniformly planning them under the banner of heavy industry, without immediate segmentation. The acquisition efforts are being spearheaded by Yuan Juan, a subordinate of Tang Mingjiang from the former marketing department, who stood out in the selection process of personnel for the management teams of various subsidiaries and has taken on the role of the financial lead. Yuan Juan has been with the company for 7 years, making him an experienced employee, and his exceptional capabilities have led him to submit a comprehensive industrial acquisition plan, which received unanimous approval from the company's higher-ups. The smooth progress of the company's buying spree relies on the unity and cooperation of various departments, while Wei Lai is troubled by the manufacturing of new products. Wei Lai's trump card is the new holographic projection technology, which can be quickly applied and produced, requiring fewer problem-solving efforts compared to innovations in basic industries. However, he is yet to determine what kind of products to manufacture using this new technology. After reassessing the scientific and technological resources unique to the company, Wei Lai still leans towards prioritizing robotics technology. With the construction of national engineering projects, the widespread application of robotics is on the verge of an explosive period, aligning with the company's interests. More industrial construction-oriented robotic products can secure substantial orders right away. Now, Wei Lai has more choices, reflecting on his initial forced choice of seed technology during this transitional period of a new era. Any product associated with superconductors and robotics could generate countless derivatives. Nevertheless, according to the company's 10-year plan, whether superconducting products or the construction of a robotic legion, both will be showcased as achievements for the 10th anniversary, and the company still needs to cater to more ordinary consumers. After much consideration, Wei Lai believes that the expansion of chips and operating systems deserves to be the highlight of the 10th anniversary new product launch. Still conflicted, Wei Lai has not communicated with the company immediately. A comprehensive layout represents balanced development for the company, but ultimately, it must have its unique brand value to stand strong even after the popularization of superconducting technology. Other companies in the Chamber of Commerce are not idly waiting for behind-the-scenes technology to feast while they sip soup at the back. The company relocation in 2030 has revealed a new signal, with media attention focused on the construction of the new city, as various companies respond to the national call, quickly completing the construction of new company bases before land prices in Huntiangu rise sharply. The national team has also accelerated the capacity enhancement of superconducting alloy factories, with basic infrastructure requiring substantial raw materials for renovation. However, no wall is impenetrable, although room temperature superconducting technology is considered an industry secret within the Chamber of Commerce. Companies have already begun to position themselves for a new round of opportunities and competition. The entry threshold for the entire new industry is precisely the Chamber of Commerce. And under the permitted regulations, Huami Company has taken the lead in approaching the superconducting industry, initiating acquisition plans within the sector. In an era of declining traditional media, self-media and more platforms are voicing their opinions through the internet, but many messages are intercepted by giants in the internet industry, and before their layouts are complete, the world still seems like the same world. The Skynet project, initiated by behind-the-scenes technology in cooperation with the Chamber of Commerce, is continuously advancing. Wei Lai needs to prepare for two scenarios. If the new operating system and chips cannot be launched on time, he must utilize new technology to introduce more user-friendly products. More considerations revolve around leveraging the natural promotional opportunities of the new era and the 10th anniversary, questioning whether it is worthwhile. Cloud map technology. As a pioneer in the field of artificial intelligence research, may be the company that benefits least from this superconducting technology. The only advantage superconducting technology can provide it is an increase in computational power, which does not bring about as significant changes as in other industries. Notably, Pre-Birth Technology Company, unrelated to behind-the-scenes technology as a giant in the pharmaceutical industry, has independently made new breakthroughs in research on new bodily functions. Within the Chamber of Commerce, it is not only behind-the-scenes technology that can drive world changes. Chapter 69. Illness with busy and heavy work. As one reaches middle age, injuries and illnesses also follow. Despite having annual health checkups and a comfortable material life without worries, the body's functions continue to decline over time. And Wei Lai has no extra time to work out, mainly due to laziness. Wei Lai fell ill, quickly succumbing to the pain caused by a cold and fever. And his body, not as resilient as before, did not recover quickly. Similarly, the advice from his private doctor was to rest well, citing fatigue from overwork and decreased immunity, with the cold leading to minor ailments. After 2 days of bed rest, injections, and medication, Wei Lai's mother took care of him. And while Wei Lai was tormented by illness, she delivered a heavy blow to him. At 37 years old, successful in his career, he knows what he should do, saying, "You can't expect me to take care of you in the future. I'm not young anymore. I just haven't met the right one," Wei Lai replied with a bitter smile. "With so many beautiful women in the company, you still don't fancy any of them." I said, "No matter if you get married, you keep dragging it out." Wei Jun complained, "Every day researching this and that, and what is the point if you're alone? You keep talking about inheritance. Carrying on the family line is key to human civilization's development." Like a machine gun, Wei Lai felt the first blow brought by the pressures of procreation. "Mom, with technology so advanced now, I don't want to get married. It's just an illness. I can hire someone to take care of household matters." Wei Lai retorted, "When you're sick, you realize you need a partner. I'm getting older, but you're different. Think about it yourself. When you're well again, you should consider your own situation." I know. You go watch your TV dramas," Wei Lai replied, but in his mind, he was thinking of a caretaker robot and the neural enhancement drugs he had on hand. In the face of the significant issue of procreation, Wei Lai adopted the most common tactic of procrastination. Unlike the sense of urgency felt by many ordinary people, he did not feel pressed. At 37, it was the peak of his career, and he held too many secrets, until he figured out whether to share them with someone else. He was quite resistant to forming a family. This is largely related to his parents' divorce and growing up with his mother, where he witnessed fragile family relationships. For Wei Lai, family only meant his mother. Perhaps in the future, he might find his partner, but more so, he would let fate decide. Is there a lack of companionship? In his eyes, there are only stars and the sea. He even wondered if his mom needed companionship. He thought of buying her a cat or dog to keep her company. His mom also wouldn't allow a nanny, spending her days tidying up at home. He thought of getting a housekeeping robot. It seems there is still a market for that. Although robots cannot replace the emotions and nighttime companionship that a partner provides, they can solve a significant portion of household chores, allowing people to enjoy a higher quality of life and spend more time daydreaming, thinking, and living lazily. In Wei Lai's understanding, work time is for work, And after work, being bogged down by household chores makes living too exhausting. In many aspects, Wei Lai still focused on neural enhancement technology. As he aged, he became increasingly afraid of illness and death. In this grand era, he does not want to greet the new epoch with an aged face. Lying on the hospital bed, Wei Lai silently contemplated the direction of biotechnology development. This technology shouldn't have any issues, right? However, research on the biological side is more complex and variable compared to mechanical changes. The variations in biological characteristics are truly headache-inducing. I remember the introduction mentioned that there are side effects of increased appetite, right? Let me check. Wei Lai quietly called out to the system and looked into the detailed explanation of the neural system enhancement technology. Oh, it has quite a few effects. Used for enhancing human functions, improving physical strength, memory, and intelligence, with side effects, increased food consumption. Nowadays, the body is really aging continuously. The quality of life has improved, and the health check reports are fine, but one can feel the changes brought by aging. I have to say, having money is great. As the saying goes, eating well, drinking well, and sleeping well ensure good health. Although Wei Lai is busy working every day, he still cares about his health, with a chef, nutritionist, and private doctor all available, but they are all in the company. At home, it's still his mother who has the final say. Wei Lai and his mother's living habits over the years resist having outsiders around in their home, even though his recovery ability is not as good as before. With today's increasingly advanced medical technology and medications, Wei Lai returned to his job just 2 days later and received more concern from company employees, such as Su Qian, Zhao Feiyun, and Yin Jiai. How's it going? You seem fine, Su Qian said to Wei Lai during the company lunch break. What could it be? The doctor said my resistance is lower with age, caught a cold, and had a fever. Wei Lai replied nonchalantly. I think you need someone to take care of you. Zhao Feiyun said with a smile. Isn't President Wei averse to marriage? Yin Jiai asked curiously. They have been colleagues for 10 years and know each other quite well. No. I just haven't thought about dating or starting a family. Besides, technology is developing so rapidly. Who knows? We might live for a few hundred years. Looking at it this way, starting to find a partner early would be a loss. Wei Lai joked with everyone. I'm afraid we might miss the good times. Yin Jiai replied, also lamenting the rapid changes in technology. Don't worry about me. You're not married either. Hurry up and find someone to marry, Wei Lai teased. In an instant, the group looked at Wei Lai with strange expressions. Feeling the odd gazes around, Wei Lai asked, What's wrong? You keep appearing and disappearing. Jiai and I are planning to get married after our 10-year anniversary, Su Qian said without looking up, focused on his food. Wow, I really didn't see that coming. Wei Lai glanced between the two and said, Then you should treat us and give out red envelopes. I want to be giving a gift. You, as the boss, are too real, Su Qian said, pulling out a wedding invitation. It wasn't a secret. They had been too busy to hide it. We were planning to send out invitations to everyone in the next few days. It's easier to do it at the company than to go back and forth. Well then, I want to give you a red envelope. You don't need it anyway. I'll make you a little something later. By the way, I didn't attend Feiyun's wedding either. I'll make up for that too, Wei Lai said. I've been married for almost 5 years, and you just remembered. My kid is almost 3 years old. Zhao Feiyun rolled her eyes at her boss. Didn't you notice? Spending too much time in the research center. You all should pay more attention to these details, Wei Lai said, mercilessly shifting the blame to the research center, not considering his own long-standing neglect of emotional matters. After lunch, everyone returned to their busy work. Such scenes of company executives having lunch together are countless. Although each has staff responsible for their meals during lunchtime, everyone still chooses to chat together, making the atmosphere of the company less cold and mechanical. Wei Lai was still hesitating about the new product, but before the new product, he had a higher priority goal. After finishing his daily work, Wei Lai dove back into his underground studio. This time, he didn't hesitate and began the production of the neural system enhancement potion. After 10 years, Wei Lai was not unprepared at all. After gathering a large amount of data, he had a clear understanding of this biopharmaceutical result. It is a biological drug prepared by a fully synthetic chemical method. And Wei Lai had always kept it as a backup. Only his laboratory had a complete set of biopharmaceutical preparation equipment. However, the preparation of biopharmaceuticals did not meet the conditions for mass production, and the extremely high failure rate of drug manufacturing made Wei Lai give up on promoting it. After the biopharmaceuticals were prepared, they also had their own shelf life of 3 days. The high failure rate and short shelf life even made Wei Lai think that the biopharmaceuticals he made were failures. Wei Lai used various testing methods to compare with the knowledge he possessed and felt a bit relieved after finding the results matched the scientific outputs he obtained. However, he still had no intention of immediately consuming the potion. This illness made Wei Lai feel the need to do something in biotechnology. I never expected that I would ultimately become the first human test subject for the potion. In the basement, Wei Lai conducted a comprehensive test on the potion again, including animal experiment analysis, component analysis, result calculation analysis, simulated body analysis, etc., and then began the drug manufacturing process. With low production capacity and low yield. After a lot of material separation and preparation followed by chemical synthesis through machines, Wei Lai was able to successfully obtain 3 vials of 50 biopharmaceuticals, which is the standard single-use amount. This was Wei Lai's second gamble, compared to the first time when he left his fate to the state. This time he felt he had less confidence in his choice. In terms of the potion, Wei Lai was still somewhat of a layman, but the decline in bodily functions constantly reminded him how insignificant his research and work were in the face of time. Over the centuries, how many excellent yet unremarkable scientists have fallen before time, and the door to truth will not open for them again. After drinking the potion, Wei Lai immediately conducted a check on his body. The effect was mild. According to the simulated analysis and real-time checks, his body would gradually undergo changes, gaining enhancement and recovery of bodily functions. At the same time, the system's voice sounded again. Chapter 70, Discussing New Products Achievement Unlocked, Desire for Life, Evaluation, in the extremely limited length of life, regardless of social turmoil or the passage of time. Everything ultimately reflects on individual life. You have realized the importance of the body and taken action. Conditions met. Use the Neural System Enhancement Potion Reward. Low-level life hibernation technology. Wei Lai instantly felt something was off. Looking at the system marking such simple conditions for achievement and the rewards not much different from the cryogenic hibernation technology produced by Pre-Life Technology, he was once again convinced that his development path was different from others. Late at night, Wei Lai returned home. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. It's the technology that came too easily, making me disdainful. Wei Lai had never given up on exploring the system, which had wasted a lot of his time. However, his shallow knowledge left him still baffled about the origins, formation, and functionality of the system. Without further investigating the explanation of the low-level life hibernation technology, Wei Lai lay in bed quietly calling out to the system, while also starting to complain about it. It had been years with no movement. And now even the introduction was showing. What kind of junk system is this? After entering the system, Wei Lai checked the low-level life hibernation technology. Low-level life hibernation technology induces organisms into a deep sleep state, reducing biological activity consumption and biochemical reaction speed. Can be used for various emergency situations, creating hibernation chambers. I knew it. A technology unlocked just by drinking the potion can't be that good. I shouldn't have had too many expectations for the word low-level. Wei Lai was even more speechless. He thought he could compare it with Pre-Life Technology's cryogenic hibernation technology, but the two concepts were completely different, only similar in name. From the information revealed at the press conference of Pre-Birth Technology, Wei Lai learned that this biopharmaceutical company's cryogenic dormancy technology can stop all signs of life activity and then take a long time to awaken them, achieving the purpose of dormancy. In Wei Lai's eyes, this technology is undoubtedly black technology and a frequent visitor in science fiction movies. Looking at the explanation, Wei Lai felt that the gap between himself and pre-birth technology in biological research is enormous, and he has no clue about the application of the technology. Wei Lai currently possesses 2 pieces of technology that have not been passed down through knowledge. One is holographic projection, and the other is the recently acquired low-level life dormancy technology. The application and development of technology require a certain level of focus, although various disciplines are interconnected. The company's current application direction is focused on building a mechanical kingdom, and only Wei Lai knows about the biologically related technology. He does not want to accidentally become the villain in a movie, releasing some virus or other existence. Electronic devices also have their hidden dangers, but compared to biotechnology, robotics technology is a field that Wei Lai is relatively familiar with. As the number of technologies he has increases, Wei Lai finds that the company's product coverage is seriously lagging behind its technological level. The company must release its series of products during this special 10-year anniversary period. Lost in thought, Wei Lai fell asleep. In his dream, He saw ruins, a space war, battles between humans and unknown species, and wars among humans. After dreaming of a nuclear peace, Wei Lai woke up feeling hunger in his body, different from usual. This was the gradual effect of the medicine. He ate twice the amount of food for breakfast compared to usual. With his thoughts from the night, Wei Lai couldn't figure out the direction of the company's products and called everyone together for brainstorming. During the meeting, Wei Lai pointed out that under superconducting technology, everything would change. In the current product system, the products of the behind-the-scenes technology company only have the drone market as a direct-to-consumer product. The lighting orders and solar-powered electronics come more from businesses and governments. And the production of energy-related photovoltaic panels serves both internal product digestion and as a reserve stock for national resources. The state is the largest customer of the behind-the-scenes technology company. Wei Lai hopes to have a platform that directly faces a broader user market, allowing more consumers to use the company's products, just like mobile phones and computers. There are two problems to solve. Su Qian responded. Entering the internet and improving the ecosystem is something we must face. Although we are secretly doing it now, once it is brought to light, it will be targeted severely. Compared to domestic and foreign companies, entering the internet industry is like paying tuition, so I don't agree with facing users too early. This is an internet mindset, user-centric. After acquiring and laying out businesses related to heavy industry, we are essentially a heavy asset company, and this development model is not suitable for us. Our work should focus more on collaborating with major manufacturers for equipment and system production and research. Wei Lai disagreed with Su Qian's view, saying, I disagree. We must face users directly. Manufacturers tend to adopt a conservative development strategy, but in the context of continuous technological breakthroughs, the products we manufacture will be unprecedented in the market, and not many manufacturers are willing to try. This is also the significance of our heavy industry layout, as we will not be constrained in the production chain. In contrast, users are more willing to try new things. This is what I want to do. Our current robotics technology is also relatively mature, and we should manufacture a greater variety of products, allowing more people to accept the changes we bring. Relying solely on the drone market is no longer sufficient to cope with the changes brought by superconducting technology. If the technology becomes widely popular and we are still focused on drones, history will only record one line. The behind-the-scenes technology company invented room-temperature superconducting technology, and then nothing followed. It is a new round of land grabbing. Whoever has a better product design concept, who can design a more innovative product, and who can create products that align with the superconducting era will not be eliminated by the tide of the times. Lao Tang, you are familiar with the market. See if there are any new design concepts, and bring them up in the next meeting or directly communicate with Lao Yu to come up with more signature products for the company. I'll think about it. Creating something out of nothing is quite difficult, Tang Mingjiang said awkwardly. Even without new ideas, we still need to rely on new technologies to create some peripheral products. If that doesn't work, we should at least make a superconducting power bank, Wei Lai said. That's also a thought. Under the support of superconducting technology, many previously unattainable products can also be attempted for production to see the results, Su Qian responded. Chapter 71. Who is the one who has the cheat? Pre-birth technology company. Secret laboratory. After the 3-year protection period for the seeds, Fenghan finally obtained the usage rights for the seeds from the state and paid a considerable licensing fee to the behind-the-scenes technology. However, at that time, the behind-the-scenes technology did not have a pressing need for funds and was more focused on the research and development of superconducting technology. The strong growth potential of hope has always been a highly regarded direction for biological research by Fenghan. For pre-birth technology company. Eager to launch cryogenic dormancy technology before the interstellar era arrives was a decision Fenghan had to make. Facing immense pressure from the international market as a pharmaceutical giant in China. According to the information Fenghan received, the Glowing Group, which has been suppressing pre-birth technology in the international market, has made a breakthrough in cryogenic dormancy technology. Therefore, when there is no better solution for active recovery, Fenghan resolutely adopted a more conservative slow awakening plan to counter the Glowing Group's comprehensive blockade and suppression in the international market. The strategy was successful. Fenghan's gamble increased pre-birth technology's recognition in the international market, and its contributions to the continuation of human life processes in the field of biotechnology helped pre-birth technology turn the tide. Although it was not sufficient to shake the fundamental interests of the Glowing Group and the local market, it did secure a place for itself in the international biopharmaceutical industry. Feng Han can be considered a true genius. Trained professionally, he excelled in his field to address the only pain point of cryogenic dormancy technology. Feng Han thought of every possible way until Wei Lai caught his attention on Weibo with a bit of interest. It can be said that Feng Han was one of the first to witness the growth process of the seeds. The short growth cycle gave him new hope. Contrary to what he said at the press conference, Feng Han's primary goal was to recruit people and acquire the behind-the-scenes technology. However, he did not expect Wei Lai to act so quickly. By the time he was preparing for the acquisition, Wei Lai had already connected with the state. As a fallback, he chose to attack online and exert pressure on the behind-the-scenes technology during the press conference. Essentially, Feng Han wanted the state to abandon the behind-the-scenes technology, thereby using public opinion and social pressure to facilitate his acquisition of the company. However, with the behind-the-scenes technology rising rapidly, especially in the demonstration of drone technology, Feng Han quickly changed his plan. There is not much conflict of interest between a biotechnology company and a robotics technology company. Feng Han quickly applied for the usage rights of the seeds through the state, but he had to go through a 3-year protection period and pay the corresponding fees to the behind-the-scenes technology. Feng Han personally still disliked the behind-the-scenes technology. As the founder of the company, being stopped by his junior brother was difficult for him to accept, especially now that his junior brother was at a competing company. Although he himself had some disgraceful practices, Feng Han did not feel that way. He had his own paranoia. Being a refined egoist who believed that everything could be sacrificed as long as it did not harm his own interests, Feng Han was observing the changes in seeds. The rapid growth cycle indicated strong vitality, which was extremely beneficial for active research. However, what Feng Han did not expect was that his experiment still encountered an accident. After mixing the plants extracted from Hope with a certain chemical agent, there was an extraordinary recovery of physical functions in the living experimental materials. As is well known, human lifespan has limits, determined by telomeres, which can only replicate a limited number of times. Once the limit of telomeres is reached, death will come regardless of the physical condition. Feng Han inadvertently discovered that the chemical agent had a remarkably strong function for restoring physical functions, allowing individuals to recover quickly. To uncover the mystery, Feng Han spent 4 years narrowing down the scope, selecting elements, and filtering conditions, ultimately discovering the complete formula for the biochemical reaction. Feng Han was now conducting live experiments with the agent, selecting different types of animals, including the same species. The side effects of the agent were obvious after recovery. All species did not survive for more than a week, specifically 166 hours. However, this agent still possessed its incredible efficacy, seemingly squeezing the last biological potential. Releasing it within a week, Feng Han named the agent the potential burst agent, which deepened his research on seeds. Although Feng Han was somewhat unscrupulous, he was not antisocial. Moreover, the approval and application of drugs had extremely strict conditions. Feng Han immediately notified the Huaxia Academy of Sciences and the Xingyu United Chamber of Commerce. It was not about the technical sharing he had imagined. Seeking everything that could be utilized, Feng Han was looking for more experimental subjects. Soon, Feng Han's project passed the national review and became part of a biological secret experiment. However, for the members of the chamber, the current composition of biotechnology was unique, merely providing an investment opportunity for a project. Wei Lai was quite shocked by this. Although he did not like Feng Han's methods, he had to admire Feng Han's genius. First, there was the cryogenic hibernation technology, and then the potential burst agent. Wei Lai even suspected that the other party might have a system like his own. Who was really the one with the cheat code? Wei Lai was filled with questions. He had just taken the drug and felt older and weaker. Then, from the system, he pulled out the low-level life hibernation technology. Before he could feel satisfied, Feng Han dealt Wei Lai a heavy blow. This heightened Wei Lai's sense of crisis. The ever-changing world might not be a good thing, and his achievements could merely be trivial matters in the eyes of the big shots, especially for industry giants. Their technological reserves might be far ahead of the times, but had not been promoted and popularized due to certain reasons. Wei Lai finally understood the true meaning of the scientific and technological march. Once it began, it was hard to stop. Just like Pandora's box, you would never know whether the next technology would bring new life or destruction. For the behind-the-scenes tech companies, on the day when superconducting technology was fully popularized, you might be left far behind. I am now 999 sure that, not to mention anything else, all the companies in the chamber are holding back their big moves. Since you can all remain calm, I will take the lead. The research and development of new technologies, Wei Lai was determined to prioritize. As for whether his thoughts on the Skynet plan were also what other companies needed and wanted to see. Chapter 72. The deadline in March. Wei Lai had no time to consider what other companies had in terms of trump cards and big moves. There were only 3 months left until the press conference, and Wei Lai needed to seize the time to make a stunning debut. From the beginning of the year until now, 2 months had already passed. And Tang Mingjiang and Yu Zhuogong had racked their brains, but could not come up with a decent new product. As time passed, the pressure on the group grew larger. For the behind-the-scenes tech companies, simple products were merely scraps for the press conference, surrounding products for manufacturing. Without innovative products, the promotional value of the 10th anniversary would be greatly diminished. For example, at a 10th anniversary press conference, a large group would recount its glorious history over 10 years and then release a power bank. Wei Lai could not imagine the consequences of such a scene. It would undoubtedly make the behind-the-scenes tech companies the laughingstock of the world. Simple products could not serve as the main course, and complex products could not keep up with the 10th anniversary press conference. From nothing to something, the entire design of the product to cooperation with supply chain vendors, final assembly, and mass production was difficult to achieve in a short period. Initially, Wei Lai planned to use superconducting technology combined with corresponding market demands to find blank areas for product research and market expansion. However, in reality, the difficulty of developing new markets far exceeded Wei Lai's expectations. You could always find traces of the original combination of multiple items in later technical products. While superconducting technology belonged to the materials field, its applications were more foundational rather than an independent market branch. The very short time also did not allow Wei Lai and his team to imagine stunning products. Among existing products, creating something like smartphones or computers was unrealistic. The production and development of chips had already caused Wei Lai a lot of trouble, and the current operating systems were only applied in the drone market. Far from the realm of the Internet of Everything, let alone products like smartphones and computers that required support from various suppliers. In these 2 months, Wei Lai and the people behind the tech companies had not been completely unproductive. Wei Lai's choices were not limited to superconducting technology. Holding the holographic imaging technology in hand, Wei Lai was also capable of producing a product that looked cool, but was essentially just a gimmick. Under the limited conditions of utilizing existing drone production lines and power panel preparation production chains, they still managed to create some usable products, such as power banks. The press conference was just about releasing products. It was normal for new conceptual products to be delayed. However, the important thing was not to interrupt the company's development rhythm. With ample psychological preparation, Wei Lai said to Su Qian, "Since we are not making flashy things, let's carve out a piece of the pie for the chamber." After discussing with Su Qian and others, they decided to split into 2 teams and advance together. Wei Lai led the research center to conduct new product development, while Su Qian was responsible for collaborating with the chamber and multiple enterprises to develop and modify existing products. The establishment of the route allowed Wei Lai to focus entirely on research, personally leading a team at the research center to tackle holographic imaging research. Su Qian's workload suddenly skyrocketed, but fortunately, there was nothing related to biotechnology in the 10th anniversary products, so Su Qian did not have to deal with Yuxing technology. "You really can be a hands-off manager," Su Qian said to Wei Lai. "I really don't want to face those big shots. They're all as cunning as ghosts. You're suited for it." Wei Lai was very self-aware, fearing that any secrets or company plans would be leaked. Handing over professional matters to professionals was also a principle Wei Lai had always adhered to. If one's own strength was insufficient, then find teammates. The teammates in Wei Lai's chamber were all extraordinarily strong, each with their own hidden talents, and it was quite possible for teammates to become rivals. Commercial competition was better left to Su Qian to handle. After 10 years, having weathered many storms, Wei Lai understood clearly that with the support of the system, he was indeed just cut out for scientific research. With the help and guidance of Su Qian, I have made significant progress in management. But when facing the giants of the Chamber of Commerce, Wei Lai still feels somewhat lacking. The stable operation of the company relies on its various executives, and Wei Lai is grateful to have found a group of like-minded individuals. The establishment of the Xingyu United Chamber of Commerce has not been disclosed to the public. But after the 10th anniversary press conference, the chamber will officially take the stage as a new interest group. On February 20th, Wei Lai, in his capacity as president, held the first business cooperation meeting of the Xingyu United Chamber of Commerce, which was not serious. The chamber's structure is loose, and the discussions at the meeting were extremely free. Industry leaders were invited to attend this cocktail party. Although it was a cocktail party, Wei Lai still wanted to address some serious matters first. He said to everyone, "As you all know, the 10th anniversary of behind-the-scenes technology is approaching, and I hope to engage in more business cooperation with all of you. After all, the main function of the chamber is to provide a platform for collaboration. Behind-the-scenes technology currently has a complete superconducting technology, and strong alliances are the goal of the chamber. Everyone knows that the progress of the Skynet project is not optimistic. Our aim is to build a complete ecological system. Although we are currently leading in the basics, our competitors are not idle. And the lighthouse country is also working hard to develop superconducting technology. We need to do more meaningful things. Does President Wei have any new ideas?" asked Wu Hao from Huami Technology. "We need further cooperation. It shouldn't just be about Skynet, as the timeline for Skynet is unpredictable," Wei Lai replied. It seems that President Wei intends to create some new innovations. The big shots from the national team showed little interest. They were more interested in the applications of new machines, while companies with more commercial attributes had different plans. On one hand, we plan to create some new products. On the other hand, we want to take some national orders. We are quite proficient in robotics technology, Wei Lai stated. In fact, the research and development work for Skynet is more difficult than we anticipated, so let's discuss this. The chamber cannot remain idle, as that would be a waste of resources. Everyone can move freely. If there are no demands, consider it a relaxation. Let me wish everyone a belated Happy New Year. We will also have relevant personnel for cooperation discussions. After a brief meeting, the cocktail party transitioned into a free activity period. Wei Lai stayed for a while before leaving early, leaving Su Qian in charge of the cocktail party and cooperation matters. The big shots each had their own affairs. And the 4 from the national team left early, leaving behind staff. During the free activity period, more big shots remained to discuss potential cooperation. Su Qian and Feng Han, who had not seen each other for many years, did not exchange much. Both had their respective tasks. Feng Han was focused on the development of new drugs, and the cocktail party was a good opportunity for him to attract investment. Meanwhile, Su Qian was seeking multiple alliances to expand the company's product portfolio, aiming to make a name during the 10th anniversary. Chapter 73. Comprehensive Cooperation. Su Qian was unaware of the nature of cooperation among the various companies within the chamber. But the goal of behind-the-scenes technology is not limited to just one company. Facilitating a cooperation is not something that can be resolved in a single cocktail party. More intensive work is underway. During the cocktail party, various companies expressed significant goodwill towards behind-the-scenes technology, but to achieve a win-win outcome, continuous negotiation and benefit distribution are necessary. Aside from behind-the-scenes technology, the biggest beneficiary of the Skynet project is actually Huami Technology, which is also the first target chosen by behind-the-scenes technology. As the largest mobile phone manufacturer and platform in China, Su Qian has set his sights on Huami Technology's complete production ecosystem. Choosing to cooperate with Huami Technology also reflects Su Qian's broader considerations. Over the past decade, not only has behind-the-scenes technology grown from small to large, but giants in various industries have also extended their reach into different fields, constantly breaking through and innovating in their domains. Although smartphones do not impact every aspect like superconducting technology, in terms of product influence, it can be said that mobile phones have changed people's lives. From the initially bizarre phones with simple functions to today's touchscreen dominance, the smartphone market has reached a bottleneck period. In the new decade, although there have been advancements in craftsmanship, there has been no stunning breakthrough from making calls and sending texts to multifunctional smartphones. Over the past 10 years, Huami Technology, including Wei Company, or rather the entire mobile phone industry, has focused more on privacy data, system optimization, and the Internet of Everything. With the new era's slogan being the Internet of Everything, controlled through mobile phones. This has enabled the big shots to extend their company's reach into various fields through mobile phones, supported by numerous hardware manufacturers. Given the inherent limitations of mobile phones, competition for a series of derivative products has emerged, with almost every mobile phone and computer manufacturer launching attacks on the traditional electrical appliance industry by adding chips to traditional appliances and controlling them through mobile phones. They aim to achieve the Internet of Everything. This is exactly what Su Qian needs, to unite the forces he can collaborate with and maximize the path of behind-the-scenes technology towards the Internet of Everything. In terms of system and ecological construction, Wei Lai proposed the Skynet plan, but without the support of major manufacturers. The Skynet plan would be like a flower in a mirror and water on a moon. However, with the support of superconducting technology. Behind-the-scenes technology can be said to hold absolute initiative and does not have to worry about a lack of cooperation opportunities. This is the confidence brought by technology. As the upstream of the supply chain, all electrical components related to superconducting technology applications require licensing fees. Similarly, in order to benefit the public, the government has provided a 3-year protection period, after which superconducting materials will be handled by more manufacturers. However, the contracts Suqian offers are all long-term contracts starting from 5 years. As technical support, the cooperative products are not limited to Huami Technology's mobile phones, but encompass all high-end technology product materials supplied by Huami Technology. Due to capacity issues, Huami Technology will not convert all products to superconducting materials until more superconducting materials are widely available. On the other hand, Suqian has signed a hardware support contract with Yunta Technology. Whether it is Huami Technology or Yunta Technology, the enhancements brought by superconducting technology to both flagship products are essential for their development. As a high-tech company focused on artificial intelligence research, Yunta Technology relies on powerful computing power and excellent algorithms to support the development of AI technology, with significant breakthroughs in computing power largely relying on Kunping chips. Faced with the powerful and well-established application ecosystem in the West, the three companies are natural allies and partners, and they are also the members contributing the most to the Skynet plan. Suqian is still negotiating further cooperation with other companies, with the next phase targeting the 3 major internet giants. Over the past decade, the internet industry has become a hodgepodge, making it difficult for people to define what a pure internet company should look like. More ways to distinguish and differentiate are based on the weight of assets. Behind-the-scenes technology also needs the internet platform's influence on society, whether in public opinion control or information dissemination, possessing unparalleled advantages. The internet is also a supplier of massive content and a component of big data. What Suqian and the internet giants require is for behind-the-scenes technology to provide the most basic hardware support for the internet, offering technical support in the field of superconducting technology, while the internet giants provide more convenient interfaces for behind-the-scenes technology. From the 2 cooperation agreements already reached, it can be felt that this purpose-driven deep collaboration is not merely to provide corresponding joint product support for the 10th anniversary, but more to improve the ecological chain of behind-the-scenes technology. Suqian's plan is clear. Before superconducting technology is fully applied to the public, he aims to first obtain sufficient benefits from various companies, and secondly, to fill the gaps in the upstream and downstream supply chains that the company lacks during its rapid growth, preparing for the future diversification of the company's products. Relatively speaking, the proactive behind-the-scenes technology seems to have not provided much for the 2 companies, and Huami Technology's new products are even constrained and controlled by behind-the-scenes technology. In fact, during the dividend period of superconducting materials, earlier production is beneficial for the company to grow stronger and lead other brands. And the application of superconducting technology will allow Huami Technology's flagship products to completely dominate the high-end market. After experiencing the dumping incident with Microfruit Company, Huami Technology also needs to stage a successful comeback. For Yunta Technology, which focuses on artificial intelligence algorithm research, the enhancement brought by more computing power goes without saying. The current stage of artificial intelligence is based on big data algorithms, which requires huge computing power for processing vast amounts of data, as well as optimized algorithms. However, breakthroughs in algorithms are much more challenging than breakthroughs in computing power. This is a difference in quantity and quality, on more levels. Achieving corresponding goals through massive computing power means that quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. Information processing is similarly affected. Massive information is filtered through various algorithms and then subjected to logical operations for optimal selection, which is also the extent of what current artificial intelligence can achieve. This is the cooperation hidden beneath joint production, and it is an aspect that people cannot perceive. A more intuitive reflection appears in the products that face users. The products prepared by Wei Lai, Yunta Technology, and Huami Technology are not just one. Before the 10th anniversary conference, Huami Technology took the lead in holding its own press conference. Chapter 74. The appetizer of the press conference. Wei Lai learned another trick from the big shots. In mid-March, Huami Technology suddenly announced a press conference for its conceptual products. Of course, the suddenness was only for the media and the public. As joint businesses, Behind-the-scenes technology and Yunta Technology also co-hosted this press conference. The venue was chosen at behind-the-scenes technology company, which sparked much discussion among the media. The three companies as co-hosts were thought-provoking. Most media believed the common point among the companies was related to chip collaboration, as mobile phones and artificial intelligence are both reliant on chip support. Unlike behind-the-scenes technologies press conference, the sudden event could not dampen the enthusiasm of the media and netizens. As a representative of domestic phones, the attention from netizens and media far exceeded that of behind-the-scenes technologies' previous drone press conference. This is the power of branding. Enhanced by sentiment, the conceptual press conference was filled to capacity, with top traffic bringing in hundreds of millions of viewers to the live broadcast. Backstage, Wei Lai watched the viewer count and the fast-moving comments on the live platform, hoping for behind-the-scenes technology to gain national recognition. The importance of the company's reputation is self-evident. Essentially, Huami Technologies' press conference was merely a warm-up and traffic diversion for behind-the-scenes technologies press conference, while on the other hand, Wei Lai had significant concerns about the success of his own press conference. Wu Hao from Huami Technology, as the main speaker of this press conference, took the stage to speak. This type of conceptual press conference was also Wei Lai's first experience. Previous product launches were more focused on product promotion, while conceptual press conferences generally belong to internal industry exchanges. This time, Wu Hao chose this format partly because, apart from the state, only Wei Lai had mastered superconducting materials. With limited production capacity, and designing new phones based on new materials is a complex process that Huami Technology also needs time to adapt to. Everyone knows that behind-the-scenes technology has used superconducting alloys to manufacture a new generation of chips, which is also the hottest concept in recent years. Therefore, as a mobile phone manufacturer, we are also willing to try and explore new directions. Of course, we cannot create a superconducting phone out of thin air. So today's press conference is a conceptual conference. In summary, what changes will superconducting technology bring us? Wu Hao passionately narrated on stage. First, I would like to thank our strategic partners, Behind-the-Scenes Technology and Yuntu Technology. Both companies do not need much introduction. They are large groups that have ventured in their respective fields for many years. This is also the requirement for a new generation of products, higher performance and intelligence. As a representative smartphone of the new generation of intelligent products, both operational speed and battery life need the new enhancements brought by superconducting technology. Since the concept of artificial intelligence was proposed, how to make tools smarter has been an eternal research question. What is the new era of superconductivity? This leading material technology places us at the forefront of the world and is a breakthrough in technology on a global scale. We have partnered with Yuntu Technology and behind-the-scenes technology to engage in deeper cooperation and exploration. Wu Hao switched the background display, and the 7 big words revolution of electronic devices appeared on the screen. Many people are curious, what can superconducting materials do? Apart from the state-built magnetic levitation trains and other large projects like superconducting power stations, what can we do at the product end? This will be a revolution in electronic devices, low power consumption, low loss, and high performance, representing a qualitative improvement for existing electronic devices. We will not elaborate too much on the concept. The 3 products co-developed by Yuntu Technology, Huami Technology, and Behind-the-Scenes Technology will be unveiled at Behind-the-Scenes Technology's 10th anniversary press conference. Here, we solemnly announce that within the next 5 years, new products from Huami Technology will adopt Behind-the-Scenes Technology's Kunping chip. Please look forward to it. The new generation of flagship smartphones will have a brand new look, a new system, and more powerful performance. Speculations from netizens and the media were confirmed. They guessed correctly. Looking at the 3 companies, one can roughly think of artificial intelligence, mobile phones, and chips, basic operations. So, does this mean Huami won't update its devices this year? It seems so, if it involves a brand new production line adjustment. It will likely take quite some time. However, I am looking forward to the joint 10th anniversary gift from the 3 companies and the 3 devices. Huami Technology and Yuntu Technology are supporting behind-the-scenes technology. I can't guess what the products are, but there aren't many types of electronic products. Mobile phones and computers are definitely out of the question. It's highly likely to be wearable devices. The best application scenario for superconducting technology is power generation and storage. I estimate the next generation of phones will have a surprise in battery life. Are you afraid of charging a power bank for a year? The speculation from netizens continued, and Wu Hao then announced more content. Of course, we also have another plan, which is our upcoming automotive autonomous driving system. The magnetic levitation train will be completed this year and is a project strongly supported by national policy. We have made more imaginative plans. This will be a breakthrough in the transportation industry, and future modes of transportation will surely undergo changes. However, we cannot afford the high costs of entering the automobile manufacturing industry. We will start with the system. Unmanned driving and magnetic levitation vehicles are possibilities right in front of us. These are just concepts. Let us first take a look at some small gadgets we are making with new technology. You can have a taste first. A new charging battery. This specially made phone battery can achieve a standby time of up to 6 months. We will also apply this to new products. Before netizens could react, they saw the event staff setting up a simple table on stage, which held a tablet of the same size. The magnetic levitation display platform, with a thickness of 5 centimeters and a weight of only 1 kilogram, may already have many applications in daily life, such as magnetic levitation globes. Wu took out his phone and placed it on the platform, and the phone was seen quietly floating in the air. Capable of bearing objects weighing 5,000 times its own weight, provided that you can move a 5,000 kilograms object onto the platform. This is a transformation of existing technology combined with new technology. As for more secrets, they will be revealed at the 10th anniversary press conference of Behind the Scenes Technology. Wu Hao concluded his press conference. Autonomous driving has been talked about for years, but it has no practical significance, no matter how powerful artificial intelligence gets. It's best to just focus on making smartphones. Aren't there display booths in shopping malls? There are plenty of high-end malls now. We can still hope for battery advancements. But in reality, there is nothing substantial yet. The press conference was held somewhat unexpectedly. It seems they are buying time to manufacture 3 new products. With media coverage, doubts and discussions gradually fermented, and this appetizer did not satisfy many netizens and media outlets. However, Wei Lai, Huami Technology, and Yuntu Technology had no time to refute these claims because they spent the remaining 2 months focusing on the production of 3 new products, racing against time to prepare stock. Chapter 75, 10th Anniversary Press Conference. As netizens speculated, the new products jointly developed by the 3 companies are mobile wearable devices. After the mid-February meeting, Huami Technology, Yuntu Technology, and Behind the Scenes Technology quickly reached an agreement and immediately entered the new product development and design process. Under the time pressure of the 10th anniversary, they chose relatively simple mobile wearable devices as the products for the anniversary press conference. From hardware design, material selection, system construction, to sample testing, the 3 companies completed this seemingly impossible task within a month. Following this was the production of the devices and the transformation of the production line. During the remaining 2 months, they mobilized resources from all 3 companies to fully prepare stock. On May 17, 2030, the press conference was held as scheduled. This time, Wei Lai chose not to hold the press conference at his own company, but at the Bird's Nest Stadium in Beijing. This press conference had extraordinary significance for the nation, the company, and individuals. After 5 years, superconducting technology was commercially realized for the first time, and behind-the-scenes technology successfully claimed the largest share of the market. The influx of media and higher traffic made the entire press conference resonate with the people of the nation and attracted countless international eyes. If Huami Technology's announcement of cooperation and the release of concept products represented more of a forward-looking attempt at superconducting technology, then the launch of mobile wearable devices marked the first dividend period of superconducting technology. Wei Lai never believed he could hold a press conference at the Bird's Nest Stadium that would impact the lives of the entire nation. The long-lost feeling of nervousness returned. Su Qian jokingly encouraged Wei Lai, saying, "Mr. Wei, you're now a true public figure. You've even gained some weight, and you eat more at the company." Wei Lai was speechless. The injections he took had indeed improved his physical condition. He silently complained to himself, "It's from the medication." Su Qian's interruption slightly eased Wei Lai's nervousness. He said to Su Qian, "You should handle the press conferences in the future. This is my last time. I don't like being the center of attention. It feels uncomfortable." "No problem, Mr. Wei, you've got this. You're an old hand at this and still shy." Su Qian replied with a smile. Without any extra segments, Wei Lai took the stage and began his speech. Behind-the-scenes technology was established in a short time, benefiting from technological advancements. We quietly absorb nutrients and continuously grow, bringing better lifestyles to people. Compared to many traditional enterprises, our core is technology and exploration. In unprecedented fields, someone always needs to forge ahead, overcoming challenges and moving forward. More people recognize us through our drones. To be honest, in this era, It's challenging for a company to grow, especially when there are industry leaders in every sector, like Huami Technology. We rely on our innovation and exploration to carve a path through fierce business competition, choosing a road suitable for ourselves. It's the era and the country that have made us successful. In 10 years, the company has weathered storms, with countless employees leaving and many new ones arriving. I would like to especially thank the founding team. They were not swayed by various temptations, and no one left. They have been with the company through thick and thin for 10 years, regularly boasting about our company. The next part is to present a gift to the public for our 10th anniversary, which is also a gift for the new era. Wei Lai displayed the demeanor of a mature entrepreneur, confident and composed. As the background screen animatedly showcased, the three products unveiled their mysteries. After the animation on the big screen finished, the words Dynamic Thought Series appeared in the background of the venue. Many netizens had already guessed that this was the mobile wearable product jointly manufactured by behind-the-scenes technology, Huami Technology, and Yunta Technology, the Dynamic Thought Series products. This press conference featured three products: a smart bracelet, a smart watch, and smart glasses. Upon the announcement of the new products, many people's reactions were about what was different about these devices, as they seemed too ordinary and common. Over the past 10 years, the concept of wearable smart devices had been thoroughly explored. It could be said that no major manufacturer did not produce these devices, with the only somewhat special product being the smart glasses. Everyone might wonder, with such products everywhere, what makes ours different? We hope that the bracelet, watch, and smart glasses will fully integrate into everyone's daily lives, rather than being optional accessories. Currently, the best application is likely the bracelet. There are countless similar products on the market. With breakthroughs and applications of new technology, we present our answers for everyone to review. Wei Lai detailed the three products, starting with their common features. All three products are equipped with the Kunpeng series chips, which provide core performance support, outperforming competing products by multiples. They share a unified operating system, which is part of the Tianwang system, adapted and optimized for different products. Next, he discussed the unique features and application scopes of each product. Some might say that the bracelet and watch are not much different and are essentially the same thing. Personally, I feel that there is a lot of overlap in functionality between the two, but they are not the same product, each having different applications. Please understand that. All three products are electronic and fall under wearable devices. Wei Lai introduced the safe materials used, which are harmless to the human body, and then discussed the battery life improvements brought by superconducting technology. This is a necessary condition for the daily use of mobile wearable devices. The support of superconducting technology has allowed the bracelet's battery life to exceed 3 months, while the watch and glasses can last for a month. This enhancement makes daily wear more convenient, and with fast-charging technology, all three products can be fully charged in just 4 hours. The bracelet is designed for sports and health scenarios, while the watch represents multifunctionality. Skin-friendly, waterproof materials and comfort are crucial experiences. Superconducting materials also make the bracelet and watch lighter compared to market products. They are equipped with an upgraded environment scanning system used in drones, primarily aimed at monitoring various health indicators in the human body. The only difference is that the bracelet needs to connect to a computer or phone for data transmission through an app, while the watch has built-in apps for direct viewing. Whether for exercise methods or body data, the bracelet will become your best health guide. Additionally, both the watch and bracelet can serve as remote controls for drones with simple binding. Next is the smart glasses, which are more focused on the data-driven world. They reflect the focus of the eyes with extremely fast response times, annotating data, measuring distances, introducing objects, and performing intelligent analysis on the lenses. The functions of the glasses will continue to be developed, with data support and analysis technology coming from Yunta Technology, which has long been dedicated to artificial intelligence research. With such a pair of glasses, you essentially carry a vast database with you, and the database is continuously updated through network connectivity. For more features and application scenarios, please check the official website. The remaining concern is the price. The bracelet is priced at 999 yuan, the watch at 999 yuan, and the glasses at 999 yuan, which is the maximum sincerity we can offer. Wei Lai revealed a devilish smile, presenting a brand new chip, system, and craftsmanship. Wei Lai did not have the idea of giving away anything for free. He needed more funds for development and layout. Wow, that's really expensive, but indeed, it's unique. Actually, it's not too bad. The functionality is quite practical. Spending 1,000 yuan on a health assistant is really worth it. I expected the new products to be pricey, but from a functional perspective, they are indeed acceptable. It seems that behind-the-scenes technology intends to fix the price, and future product upgrades are likely to be higher, not lower. Wei Lai made the final summary. This is a brand new era with countless opportunities. As long as you have more ideas and unique creativity, we welcome your participation. 10 years ago, I could not have imagined that maglev trains would be applied so quickly. And there are many more undiscovered fields waiting for your exploration. With the conclusion of the press conference, Wei Lai felt both pain and joy over the next week. He experienced once again that money is not just money. The hot pre-sales nearly caused the official website to crash. This is after upgrading the server post-superconducting technology, which shows the public's enthusiasm. However, Wei Lai could understand that the knowledge and health valued by people are conveniently applied in these products. The shortage of stock was not only due to public enthusiasm, but also because of limited production capacity and insufficient short-term inventory, causing the public to constantly refresh and check for availability. The daily sellouts led to widespread complaints. Insufficient stock was just a small part of the regrets on the 10th anniversary. The bigger regret was that the Tianwang operating system could not be completed in time for the 10th anniversary and would require 1 to 2 years for further development and research. Wei Lai's own projects were also incomplete, and he could not afford to make false promises at the press conference, so he omitted such segments. The conclusion of the press conference also marked the halfway point to 2030, and the company seemed to have gone into hiding again, quietly focusing on research and development. In the second half of the year, whether on the domestic or international stage, Huaxia began its own performance. Chapter 76. Workers. The transformation of the industry is not as obvious compared to the release of company products and the progress of urban construction. For the mature industrial superconducting industry, the demand for intensive labor is relatively low, with more reliance on semi-automatic and fully automatic factories to control the entire production process. While many companies are still transforming in anticipation of the upcoming industrial revolution due to superconducting materials, the appearance of Hunyuan New City has basically taken shape, with large clusters of buildings already established on this vast land in the western region. In June, the construction of the maglev train tracks has entered the tunnel construction phase, and after navigating through the tunnels and mountains, the track construction will officially be completed. Whether in urban construction progress or track laying, changes are happening at an incredibly fast pace. The magnificent scenery of nature, once an area rarely visited by humans, is gradually being transformed by technology, covered by cities, and utilized by humanity. This new city, built on what was once desert land, is slowly becoming known to the public with its brand new appearance. Reinforced concrete remains the tone of the entire city, and the rapid construction of the city is inseparable from prefabricated building technology. This technology allows for 95% of the work to be completed in various factories across the country, with the final assembly and fixing work being rapidly scaled up with the support of robotic technology, resulting in skyscrapers rising from the ground. The most authoritative voices are not from Wei Lai or the behind-the-scenes technology company, accompanying the development of the entire city. Those who feel the urban changes are the workers in the superconducting industry and the small vendors who have come from afar to make a living in the western region. These were the first group of people to arrive in Hunyuan Valley, aside from the employees of behind-the-scenes technology company. The park houses factories of various sizes and concentrated dormitory living areas, compared to the employees in electronics factories or the entire superconducting industry. It is these vendors who face greater challenges, bringing more life to the entire superconducting industrial park. During their time off, employees living in the dormitories prefer to explore markets outside the park, familiar places like markets, supermarkets, small bars, and barbecue stalls. This is a paradise for food lovers. Unlike the typical 9 to 5 work hours, more factories adopt a shift system, allowing the small vendors to have more income and customers here. The future base is not far from the entire industrial park, and the iconic building brings a different feeling to those who come to work. Gui Yusin is the owner of the Ideal Bar in the market. 5 years ago, he came here with the relocation of the factory. The bar he runs is also the most popular in the entire market, with a minimalist decor style that stands out amid the somewhat chaotic market. He has witnessed the transformation of the entire market and is a witness to the birth of the city. The early market lacked scale and was chaotic, mostly filled with construction workers continuously building the factory. Operating as an individual business carries significant risks, and the ideal bar has experienced several relocations, especially in an area that had not yet been developed, where there are now well-planned residential areas. The first group of people making a living here all have their own stories, and few are willing to leave their hometowns. 5 years ago, Wei Lai was not a bar owner, but one of the many migrant workers coming to build the factory. It was the building of behind-the-scenes technology that awakened him. This trip to the West became a turning point in his life. Like many migrant workers, the repetitive labor made him numb, and as the years went by, he needed to make new choices for his future. A simple life of construction accompanied him throughout his life. With a low education level, he entered the construction site early after graduating from high school and gradually became the leader of a small team through his hard work. However, this also limited him to a life in construction, and he never thought about breaking out of that scope. After 10 years of working in construction, with no possibility of being promoted to a contractor, Wei Lai chose to pass the time. At 28, he never imagined that the former desert would become what it is today. News and pictures online are far less shocking than seeing it in person. Amidst the jungle and desert, the future-based building of behind-the-scenes technology also became a stunning structure in Wei Lai's eyes, awakening his ambition for change. The transformation in mindset brought about rapid action. The passage of time has given him rich social experience. He wanted to escape the construction site he was in, but was limited by his knowledge. Wei Lai put in considerable effort. He began to observe the world more and ultimately chose to open a bar next to the construction site. After completing his construction schedule, Wei Lai decided to stay instead of wandering with the construction team, investing his savings into the bar's construction. He felt he needed a stable home to provide an explanation for his parents. Wei Lai did not care about the desolation around him. This large-scale factory construction would eventually form a market of a certain scale in the future. He just did not expect that the area he chose would also become a city, nor did he expect to have a better life after the transformation. He was ready to settle near the industrial park, maintaining his small business and providing a bit of relief for the employees in the factory. The formation of the market is so sudden and swift. In Wei Lai's eyes, with the arrival of the construction site and the departure of the workers, a night market has gradually formed near his small tavern, and the business has exceeded his imagination. In Wei Lai's perspective, he has experienced the chaotic growth of street stalls, the relocation of the entire night market, and the notification from relevant departments for closed construction. The tavern needs to be relocated every year, with batch after batch of merchants arriving and many leaving. Wei Lai has steadfastly held onto his small tavern since making his choice. He can no longer return to that familiar construction site. 5 years of perseverance have brought him a beautiful love and the identity of one of the first residents of the new city. After the closure for construction was lifted, following the national policy arrangements, Wei Lai's tavern will face another relocation, this time not near the industrial park, but within the commercial area planned in Huntian City. The state offers very favorable discounts and policies to the first batch of people who settled in the new city and participated in its construction. This relocation involves not just the ideal tavern, but the entire peripheral market of the industrial park. Although many businesses may be affected in the short term, they will gain access to a broader market in the future, no longer limited to the industrial park and no longer needing to interact with the businesses within it. The flow of population is faster than expected. In early June, with news reports of the new city being completed, a steady stream of people began their exploration of the new city. Wei Lai also saw construction robots that other cities do not have. This is also the first time construction robots have appeared in front of the public. Having immersed himself in construction for over a decade, Wei Lai deeply understands the impact of the emergence of construction robots on their work, and he is mostly relieved about his choice. Every day, different people come to the new city to become part of it. Wei Lai cannot understand these changes and cannot imagine such a sci-fi city, which initially consists of industrial areas, city government, enterprises, and slums. Located in the western region, transportation is the biggest constraint on the development of the entire city. In June, before more maglev trains are running, the slum has already taken shape. It might be an exaggeration to call it a slum, but it's simply because more and more impoverished people want to come to the new city to seek opportunities and develop. A large number of migrant workers have come to the new city looking for opportunities, forming a distinctive urban village. However, under the control of the city government, such villages are just ephemeral. More people have found the jobs they need here. With the construction of buildings and the operation of maglev trains, the existence of the urban village lasted only 2 months. Such a new city is bound to attract the attention of multiple media outlets. and the cheap land has brought more investment opportunities. The completion of Huntian New City marks a new opportunity in the new era. Huntian Valley, touted as a sci-fi new city, now looks like this. The continuous influx of news and people has seemingly brought Huntian Valley to life in an instant. Wei Lai is more focused on the buildings in the city rising from the ground. This bustling atmosphere makes him feel somewhat uncomfortable. It doesn't have that metallic and sci-fi feel. Wei Lai said to In Xiaoxin, "The city initially looked like this. This is my first time witnessing it." In Xiaoxin replied, "Don't always assume. Everything develops step by step. How can it all be completed at once? If everything could be done in one go, where would the population come from? The entire city's operation would be problematic then. This is already the maximum limit for attracting investment and traffic in such a remote place. No one would want to come before it's completed. There will be a process. It seems that the media have also started reporting on robots, but it's uncertain what kind of impact it will have. The impact on the construction industry has just begun, and the birth of new professions is imminent. As the underlying technology prepares for the upcoming shock, the soon-to-be-completed maglev track will inject new vitality into the entire city, based on ordinary cities. What changes will the state make to turn Huntian Valley into a true sci-fi new city? This is what Wei Lai is pondering, and he is also considering the company's involvement. Next will be a wave of unemployment for hundreds of millions of migrant workers. Wei Lai can be sure that after the promotion and application of robots, his company's core business will affect countless people's interests. Chapter 77. Hot Discussions and Programs. This is a showcase of the country's scientific research capabilities. The fully automated robot construction army invested in the entire city construction is just a small part of it. However, after getting used to various engineering applications of large infrastructure machinery, people's attention has instead focused on small humanoid robots. This is determined by multiple factors. As a sci-fi new city promoted under the new era, it inherently has a certain level of topicality. After the closed construction ended, there was a need to fill a large number of population resources, and information began to be transmitted at that moment. The initial impression of the city is plain and ordinary, unlike the camp set up by workers. At the same time, the spectators, media, and commercial investors are flooding into the new city. What the spectators need is novelty, an urban landscape that exceeds expectations, especially the media. However, Huntian Valley disappointed them. The wide roads and dense high-rise buildings are no longer the focus of people's attention. Other cities have more prosperous and diverse architectures, which Huntian Valley lacks. The differences of Huntian Valley from other cities do not manifest on the surface. The same streets, the same tall buildings, the same greenery, and the same photovoltaic panels under the sun. In corners unseen by the public, superconducting cables connect the city with the energy center, quietly supplying nutrients for the city's growth. A large number of construction scenes have been fully showcased through media coverage. This is a city that is growing. The media's focus on capturing and reporting quickly zeroed in on humanoid robots. The addition of sci-fi elements and the humanoid appearance itself have given humanoid robots a built-in attention and topic. Humans are visual animals. Similar appearances and functions not seen in daily life make humanoid robots more eye-catching compared to giant machinery and various machines. As videos of humanoid robots ferment online, no one pays attention to the differences of the city itself or the impact of large machinery on urban construction. In terms of performance, humanoid robots are completely outclassed. But China's construction army continues to produce a large number of robots. The reason lies in the versatility and applicability of humanoid robots. They are not merely human-like in form. The robots are designed to resemble humans, but are more about modular versatility. Depending on different needs, they can become 3-headed and 6-armed, or turn into 8-legged spiders. After reflecting on humanoid robots last time, Wei Lai made a bold decision. Compared to different types of machinery, humanoid robots are an indispensable core product in the positioning of the behind-the-scenes technology company. Utilizing traditional yet mature modular concepts and the idea of using tools to create tools, humanoid robots will undoubtedly become an integral part of human society. Wei Lai's brand philosophy for robots is balance and versatility. Compared to breakthroughs in biotechnology, in Wei Lai's eyes, machines are more trustworthy. The concept of tool people is a modern society's jest, which Wei Lai intends to turn into reality. Netizens have engaged in in-depth and widespread discussions about this. This nationwide discussion is more eye-catching than breakthroughs in superconducting materials. Have robots developed to this extent now? What is happening in these 2 years? Everything is popping up. Didn't they say humanoid robots have no practical value? Isn't that a waste of resources? If you don't understand, just ask. What is the robot in the video doing? Is it synthetic or real? Or is it staged? The background looks like a robot factory. It moves back and forth, but it doesn't seem to make much noise. You are watching the video released by CCTV, right? It seems to be a factory test of a robot from China heavy industry. The robot in this video looks a bit too fake to me. Do you really believe it can lay bricks? Theoretically, it can be done, but it seems unnecessary. I can understand if it's a machine laying bricks. But being humanoid is a bit awkward. Aren't you concerned about the large number of migrant workers who will be unemployed? After so many years, it's not surprising that robots have developed to this extent. Yes, regardless of their shape, many jobs are now replaced by machines, whether semi-automatic or fully automatic. Shouldn't everyone be worried about their jobs? No, you only focus on this humanoid robot. I have seen many large machines that I had never seen before. The humanoid robot is probably a new experimental model. Can you explain what is going on with the humanoid robot factory? Is it an experimental model that can also be mass-produced? The heated discussions have not only generated a huge response domestically, but have also attracted extensive coverage from foreign media. Just as one wave of discussion settles, another arises, extending the global conversation into various related industries in the field of robotics. The exposure of numerous videos has brought a wealth of information to people around the world. This time, China has not kept anything hidden. Professionals from different industries and fields have conducted extensive analyses of the behavioral control of the robots in the videos. In the lighthouse country, the laboratory, Remy Wall repeatedly watched the robot video materials. What he can affirm is that superconducting technology has remarkable applications in the field of robotics. Just from the more flexible joint movements, we can see that the characteristics of magnetic levitation have greatly enhanced the impact and application for robots. The research significance of humanoid robots is still up for debate. Our current focus remains on superconducting technology, and it seems that Boy has made significant breakthroughs. Remy Wall maintains a neutral stance on humanoid robots, but the strong rise of China still causes him great concern. For Remy Wall, the fact that China can apply robots and infrastructure means that China has made significant progress in military capabilities in the field of unmanned technology. This is a latent threat. Once upon a time, the robotics field of the lighthouse country looked down upon the entire world, but now it is about to face challenges. What he does not know is that the technology behind the scenes has not been handed over to the state. This is a wonderful misunderstanding. Moreover, robot technology is not as glamorous as it appears on the surface. The use of robots as military or wartime weapons requires a variety of technical support. From the beginning, the application of robots has been limited to civilian purposes. Before the global development of artificial intelligence technology matures over decades, the idea of applying it in warfare is sheer nonsense. In the military field, information is the most important. If robots are semi-finished products in civilian and industrial applications, then in warfare, compared to many war machines, they are just a small toy, a genuine inferior product. Regarding robots, netizens have evolved from a debate over authenticity to a debate over form, and from a debate over form to discussing the application technologies, ultimately returning to the ultimate topic of machines versus humans and the debate over work. What should we do in the future? People's greatest worry is not what kind of life and convenience robots will bring, but rather discussions about their own jobs. Under the fermentation of public opinion, people have begun to resist robots more, with different voices appearing across various media platforms. Unemployment is people's greatest worry about the future, and it is also the most realistic concern. Compared to the more unrealistic notion of humans being completely replaced by robots, not many people would believe such statements, which would only appear in science fiction films. This notion speaks more about the fact that technology brings not only a better life to people, but also deeper dangers. I think it's good. No one likes heavy physical labor. The emergence of robots allows people to do what they like or want to do better. The future will surely be ruled by creativity. Haha. Robots have better memories than you, are stronger than you, and humans will ultimately become mere breeding machines. If robots continue to develop, humanity will surely perish. If artificial intelligence breaks through, humans will really have no purpose. I can't think of what else I could do. Stop worrying. Do you think having robots means no one will work? A whole new version, understand? New professions and jobs are inevitable. Netizens are arguing endlessly. There are staunch supporters who believe in the beauty of technology, those who are concerned about unemployment and the extinction of humanity, and neutral parties who are indifferent and only care about the present. The three factions have their own considerations for the coming tomorrow. And this is a debate without right or wrong. Wei Lai also has his own views on the matter. In this era of information explosion, even a slight breeze can trigger everyone's sensitive and fragile nerves. This is an inevitable exploration of technological development. Different ideas and different scientific technologies will only reveal the final results after being tested by time. The topic of this episode of CCTVs into Science is the changes that robots will bring to humanity, which everyone is discussing. Public opinion needs to be guided. If the social problems brought by robots are not handled well, they will lead to huge troubles. The state has long been prepared for this. The speaker of this program is Udays from China Heavy Industry. Conceptually, Udays is not optimistic about the development of humanoid robots. But who knows what the future holds? Udays brings more scientific knowledge about robotics to the public, explaining the robot's working mechanism through its movement, action control, and functionality. From the existing core of robots, they are still far from being true robots. The robots we currently see are still a long way from full application. In fact, whether it's the opposition or the supporters, I am pleased to see everyone engage in discussions about technology. Before everything happens, we still have room for maneuver. I am more disappointed with those who are indifferent. It is the indifference to civilization that will lead to its demise. Robots, especially humanoid robots, are just toys in my eyes, but that does not mean they are without significance. Opposition and support are not entirely contradictory. If we solve the problems of the opposition, then they will also become supporters. We are all beneficiaries of technological life. As for unemployment, there is no need to worry, as some netizens have said. New professions and types of work will emerge. If the era of robots arrives tomorrow, the state will lead us through the entire transition period. Udays concluded his narration of the program, also guiding the official discussion among netizens, identifying problems and solving them. The discussion about robots also signals the arrival of summer. Throughout June, Wei Lai spent more time on the research and development of holographic imaging, while China also welcomed the final breakthroughs in magnetic levitation trains. Chapter 78. Opening of the line, supplement. The commotion online did not affect the people constructing tunnels in the mountains. They are working on the most challenging part of laying the magnetic levitation track. The years of high-speed rail network coverage in China rely on the construction and maintenance by railway workers, who have built bridges for communication between various regions. Most of the time, we joke about the state approving the construction of high-speed rail from one place to another, after planning the route and adding countless details. The high-speed rail line connecting the two places is completed, but the hardships and contributions of railway workers are often unseen. Faced with the complex and changing terrain, they dig through mountains and build bridges over water. The simple 8 characters face various complex issues. Bridges and tunnels are the crystallization of human architectural wisdom. With the construction of bridges and tunnels, more natural barriers are no longer obstacles, but rather magnificent landscapes. Maglev trains belong to the high-speed rail system of China, which is defined as high-speed rail when the train speed exceeds 200 km/h according to international regulations, with another definition being over 250 km/h. The operating speed of maglev trains has reached 1,000 km/h, with an expected travel time of 2 hours and 30 minutes from Kyoto to the western regions. We can view maglev technology as a small part of the entire high-speed rail technology, which is a vast system. The maglev technology itself is merely an upgrade and evolution within high-speed rail technology, which encompasses railway construction technology, train manufacturing technology, information collection technology, scheduling and control technology, as well as operation management and maintenance technology. To date, high-speed rail has spread across the country, and the once common green trains have gradually disappeared. Although people in small cities and towns were affected by train suspensions and station closures for a period, with a decade of development, more efficient travel options have connected the vast land of China. Maglev technology represents the next step in the evolution of high-speed rail technology. In railway construction, train manufacturing, and maintenance, superconducting materials have brought about a new upgrade, though changes in operation management, information collection, and scheduling control are not as apparent. Firstly, in terms of railway construction, superconducting maglev trains still rely on tracks for transportation connectivity, compared to traditional track laying. The monorail bidirectional transportation model allows superconducting maglev trains to stand out among many next-generation train technologies. This represents a joint improvement in speed and turnover rate, with superconducting materials being the cornerstone of this technology. Based on superconducting materials, The Chinese Academy of Sciences collaborated with relevant railway departments to develop new maglev tracks and new trains. After going through a series of route planning and approval processes, the construction of the east-west route began. Railway workers began traversing mountains and rivers. The construction of a 600-kilometer track is not merely about laying tracks. It requires extensive engineering support. Railway personnel face complex terrains and changing climates, and the challenge of laying tracks on the ground became apparent, leading to the introduction of elevated bridges. China possesses the most comprehensive bridge design and construction technology, along with modern construction equipment, demonstrating the country's strong capabilities in bridge construction. The use of elevated bridge structures is justified for various reasons, similar to the construction of high-speed rail lines. Elevated bridges significantly reduce land requirements, saving substantial costs on land acquisition. Moreover, they alleviate certain terrain limitations, laying a foundation for track installation. The most critical aspect is the speed of construction. With the continuous development of science and technology, the mature application of elevated bridge technology allows factories nationwide to prefabricate elevated bridges, assembling prefabricated bridge piles and bodies like building blocks, enabling quicker completion of elevated bridge installations. This standardization and modular design have allowed high-speed rail to rapidly emerge across China, achieving a remarkable comeback for Chinese high-speed rail on the world stage. Grasslands, rivers, and hills have all been conquered, but the next challenge lies in the mountains. The maglev train track project is particularly unique, facing two technical challenges that need innovation and breakthroughs: tunnel length and tunnel size. The length of the tunnel depends on the terrain, and between Kyoto and Huntuang Valley, there are mountain barriers. To traverse these mountains, tunnels must be drilled to achieve short-distance connections, resulting in the world's largest tunnel group, with an expected length of 160 kilometers and individual tunnel lengths reaching 40 kilometers. Countless geologists and engineers work day and night on breakthroughs, dealing with blasting, seepage prevention, and collapse prevention while maximizing the preservation of natural landforms. The difficulty escalates geometrically with the size of the tunnel. The monorail bidirectional track requires a larger tunnel diameter than traditional tunnels. The track will be established in the middle of the tunnel, leaving enough space below for trains to pass each other, necessitating a foundation for track construction. Above, the tunnel must bear the pressure of the mountain itself to ensure the safe operation of the trains above, which places significant demands on engineering technology. Although there are many engineering challenges in tunnel construction, after technological replacements, China's industrial level has seen new developments, with more precise manufacturing supporting the production of various types of materials. Through extensive theoretical calculations and support, people have solved one challenge after another. Although the tunnel was completed a month later than expected, it was officially finished. The entire track installation is still missing one crucial component: sound barriers. It is not that the maximum speed of the maglev train is 1,000 kilometers/h. Rather, the designers have limited the speed below the speed of sound to accumulate technology for supersonic maglev trains. When an object moves at high speed and approaches the speed of sound, it creates a sonic barrier phenomenon. The speed of sound is 340 ms, which converts to 1,224 kilometers/h, or 1 Mach. The speed of the maglev train has already exceeded 0.7 Mach, making the appearance of the sonic barrier unavoidable. Thus, the challenge for the track is to mitigate the impact of the sonic barrier and ensure that the surrounding environment and train operations are unaffected. The vibrations caused by the sonic barrier pose a significant threat to the entire project, especially within tunnels, where high-speed vibrations present a tremendous challenge to the tunnel structure. In various countries, supersonic passenger planes are prohibited due to the effects of sonic barriers, as the concentrated sound can lead to bothersome sonic booms. Superconducting maglev trains have made breakthroughs in speed, even quieter than traditional trains, but the resonance of air and sound caused by speed remains an issue to be resolved. The simplest solution is to use vacuum tube transportation, which eliminates air resistance, preventing speed-induced vibrations from causing sonic booms, allowing train speeds to reach their peak. However, the practical application value is low, as there are fewer stopovers, making such channels more suitable for international transportation rather than domestic. Additionally, the exorbitant operational and maintenance costs of vacuum tubes further restrict the feasibility of this technology. Another design approach involves modifying the train itself and the track environment to reduce the occurrence of sonic booms and prevent the spread of sonic barriers. Although fundamentally unavoidable, The streamlined design of the train aims to reduce air resistance to enhance train speeds. Currently, while it is impossible to eliminate the sonic barrier phenomenon completely, the country has made considerable efforts to address this issue. Efforts have been made at multiple levels to limit speed, establish sound barriers, and incorporate porous sound-absorbing structures to reduce air resistance. After the sound barrier system is completed, the entire railway construction project will finally conclude. The entire maglev train system operates using Kunpeng series chips provided by a behind-the-scenes technology company, developed as part of a new operational platform approved by the Railway Department in collaboration with the Chinese Academy of Sciences. This is also the area where changes in information collection, operation management, and scheduling control are minimal. The performance enhancements brought by superconducting materials are mainly in response speed and operational speed, simplifying operations and providing a smoother experience for users. Internal testing has been progressively carried out following the phased construction, including speed tests, material wear tests, and foundational building tests, all proceeding smoothly alongside the construction of the track. With the tunneling issues resolved and the entire track laid, comprehensive testing commenced in early July, since the groundbreaking plan was announced on April 1, 2029. It has been 15 months. The superconducting maglev train is now ready for inspection. The acceptance process involves not only comprehensive testing, but also a month-long trial operation after the testing concludes. The trial operation phase should not be underestimated. If the comprehensive testing serves as the acceptance and safety inspection of the engineering project, then the trial operation phase will address the deficiencies in various systems and subtle differences. The former focuses more on safety, while the latter emphasizes revenue. The country has invested such a huge cost not just for a pilot program, but also to maintain its own operations and revenue generation. Even though achieving profitability is quite unrealistic, the date for the comprehensive testing was set for July 3rd at the Railway Command Center in Kyoto, where a large number of engineers, geologists, scientists, and those who have dedicated themselves to the maglev track gathered, and the leaders personally came to the site. This was the first stage of the groundbreaking plan, and everyone was anxious about the comprehensive testing. All preparations were in place, and the train was on track, awaiting instructions. Testing commenced. With the leader's command, everyone in the command room fixed their gaze on the monitoring screen. The opening and closing were normal. Preparations for startup were underway. The startup was normal, acceleration was normal. There were no anomalies in the data, and operations were stable. The first phase was passed, smoothly entering the second phase. The second phase was passed, and they were about to enter the tunnel group. At this point, 2 hours had passed, and no one noticed the passage of time. The leader was particularly focused on the monitoring screen. With the fixed camera inside the train, they enjoyed the magnificent scenery of the motherland. Upon entering the tunnel, the entire camera screen went black, causing the leader to flinch, and shortly after, the dim lights of the tunnel appeared. They had entered the tunnel. All data was normal. Speed was 788, and the estimated time to pass through the entire tunnel group was 12 minutes, accompanied by the twinkling lights. The people in the command center still felt anxious. Every segment of the tunnel's entrance and exit gripped everyone's hearts, making for an incredibly long 12 minutes. The tunnel was passed, and the data was normal. They had reached the terminal station, and the first comprehensive test was concluded. Cheers erupted. A joyous explosion following the previous tension, akin to the successful launch of a rocket. The leader was particularly excited. This represented that maglev trains would soon flourish across the nation. The hurriedly departing leader could not hide the smile on his face as he prepared for more plans. Notifications were sent to various departments for road testing, with a second test scheduled for 3 days later in preparation for trial operation work, aiming for operational service next month. Their task was nearing completion. The big players responsible for the maglev train project understood that it was not yet time to celebrate. But the uncontrollable smiles and trembling voices revealed their inner excitement and joy. Chapter 79. The radiating network. The comprehensive testing phase was more about tedious and repetitive data accumulation, which is also part of the preparation for railway personnel before the operation begins. Wei Lai received the news of the upcoming trial operation immediately. After experiencing empty train operations, equipment inspections, and overall observations, more tests followed. In mid-July, the train welcomed its first batch of passengers, composed of military doctors, soldiers, and railway personnel. Before practical experience, all calculations and feelings were merely theoretical. The train underwent its first manned experiment. bringing a large amount of equipment to test the passengers' experiences on the new device and collect various data, divided into two teams entering the upper and lower vehicles. The operation of the entire train was remarkably smooth, and people inside the carriage enjoyed the ever-changing scenery outside, which also represented the successful completion of the manned experiment. The leaders were constantly concerned about whether the train could enter operation, and before the testing was completed, they returned to the command center. "What was your feeling?" the leader asked immediately after everyone got off, with many inquisitive and expectant eyes turning to the first batch of passengers. "Report, I felt nothing. It was just like being on the ground." The straightforward answer made the big shot smile with relief. The leader took a deep breath and announced, "According to the process provided by China's high-speed rail, I declare that the maglev train officially enters trial operation, with service to commence in 1 month." At that moment, many people burst into tears, while others laughed joyfully and embraced each other. No one cared about the emotional outbursts. After 16 months, the entire engineering project was finally completed, with several achievements reaching world records, without any references, using entirely new calculations and technologies. Everyone bore immense losses and risks, facing an uncertain future with only innovation ahead. Compared to large projects that take over a decade to construct, the maglev train needed to be developed and designed to be operational in an extremely short time. Otherwise, the significance of the entire project would be greatly diminished. The people under immense pressure succeeded in doing so. The launch of the maglev train heralded the true arrival of the superconducting era. The social changes brought about by transportation changes would give people a real sense of a new era. The laughter and tears of railway workers, the achievements and satisfaction of scientists, and the leaders' indifference to the emotional release of others indicated that their thoughts had already flown to the national network. On August 22nd, trial operation began. Wei Lai came to Kyoto to accompany the leaders on the maglev train, experiencing the scenic changes of the beautiful landscapes of China. "How is it? Not bad, right?" the leader asked with a smile. "It's really great. It's truly breathtaking." In just 2 short hours, Wei Lai saw vast grasslands, rushing rivers, endless mountains, and the starry lights within the tunnels. After the starlight, it felt as if they had reached the end of the world, resembling the connection between the Namib Desert and the Skeleton Coast. The view of the Hunyuan Valley appeared to be a bridge between the jungle and the desert. The perspective from the train was different from what Wei Lai had seen at the base. If the Namib Desert represented the connection between the ocean and the desert, a place of nothingness, and the Skeleton Coast symbolized death, then the Hunyuan Valley, the desert, the jungle, and the city made of steel and concrete represented vitality. This would be an excellent tourist route. Wei Lai was filled with the thought that if he didn't ride this train route in his lifetime, it would be a wasted life. He also pondered whether the speed was too fast, and he hadn't fully appreciated it when the leader's words interrupted his thoughts. "Look more. You might not see it again in the future." "Huh? Oh." After a brief thought, Wei Lai understood the leader's meaning. The country had spent such a high cost. How could it be solely for building a direct road from Kyoto to Hunyuan Valley? "Got it. I should be going now. Work hard. You are the leader of the new era's enterprises, so don't get lost in trivial gains. Also, you should take on your commander's role. Make some time for Chu to train you." "Huh. Oh." As the two parted ways, Wei Lai, still immersed in the beautiful scenery of the western landscape, came to his senses and tightened his grasp on the development of his project. The leader went to Hunyuan Valley to conduct an inspection, and the connection of the city and roads announced that the next phase of the plan was about to begin. In terms of significance, the development of the new city and new roads had its own trajectory. This blank experimental city connecting the outside world had also generated its unique urban label. I hope people's impression of Hunyuan Valley is that it is a capital of technology, a source of innovation, a city of imagination. The leader said to the mayor of Hunyuan Valley, "Everything here will be applied on the future land of China. This is the most advanced place and also the most dangerous place. The technology brings us not only rapid development, but also countless crises. Your job is to manage the progress of this new city, keep it updated, and always be prepared to respond to incoming crises. After all, in the early stages of urban development, the issues to be resolved are not the problems of the city itself, but rather the transportation connecting more cities." The Western region, being in the inland of China, has seen years of development yet remains less prosperous than the East. The purpose of the leader's visit for inspection was the new planning of the road network, compared to the well-developed transportation network in the eastern regions. The focus of national development is more on the construction of 4 magnetic levitation train routes based on the foundation from Kyoto to Huangshan Valley. This time, the choice is no longer in experimental unmanned areas, but rather a direct route from provincial capitals to Huangshan Valley. Chang'an, Rongqing, Chengcheng, and Sunlight City encompass the northwest and southwest regions of China, reaffirming the strategic importance of Huangshan Valley as the capital of technology. Transportation is the lifeblood of the nation. The network of roads has constructed a vast, complex, and precise transportation system. The prosperity of the East has been rapidly developed with the support of this road network. Once large deserts in the western regions have now transformed into sandy and forested areas. As people's demand for land and resources reaches a moment of fruition after decades of planning, the route from Kyoto to Huangshan Valley is more about passenger transport. During the trial operation phase, the coverage and impact of the road network have not ceased. This expressway brings more vitality and opportunities to the new city, facilitating population movement. And more convenient freight routes are still needed. The evening news on August 22nd informed many who were previously unaware of the magnetic levitation train news about its trial operation. The changes in China have shocked the world. According to our news report, today, the magnetic levitation train project of China's high-speed rail was officially completed and began trial operations. This is a high-speed magnetic levitation track running from east to west, with an average speed of 1,000 km/h. Taking only 2 hours and 30 minutes from Kyoto to the sci-fi new city of Huangshan Valley. This project has set multiple world records. Please see the detailed report below. The online buzz has not affected Wei Lai's next steps, as he has entered a critical phase of technical breakthroughs in the laboratory. The nation will not stop its progress. The radiation of the magnetic levitation train routes has just begun. Chapter 80. The nation's pace not only on Weibo. The emergence of magnetic levitation trains has caused a stir in global media. Major media outlets are conducting extensive reports exploring the stories behind the magnetic levitation trains. Netizens at home and abroad are eager to witness the arrival of a new era. This may be the closest I have been to a sci-fi movie. With the first time, how far can the second be? True magnetic levitation has been achieved by China. 1,000 km/h. Supersonic is supersonic. How did a foreigner get mixed in here? You can't say, but I have felt that the world has changed so rapidly in the past 2 years. Something big must be happening. To be honest, I am Qin Shi Huang. Send money. Does no one care about the ticket prices? Tickets are already available for purchase on the railway's official website, priced at 1,500 each. Wow, there are no pre-sale tickets left for a month. It is said that the scenery is great. The media promptly contacted the railway department for filming and program production. The concept of magnetic levitation, proposed by German engineer Hermann Kemper in 1922, has finally been commercialized in China after a century, achieving a new breakthrough once again. The nation is steadily taking solid steps according to its planned schedule. When the high-speed rail rings, gold comes pouring in. This saying not only refers to the construction cost of high-speed rail, but also to the impact on surrounding areas. Following the opening of the route from Kyoto to Huangshan Valley has already welcomed significant changes. With a large influx of high-tech talent and a continuous stream of enterprises starting to settle and relocate, causing land prices in Huangshan Valley to soar. Many big shots in the business community had already laid out their plans, securing numerous plots as company headquarters. Aside from Preborn Technology establishing its headquarters directly in Huangshan Valley, other companies, under attractive cost-performance ratios, have also made moves to relocate their headquarters. Meanwhile, the nation announced plans to build 4 additional routes in the northwest and southwest regions, taking advantage of the momentum of the magnetic levitation trains, bringing unparalleled vitality to the 4 cities of Chang'an, Rongqing, Chengcheng, and Sunlight City. Practical experience reveals true knowledge. The first phase of the groundbreaking plan for road construction has been completed, prompting the nation to pay more attention to the subsequent plans, with those related to superconducting technology also surfacing. The first step remains the construction of the road network. The success of Phase 1 has led to the construction of 4 magnetic levitation train routes radiating from Huangshan Valley to the entire western region. The second phase of work involves laying and operating another 4 magnetic levitation train tracks. At the same time, the preparation for the third production phase is also underway, with the goal of upgrading and transforming the national railway network, which is the most time-consuming and resource-intensive, requiring consideration of more complex factors. The entire groundbreaking plan is an extremely complex system of new era construction, divided into different modules. In the nation's planning, not all projects are pursued simultaneously. Rather, efforts are concentrated on tackling one project at a time, a prudent and mature decision. No one knows what changes new technologies will bring. Concentrating resources on single projects can minimize the risk of project failure and lead to quicker and better results in specific projects. After the successful experience of magnetic levitation trains, China's high-speed rail will no longer enjoy preferential resource allocation. Everything will depend on the railway personnel's own efforts. Based on the standards and technologies brought by the initial success, they will need to explore independently, allowing the nation to allocate more resources to tackle the next challenge. The new technologies to be developed next are energy and communications, thanks to the establishment of superconducting power plants and the laying of road networks. As well as the superior performance of superconducting power plants, the nation needs to upgrade and transform traditional electricity with financial and policy support. The renovation of thermal power plants has also been approved, ushering in a new upgrade for the power industry. Over the past decade, the power industry has undergone several reforms and changes, with photovoltaic power generation technology spreading across the country, contributing to the power supply system. Logically, the priority project in the groundbreaking plan should be the renovation and upgrade of the superconducting power plants. However, due to the optimization technology of photovoltaic power generation, the upgrade of energy has been placed as the second plan. In short, it is the demand for electricity and the changes brought about by photovoltaic optimization technology that have allowed clean energy to shine. The changes brought by photovoltaic optimization technology are subtle, yet significantly resolve major energy production issues. For high energy needs, photovoltaic optimization technology is limited by power converters but fully meets the daily electricity needs of the public, meeting the electricity demands of daily life. The nation prioritizes construction of magnetic levitation routes over power generation. For equipment requiring higher power generation, fossil fuel and hydroelectric power generation remain mainstream. The superconducting generator challenges the established giants. Despite the presence of photovoltaic optimization technology, the priority for constructing superconducting power plants still exceeds other plans. Simultaneously, the plan for communications is also underway. Over the past decade, the maturity and application of 5G technology and the gradual popularization of 6G technology have led to ongoing competition in communications among multiple countries. Compared to power generation and magnetic levitation applications, this is also the aspect of superconducting technology that people tend to overlook. Lower losses lead to greater information transmission. In communications, tech companies behind the scenes have been slow to enter the field, partly because Wei Lai lacks knowledge in communication technology, and partly because communication technology is the main battlefield for all countries and high-tech enterprises, as well as a bottomless pit for capital consumption. Rather than battling in an unfamiliar territory against many big shots, it is better to honestly focus on the technology at hand. Wei Lai feels that he has not yet fully realized the true value of the technology he possesses. The launch of the two plans reflects the nation's optimistic expectations for the groundbreaking initiative, which will serve as the trident of the early stages of the project. Utilizing superconducting alloys as the foundation for roads, electricity, and communications, connecting the entire new world. Step by step, more international cooperation from China is gradually unfolding. The lighthouse country has also made corresponding achievements in superconducting technology, and the New World Energy Conference is set to take place in 2031. The venue for this upcoming conference is Kyoto, which has been chosen due to the new changes brought about by superconducting technology as China has mastered more technologies, representing greater influence. At this energy conference, China is expected to shine brightly. Chapter 81, World Energy Conference. The world is a whole, especially in the era of globalization and information technology. Throughout the history of human civilization, survival has been an eternal topic. Around survival, people have experienced chaos and conspiracy. However, regardless of how many countries, regional differences, or cultural conflicts exist, humanity continues to live under the same sky, belonging to the same human race. In the information age, people's exploration of regions covers the entire planet. Warfare has always existed, albeit in changing forms, now referred to as competition. China is vigorously developing and constructing infrastructure, and more information is being publicly disclosed. China's rapid development is something that many countries did not anticipate, resulting from information asymmetry. As a former Eastern giant, China has always garnered significant attention internationally. However, from the information that China has made public, the entire industry's upgrading and transformation require time. Whether it's the behind-the-scenes technology entering chip manufacturing or China's announced superconducting magnetic levitation project, most countries expect a breakthrough in new technologies to take 10 to 20 years. Yet China has achieved commercialized magnetic levitation in just 5 years, showcasing an astonishing speed that has caused some to become anxious. The well-known characteristics of superconductivity, electricity, magnetic levitation, and quantum applications are primarily utilized in high-tech industries, while electricity is entirely different. As a secondary energy source, electricity represents a different significance in human civilization. As a conversion of various energy sources, its ease of use has conquered human society, especially after the extensive consumption of fossil fuels. The urgency for exploring new energy sources has increased. People need more ways to convert electricity, whether through hydropower, wind energy, solar energy, or tidal energy. Diverse methods of power generation are on people's exploration lists. New energy must be cleaner and more efficient, partly to reduce environmental pollution and partly because people need higher energy reactions to break free from terrestrial limitations. All countries understand the importance of energy. Without applications in magnetic levitation and quantum directions, people can still live well, but losing energy would mean civilization regressing or being destroyed. In the context of information asymmetry, based solely on the publicly available information from China, many countries can only know that China's utilization of superconducting characteristics has far surpassed others. Based on these characteristics, no country would abandon the superior performance of superconducting power generation. A new piece of the pie in the new energy sector has begun to take shape in China's hands. Countries have already sensed the aroma of the cake, having been hungry for energy for a long time. Anxious nations are accelerating their own R&D while also advancing the convening of this World Energy Conference. The process of globalization is also a process of seeking common ground while reserving differences, especially in the energy sector. The World Energy Conference is the largest and most influential meeting in the energy field, often referred to as the Energy Olympics. Organized by the World Energy Council and held every 3 years. Each energy conference has a different theme, and this conference's theme is the energy outlook for the new era. The World Energy Conference lasted for 5 days. During these 5 days, more than 10,000 representatives from energy-producing countries, consuming countries, governments, international organizations related to energy, and energy companies participated. The attendees included energy ministers from various countries, entrepreneurs, experts in finance, law, and environmental protection, as well as specialists from manufacturing, education, and research institutions, representing the conference's influence and authority. Nearly 100 breakout discussions and roundtable dialogues were held openly and equally. The International Energy Agency, World Energy Council, and other international organizations and research institutions released authoritative analysis reports, such as the 2030 Energy Efficiency Market Report and Global Energy Technology Cost Analysis, and began formulating internationally applicable standards for new energy utilization. The standardization of energy is beneficial for efficient utilization and management. Compared to basic data support, China, which possesses new technologies, and many countries that are continuously striving for research and development, engaged in discussions and customization for the standardization of the global electricity revolution. The lighthouse country's grasp of superconducting technology is second only to China, placing China in an absolute leading position at this conference. From the exhibitions held, it is evident that China has the largest booth at the Energy Conference, with the highest number of exhibitors. The booth showcases the current status of energy development, future planning, and related technologies and products from various countries. However, exhibiting does not mean that countries will trade. It is about taking the initiative in cooperation and demonstrating one's strength. Discussions on the conference's convening and standards occupied 2/3 of the entire conference time. Unlike topics on prohibition and energy security, with China's mature application of superconducting technology, countries have clearly seen the application scenarios for new energy and have astonishingly reached a consensus during the conference on how to extract mature technology from China to innovate in the new era. The proceedings of the conference were harmonious and smooth, with more international cooperation achieved under China's guidance. The conference's main theme is fairness and justice, and China will not allow other countries to learn its core competencies easily. Similar to the previous technology exchange with the lighthouse country, China requires countries to provide sufficient benefits in exchange for parts of superconducting technology data. In terms of formulating new energy standards, National standards have become internationally recognized standards, amplifying China's voice significantly. In contrast to the geopolitical games between countries, competition among enterprises is more intense. The companies participating in the energy conference are giants in the energy industry. The rise of new energy signifies the decline of old energy, especially for the giants in the fossil fuel industry. Contrary to expectations, fossil energy giants are the most proactive in promoting new energy construction. Since the emergence of superconducting technology, the energy industry has anticipated this change and has early on laid out plans within the industry, continually collecting superconducting technology. If the lighthouse country, after technological exchanges, leads other countries in superconducting technology development, then the information held by fossil industry giants is not inferior to that of the lighthouse country. In the face of unstoppable trends, no one is halting their progress. Everyone is striving to prepare and accumulate for the arrival of the new era. Fossil energy industry giants, as capital sharks, are entering the new energy field with a strong and aggressive posture. They not only have obtained tickets to the new world, but will also achieve further development within it. These giants, starting from a much higher point than most new energy companies, will not foolishly become victims of the times. Under multiple collaborations and technological advancements, the resources China has obtained are unimaginable for a single enterprise or company, and on the international stage, China formally declares that it has become a developed country. If a country with superpower plants and magnetic levitation trains is not considered a developed country, then what can be deemed a developed country? The conference soon concluded, and the chairman of the World Energy Council also expressed his thoughts. This is not just a revolution in energy, it is a revolution across the entire industry. And the new era has already arrived. Under the World Energy Conference, countries have more possibilities for cooperative development. Over the past 5 years, the pace of globalization has deepened. In the short term, it is not cost-effective or worthwhile for China to trade or reach cooperation on some aspects of superconducting technology. However, from a scientific research perspective, once a certain technology emerges, imitation and pursuit are inevitable. Narrowing the gap is only a matter of time. Technological blockade is merely a false proposition. The development of science and technology leads to more applications, more companies developing technologies and applying for patents, all for the purpose of gaining more benefits. No one will give up the global market. More exchanges are aimed at quickly opening up the international market for superconducting products and seizing market share. Regardless of how many countries are pursuing it from behind, China's current focus remains on communication and power transformation, with behind-the-scenes technology taking on more tasks. Or rather tasks released by the state through business associations, which have certain political attributes but are more commercially oriented. China is responsible for infrastructure construction, while companies are responsible for more development and design of superconducting products. Apart from superconducting maglev trains, drones, and maglev exhibition stands, the application of superconducting materials remains blank. The manufacturing of maglev trains is a national-level product, and there is a large blank space in the market for the application of superconducting materials that needs to be filled. However, the diversification of superconducting material preparation technologies needs further improvement. Superconducting alloys are also produced using metals as raw materials, and metal resources are limited. Large-scale applications require more superconducting materials, not just superconducting alloys. This time, all companies within the business association receive tickets, which is also a benefit of the association. The research and development of materials has once again been put on the agenda. This collaboration belongs to the Business Association and the China Academy of Sciences for research breakthroughs in the expansion of superconducting material manufacturing technology, unrelated to the manufacturing technology of superconducting alloys. Behind-the-scenes technology exclusively holds the patent for superconducting alloy technology, while the patents for other forms of superconducting materials will belong to the Business Association and the China Academy of Sciences. The vast superconducting market is right in front of us, and Wei Lai will not focus solely on superconducting technology. More personnel are needed to fully occupy the new market. The research and design of new products are being conducted independently by various companies, while the production technology of raw materials is jointly completed by each company in the China Academy of Sciences. Wei Lai did not participate in this technology preparation and production because the key moment of the holographic imaging technology breakthrough has arrived. Time is quietly slipping away. The maglev train has officially been in operation for 2 months, yet the changes in infrastructure across China have not stirred much of a ripple among the public. For new maglev routes are still under slow construction, power reform is gradually advancing, and communication technology is still in the research and development stage. In the second half of 2030, for many people, the world has updated maglev trains and wearable devices, while robots appeared only briefly in the Hunyuan Valley. However, drones experienced an explosion in the last 2 months of 2030. Chapter 82. The Flying Spirits. Apart from solar-powered street lamps, behind-the-scenes technology as a tech company launched its first true product, the drone. The birth of the Zhuke drone marked the rise of behind-the-scenes technology. In 2029, it entered the drone industry for market expansion. As the flagship product facing consumers, behind-the-scenes technology has also explored more applications in the drone field. However, Wei Lai is focused on researching holographic imaging technology, while the drone project is handled by Zhuogong for further research and development. With 10 years of massive financial support and favorable national policies, behind-the-scenes technology can be said to have no worries. Unlike many companies that started from scratch, behind-the-scenes technology was born with a golden spoon. Whether from a technological or national investment perspective, after initial setbacks, behind-the-scenes technology quickly turned to the lighting market to achieve profitability and has since flourished in the drone field. The company's funding can no longer constrain its development. The amount of funding only affects the speed of research and development progress and the pace of company expansion. No company dares to claim it is not limited by funding, but at this stage, compared to the company's funds, behind-the-scenes technology is too small. As long as the company has not truly expanded to the point of fully revealing its core technologies and recruiting 1 million employees at once, behind-the-scenes technology has ample time and money to explore its next phase of goals. Su Qian's proposed plan for various layouts is one aspect of the company's exploration of future development directions. On the other hand, Wei Lai also needs corresponding cutting-edge products to better change people's lives. The exploration of diverse fields and various business models sees behind-the-scenes technology searching for its suitable path. The senior management of behind-the-scenes technology is well aware that Wei Lai has discussed the company's future development direction multiple times with others. With abundant funding, more possibilities, and a more comprehensive layout are the paths suitable for behind-the-scenes technology. Among them, products aimed at a wider range of consumers are one part of it. Wei Lai does not want to be constrained within the production chain of industrial goods. Once the development in a certain direction stagnates or is surpassed, a more intuitive consumer goods market can provide the company with more alternatives. Behind-the-scenes technology's business scope is extensive, with only 3 products directly facing consumers: solar outdoor lighting, Zhuke drones, and dynamic wearable devices. Other product applications are more part of the entire industrial system. The optical energy appliances initially proposed by Wei Lai remain in the realm of ideals. Apart from the outdoor lighting series, no more products have emerged from the entire department. And the biggest customers for the lighting series products are not individuals, but purchases from enterprises and governments. In the lighting market, where technology is not mature enough, the product research and development of optical energy appliances has also stagnated. Apart from using solar panels for outdoor lighting production, the practical demand and products for outdoor household appliances are minimal. The research and development team for optical energy appliances at behind-the-scenes technology finds it challenging to identify better application scenarios in the outdoor field and in the indoor appliance field. Photovoltaic technology is unnecessary. Before new technologies and products emerge, the R&D team for optical energy appliances can only focus on customizing and designing personalized lighting, as well as optimizing lighting brightness and energy consumption. Since the drone's debut, behind-the-scenes technology has shifted its R&D focus to it, given its excellent application prospects and new field, allowing the R&D team to engage in various designs. Different specifications and functions test the imagination of the R&D team. In terms of product gradient, drones are the most suitable and easiest products for the mutual transformation between industrial and consumer goods. Following the launch of industry drones, Zhuogong made the mutual transformation of product application scenarios the basic R&D direction for drones. After a year, under the support of modular design concepts, the development of drones achieved a breakthrough, no longer limited to the existing Zhuke third-generation aerial photography drone model or the applications of industry drones. Zhuogong and the R&D team have redesigned the drones. This integrates the company's existing technologies and lays the foundation for the product process of upgrading and replacing the company's drones, completely different from many other product models. Behind-the-scenes technology has internalized the core of drone updates and iterations. Each new drone release inevitably adopts a new core, with more functional components divided into modules for independent selection. The basic core is a collection of the company's existing technologies, featuring sensory systems, equipped with Kunpeng drone chips. And the underlying application platform and operating system are composed of the self-developed Tianwan operating system. Since then, the upgraded drones only differ in size, with no variations in the core. The technology behind the scenes focuses more on the research and development of core functionalities, while external components are entirely purchased through the official store. Yuzhuagong categorizes the drone models into 4 types: large, medium, small, and micro, with each type having different core sizes and performance, eliminating any industry distinctions. After this upgrade, the company continues to use the previous brand name of the Zhuke drone and will only produce one model, the standard version of the drone. The streamlined core functionalities are inherently powerful, and years of technological accumulation represent more than just a shift to a new model. The new core integrates a flight control system, maintaining the superior performance of the Zhuke drone, featuring automatic obstacle avoidance, precise hovering, video recording, and an infrared monitoring system, supporting a maximum of 8 modular installations. The new streamlined core, aside from the infrared monitoring system and video recording functions, mainly improves the flight control system. Different sizes use cores of different specifications. The larger the drone, the stronger the performance. As for drones of airplane size, they are currently not part of the new drone plans at the company. Both Wei Lai and Yuzhuagong define large drones more in terms of car sizes, with larger dimensions categorized as giant drones. However, whether it's cars or planes, there are higher technical requirements involved. Medium and large drones still fall into the category of being unmanufacturable. Currently, the company can produce micro and small drones, with small drones being more aligned with average human body sizes, while micro drones are the same size as the Zhuke drone, about the size of a palm. The manufacturing technology for larger and smaller drones will be an exploration direction for future drone R&D teams, requiring substantial foundational technological support. The performance of small drones is 5 times that of micro drones. After all, there is a significant difference in core size when comparing the size of a palm to that of an entire body. Looking at the performance of micro drones, whether in battery capacity or transmission distance, there are broader improvements compared to the 3rd-generation Zhuke drones, with transmission distances reaching 15 kilometers and image quality achieving level 2. The accompanying cameras and infrared monitoring devices can better handle various scenarios, providing ample information. As standard equipment for Zhuke, the camera supports 4K resolution, and the unmodified drone already offers top-tier configurations and performance in the civilian market. Regarding the realization of more functions, the company does not intend to monopolize. This is the secondary market for drones, the accessory market. Not intending to monopolize does not mean they will not produce accessories, as original branded products hold significant appeal. But the company cannot allocate more energy to producing various functions and types of accessories. In fact, the company's update of products in the drone market is a re-establishment of standards for the entire drone industry. The emergence of the company's drones has led many drone companies to flee overseas, struggling to survive, and the days for Daewoo technology have also been challenging, with domestic market shares gradually being eroded by the company. To some extent, the company's drones have become the industry's public enemy, monopolizing the entire sector. If it weren't for the company expanding the drone market again, toy planes produced by various companies would sell even less. The profits in the drone industry have been pressed by the company to the brink of survival. This is the harsh reality of company competition, a game of capital. While the secondary market is a piece of cake for the company to apply new standards, the success of any company is not coincidental. The company has walked over many corpses in the drone field, especially considering Daewoo Technology, the former leader in the drone sector, is well aware of its struggles. The secondary market is substantial. Compared to the drone's main body, the vast accessory and application markets are integrated, achieving functionality through accessories and applications, akin to the connection between the client and the server, inseparable yet independent. First-class enterprises set standards, and after years of deep cultivation in the drone field, the company has finally revealed its fangs, encouraging more companies to join the accessory manufacturing market and promoting the development of drone operation platform applications. This is also a form of win-win. As long as cores with similar performance do not emerge, the company will thoroughly dominate the drone market. The company's official store welcomes a wide range of developers and hardware manufacturers to settle in, charging a 10 fee and providing dedicated compilation for third-party existence. While the official accessories include previously launched agricultural modules, power modules, and rescue modules, along with new film shooting modules, offering camera module brackets and various software to facilitate operation for professionals in different industries. For this update, the company has not done any advertising, as there is better advertising through cooperation with the state. Micro and small drones seem to dance in the sky, appearing over the city of Hunyun Valley. Chapter 83. Airspace regulations. The application and development of drones have always been a significant focus for the state. In the military sector, drones undertake more reconnaissance and interception missions. Since the emergence of aerial photography drones that combine flying and photography, drones have quietly infiltrated many aspects of daily life. As early as when the company made significant breakthroughs in drone endurance, the state had already contemplated further applications of drones in national security. However, the application of new things often comes with various issues, and national security cannot afford any negligence. Over time, the Zhuke drone has evolved from the first to the third generation, and industry drones have been on the market for a year. To this day, the state still has not fully prepared for the widespread application of drones in national security. When the company first launched drones, it collaborated with the state to customize drone regulations and introduced a system for real machine registration and regional flight reservations. However, the chaos in airspace still poses considerable safety risks, and the binding power of drone regulations is somewhat weaker than that of laws. This is due to the imperfections of regulations and laws, without clear provisions and prior incidents. There is no reference for the state and the public to understand to what extent drones can be utilized. Additionally, there have always been endurance issues with drones, as well as communication encryption problems. While the endurance issue has been partially resolved with the application of superconducting power generation technology and photovoltaic power generation technology, the importance of communication encryption and data transmission for national security is self-evident. Without addressing data transmission issues, discussing applications in national security is out of the question. Compared to military and defense departments, the demand for drones is increasingly rising among more government departments, such as public security, transportation, fire protection, and environmental protection systems, all of which require drone observation and monitoring in certain aspects. National security cannot be overlooked, and monitoring data and traffic enforcement is of utmost importance. While privacy protection is also a crucial aspect. In monitoring, movable aerial cameras can fill in numerous surveillance blind spots, providing comprehensive coverage of urban corners, thus complementing the application of the Tianwang system in Huaxia. This Tianwang is different from that Tianwang. The Public Security Department's Tianwang system consists of a vast surveillance network, playing an excellent role in capturing criminals, curbing crime, and maintaining national stability. If monitoring is more about curbing crime and alerting people to restrain their inner evils, then drones have excellent applications in administrative law enforcement as well. In the field of unmanned reconnaissance, they enable police and law enforcement agencies to gather more information, leading to more reasonable judgments and more efficient executions, while also providing more tactical options. On the other hand, they ensure the personal safety of law enforcement personnel, effectively avoiding the dangers associated with exposing investigative staff. Another significant application area is traffic. By 2030, the technology for unmanned driving continues to improve, but the main body of traffic operations still relies on human drivers, and congestion remains one of the major issues in urban development. Using drones for dispatch can save manpower and improve congestion. After a traffic accident occurs, drones can conduct the initial analysis and investigation, effectively increasing the efficiency of traffic accident handling and quickly preventing congestion caused by the accident. Wei Lai refers to the modules specifically designed for national and government department applications as enforcers. This module endows drones with more functions, with improvements in monitoring, information collection, and data encryption compared to regular drones. The Enforcer drone module is not sold externally and provides law enforcement agencies with higher permissions for modifications, such as equipping weapons, which are exclusively for government procurement. Hunyuan Valley is gradually showcasing the characteristics of a sci-fi new city. With the cooperation and approval of various national departments, Hunyuan Valley is the initial pilot for advanced technology, with drones rising prominently. This is a city connected by magnetic levitation trains, with enforcers flying overhead. The tech company behind the scenes, Wei Lai, is steadily changing the city's landscape and appearance in the direction it desires, while also gradually changing people's lives. In early October, the government supplemented a large number of details to the previous drone regulations, releasing the 2030 Low-Altitude Drone Usage Law and the Low-Altitude Network Application Law for drones, which are officially applied in Hunyuan Valley as the country's first pilot for drone laws and regulations. As the public observes, enforcers are sent into the sky, with a new airspace division that eliminates blind spots in the city's road monitoring system. Enforcers flying overhead carry out their inspection tasks on every road. The public's eyes are sharp, and the new airspace regulations quickly became a trending topic, with numerous media outlets returning to Hunyuan Valley, many of which have begun establishing branches there. Hunyuan Valley has become a natural hub for news reporting, with endless changes providing the media with countless stories to tell. Monitoring inevitably raises concerns about privacy. In the era of big data, the overwhelming amount of information collection and data accumulation makes privacy increasingly undervalued yet more precious. Privacy is not truly worthless, but every service used digs into the user's remaining unknown privacy. Location information, applications used, food consumed, purchases made, making it seem as if there is nothing left to expose. These data provide businesses with more refined market segmentation and more precise advertising placements. For users, privacy seems to be truly undervalued, as every business's first action is invariably to collect user information. There is no absolute privacy. The use of services is also reciprocal. This may be the price that must be paid for a convenient life. In a society where technological living becomes increasingly developed, privacy becomes even more precious. The implicit privacy leaks and permissions to view are less tangible and straightforward than monitoring, leading netizens to resist the glaring presence of surveillance. Although people know that the Skynet system and monitoring are everywhere, seeing a camera suddenly flying outside their window is still unsettling. It's uncomfortable, while it doesn't really affect anything. The sudden appearance of a camera outside the window still feels unpleasant. Psychologically, seeing a drone makes one feel like they are locked in, as if someone is watching wherever they go. If it were implemented nationwide, the crime rate would definitely drop to a very low level. But I also agree with everyone's opinion that it feels uncomfortable. Actually, I think it's fine. Don't you think Hunyuan Valley has the shadow of a future city? Drones flying everywhere, magnetic levitation trains, and if we add robots and flying cars later, it would be perfect. Really has that vibe. However, drones probably won't enter residential areas unless there are accidents. The government is paying attention to the public's reactions. In fact, the sense of oppression brought by more monitoring flying overhead is completely different from that of fixed cameras, creating a greater psychological pressure. This is an unavoidable phenomenon brought by technology, just as users' privacy is casually collected. A simple notification can quickly gather your information. This highlights the importance of data encryption. If the data of enforcers can be intercepted and tampered with at will, the resulting harm would far exceed the consequences of not using drones for law enforcement. The new laws and regulations have reassured most of the public. The greater application of enforcers fundamentally aims to eliminate and curb crime, protect public safety, and facilitate people's lives. The low-altitude drone network in Hunyuan Valley has been continuously improved and refined throughout October, although it still requires a large number of personnel for operation settings and daily maintenance. It is worth mentioning that the government has utilized the Skynet program provided by the tech company behind the scenes to create a national standard database for data management and storage, further advancing the Skynet program in an invisible way. On November 20th, Wei Lai took a day off for himself. It was the birthday of his mother, Wei Jun, and her 60th birthday. Wei Lai also prepared a birthday gift for his mother, a neural system enhancement agent and a holographic projector developed in the lab. Wei Lai could clearly feel a significant improvement in his reaction speed and memory, although he did not test whether his IQ had increased. After drinking the agent, he felt obvious benefits in his body. "Mom, happy birthday. What are you doing this for? Are you free today? Isn't the company busy? You're wasting time." Wei Lai chuckled. "Well, there's still time to celebrate a birthday. All right, you can't cook anyway. I'll make you something delicious today. I bought a cake. Let's eat the cake first." Okay. More of this formalism. His mother mumbled, but her face was full of smiles as she cooperated with Wei Lai in making a wish, blowing out candles, and cutting the cake. "And there's a little gift. Drink this first." Wei Lai took out the agent and the projector. "What's this?" "It's good for your health. Just drink it." Watching his mother drink the agent, Wei Lai demonstrated the projector to her. The projector is ring-shaped, only the size of a palm, with the words Happy Birthday engraved on the bottom of the ring. When the switch is turned on, the ring area displays an image of his mother wearing a birthday hat, sitting on a gorgeous chair, with the words Happy Birthday floating above her head. Along with this gift, a wedding gift for Su Qian and Yin Jiai was also made, featuring their couple's photo. But the words engraved below the ring say, 100 years of harmony. Ah, turn it off, turn it off. This is embarrassing, and it's three-dimensional. His mother looked at the three-dimensional image that appeared before her and spun it around in her hand. What do you think of my little gadget? Wei Lai asked proudly. Is there another style? It's okay. Wei Lai couldn't read his mother's expression. No, this is a new product the company is about to launch. It's not finished yet. I made a little gift using existing technology. Do you like it? It's okay. I'll accept it. The brief birthday leisure time quickly passed with the mother and son chatting and eating. Wei Lai didn't know that after returning to her room, his mother stared at the holographic projector in her hand for a long time, lost in thought. The next day, Wei Lai's mother said to him, in a couple of days, get a photo of the two of us, to go along with the one you gave me yesterday. Wei Lai agreed, and thought about when to make up for the small gift he had promised Su Qian. After having a simple breakfast with his mother, he went to the research center for another day of work. I ate a bit too much today, he thought. His mother was a bit puzzled, but didn't dwell on it. The future base of the technology company, behind the scenes, is currently the focal area of the entire Huitian Valley and also the tallest building in Huitian Valley. Standing by the window, one can clearly see Huitian Valley gradually acquiring its new urban characteristics, with law enforcers and maglev trains forming a unique landscape. A large number of media outlets are shaping people's understanding and recognition of the new city from various angles. Outside the urban area, there are still jungles and yellow sand. But after the new city was established, new logging sites have also begun to be constructed. As people attempt to cautiously explore the ecology of the yellow sand and jungle once again. Chapter 84, Communication Dilemma at this stage. Wei Lai can only apply unmanned aerial vehicles, UAVs, to the current level, if he wants to continue developing more functions and scenarios for UAVs. Exploration needs to start from two aspects, communication and intelligence. Communication and intelligence can be said to permeate every aspect of modern society. Just the term intelligent allows the masses to imagine various products, as if adding the prefix smart can sell products at a good price. Since the concept of intelligence emerged, and with the overheating of capital speculation, the image of intelligent living in people's minds is no longer purely beautiful. The essence of intelligence is, in fact, more convenient human-machine interaction. People use various tools, that is, various products, to facilitate their material lives and enrich their spiritual worlds. And intelligence is the bond connecting humans and machines. Artificial intelligence is proposed in such a context of intelligence. To achieve intelligence, support from communication technology is indispensable. Communication technology is the foundation of the Internet of Things and is also the most basic existence of modern society. The concept of intelligence always revolves around humanity itself, aiming to make machines better adapt to human lifestyles and behaviors. Intelligence is a broad concept, but machines require detailed data for analysis and simulation, which necessitates the support of basic communication to make machines smarter through data transmission. Behind-the-scenes technology has been established for 10 years now. Wei Lai is not clear about when 5G technology appeared or how it developed. He only remembers that when the company was founded, there were promotional activities for 5G packages all over the streets, with telecom operators racking their brains to encourage people to use their company's packages. However, in 10 years, the development and popularization of 5G technology have not changed the world as the technology itself claims. Communication technology, also known as telecommunication technology, is an important branch of electronic engineering and a foundational discipline. The concept of 5G refers to the fifth generation of communication technology, specifically for civilian mobile communication technology. From 1G to 5G, each generation of communication technology has its own characteristics, and the new generation is developed and broken through on the basis of the previous generation. In the voice era, text era, image era, and video era, from 1G to 4G, people can achieve more functional applications through the evolution and development of communication technology. Mobile phones are the best example. It is precisely because of the support provided by communication technology that mobile phones can receive more data, from making calls to sending messages to multifunctional entertainment applications. The 5G era is the era of the Internet of Things. And the expectation of the 5G era is the interconnection of all things, which is also a proposal based on the characteristics of the 5G era. Every technology has its advantages and disadvantages, and 5G technology is no exception. On the basis of the 4G mobile internet, the slogan of interconnecting all things proposed by 5G is not just a casual shout. First is the breakthrough in speed. In a fast-paced living environment, waiting is a huge waste of everyone's wonderful life. Faster speeds can enable faster data transmission, theoretically. The data transmission speed of 5G technology exceeds that of 4G technology by more than 100 times. People are sensitive to speed, and faster data transmission can effectively reduce the stuttering of information transfer in the 4G era. Secondly, the network capacity is large, which is a necessary condition for the interconnection of all things, allowing more devices to connect to the same network. Network congestion has always been a difficult problem in the communication field, one reason being the limitation of network capacity. When communication connects 2 points, it occupies some of the communication resources. If network congestion occurs, the user experience will differ greatly. Thirdly, low latency. The new 5G technology has optimized the latency of network operation and actual control, allowing for a more accurate response to people's commands, whether in autonomous driving or UAV control. 5G technology provides strong technical support for more new application scenarios. Every technology has its pros and cons, and 5G technology is no exception. Even though, at this stage, the UAV products of the behind-the-scenes technology company have many advantages, the only disadvantage, lack of intelligence, is also being worked on. However, years later, when looking back at the current UAVs, people might critique the performance of UAVs, and today's advantages may become disadvantages if there are no breakthroughs in development. The transformation between advantages and disadvantages is relative and viewed from different stages, and the types of disadvantages are not singular. The decay has no obvious flaws. But with 5G technology, there are issues that cannot be overlooked. The popularization and application of basic technology require a large amount of related scientific technology to compensate and transform. In order to form a complete application ecosystem, the chaotic communication landscape of the past 10 years has been influenced by both internal and external factors. From the perspective of the development of 5G technology, cost is a critical reason. Every country's communication infrastructure requires a significant amount of national investment each year for construction, maintenance, and upgrades. The high costs have become a major obstacle to the promotion and popularization of 5G technology. The most important aspect of communication technology is the signal. Once there is no signal, everything will fall silent and communication will be interrupted, which is fatal for communication. 5G technology belongs to high-frequency communication, and high-frequency communication has the lowest coverage. To improve coverage, more base stations need to be built to cover the 5G network. Which brings us back to the cost issue. It's expensive. As a communication technology, it needs to be popularized and applied on a large scale and as a basic science. The high costs make the popularization of the 5G network unsustainable, let alone the ecological application construction based on the new generation of basic science. Not only do countries and enterprises need better and faster communication methods, but every individual also does. Complicating matters are external factors. Communication is so important, and the global communication market is a huge cake, with countless countries eyeing it. One of the hallmarks of globalization is the continuous integration of unified standards. In the face of the vast communication market, the question of who will set the communication standards for the 5G era has become a competitive stage for many countries. Unwilling to back down. Only after the standards are set can there be technological progress and development. If the developed technology is not recognized, the result will be that years of research results cannot be converted into actual benefits, and the prospects for continued research will be bleak, resulting in a loss of the vast global market. If years of effort turn into nothing, the subsequent lack of research funding and resources will further hinder technological improvement. No technology can be perfect from the start. The standardization of communication standards concerns the global market. In the research and application of 5G technology, China is at the forefront of the world. Due to the inherent disadvantages in coverage efficiency of early 5G technology, more countries began to compete for the customization of new generation technology standards, marking the beginning of the great chaos of the 5G era. Since the beginning of the 4G era, the chaotic signal frequency bands have given countries a good hint. resulting in the fragmentation of the frequency spectrum in the early 5G era. Every country allocates frequency bands based on its own circumstances, and various operators adopt different frequency band combinations to compete. Global communication between countries seems to have hit a rewind button. Since 2020, chip manufacturers have struggled to produce frequencies for different operators. To support the frequency bands used by most countries globally, some are even considering external baseband solutions. A common issue facing all countries is poor signal coverage. However, not every company has the strength to invest in and develop 5G technology. In the end, the battle for basebands will still depend on international communication giants, with the dominant players being the U.S. company Junton and the emerging Chinese company Huami Technology. Until the issue of poor signal coverage is resolved, the two companies have maintained a fragile balance in the competition for 5G technology, setting aside disputes and collaborating. Over 10 years, two standards have been tacitly accepted, with both companies making varying degrees of effort in 5G technology. The era of chaotic competition in 5G was brief yet brilliant, but international double standards have imposed limitations on the Internet of Everything. Whether in autonomous driving or more intelligent application scenarios, progress is cautious, and no one knows if they will become a member of the ultimate standard or if the new 6G era will end the double standards of 5G. Huami Technology's 5G technology has been adopted, and over the past 10 years, it has comprehensively promoted 5G in urban areas to address poor coverage. Using micro-base station architecture to enhance national coverage, it can be said to be extraordinarily generous. And the base stations have gradually optimized their initially high energy consumption to an acceptable range. The drone products of the behind-the-scenes technology also enjoy the benefits brought by 5G technology, which is one reason they have not entered the international market. In the field of communications, Wei Lai sees no compelling reason for further development. For the behind-the-scenes technology company, the existing technology has already well achieved product functionality. From the perspective of the Internet of Everything, Wei Lai believes that 5G technology is only one application, and the Skynet program is what can truly realize the Internet of Everything. The promotion of 5G technology also faces a lack of demand, with not low rates, no widespread promotion of autonomous driving, and no more intelligent applications. To many people, 5G technology quietly contributes speed and lower latency, providing smoother calls, faster video streaming, and quicker social media browsing, all while consuming data more rapidly. This is a better era for the live streaming industry, and in summary, 5G represents real-time high definition for people. By the end of 2030, Skynet continues to evolve and develop, with the RD team maintaining and upgrading the underlying platform. The dominance of Microfrit's operating system for many years is not without reason, as it is extended through collaborations with many industry leaders. In the fields of mobile phones and computers, the current situation is truly progressing with great difficulty. The lack of ideal development in operating systems does not mean that superconducting computers are not advancing. Superconducting computers represent the pinnacle of performance in the computing field, with ultra-high computing power, large size, and independent systems, making them the best assistants for Wei Lai's research in holographic imaging. Chapter 85. Holographic imaging. The breakthroughs in computing power have enhanced the operating speed and responsiveness of superconducting computers in various aspects, but it is still just an enhancement. Without artificial intelligence, superconducting computers are merely large computers, requiring researchers to input various data. However, faster response speeds and data calculations have reduced the waiting time for researchers. The standard definition of artificial intelligence is not clear, but Wei Lai believes that true artificial intelligence must possess absolute control, absolute rationality, and autonomous judgment. Even in the most extreme situations, it should help humans make the best choices, provide suggestions, and execute corresponding commands. Although it cannot execute commands in an overly simplified manner or write code on its own, superconducting computers have greatly optimized and enhanced Wei Lai's work. After a long period of seclusion in the research center, Wei Lai finally manufactured a preliminary holographic imaging system. Without delving into the field of holographic imaging, one would never know the difficulty of achieving holographic imaging. The more one understands, the more Wei Lai feels that ignorance is a form of happiness. From the initial research on holographic technology to the current production of holographic rings and preliminary ecological construction, Wei Lai's mindset has changed significantly. With continuous in-depth research, Wei Lai finally understands what the panoramic simulation scanner that the country can produce is all about. Wei Lai now has the authority to query data on the country's high-tech technologies, but it is only a querying authority. When researching holographic technology, Wei Lai applied to retrieve relevant data on panoramic simulation scanners and compared it with the holographic imaging technology in his mind, discovering that the applied technologies only have a small overlap. All roads lead to Rome. Viewing the initial technology as a starting point and the ultimate demand as the endpoint, only the endpoint's demand remains unchanged, while products may undergo various changes requiring different technologies. A panoramic simulation scanner, by its literal meaning, is an instrument capable of simulating and scanning analysis from various angles. Wei Lai then realized he had fallen into a misunderstanding. A panoramic simulation scanner can share the same name and function but have different forms of expression. As long as it can scan substances or environments, generate three-dimensional images, and conduct data analysis, it can be called a panoramic simulation scanner. Holographic imaging technology is a broad category. Holography is the display of all information. The environment people inhabit exists in a three-dimensional world, making three-dimensional displays provide more information compared to flat displays. However, the human eye has its limits. The visual degree of the human eye is the degree of the angle visible to the naked eye. Humans typically have a visual angle of 124 degrees, focusing attention to about 1/5 or 25 degrees. The maximum horizontal field of view for a single eye can reach 156 degrees, and for both eyes, it can reach a maximum of 188 degrees. The overlapping field of view for both eyes is 124 degrees, and the comfortable field of view for a single eye is 60 degrees. Holographic technology can provide more comprehensive data, expanding the basic information acquisition surface. The emergence of holographic technology is particularly important for changing the way people record information. It is one of the foundational technologies in the three-dimensional system and represents a breakthrough application from two-dimensional to three-dimensional. Wei Lai's mindset has also gradually transformed with a deeper understanding of holographic technology. The research on holographic technology began before the 10th anniversary press conference, and Wei Lai planned to use it as a backup preparation for the event. Speaking of holographic technology, influenced by science fiction films, Wei Lai's first reaction is aerial projection, free interaction, and coolness. In the base vehicles recovered by the system, the appearance of the panoramic simulation scanner aligns with Wei Lai's imagination of holographic technology. With the circular space of the hall and a panoramic map emerging in the air, exuding a strong technological vibe, Wei Lai believes that holographic imaging is not something that behind-the-scenes technology can easily achieve right now. Creating a stunning holographic projection product is not as complex as room temperature superconductors, and such a holographic device would showcase the company's style, undoubtedly appealing to consumers. In reality, after receiving the knowledge transfer of holographic imaging technology, Wei Lai immediately manufactured the holographic imaging holographic ring, which is the very gift he forgot to give to his mother and the Suqian couple. According to the system's technical description, the holographic ring is the base for realizing holographic imaging technology and can be made large or small. If the smallest unit that a display shows is a pixel, with each picture or text composed of pixel points, then in the holographic ring, the basic unit is the holographic particle. Through particle locking and changes, different patterns are formed. Holographic particles are not real particles, but rather a closer representation of the existence of spatial particles, serving as the smallest unit of holographic display. Essentially, light control is achieved through holographic rings, utilizing optical principles such as interference and diffraction, as well as refraction and reflection to create three-dimensional imaging within a ring-shaped area. This greatly expands the application scenarios of holographic imaging. It is well known that light propagates through different media, and depending on the medium, different natural phenomena can occur. With the technology of holographic rings, whether in the air or underwater, the complex optical simulation and control of holographic rings allow the entire holographic scene to appear anywhere. This all-scenario application deeply captivated Wei Lai. In terms of color, through different reflections and absorptions, holographic rings can also make the displayed content more realistic. Holographic rings have various advantages, but there are also limitations in their application, as the height of the ring-shaped space is fixed at 1 meter. However, for Wei Lai, this is already a significant breakthrough. Moreover, regarding the height limitation, Wei Lai has plans to coordinate multiple holographic rings to achieve height extension. The manufacturing of the entire holographic ring is quite simple, compared to the synthesis technology of room temperature superconducting materials. The categories and information included far exceed those of single alloy manufacturing techniques. Wei Lai no longer needs to conduct research in manufacturing, as mature technology can quickly produce the base for holographic imaging. After the base was completed, Wei Lai immediately powered it on and tested the holographic ring with researchers. However, nothing happened, and the few people in the lab exchanged puzzled glances. What is going on? Did it fail? Let's check where the problem is. Mr. Wei, this holographic ring is like a display. When you power it on, there is nothing to show. Wei Lai was stunned, realizing he had forgotten that it was just a base. Thus began Wei Lai's arduous journey. The display was ready, but more content was needed for application. The simple holographic ring quietly sat in the lab, seemingly mocking the researchers in front of it. Wei Lai and the research team entered an emergency discussion, and Wei Lai's mindset underwent a complete change. After the long-term research on superconducting technology, he did not want to go through the same process with holographic technology again. Fortunately, the more comprehensive knowledge transfer of holographic imaging technology shortened the research time for Wei Lai and his team. The second phase involved researching holographic recorders, which are similar to holographic rings. Holographic recorders function like cameras. Holographic rings only have display capabilities but lack recording functionality. The technology required for holographic recorders involves not just holographic imaging technology, but also depth scanning technology. This is a combination of two technologies that records information throughout the ring-shaped space using depth scanning technology and then converts and transmits the data through holographic imaging technology to achieve recording and display. The research difficulty of combining these two technologies is greater than that of developing holographic rings, making it less straightforward for Wei Lai to produce holographic recorders. Compared to holographic rings, holographic recorders have more complex functions, with the inner ring serving as the lens for the entire holographic recorder. However, the recorder has a significant drawback: incomplete color information. After scanning the entire ring-shaped space, the obstructed backspace will be unable to obtain color information, only able to discern the details of the shape. Wei Lai currently has no better solution, as the holographic recorder would need to perform penetrating scans to record all information from the inside out, allowing for the possibility of capturing color in blind spots. Feeling frustrated, Wei Lai had to temporarily set aside the issue of missing colors. Monochrome information was sufficient for the holographic ring's applications. With a machine capable of capturing content and the holographic ring in place, despite the lack of color, Wei Lai finally appreciated the scenes recorded by the holographic ring. The first holographic ring and holographic recorder prepared in the lab were not large, only the size of a basin. Wei Lai placed a small robotic arm from the research center into the holographic recorder, powered it on, and recorded for 10 seconds. The holographic recorder could be directly connected to the holographic ring, and through data transmission, a cyan robotic arm appeared within the holographic ring. After the same 10 seconds of display, it vanished into thin air. This is a complete replica, a perfect replica, the researchers marveled. There is no color, yet it's perfect. The road ahead is still long, Wei Lai replied with a smile. The tests of the holographic ring and holographic recorder significantly boosted the confidence of the entire team, providing them with ample motivation to conduct further research. The first breakthrough had just concluded, and more problems emerged within the research team. How to control time. This recorder can only record in real time, which is somewhat impractical. How to handle color. It's like having a color display but being unable to produce color videos. Additionally, it can only record in real time, which means the content available to users is too limited. Wei Lai did not expect that a simple holographic technology would come with so many issues to resolve. This is more complex than the Skynet. It seems I've inadvertently fallen into a deep pit again. I want to continue researching this series of technology until everything is fully unlocked, Wei Lai silently thought. Despite the fact that the holographic ring and recorder brought forth more problems, Wei Lai was captivated by the holographic world. The cool display methods prompted him to decide to increase research efforts, positioning the holographic ring system as the next generation of products from behind-the-scenes technology. Chapter 86. The calculated big shot with the holographic ring and recorder in place. It can be said that the preliminary structure of holographic display has been completed. However, holographic technology is not as simple as Wei Lai initially thought. It is not just a flashy display method, but also represents a breakthrough from two-dimensional to three-dimensional. From now on, information acquisition is no longer flat, but rather a three-dimensional application. Leveraging holographic technology, three-dimensional images emerge before people's eyes. enabling more comprehensive information retrieval and data analysis through rotation, enlargement, and reduction. This is the God perspective within three-dimensional space. No means can observe and simulate better than holographic technology. There are still many challenges facing Wei Lai, and the realization of the God perspective is still a long way off. From the proposal of the holographic technology concept to the present, where Wei Lai, with the help of the system, has produced holographic rings and recorders, behind-the-scenes technology has illuminated the most basic tech tree of holographic technology. As a foundation, the holographic ring primarily serves display functions, capable of presenting information through holographic perspectives, which is a crucial step. Unlike many foundational technological development paths, the scientific concepts accumulated and explored by humanity over thousands of years on Earth have provided Wei Lai with more imagination and possibilities. This is not a change from nothing to something, but rather a transformation from concept to practical application. The development of human civilization begins with observation and information acquisition, and the holographic ring precisely converts information into a three-dimensional format for presentation. People can gain a clearer and more intuitive understanding through three-dimensional information. It is not to say that with holographic technology, two-dimensional flat technology will be eliminated. In different applications, comprehensiveness and simplicity are two different aspects. If the information to be displayed does not require three-dimensional presentation, then two-dimensional display methods will still be mainstream. In application scenarios, Wei Lai can foresee the changes in smartphones and computers, at least in human wearable devices and more information acquisition equipment. Existing smartphones and computers will gradually be phased out with the further research and development of holographic technology. The best way to overtake on a curve is to expand the field rather than compete with rivals. Under the grand vision presented by holographic technology, Wei Lai decided that this time, behind-the-scenes technology would dig a deep pit, one large enough and deep enough to bury other companies. The entire plan is based on the Skynet. To complete his grand Skynet plan, Wei organized a chamber of commerce and brought in many big shots. However, in the realm of holography and the three-dimensional world, Wei aims to be a true behind-the-scenes presence. Within the Chamber of Commerce, the Skynet plan, which collaborates with all companies, encompasses operating systems across all fields. Wei divides the permissions of the Skynet system into national level, military-industrial level, enterprise level, and civilian level. The national and military-industrial levels are prepared for various governments and countries, while the broader enterprise and civilian levels are designed for major companies and consumers. However, the division of database permissions also means that the control of Skynet by the behind-the-scenes technology and Wei is not very strong. This is a prerequisite for trust. If he wants other companies to participate in the construction of Skynet, he will inevitably lose corresponding profits, which consequently minimizes the risk of closed-door development, significantly enhancing construction progress. This is an exchange of interests and time. All along, the clear ownership of Skynet has been established as belonging to the Chamber of Commerce. No one is allowed to monopolize such a platform, whether it be a country or a single company, as this would more or less restrict the development and promotion of the platform. Therefore, Skynet is jointly owned by the countries and companies that participated in the initial joint research and development. The independent database will become a battleground for various countries and companies. Whoever controls more information is the king in a certain field. Wei's strategy of overtaking in a curve and competition plan involves, on one hand, participating in the Chamber of Commerce cooperation, collaborating with many big shots to create two-dimensional systems for mobile phones, computers, and other fields. On the other hand, he aims to launch dimensional attacks on other companies in the three-dimensional system. By the time holographic technology is widely applied, behind-the-scenes technology will have developed numerous holographic technologies, effectively monopolizing the market for three-dimensional information display. Through such a system, information exchange can occur, where each company will have some holographic application scenarios. By then, Wei's goal will have been achieved, to allow major companies to open their database permissions to behind-the-scenes technology to implement holographic technology applications. Behind-the-scenes technology needs more friends to further develop itself and better explore and embrace the future. With the help of more friends, the question arises, how to stand out as the most brilliant protagonist among many friends, rather than being surpassed and ultimately left behind by them? This requires more plans to ensure one's position. Wei has set his sights on the databases of major companies after the completion of Skynet. As the most basic information is fundamental for a company to remain invincible, Wei has not mentioned the new holographic world planned to anyone. The first step now is to develop the holographic system and link it with Skynet. The ideals are grand, but the reality is stark. There are still too many issues that holographic technology needs to address. Wei divides it into two main sectors. One is the refinement of holographic devices, and the other is the creation of holographic systems. The two are closely related, much like the relationship between software and hardware. The holographic ring and holographic recorder currently only have the most basic functions of display and recording. The holographic department of the research center has entered a state of overtime work, focusing first on hardware refinement and the realization of various functions of holographic devices. The manufacturing and functionality of the holographic ring are already sufficient for application for Wei and the researchers. The essence of the holographic ring is essentially a color display device. Compared to the lack of color in recording devices, the focus is evidently no longer on the holographic ring. Only when more content and finer simulation requirements are met will the holographic ring need further optimization and supplementation in terms of imaging accuracy, size, and various aspects. The emphasis is on the transformation of the recorder, where color is a crucial aspect. Holographic imaging and the presentation of all information requires solving the issue of color. To achieve a perfect recording of all information within the ring-shaped space, it must present the same scene as seen by the naked eye. The colors of objects differ, and even the colors seen by each person may vary. This requires adopting a new standard color gamut to record the entire object, making the recorded image more realistic. Color is a human sense, and achieving this requires more standards and customization to color the entire recording, compared to the colors that the recorder itself can capture. Adding more colors requires color calibration of the recorder. Wei's expectation for the recorder is not merely a real-time information recorder, but a tool that can truly capture and produce more content. If recording and concluding a segment of information requires turning the power on and off each time, it would greatly limit further applications. Whether it is the holographic ring or the holographic recorder, both can only simply construct and replicate scenes from reality. In other words, without physical objects, the holographic ring can only be used for monitoring or impartial recording, significantly reducing the application scenarios. The research and development team has supplemented more application scenarios, which is also part of the creation of the holographic system, divided into modeling systems and application systems. The modeling system is easy to understand. The entire holographic technology, in everyone's eyes, should not only be used for real-time recording and perfect replication, but should also be able to comprehensively create various content. This way, the application of the entire system will no longer be so dull. From a God's perspective, whether in the film and television industry or as a three-dimensional life recording product for consumers, more content can quickly open up the market. Thus, the construction and formation of virtual existences that are not in reality require three-dimensional modeling to achieve information three-dimensionalization. This is the terminal of content. Compared to existing three-dimensional production technology and special effects technology, if the fundamental issues of the time cycle and difficulty of three-dimensional production cannot be resolved, then in terms of content filling, holographic technology will remain in a content desert for a long time, let alone promotion. There are clear examples of this in reality. Content. The lack of content can significantly dampen consumer enthusiasm. Although more companies have joined in accumulating technology, the pace of development has been much slower than that of superconducting technology. The research and development team needs to develop a brand new standard format for data storage and conversion, using the modeling system for comprehensive simulation and analysis, and then outputting the produced content through the holographic ring. This way, whether it is real scenes or virtual content, the application of holographic technology on the content end is guaranteed. Correspondingly, the application system is another entirely new major sector. The new three-dimensional space for display and interaction will have a brand new three-dimensional operating interface, aerial imaging, and more interactive modes. Implementing the switching and changing of the entire system interface, even scene switching, as well as work and entertainment. This requires Wei and behind-the-scenes technology to conduct research and development. The application operating system, as part of the Skynet plan, is also the only system Wei intends to develop in the three-dimensional operating system field. It must also consider how to lock permissions. It cannot be that in a multi-person scenario, the operating system cannot identify the owner of the holographic computer. This requires smarter judgment technology and unique algorithms. Wei did not anticipate that the comprehensive rollout of holographic technology would involve technologies far beyond his expectations. Through holographic technology, Wei can even envision applications in 3D printing technology, virtual reality, and augmented reality. Shelf talk. First of all, I want to apologize. I'm sorry, everyone. I overestimated my writing speed and ability, and I couldn't manage to update 3 or 4 times a day. I've accumulated quite a few chapters that are still pending. I will work hard to improve my writing speed. The novel has only 20 words written so far, and there have been many instances of 404 errors along the way, resulting in the removal of a lot of content. As I mentioned in the comments, the idea of writing this book arose from the fact that we live in an era of technological advancement. The most shocking development has been in mobile phones. Who could have imagined in the Nokia era that phones would look like they do now? And who could have envisioned the abundance of shared bikes and food delivery services on the streets? What will our lives look like in the future? Any breakthrough in fundamental technology could lead to entirely different outcomes. In the face of such changes, what can we do? And what will companies and countries do? This is the story of the first volume of the book, told from the perspective of a country and a company driving change in the world. Thank you to everyone who voted for recommendations and added this to their collections, and thanks to those who pointed out problems and mistakes. I will persist until the book is finished, bringing you as exciting a story and technological imagination as possible. This book is not hard sci-fi and will not forcefully educate readers. In fact, much of the research and scientific work is quite tedious. Many professional terms and materials can easily inflate word counts. I will try to convert these uninteresting parts into results according to my understanding and present them to everyone. Which is also why the book is primarily from a company's perspective. As for the title, why is it called Behind the Scenes Technology Company? In the modern scientific system, the country is actually a behind-the-scenes existence for various companies, nurturing the safe and healthy growth of major enterprises. Companies also support the better development of the country and are the unsung heroes of rapid national growth. Just because a company is well-known worldwide does not mean it is not a behind-the-scenes entity. The measure of behind-the-scenes influence is more about its impact on the world. Now, with numerous high-tech foundations, behind-the-scenes technology companies are also qualified to influence the world. Thank you all for your support, and I ask for your subscriptions. Chapter 87. Worthless Crafts, a small gift promised to you and your spouse. Wei Lai said to Su Qian, casually handing over a packaged holographic ring. Su Qian stared at the black metal ring in his hand, feeling both amused and exasperated. Brother, I'm impressed. It's almost the end of 2030, and you've only just remembered this after being married for over half a year. What is this? Besides handling company matters in the office, you should have a life of your own. As a married man, Su Qian no longer appeared as cold and ruthless as before and had started to take an interest in Wei Lai's life issues. Wei Lai couldn't bring himself to admit that he had underestimated the difficulty of manufacturing the holographic ring, causing delays. He said nonchalantly, I just remembered the small gift I promised you after my mom reminded me today, so I brought it along. The holographic ring could only be opened at home after work, with no instructions, just a switch. You've married and immediately betrayed me, he joked. I'm dedicating my life to science. All right, say what you want, just don't let your mom worry, Su Qian said, taking the gift and leaving Wei Lai's office. The gifts for his mother and Su Qian's couple were not as simple as he had imagined. It was only until mid-November, a week before Wei Lai's mother's birthday, that he managed to create the framework for the modeling system, a rough and crude system. With the support of superconducting technology, holographic imaging, and deep scanning technologies, he finally produced the small gift. Although it was called a small gift, the advanced technology required for such a craft was significant. Functionally, this small gift could only serve as a memento, it couldn't make sounds, had no color, and was merely a simple model inside a ring. Without power, it was just an ordinary palm-sized metal ring. Wei Lai was truly dedicated. Outside of research time, he painstakingly polished the research results in his underground lab, creating a birthday gift for his mother and Su Qian's couple. The technology needed for the entire craft encompassed several existing technological achievements of the behind-the-scenes technology company. First was the manufacturing of the holographic ring, which differed from the one being developed at the research center. Its most basic function was, of course, display functionality. Able to show images as a display, which was a built-in feature of the holographic ring requiring holographic imaging technology support. Secondly, the energy supply for the holographic ring differed from the physical representation. In its off state, the holographic ring was a palm-sized metal ring. As a gift, Wei Lai didn't want it to have wires and needed it to be self-sufficient in energy supply. The palm-sized holographic ring had low energy demands, so Wei Lai manufactured a simple micro-superconducting motor through precision processing and superconducting alloys to achieve self-sufficiency in energy. This was a result of the continuous development of superconducting technology. Under the processing of precision instruments, a micro-superconducting motor could be easily produced. However, the superconducting generator was not a perpetual motion machine and still required a small amount of energy supply. Wei Lai added a photovoltaic panel inside the ring. Also a mini photovoltaic panel to provide the initial energy for the superconducting generator. Inside the ring structure was a superconducting battery, providing ample energy for the operation of the holographic ring in terms of power generation and storage. As a craft, the holographic ring also needed a module for data storage. The contents presentation was virtual. As an independent craft, it didn't require any external devices. With a built-in data storage module, it could save the desired content in a three-dimensional form. After solving the energy supply and data storage functions, the next step was to refine the appearance. As a gift, Wei Lai wanted the entire holographic ring to look like a whole, with the only external features being the photovoltaic panel and switch. This also required precision processing and shell coverage. The metal shell protected the internal structure and allowed for laser engraving on the metal exterior. Thus, the hardware part of a complete holographic ring craft display was finished. Ignoring the minute details of the processing Wei Lai put into the craft's holographic ring, the next task was to display the content. From the very beginning, Wei Lai wanted to showcase a unique image through holographic technology as a wedding gift for Su Qian and his spouse. At Su Qian and Yinjiai's wedding, Wei Lai hadn't been able to present this small gift because there was no content. The research on holographic technology began quietly after the company's 10th anniversary conference was settled in early 2030. By June, when Su Qian's wedding took place, Wei Lai could only manage simple manufacturing of the holographic ring and holographic recorder, and he didn't even have the technology to quickly lay out production lines, which was still under the support of relatively mature holographic imaging technology. In 5 months, Wei Lai managed to complete a rough holographic modeling system just before his mother's birthday, filling in the content. The early version of the recorder could only capture physical objects within the ring space, lacking more complex functions. The researchers prioritized developing how to make the recorder operate more conveniently within the circular space, adding more interactive features. However, the recorder that could only capture real scenes could not achieve the combination of virtual environments and characters that Wei Lai envisioned within the ring space. What didn't exist in reality could only be displayed through modeling. 5 months of effort resulted in a complete modeling system that consumed a lot of the researchers' energy. Wei Lai referred to existing modeling software and systems for redevelopment and design. In summary, the current rough early modeling system is actually based on existing devices to create three-dimensional models through mapping. The holographic ring, as a display, can directly connect and exchange data with the recorder. In the absence of a three-dimensional system, researchers need a new data format to input into the storage module of the holographic ring to achieve information transmission. Compared to the real-world information obtained from the recorder, the three-dimensional information simulated from two-dimensional information lacks much and is far less accurate. This is one of the reasons why Wei Lai designed the holographic ring to be small and compact, constrained by existing three-dimensional modeling technology. He did not have more time to construct a larger three-dimensional model and could only simplify it to reduce the difficulty of production. Wei Lai was not satisfied with the gift he created. The content of the holographic imaging should encompass the entire natural environment, whether it be the sea and beach or the towering mountains and clouds. However, he did not have the time or energy to establish a complete three-dimensional model to output to the holographic ring. After cutting out the natural environment, and to avoid the overall three-dimensional image being too empty, Wei Lai added chairs and birthday hats to the gift for his mother, and chose wedding dresses and suits for the couple, Su Qian and Yinjiai. These three-dimensional modeling details made the space within the holographic ring appear less monotonous and dull. Under the current technological conditions, a small holographic imaging souvenir, a small craft, was completely finished. In the future, such seemingly useless crafts may be worth little and become commonplace gifts, but for now, it can be said that it embodies several high-end technologies from behind-the-scenes science and is truly a gift that Wei Lai wants to offer. Money cannot measure a mother's birthday, nor can it measure the marriage of Su Qian and his wife. What is worth commemorating is not the scientific and technological product of the holographic ring, but the information data stored within it. The image of a mother sitting in a luxurious chair wearing a birthday hat, and the image of Su Qian and his wife embracing each other. After work, Su Qian and Yin Jiai returned home together. They settled in Hunyuan City, living not far from the future base. Today, General Wei made up for the wedding gift he mentioned. Su Qian said to Yin Jiai, "What gift?" "If General Wei is involved, it must be extraordinary," Yin Jiai teased. Haha, I don't know either. Anyway, he has spent most of this year in the lab and hasn't revealed any new products. I only know it's related to holographic technology. And he said the gift is called a holographic ring. Let's go home and unwrap it. The two returned home, tidied up the place, had a simple meal. And then in Su Qian's workshop, they opened the beautifully packaged gift. The box is quite nice. Let's see. This should be an electronic product, right? How do you use it? After unwrapping the gift, a black metal ring quietly lay inside the box. Yin Jiai picked it up, turned it in her hand, and discovered the engraved song font characters that read 100 Years of Harmony. Doesn't it have a switch? Let's turn it on and see. General Wei even mocked me, saying it only has one switch. Wow, it's really beautiful. Yin Jiai turned on the switch, and within the covered space of the holographic ring, blue light gathered in the air to form the image of Su Qian and her embracing, with the wedding dress and suit highlighting their elegance, creating an exceptionally harmonious overall appearance. Immediately, Yin Jiai pulled open the studio curtains. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, the pitch-black night, accompanied by twinkling stars, made the entire scene of the holographic ring clearer and brighter. General Wei is really thoughtful. This should be the research achievement of the lab, Su Qian said, his eyes shining as he looked at the craft as if he had obtained a novel toy. I really like it. It's very romantic, Yin Jiai said to Su Qian, unable to suppress her happy smile. For Su Qian and his wife, this belated gift is filled with Wei Lai's blessings for the couple. Behind-the-scenes technology is not just a turning point in Su Qian's life. It has changed the lives of many employees and is a shared home for everyone. In an era where technology continually changes lives, it also indicates that the application of holographic projection will begin with behind-the-scenes technology. The next day, Su Qian and Yin Jiai treated Wei Lai to a meal, and the three of them returned to work. The new year arrived as well. This year's thrilling events, the emergence of magnetic levitation trains, aerial patrols by law enforcement, and the booming sales of wearable devices, are all influencing the whole of Huaxia and the entire world. Chapter 88. New interest groups in the new year. With new beginnings, Huaxia, in addition to the 4 magnetic levitation railways under construction, has shifted more construction focus on energy and communications, causing the entire road network's expansion to slow down. In terms of infrastructure, without the tilt of national resources, the construction of magnetic levitation railways has encountered new problems in terms of both efficiency and consumption. Huaxia is vast and rich in resources, and different geological conditions have a certain impact on railway construction, requiring researchers to conduct various tests and improve materials to ensure safer construction of magnetic levitation railways. Compared to the northern regions, the laying of magnetic levitation railways in the southwest's mountainous areas and high-altitude snowy regions also needs to be recalculated and remapped. While railway workers and researchers conquer nature, the energy sector is undergoing drastic changes. If roads need more time for verification, the birth of superconducting generators is truly a significant attack on fossil fuel energy. Traditional thermal power generation is facing a glorious retirement, and fossil fuels are increasingly becoming a national strategic reserve resource. Fossil fuels still play a role in other fields, but in the energy mix, thermal power generation is gradually being replaced by superconducting power generation. More efficient, cleaner, and the miniaturization of motors have made thermal power generation a thing of the past. The country has established a massive superconducting power generation array, capable of providing 10 times the power generation efficiency of thermal power generation. And more power plants need to be retrofitted with superconducting alloys. However, unlike the changes brought about by the operation of magnetic levitation, after the retrofitting of power plants, superconducting power generation can immediately provide a large amount of electricity to supply communities, companies, and cities. The retrofitting of power plants is a gradual process, but most of the work is carried out in laboratories. Speaking of energy, one cannot forget to mention nuclear fusion technology. Controlled nuclear fusion carries humanity's hopes of venturing into interstellar space, and superconducting technology provides a safer and more reliable infrastructure plan for the research of controlled nuclear fusion, which is also why superconducting technology is highly valued and a reason why every country is researching superconducting materials. While energy advancement is ongoing, on the other hand, the communication system is more chaotic. The dual standards of the 5G era have not led to a flourishing of communication technologies, but rather significantly stifled their development. Dual standards have raised the threshold for capital entry, making it daunting for a broader range of investors. When two tigers fight, one will inevitably be injured. The extremely high risk has put the communications field in a state of funding scarcity, and the two companies are fiercely competing, making it impossible for Wei Lai to see any possibility of cooperation. With the leading superconducting technology and its application in communications, Huaxia has found a new way out. Research in the communications field is Huaxia's choice to end the chaos of the 5G era. Huaxia's major actions have been continuous throughout the year and abroad. No one has been idle. Led by the lighthouse country, Western nations have engaged in a certain degree of sharing in scientific research. And a multinational cooperative superconducting research and development project has rapidly launched, striving to keep pace with the times. A brand new international situation and competition have formed. The new international situation is more complex and moderate, with international competition and cooperation not being organized by nations, but rather initiated by more multinational groups and major companies, where the main subjects are chambers of commerce composed of these companies collaborating on research and development. This is a larger-scale technological competition. Multinational chambers of commerce formed by different countries and companies are the absolute protagonists in this global technological competition. This is a brand new interest group, different from national identities, where the competition perspective is more about the global market. Each company is an independent entity. It is not just a war between chambers of commerce, but also an internal war within them. If a certain company fails to keep up with the tide of the new era, it will not only lose market share, but also face a siege and division by competitors. The establishment of chambers of commerce involves state participation, with laboratories and companies like United Microfruit, as well as lighthouse country Juntun Company and Yuga Technology, forming a new free space joint chamber of commerce, similar to the Wei Lai Star Universe Joint Chamber of Commerce, both of which involve state participation and collaboration among multiple giants. Multinational chambers of commerce are not just composed of multinational groups. There are various forms of chambers, including those that involve state cooperation. The Huaxia and German National Laboratories, along with Yuntu Technology, Huami Technology, and Siemens Electric, formed a multinational and multi-company Red Industrial Chamber of Commerce. In summary, a large number of chambers of commerce are springing up like mushrooms after rain, and the organizational form of chambers seems to have suddenly blossomed. Countries and companies are collectively choosing their partners, who are also their competitors. The emergence of numerous chambers has impacted and shaken the entire global economy. The storm brought by these chambers began in the financial sector. Initially, the establishment of chambers only had a moderate positive effect on stocks. But as more and more interest groups formed, companies operating independently seemed to become targets for all major interest groups overnight. Compared to the relatively stable domestic financial environment, foreign markets have already begun the first round of survival of the fittest. Mergers and acquisitions have become the main theme of the entire financial market, and smaller companies have become a safer presence. Most companies participating in chamber competition are powerful players in their industries, with the largest number of seedlings in the market. Smaller companies have not been targeted by chambers. Instead, it is the distinctive medium-sized companies and those with strong growth momentum that have faced varying degrees of impact in just 1 year, with most being merged or acquired, leaving only a few companies able to stage a comeback and join large chambers. There are also different strengths among chambers. Under the premise that chambers are the main players in global market competition in 2031, chambers with state participation are generally in the first tier, while the second tier consists of mutual alliances among multinational groups without state participation. The third tier consists of chambers formed by companies within various countries banding together for support. Undoubtedly, whether it is the Red Industrial Chamber of Commerce, the Free Space Joint Chamber of Commerce, or the already established Star Universe Joint Chamber of Commerce, they all rank among the top 10 in the first tier. The competition and cooperation among chambers are confined to the commercial realm. All chambers, or rather, all chambers with state participation, have established a single game rule for this global technological competition to compete for the right to set the standards of new era technology. This global carnival and feast of business groups only require continuous development of their own technologies to occupy the global market and determine victory or defeat. In this competition, no one needs to hide or hoard multiple technologies. Those behind the scenes must face their own tests. The changing situation quickly drew the attention of top leaders. and many bigwigs from the Star Universe Joint Chamber had a conversation with the leaders. Falling behind means being beaten, is the truth. This is a race against technology and time. Although you established early, you cannot let your guard down. We are the initiators of the new era, and we must also hold the leading power of the entire era. Hunishan Valley is, after all, a high-tech testing ground, and the state will grant you higher permissions to explore your company's strengths. This is a true world war, the biggest challenge, and also the biggest crisis. Do not underestimate traditional chambers. Traditional chambers are different from the new-style chambers you have formed, possessing more resources. Your advantage is technology, and you must push it to the extreme. I hope each of your companies can survive in this wave of the era. The help the state can provide you this time is minimal, which is a consensus among all countries. No one is willing to wage a full-scale war. The leader said earnestly to the bigwigs. The state has not let this sudden chamber war disrupt its progress. In fact, not only Huaxia but every country has coincidentally established its own technology testing grounds, with different cities as the core areas of commercial competition, with Huaxia being Hunishan Valley. The Star Universe Joint Chamber, a loosely organized chamber, finally has its fixed office location in Hunishan Valley. In response to the various chambers, Huaxia has granted more permissions to traditional chambers domestically to organize standardized development across various industries. Regardless of how chambers evolve, the main goal is to climb the technological ladder. Whoever can possess better products and technologies that change people's lives will be the king of this era. The new interest groups make global market competition more complex and intense. But all of this has not affected the underlying technology. Wei Lai continues to focus on the development of holographic technology, with a large research team and companies steadily expanding. Netizens and media have become lively onlookers in this rapidly changing global situation, with many companies being acquired by large enterprises. Such a lively scene has not been seen for a long time. Not only are domestic netizens discussing it, but netizens worldwide are also engaging in heated discussions. This is definitely the biggest news of the year. What a lively scene. It's truly a rare occurrence. If any company were to develop something new, not to mention soaring to great heights, at the very least, it could sell the company for a sky-high price. Have you seen a global technological competition? This is my first time witnessing it. There are still gaps among countries. I suspect it will still be the usual top three. Ultimately a contest between the big brother and the second brother. Media reports and netizen discussions have added much to the topics and conversations during the Spring Festival. And no one knows that the competition among chambers and the advancement of technology will give rise to a brand new currency system in a few years. Chapter 89. Breakthrough in production capacity. The establishment of chambers, apart from garnering more media coverage and lively discussions among netizens, seems to have fallen into silence. For each country and individual, they continue to live their own lives without much change. However, undercurrents are stirring behind the scenes, with a new round of confrontations unfolding between chambers in the talent market. As an old saying goes, what is the most valuable in the 21st century? Talent. Regardless of the external environment, improving one's company's strength is a task that companies of all sizes must undertake, and the battle for talent among chambers has officially begun. This confrontation is more hidden, with headhunting firms being the main players in this round of conflict. This has little relation to the public's daily life. As major companies do not require managerial talents, the biggest gap lies in technical personnel across various industries, particularly top scientists and engineers. However, recruiting high-end talent is not easy. The industry's top talents are often supported by large companies, and better living conditions leave top technical personnel without worries. Contractual restrictions further limit the mobility of these elite talents. Without offering substantial incentives or attractive conditions, the task of poaching talent will be very challenging. This is a competition for high-end talent circulating within a small scope. And major companies are not foolish. Both headhunting firms and senior technical talents can feel the improvement in compensation and benefits. The establishment of a business association has not affected the pace of the behind-the-scenes tech companies. But the increase in the market price for high-end talent has caused headaches for HR departments. During a period of rapid expansion, companies need a large number of talents, and human resource expenditures have significantly increased compared to before. In terms of compensation, the behind-the-scenes tech company, already a leader in the industry, has put considerable effort into enhancing its benefits. However, these adjustments are still within an acceptable range for the company's top management, as the importance of talent is recognized worldwide. Wei Lai accompanied his mother back to their hometown for a peaceful new year. without the usual neighborly greetings or visits from colleagues. The mother and son relaxed completely in their hometown. Aside from daily cleaning and meals, they chatted about trivial matters, one of them indulging in a long-lost homebody life. Playing games every day, the other binge-watching shows in the living room. However, he could not enjoy this laziness for long, as Wei Lai was abruptly interrupted by unexpected news, forcing him to return to the company first. During the Spring Festival, the entire Hunyuan city was livelier than other cities. The floating population in Hunyuan city far exceeded the resident population, with many people coming to seek job opportunities and venture into society. This city, gradually revealing its sci-fi vibe, exploded with tourism during the Spring Festival, and the influx of visitors breathed new life into this relatively sparsely populated city. The staff at the research center teased Wei Lai, but from the liaison's tone, he sensed an uncontrollable excitement and joy. With anticipation, Wei Lai entered the research center of the future base. Even during the holidays, the staff at the research center were diligently working on various research projects. Upon arriving at the research hall, Wei Lai saw his old acquaintance, Guo. He had a hunch that there must be new breakthroughs in superconducting technology, though it was still unclear which specific area had made significant progress, especially since even people from the Huaxia Academy of Sciences had come to the lab. Old Guo, you're here too. Haha, surprise. It's really a surprise. How could I not come? Guo said excitedly. Mr. Wei, this is like someone bringing a pillow just when you feel sleepy. Not really. I'm still unclear about the breakthrough. You're exaggerating, Wei Lai replied, confused. Haha, come on, let us talk while we walk. This is a new breakthrough. Superconductors are no longer just your exclusive domain. Guo, smiling, pulled Wei Lai towards the superconducting laboratory. Wei Lai was taken aback, and his voice inadvertently grew louder. What? What is going on? Don't get excited, it's good news. Wei Lai rolled his eyes, speechless, and said to Guo, don't scare me, just explain clearly. Big surprise. Not only has your superconducting alloy technology made a breakthrough, but carbon-based superconductors have also been successfully developed. Wow, so fast. Wei Lai was shocked, and the reasons behind it were clear only to him. The superconducting alloy was an important reward given by the system. Over the years, the technological support provided by the system had propelled both Wei Lai and the behind-the-scenes tech company to an absolute leading position. And it was indeed the various technologies provided by the system that formed the foundation for Wei Lai and the company. The technologies provided by the system are not simple. Even now, people are still exploring the theoretical support behind superconducting technology, especially in the research on quantum properties. Although there is technical support available, Wei Lai anticipated that the development progress of superconducting technology in cooperation with the state would be a long-term project for the company, and he estimated it would take 10 years to achieve a comprehensive popularization in the field of superconductivity. In fact, the production capacity of superconducting alloys is quite good. But why do we always say the production capacity is insufficient? Because metal resources are limited, and superconducting alloys are essentially alloys. The production of the entire alloy, like other alloys, requires the collection and purchase of metal raw materials, followed by processing and synthesis to ultimately form superconducting alloys, which serve as raw materials for more electronic components. Although the application prospects for superconducting materials are broad, the production of superconducting alloys is based on demand, and this secondary raw material is subject to national control. The root cause is the limitation of metal resources. To obtain more metal raw materials, the behind-the-scenes tech company has just begun to establish its heavy industry and mining companies to stockpile raw materials for superconducting alloy production. Mr. Wei, your window of opportunity might be shortening. Hurry up and develop new products. The global situation is not optimistic, and now the Business Association is eyeing this cake. Guo reminded Wei Lai. I know, my goal is to popularize and promote as soon as possible, but I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. The recent situation is also so strange. I don't know whether to be happy or not. Is the production high? What about the cost? Of course you should be happy. You'll see the technical records yourself in a bit. I arrived not long before you. The production is decent, and the cost is not high. You are the only company that masters all the superconducting materials manufacturing technology. However, the jointly developed carbon-based superconductors will not be funded by the state. The state is preparing for a comprehensive upgrade. With sufficient materials, they can now proceed with major updates. Looks like there will be significant movement again this year? Wei Lai asked. The news we received is about the same. I don't have more information. However, for your company, it's still better to focus on research and not to spread yourself too thin, Guo Qiuwen advised Wei Lai. Actually, it's not too bad. It's just some field layouts, not random. You're influencing quite a few people now. You must be cautious in decision-making. As an elder, I just want to remind you. Thanks, old Guo. The two took the technical records and reports and returned to their respective teams to conduct a new round of tests and experiments. Collaborating with the state on the development of superconducting technology is quite reliable. In fact, before Wei Lai provided the preparation technology for superconducting alloys, there had already been some achievements in the technology of carbon-based superconductors. The state leveraged the previously researched ideas to analyze and deduce with superconducting alloy technology, finally yielding results during the Spring Festival of 2031. In comparison, the breakthrough in Wei Lai's superconducting alloy technology was more about reducing raw material consumption, meaning that the same metal materials could produce more superconducting alloys. This was excellent news for Wei Lai, as the reduction in costs would significantly enhance the competitiveness of superconducting alloys in the market. The successful development of carbon-based superconductors has also meant that superconducting materials are no longer limited to metals, filling the gap in the development of non-metal materials, allowing superconducting materials to enter households. However, for Wei Lai, this is not good news, as it implies that the company's proprietary technology could be mastered by more companies after the state's promised period of benefits, making it more convenient and cost-effective for other companies compared to self-researching superconducting technology. Fortunately, Wei Lai had prepared for this. And this is one of the reasons why the behind-the-scenes tech company would not monopolize its advantages, choosing instead to earn technology licensing fees. As a fundamental technology, superconducting technology will inevitably be gradually adopted by major manufacturers, and relying solely on one company is insufficient to supply superconducting alloys globally. Licensing technology during the patent period is the approach Wei Lai has taken, as he does not want to face the joint strangulation of the manufacturing industry and the frequent turnover of technical personnel. He does not yet have the courage to challenge the entire world alone. The second point is that Wei Lai does not want to transform the company into a metal manufacturing plant due to superconducting technology. A large number of factories would drag the entire company down into the realm of superconducting alloys, leaving no energy to conduct research and development in other technologies, which is something Wei Lai is unwilling to do. However, the breakthrough in production capacity brings comprehensive benefits to Huaxia. Commercially, the country has provided Wei Lai's behind-the-scenes technology with significant preferential policies as a benefit for being a contributor to superconducting technology. The sales rights for commercial applications of superconducting alloys are unique to behind-the-scenes technology and for more superconducting materials. The patent licensing fees are split 50-50 between the country and behind-the-scenes technology. Behind-the-scenes technology has reason to promote the application of new superconducting materials. For the country, the industries that utilize superconducting materials are numerous, whether in aerospace or military applications, industrial superconducting power generation, or civilian superconducting power generation, all require substantial support from superconducting materials. The breakthrough in production capacity at the fundamental material level allows Huaxia to accelerate the pace of proliferation even further.